Grandma cried out in panic. Yao Yao? At this very moment he decided to kill Yao Yao. He reached out thinking, I can't worry about that now, I'll suppress her first. Just as Yao Yao's life was hanging by a thread, a hand appeared out of nowhere, blocking the human ancestor. That hand fiercely slapped the human ancestor's face, making his lips bleed. It was Ji Yuchang. He sent the human ancestor flying far away with just one hand. He held Yao Yao and asked, Yao Yao, what's wrong with you? The little girl looked at him and stammered, Ma master. Yinhua clasped her hands and replied, reporting to Exalted Immortal, this old woman has never seen Yao Yao like this before. Seeing Ji Yuchang's figure, the surrounding villagers discussed animatedly. That's the Exalted Immortal everyone's been talking about recently. His eyes became incredibly sharp. He looked at the human ancestor, pressing, What did you do to my disciple Yao Yao? The human ancestor, covering his face, denied, I didn't do anything, we were just talking nicely. I don't know why she suddenly became like this. I'm not lying, everyone saw it. What a duplicitous fellow. No sooner had he said it than he was complaining about Ji Yuchang in his heart. Damn it, the gap between us is too great. It was just a slap. Ji Yuchang held Yao Yao, turned to leave and left a threat. If this venerable one finds out you lied to me, then even Yao Yao won't be able to save you, the human ancestor could only reply. I wouldn't dare. He covered his face, his eyes revealing unwillingness. It was time to use the means he had prepared before. I must kill this person. System prompt. Child of Fortune. Yao Yao confronted Child of Fortune. Child of Fortune's luck was damaged, acquired 8,000 luck points and 40,000 destiny points. Publicly humiliated Child of Fortune. Child of Fortune's luck was damaged, acquired 2,000 luck points and 10,000 destiny points. Seeing this, Ji Yuchang was overjoyed. Such a level of reward can keep up with the resources I need for cultivation now at the mountain wall. The human ancestor was cultivating. He took the slip of paper Zhao Yi handed him and asked, This letter is? She softly replied, It was sent up by a disciple from below who said you must open it yourself, he exclaimed in surprise. News from an upper realm cultivator? The other party actually knows my identity, he calculated inwardly. Why are upper realm cultivators appearing one after another in this small heavenly god realm? What are the human ancestor hall inheritors doing? Never mind. To avoid further complications, the priority is to deal with that guy as soon as possible. The human ancestor stood up, his hands behind his back, and asked Han Zhaoyi, Are your injuries all right? She replied. They're fine. Hearing this, he said, Do something for me. I need you to. Her face turned somewhat pale after hearing the task he assigned, but she still agreed. Yes. Inside the hall, Ji Yuchang was drinking tea, listening to the matter. Oh, there's such a thing. Tell me in detail. Zhao Yi then began to recount the strange event. Reporting to Exalted Immortal, this matter is absolutely true. A disciple of the Holy Land said personally that recently, a strange phenomenon appeared in the Yuha heavenly pool, with a phantom of a green lotus soaring into the sky. There must be a treasure appearing. And I specifically came to inform Exalted Immortal. He naturally didn't believe it, but he still deliberately asked her, Why are you telling me this? Zhao Yi was sweating nervously, trying to remain calm as she replied. Reporting to Exalted Immortal, the phenomenon in Yuha heavenly pool is definitely not an opportunity that cultivators of the heavenly god realm can enjoy. I believe there might be something that Exalted Immortal would like. He gently put down his teacup. Ji Yuchang stood up and said, Good, this venerable one understands. Then he walked away, glancing at Zhao Yi. He thought, Zhang Yang, oh Zhang Yang, you've almost written Nirvana green lotus all over her face. Is this all you've got? You must think the gap between us is too great. So you're actively leaking the opportunity, but you must have set up a lot of traps in that heavenly pool, right? On the other side, the human ancestor was also calculating many things in his mind. The Nirvana green lotus is a treasure difficult for even upper realm cultivators to obtain, so the information is extremely important. So even if it's fake, you will definitely go. He was extremely smug at this moment. Don't disappoint me then. Yao Yao rushed forward in panic, stopping her master and shouting, Master, don't you want Yao Yao anymore? Why are you leaving me here? Yinhua, seeing this, worriedly stopped her. Yao Yao, don't be rude. Ji Yuchang, seeing this, sat down and stroked Yao Yao's head. Yao Yao is so well behaved, how could Master abandon you? It's just that this journey is extremely dangerous, so it's safer for you to stay here. But the little girl still insisted on going. But didn't Master say Yao Yao has mysterious power inside her? Then Yao Yao can protect Master. Yao Yao will definitely. Before the little girl could finish, he shouted. Nonsense, don't mix these two things up. Is Yao Yao not listening to Master anymore? Yao Yao's eyes welled up with tears. Is the dangerous place Master is going related to Brother Zhang Yang? Ji Yuchang stood up, but his hand still gently rested on the little girl's head. Only Grandma stood behind, sighing helplessly. He spoke to comfort her. According to Master's judgment, the fellow who took over your brother's body shouldn't harm you. With that, he turned to leave, leaving a few final words. If this trip, but halfway through he stopped and smiled slightly. What am I saying, Yao Yao? Don't worry, Master promises to come back. Immediately after, he left, leaving only Yao Yao standing there crying. Grandma quickly consoled the little girl. Master doesn't want you to be in danger either. On the human ancestor's side, he saw a red light flash across the sky, and he smiled sinisterly. As expected, he still couldn't resist the temptation. You still couldn't outsmart me in the end. He carefully calculated his plan. The trap in the Yuha heavenly pool was left by me to protect the Nirvana green lotus. Even a great saint realm expert who trespasses will find it difficult to escape death. Zhao Yi stood behind, secretly thinking, why do I always have an ominous premonition? I hope nothing goes wrong, otherwise Immortal Kun Holy Land will. In the sky, Ji Yuchang was flying rapidly. Suddenly he turned around, a meaningful smile on his lips. On Yu Mingkong's side, she was standing in the courtyard waiting for news. There was still no response. She stood there anxiously thinking, it seems this Zhang Yang isn't foolish after all. I didn't expect him not to take the bait. Did all my traps go to waste, or should I try writing another letter? If it were Chang, there wouldn't be such a problem. She raised her hand to her chin, continuing to ponder. And that mysterious exalted immortal, I heard he's also here at Immortal Kun Holy Land. Is he someone arranged by the human ancestor hall? If so, then this matter is troublesome. After much deliberation, she decided, I'll wait a bit longer. If Zhang Yang still doesn't take the bait, then I'll have to go to Immortal Kun Holy Land myself. After all calculations were done, Yu Mingkong looked up at the sky, deep in thought. If it were Chang, he shouldn't do this, right? High in the sky, Ji Yuchang in stealth watched Yu Mingkong deep in thought and thought to himself, foolish woman, Zhang Yang isn't that easy to kill. He thought, you came to the lower realms so aggressively to find someone, yet you don't even have a decent plan. Let me help you then. With that thought, he vanished from his spot. Zhang Chuchu's face was horrified, tinged with shyness. She covered her chest with both hands and shouted, Ji Yuchang, why are you here? He calmly replied, what kind of joke is that? This is my world. I come and go as I please. Do I need to report to you? He then walked up to Zhang Chuchu, lifted her chin and leaned close to her face, saying, you are my property now. Watch your attitude. She cursed furiously, you devil, I tell you. Before she could finish, he unceremoniously threw her onto a chair. Ji Yuchang easily pushed her aside with one hand and then ordered her to leave. Zhang Chuchu cried out, you only said half of it. Ji Yuchang conjured a table and said, behave yourself, and maybe if I'm in a good mood I'll let you out. Hearing this, she was somewhat surprised. Let me out, she thought to herself. As long as I can get out, I'll have a chance even in the next life. Ji Yuchang leaned back in the chair and sighed, feeling a bit thirsty. Zhang Chuchu stood there gritting her teeth but eventually obediently brewed tea for him. Ji Yuchang said mockingly, I am truly fortunate, Ji, to drink tea brewed by Saintess Chuchu. She said with great displeasure, don't go back on your word, he replied softly, of course. Seeing her brewing tea, Ji Yuchang continued to tease, it's just your technique, a shame for my 5-spirit immortal leaves and 800,000-year-old tree heart spring. Hearing this, Zhang Chuchu lost her composure, slammed the teapot on the table and shouted, Ji Yuchang, if you wanted to humiliate me then you've succeeded. He held the teacup in his hand and replied, I'm not that idle, I was just afraid you'd be lonely here with no one to talk to. She turned her face and retorted bluntly, don't pretend to be benevolent. A devil like you is cold and ruthless. How could you have any humanity in your heart? Hearing this, he calmly brought the teacup to his lips and asked doubtfully, humanity, what have I done to make you think I lack humanity? Does it mean that just sitting back and waiting to be killed is humanity? Why? Zhang Chuchu stammered. But that's no reason for you to massacre others. At this moment, Ji Yuchang truly got angry. He stood up and slammed the table. Massacre others? He questioned her. Which eye saw me massacre others? Have I gone around causing trouble or destroying nations for no reason? If on the path of cultivation one encounters opportunities but must be humble and concede, then how can it be called cultivating? Might as well hang oneself with a rope since one will be killed eventually anyway, he continued. Do you know how many people covet my identity and status? In the end they all failed and died. What you see is merely me still being alive. Zhang Chuchu stood there listening, somewhat surprised. Ji Yuchang stepped forward and asked Zhang Chuchu, everything I do is simply to survive. Is surviving wrong? Zhang Chuchu stood there, silent. He also didn't want to explain himself to others anymore, so he let it be. Forget it, you wouldn't understand any of this anyway. Hearing this, she asked doubtfully, then why did you still say it? He replied, because I'm in a good mood. Seizing the opportunity, she asked him, in a good mood and let me go. She secretly wondered, has he found the human ancestor already? Ji Yuchang said, letting you go isn't impossible, but for now, though I think it'll be soon. Zhang Chuchu shouted loudly, warning him, Ji Yuchang, stop looking for the human ancestor. You underestimate the human ancestor's methods too much. He has many forces behind him and all your advantages will turn to dust. She stammered, you don't want to live? Then hide. Stay far away from the human ancestor. Hearing this, he turned and said, are you thinking of me? Although I'm happy, I'm not the one who should hide. Night fell, and Ji Yuchang brought Zhang Chuchu to a place. She exclaimed in surprise, this is, he replied. This is the location of the formation I set up. Now this world is in my palm, he repeated her earlier words. Although I haven't found your so-called human ancestor, let's see who should hide. At this moment, she was secretly casting a spell behind her back, calculating that she must notify the human ancestor as soon as possible. Ji Yuchang quickly brought her back to her original spot. All right, it was already very benevolent of me to let you breathe some fresh air today. It would be bad if you dared to secretly interfere with my plans. Hearing this, Zhang Chuchu quickly cried out, wait, I haven't? Suddenly, she smiled faintly. Too late, I've already sent the warning telling them this location. Ji Yuchang glanced at her, a red light flashing in his eyes. At this moment he was utterly triumphant, for everything was going exactly as he had planned. He secretly thought it was worth all my talking. Zhang Yang, oh Zhang Yang, human ancestor hall inheritor, Yu Mingkong has prepared a great gift for you. You count not come. The human ancestor sensed an anomaly, a fluctuation of the human ancestor hall's secret art. As he took a letter from his sleeve he thought, although faint, it is indeed the human ancestor hall's secret art, and the location of this secret art is exactly where we agreed to send messages. He smiled triumphantly. First, use the token to probe, then use the secret art to reveal identity. After reading the letter he laughed heartily, feeling immense satisfaction. Excellent, this generation's inheritor is indeed cautious. But she comes at just the right time, just the right time. The sky was in chaos, sounds rising and falling, deafening. What's happening at Yuha Heavenly Pool to cause such earth-shattering commotion? Another person interjected. It's that exalted immortal. I heard he killed his way into the core of the Heavenly Pool. It's probably not worth our while to chase after him. Hearing this, another person added. No wonder it's so earth-shattering. The exalted immortal's strength is truly terrifying. A green lightning bolt struck the ground fiercely, making it tremble. The one who unleashed that power was Ji Yuchang. He alone was battling those colossal stone soldiers. From his demeanor one could see his confidence, his eyes radiating immense power. This level isn't enough. Another enemy appeared, roaring loudly. Trespasser, die! He had already swiftly dodged a blade. A red-haired man stood by, utterly shocked. What are those giant divine armor figures? Their might is too strong. Hearing this, a bald man replied. Who knows, even one could kill us, let alone so many. Several giant stone soldiers continuously appeared, constantly threatening. Trespasser, die! Trespasser, die! Ji Yuchang stood alone among them, unable to help but marvel at the human ancestor's plan. As expected of the human ancestor's final trump card, this makes it interesting. As soon as he finished speaking, the small needle in his palm swiftly shot towards those enemies, tearing them to shreds. The remaining stone soldiers grew fiercer and fiercer, constantly slashing and killing indiscriminately. But Ji Yuchang easily dodged them all. A terrifying red aura emanated from his eyes, and he said confidently, To kill me, you're not strong enough. As soon as he finished speaking, he darted out like lightning. He flew past the stone soldiers, and wherever his red power touched, the enemies were instantly annihilated. Everyone around admired him greatly. As expected of an exalted immortal, his strength is too great. At this rate it'll be over soon. Then we can also get a share. Ji Yuchang fought with increasing excitement when suddenly a huge sword blocked his path. Unlike previous times, he was sent flying by the giant woman. Everyone was surprised again. Did I see that right? The exalted immortal is losing ground. At this moment he stood there unsteadily. Suddenly he sensed something and cried out. This aura. Upon closer inspection, the attacker was a headless woman with white hair cascading everywhere. She said, Those who trespass the heavenly pool will only find death. Ji Yuchang faced her, somewhat worried. I didn't expect it to be a god, an ancient demon's soul. This is bad. His eyes were filled with tension. Suddenly the woman rushed out from behind him, and he sensed danger. He cried out, This is bad. He immediately dodged the attack quickly, but he still couldn't avoid it. Ji Yuchang's face turned ashen, and he spat out blood, saying, Too fast, I didn't expect to die here. Seeing that even Ji Yuchang couldn't defeat her, everyone around became even more worried. What kind of monster is this? Even the strong exalted immortal died. Run quickly. If she targets us, we're dead. Spread the word. The heavenly god realm is probably facing a great calamity. In Yaoyao's hall, the little girl was extremely shocked, stammering, Impossible. How could Master die? Master is so powerful. How could he die? Grandma Yinhua stepped forward to comfort the little girl. Yaoyao, don't listen to their nonsense. That's just the cultivator's one-sided story. Even so, Yaoyao still couldn't quite believe it. She looked at the jade pendant in her hand and asked again, But Grandma, why did the jade pendant Master gave me break? The jade pendant was in two halves. Yaoyao couldn't believe her eyes. How could this happen? Grandma had nothing to say and just sat down and hugged her. Yaoyao burst into tears. Master clearly said he would come back. He's a liar. The Holy Master and Green Ghost stood there in silence. The human ancestor, however, laughed heartily. Foolish, too foolish. He stood there, hands behind his back, looking up at the sky. Not only foolish, but also arrogant. If it were me, I would never personally take such a risk. He's too confident, thinking he's invincible just because he's in the lower realm. Zhao Yi stood behind, thinking, I never expected that exalted immortal to die by Zhang Yang's schemes. How terrifying are the traps in Yuha Heavenly Pool. The human ancestor became even more smug. A mere exalted immortal cultivator, daring to oppose me. Does he think he's the demonic ancestor or the Tao ancestor? But not being able to kill him personally is truly letting him off easy. Hearing these words, Zhao Yi thought, Zhang Yang's identity is definitely not as simple as it seems. His methods are more terrifying than his cultivation. It seems my guess was correct. Fortunately, I chose to work for him. A soldier appeared in the sky. Zhao Yi immediately cried out in alarm. Who goes there? Her face was tense, and she thought, This aura, these people are all from the upper realm. Many soldiers appeared, and the human ancestor standing below said, Quite a large force. Where is your master? Let her come see me. The soldier bowed and replied, Our master has been waiting at the lake pavilion for a long time. Please proceed immediately, your excellency. He heard this and seemed somewhat displeased. HMPH, what's wrong with these inheritors? How dare they make me go see her? The soldier continued to entreat him. This matter is of great importance. Please forgive us, your excellency. Although angry, he still followed, muttering as he walked. It seems the human ancestor hall's rules are about to be replayed. A moment later at the lake pavilion, the soldier respectfully said to his master, Master, he has been brought. That person was Yu Mingkong. She played the zither and asked, Are you Zhang Yang? The human ancestor interjected. Since you already know my identity, then mind your words. Don't be so presumptuous. No, that's not right. I am the one you must search for with all your might. She still turned her face and said softly, very good. Seeing Yu Mingkong's appearance, he was somewhat stunned, thinking the human ancestor hall's rules are indeed improper, but in terms of choosing people, this isn't bad either. Suddenly she uttered some terrifying words. You can go die now, of course. Both he and Zhao Yi were utterly shocked, crying out in unison. What? Saints appeared in the sky, their might immense. The human ancestor, seeing this, panicked. Quasi-saint, even saint, is this an ambush? This time I'm done for. Seeing this, he looked at Yu Mingkong with a troubled expression. You're not from the human ancestor hall either. How did you know my identity? She simply replied, softly letting it be. No need for further words. Today is your day to die. An explosion occurred, destroying the nearby house. The human ancestor was sent flying by Yu Mingkong. He shouted, Are you that person's subordinate? She did not answer, merely threatening. You're about to die. Why ask so many questions? He looked triumphant and immediately cast a spell. Whether I am or not, you'll be begging me in a moment. A powerful force appeared before the human ancestor. He challenged Yu Mingkong. I wonder if you can withstand a supreme level force. Hearing this, she immediately unleashed her power, creating a magic circle that destroyed the human ancestor's power in mere seconds. He stood there for a few seconds. The human ancestor's eyes turned red with rage, his face troubled and infuriated. How could this be? How can I not borrow the power of Immortal Kun Supreme? Has he betrayed me? Yu Mingkong immediately rushed over and slapped him fiercely, shouting, Empty bluster. With just one slap he spat out blood and was sent flying again. He quickly regained his footing, covering his face, and complained, Another slap to the face? Do all you bastards like slapping faces? Yu Mingkong was furious, and said nonsense. Before he could rest, she pulled out a huge sword and pointed it at him. Emperor Art, scorching heaven sword. Suddenly, a golden light flashed between his eyebrows, and he shouted loudly, Do you think I'm easy to kill? Immortal Kun Seal. A heavy object blocked Yu Mingkong's sword. The two forces collided, immediately causing a huge explosion. While she covered her face with her hand, he had already disappeared. She asked doubtfully, Disappeared? Yu Mingkong looked down at the ground. Zhao Yi and the saints attacked in turns. She was covered in wounds and had to cry out for help. Zhang Yang, save me. Two saints rushed over to attack her fiercely. Zhao Yi's red shoes fell off suddenly. The two figures disappeared. The two saints asked doubtfully, Where did he go? Another person replied, He's up there. What secret art did he use to rescue someone right under my nose? The human ancestor, holding Zhao Yi, fled, thinking angrily, Damn it, I must use the power of the reincarnation ancestor seal to escape this place quickly. Yu Mingkong and the others immediately pursued. Zhang Yang, this place has been sealed by us. You have no escape, he arrogantly said. To stop me, this isn't enough. The human ancestor quickly fled, with Yu Mingkong's sword still chasing behind him. Suddenly he vanished, but her sword pierced a strange statue. Yu Mingkong asked in surprise, What? This is the ancient substitute art? That saint also added, This must be the trap he laid before. Hearing this, she thought, as expected of the human ancestor, his methods are cunning, truly not easy to deal with. A subordinate reported from afar, saying that the exalted immortal had fallen into Yuha heavenly pool before descending to the lower realm. Forces like the Zon Domain's Great Void Sect had received the news and were gathering their forces to head to Immortal Kun Holy Land. Yu Mingkong calmly ordered, You can hide for now, but not forever. Let's go to Immortal Kun Holy Land. Additionally, inform the heavenly domain that Zhang Yang, a disciple of Immortal Kun Holy Land, is a demonic cultivator. If anyone harbors him, they will be eliminated according to the law. The prompt showed that cultivator Zhang Yang was defeated by the upper realm, feeling unwilling and disheartened, gaining 8,000 luck points and 40,000 destiny points. Ji Yuchang meanwhile remained completely unharmed. The headless woman was now obediently massaging his shoulders, and he sitting there received the news so soon. Has Mingkong's plan worked? With the trap she laid, Zhang Yang will probably be peeled of a layer of skin this time. A terrifying cold light emanated from his eyes. He calculated, very good. Reduce his luck twice more and he'll surely make his move. He looked at the headless woman and said, However, to kill me you truly went to great lengths, even laying down these formations that can suppress great saints. But unfortunately, this power is far from enough to deal with me. Ji Yuchang calmly sat cross-legged and cultivated, imagining the human ancestor's future scenario. Once I've refined the Nirvana Green Lotus, there will probably be no place for you in the heavenly god realm. At that time, the limit of our encounter, it's truly something to look forward to. What kind of expression will you have? Zhang Yang was in a stone-filled cave. Zhao Yi and the human ancestor were hiding there. Zhao Yi stammered, This is the place where ancestors are worshipped? Why is it so dilapidated? The human ancestor meanwhile roared in anger. Damn it, who did this? I didn't expect the remnant soul of Immortal Kun Supreme to be completely erased. Outside the door, a group of people appeared shouting, Found him. Where is he? Zhao Yi looked over and cried out, Holy Master, Holy Master. Everyone walked in. The white-haired elder, seeing the dilapidated scene, exclaimed, The forbidden grounds have been destroyed. The Holy Master shouted furiously, Zhang Yang, do you know what you're doing? At this moment he still arrogantly replied, Foolish things, what I do, you should be asking yourselves. Why are you guarding the forbidden hall? The Holy Master's body glowed with golden light, enraged. Bastard, now there are rumors everywhere that you are a demonic cultivator. The exalted immortal and various forces have come to deal with this, and you've already surrounded Immortal Kun Holy Land. Are you going to keep playing dumb? The human ancestor pointed at them and retorted, That woman framed me and you believe her. It's a waste that you're a holy master being played like a puppet without realizing it. Immortal Kun Holy Land will be destroyed by you sooner or later. The Holy Master was furious, unable to speak to the human ancestor. You feel the situation is tense, Zhao Yi hastily interceded. Holy Master, please listen to me. The destruction of the Forbidden Grounds had nothing to do with Zhang Yang. When we arrived here, no one would listen to explanations. The Holy Master had heard enough. Stop quibbling. Grand Elder, the Holy Land has not treated you poorly, yet you helped this fiend do such a crazy thing. You truly disappoint me, the Holy Master warned. Neither of you will escape today. He said this, but thought to himself, that exalted immortal died and I was counting on you, but one after another. Why aren't you seizing that brat who relies on the upper realm to plot and scheme? Zhao Yi, scared, quickly clarified. No, it's not like that, Holy Master. The human ancestor stood there listening, then said, it seems there's no explaining this. I had intended to take care of Immortal Kun Holy Land after my success. But who knew you would push your luck? Green Ghost spoke. Holy Master, Grand Elder and Zhang Yang's auras are currently chaotic, and they bear injuries, indicating they indeed fought with the exalted immortal. Hearing this, the Holy Master interjected. I see Immortal Kun Holy Land must not be implicated and perish alongside him. You all come with me and capture him. The human ancestor laughed heartily, his hand on his forehead, muttering continuously. Good. A moment later, his face was filled with murderous intent as he threatened the Holy Master and others. Today, I'll see if you have what it takes. Outside, Yu Mingkung was announcing to a gathering crowd. It seems the Immortal Kun Holy Master is indeed a sensible person, understanding the current situation. How clever. She added, but this is not enough. Zhang Yang is full of tricks, and you are all senior figures of the heavenly god realm. Since ancient times, good and evil cannot coexist. If the Immortal Kun Holy Master loses, then I ask all of you to step forward and eliminate that heretic. On the other side, Ji Yuchong suddenly sneezed as if someone had mentioned his name. A saint standing below immediately replied, Exalted Immortal, rest assured, we will definitely eliminate that demonic cultivator who appeared in the heavenly god realm. The elder standing beside him also chimed in, we will never back down. Suddenly, an anomaly appeared in Zhang Chuchu's prison, and she exclaimed in surprise, what's happening? Did that demon break through? She could hardly believe her eyes. How could he break through in the lower realm? How could he have such an opportunity? Zhang Chuchu felt a little worried. Had something happened to the human ancestor? No, it couldn't be. I already sent a warning to the human ancestor's reincarnation. A powerful purple energy appeared at Ji Yuchong's cultivation spot. Perhaps he had successfully broken through. The prompt appeared again. Congratulations, host, for refining the Nirvana Green Lotus and breaking through to the First Saint Realm. Ji Yuchong floated in that terrifying purple energy, extremely pleased. He had finally broken through. Refining this human ancestor's opportunity indeed took some effort. A peculiar card appeared in his palm and he looked at it with his purple eyes, saying, however, after multiple reductions, Zhang Yang's luck should also be unable to resist my luck deprivation card, right? Let me see how to drain his last bit of luck. Suddenly he sensed something. He looked into the distance somewhat playfully. They've all come here. Well, the show begins. A force was flying towards him. It was Yu Mingkong and her group rushing over. A saint reported, Exalted Immortal, that's Yuha Heavenly Pool. It's extremely dangerous inside. I didn't expect that Zhang Yang fellow to rush in without hesitation, another person added. That fellow has extraordinary means. Even the Immortal Kun Holy Master and all the elders couldn't do anything to him. Yu Mingkong's eyes were incredibly sharp. She thought to herself, I truly underestimated the human ancestor. I didn't expect him to be able to borrow the Tao fruit of his previous reincarnation and kill his way from Immortal Kun Holy Land to here. In the forest, Grandma Yinhua and Yao Yao were on their way, and Grandma called out, Yao Yao, slow down, it's very dangerous here. The little girl clutched the jade pendant tightly and replied, Grandma, I must find Master. Yao Yao believes Master is definitely not dead. The little girl held the gift her master gave her, never letting go. Suddenly the human ancestor appeared, blocking their path. I said I didn't see any trace of Yao Yao in Immortal Kun Holy Land, so Grandma brought her here. He glanced at the little girl and asked, Are you looking for your master? Yao Yao, you must learn to control your sorrow. Your master is gone. Grandma Yinhua, seeing the human ancestor, exclaimed in surprise. Little young, Yao Yao also softly called out, Brother. He walked towards them step by step, describing Ji Yuchong's death as he walked. I heard he was shattered to pieces. The ferocious beasts here are dangerous and he's probably been eaten clean, so why endure such pain? Why drag Grandma into such a dangerous place? Yao Yao remained motionless. The human ancestor sat beside her, continuously trying to mislead her. It's very dangerous here. There's a madwoman outside who eats people on sight. Be a good girl and listen to your brother and quickly leave here. However, Yao Yao firmly shook off his hand and shouted, Shut up, it's all your fault, all your fault. If it weren't for you, Master wouldn't have come here and he wouldn't have. Yao Yao cried and shouted, filled with anger. It's all your fault. Do you think I didn't know before? Hearing this, the human ancestor chuckled. I didn't expect that after all these years we've relied on each other I'm worth less to you than a cheap master you've only known for a few days. How ridiculous. Your brother misses you day and night. His hair has turned white at such a young age. Just then, Yao Yao's power erupted again, and the little girl exposed his true identity. You're not my brother, you're a monster occupying my brother's body. Quickly return my brother Zhang Yang to me. Grandma next to them cried out in panic. Yao Yao, the human ancestor stood up, his face filled with irritation and displeasure. He took out a treasure and commanded Zhao Yi. She's out of control again, find a way to stop her. I need to retrieve my power. Zhao Yi immediately obeyed. Okay, I'll wait for you. As soon as he finished speaking, the human ancestor quickly flew away full of confidence. As long as he finished refining the Nirvana Green Lotus, neither Yao Yao nor that madwoman outside would be a problem. Suddenly a sword light slashed across. It was the headless woman. She had sent the human ancestor flying far away. He stood up, angrily shouting, "Open your dog eyes and see, do you dare provoke your master?" In response she only uttered one word, "Kill." Seeing this, the human ancestor pondered in surprise. Divine puppet, eternal ancient, I didn't expect you to disobey my control. The sky turned terrifyingly dark. He looked up at the sky, his heart filled with unease. What is this again? I remember I didn't arrange any of this. Yu Mingkong and the others also saw the sight, shocked. Is this powerful aura emanating from Heavenly Pool? Is this not caused by that Zhang Yang fellow? What about the exalted immortal now? Yu Mingkong replied. Wait, don't rush in. Looking at that power, she felt a sense of familiarity, pondering inwardly. This power is definitely not Zhang Yang's. But how can such an existence be in the heavenly god realm? Even I and the spirits tremble. What does this aura feel like? On the other side, Yao Yao was fighting fiercely with Zhao Yi. Faced with this strange phenomenon, both of them stopped fighting, observing the situation. Suddenly a huge palm appeared in the air, rushing towards Zhao Yi, scaring her into a frantic scream. What? In the nick of time, she used all her strength to block the hand, but the treasure the human ancestor gave her immediately shattered. Zhao Yi was dumbfounded, unable to believe this sight. What kind of power is this? I didn't expect a saint artifact couldn't even withstand a single blow. At this moment she cried out again, Zhang Yang, save me. But the human ancestor was not doing well either. He was struggling in battle with the headless woman. Hearing the cry for help, he was also very worried. Zhao Yi, why is that bastard's aura so familiar? The human ancestor did not come to help. The huge palm easily pressed Zhao Yi into the ground. So she died under that terrifying power. Grandma Yinhua stood there witnessing all of this, also shocked. Killing the Grand Elder of Immortal Kun Holy Land like killing an ant. This power, even an exalted immortal might find it difficult to resist. Grandma suddenly felt afraid. This is bad. Yao Yao, run quickly. The palm seemed to be attacking her, but Yao Yao resisted with all her might. She hit it and shouted, return my master, return my master. Suddenly the huge palm merely flicked gently. The little girl fainted and fell into Grandma's arms. Grandma frantically called her name, Yao Yao. The palm did not continue to attack but retreated. On the human ancestor's side, he was using his power on his forehead. He was casting a spell to save a girl. That girl was Zhao Yi, who materialized and said, thank you, I didn't expect you to have a body prepared. Human ancestor replied, fortunately your divine soul is strong enough, otherwise you would have turned to ash just now, but even so, the power of reincarnation has been exhausted. I can't save you next time. As he spoke, he took out a magical artifact from his hand, handed it to Zhao Yi and then commanded, take this supreme weapon and guard me here. Don't let anyone disturb me. She obeyed. Yes, Lord Zhang Yang, the human ancestor pondered. This doesn't seem like a natural phenomenon of Yuha Heavenly Pool, although it's strange. As long as I can absorb the Nirvana Green Lotus, nothing else matters. He was walking when he suddenly stopped. Jiyu Chang was already standing before him and spoke. Have you come? He was too surprised to speak. You, why are you still alive? Why are you here? Jiyu Chang calmly replied, didn't you invite me here? Zhang Yang, no. Jiyu Chang gently turned his face, looked at him, and revealed his identity. Human ancestor. The human ancestor retorted, you, how do you know my identity? His gaze sharpened, and he continued to press. Jiyu Chang, you are not an ordinary upper realm cultivator. Who exactly are you? Hearing this, Jiyu Chang scoffed. Oh, aren't you known for winning battles 1,000 miles away and strategizing perfectly? How can you not figure out who I am? But this no longer matters, because the moment you stepped in here, you were destined to die. Suddenly he contemplated with some surprise. After so many deductions, I still couldn't figure it out. It seems it will take some effort. And the human ancestor kept worrying and planning in his heart. Damn it, why are there so many variables in this reincarnation? I really have no other moves. Jiyu Chang didn't immediately act, but chatted with him for a few moments. But we always value virtue. Considering our past connection, you are the human ancestor, so I'll give you a chance to say a few last words. Seeing this, the human ancestor found it strange. Is he wary? Then this is a good opportunity to turn the tables, he scoffed, replying. Last words? If you know I am the human ancestor, then you should also be clear. He became overconfident again, speaking proudly and boastfully. You can't kill me because I have reincarnated countless times and I will return sooner or later. For your future non-regret, it's best to. Before he could finish, the human ancestor was severely slapped by Jiyu Chang. His face flushed. Jiyu Chang spoke. What time is it? Speak properly. He cried out in pain, covering his face. I am the human ancestor. I will never yield. Jiyu Chang cast a spell and said, didn't you want to know my identity? He held the bottle in his hand and asked him, even the old man of Immortal Kun Holy Land knows this thing, so you must be familiar with it, right? Seeing this object, the human ancestor was surprised. This, he shouted loudly. Great Tao treasure vase, you are the demonic cultivation inheritor. Jiyu Chang looked at the human ancestor with fierce eyes and replied, my identity has already predetermined this outcome. Don't blame me for being heartless. The human ancestor perceived the situation, unable to believe his eyes. So you came to me from the very beginning. You are not some upper realm immortal passing through the lower realm. Step by step, everything was your scheme, but how did you know my identity? Did the human ancestor Hall's inheritor also betray me? The prompt appeared. Child of Fortune Zhang Yang's mental state collapsed and his luck was damaged. Ji Yuchang replied, that's not due to causality but because of a foolish woman. The human ancestor asked in confusion. Woman, Ji Yuchang added, is that all you have to say? After so many reincarnations, your mental state is still at this level? As he spoke, he swiftly rushed towards the human ancestor, whispering in his ear, you disappoint me too much. The human ancestor still didn't understand the situation, puzzled. Why is this generation's demonic cultivation inheritor so powerful? In every other generation he was always trampled under my feet. As soon as he finished speaking, he was punched in the abdomen by Ji Yuchang, crying out in pain. Ji Yuchang grabbed his collar, violently threw him to the ground, making him tumble miserably. Ji Yuchang walked forward and stepped on the human ancestor. He spoke, is this what you wanted to say? You've said your last words. Now I'll send you on your way. The human ancestor lay at his feet, muttering, no wonder no one came to help me. It seems this generation's human ancestor inheritor has also fallen into your hands. Hearing this, he said a few words dismissively. Are you talking about that fool? In just a few seconds he brought Zhang Chuchu here and then said, meet the human ancestor you wanted to see. This is your first meeting and also your last. Zhang Chuchu stammered. Ji Yuchang, what are you saying? He is the human ancestor? He still lay motionless on the ground, saying nothing. Ji Yuchang continued to ask her, he is your belief, aren't you going to save him? She was too shocked to believe her eyes and shouted, I am not the human ancestor, how can that be? At this moment the human ancestor looked at Zhang Chuchu and asked weakly, are you the saintess of the human ancestor hall? Suddenly he smiled and said strange words, very good. His body emitted a dazzling light. Ji Yuchang watched, still not understanding what was happening. The human ancestor suddenly exploded. Ji Yuchang was thrown back. The human ancestor was now standing beside Zhang Chuchu, tightly grasping her neck, and spoke, I originally had no other options, but now I must thank you for giving me this opportunity. Ji Yuchang still calmly continued his words. You wouldn't be trying to threaten me with her, would you? The human ancestor replied, I'm not that naive, it's just that she is the human ancestor hall's inheritor, and it's time for her to go back and report her responsibilities, using her life to speak the human ancestor's words. The mark between Zhang Chuchu's brows glowed and the human ancestor's face was extremely sinister. Even now you must die, Ji Yuchang, is that right? Now the outcome is still undecided. Hearing him say this, he found it laughable. Is that so? Prompt. Luck deprivation card -1. The human ancestor pondered blankly. What happened? Suddenly, Zhang Chuchu's body emitted a peculiar purple power. The human ancestor broke out in a cold sweat, extremely perplexed. What is this, a trap that controls the saintess's living body? How does it know the secret of sealing the Tao ancestor? Those wide, angry eyes. He sat on the ground dumbfounded, as if everything he possessed was within his expectations. He carefully looked at Ji Yuchang, thinking, is the gap really that vast? Suddenly, countless hands grabbed the human ancestor's body. A series of bones appeared and devoured him. The human ancestor only let out a few tragic screams. No, Zhang Chuchu collapsed onto the ground. A prompt appeared. Successfully killed the child of fortune, the human ancestor's reincarnated body. The rule of karma was cleared, and he did not receive the heavenly Tao's blessing. At this moment she finally spoke. You killed the human ancestor? Ji Yuchang calmly replied. If I killed him, I killed him. Am I supposed to wait for him to kill me? Ji Yuchang looked at the prompt and thought to himself, reincarnation seal, 2 reincarnation seals in my hand, I have an extra life. The guiding Tao fruit, it seems this is the human ancestor's martial art, related to the divine soul, and can replicate his cultivation. What about the primordial spirit? Although success isn't guaranteed, it's still terrifying. Subtracting a child of fortune's luck can temporarily make my black luck directly soar to purple luck. Combined with the guiding Tao fruit, wouldn't it be a divine pit-digging artifact? The prompts continue to appear. Congratulations to the host for the luck child deduction. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reincarnation ancestral seal. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the guiding Tao fruit. Zhang Chuchu said, kill me. The human ancestor is dead, I no longer have a reason to exist. Hearing this, Ji Yuchang looked at her and said, what, are you addicted to being a tool? You don't even want to live yourself? He walked forward, gently stroking her hair to comfort her. It's all right. He looked at her and said softly, I'll help you. Zhang Chuchu stood up, surprised, and retorted, help me? Ji Yuchang replied, actually, the world and its beings only need a belief, not this human ancestor. Now besides you and me, who else knows that I've killed him? As for the human ancestor hall behind you, with my methods they won't discover anything at all. Hearing this, Zhang Chuchu angrily shouted, how can the human ancestor not be replaced? How can someone impersonate him? Wouldn't that be betraying my sect? He calmly explained, of course it's different. You say you regard the human ancestor as your sect, as your belief, but from beginning to end he regarded you as a tool, used when convenient, discarded when no longer needed. He was unkind first, so it's not surprising if you are unrighteous. After hearing this, she clenched her fists, hesitating. A moment later she said dejectedly, this is my destiny. I cannot betray the human ancestor hall, just kill me. Suddenly, Zhang Chuchu's face changed dramatically, looking unusually panicked. It turned out Ji Yuchong had picked her up and said, I don't think you understand your situation yet, do you? Your life is mine now. You can't die without my permission. With that, he carried her, walking and saying, if you still don't understand, I'll teach you a good lesson. Zhang Chuchu screamed in fear. Ji Yuchong, what do you want? Let me go. As he walked through the spatial door, the clothes covering Zhang Chuchu were blown away by the wind. She cursed, you despicable and shameless fellow. The garment also flew into the door. The sky gradually brightened. Zhao Yi was still waiting outside. Seeing the sky lighten, she happily said, it's dispersed. Zhang Yang succeeded, he has a future. But only Ji Yuchong walked out, she thought worriedly. No, he is, he walked forward, mockingly laughing. A future? Do you still have a future? Seeing the situation was critical, she immediately begged loudly, Exalted Immortal, spare my life. Her body, however, was unable to move. Ji Yuchong swept past her gently. Just like that, Zhao Yi also met her demise. He spoke, you stood with the wrong side. On Yu Mingkong's side, she wondered why there were such unusual changes. Zhang Yang's aura has disappeared. What exactly happened? Suddenly, a cyan jade stone appeared. She exclaimed in surprise, this is the lotus seed of the Nirvana green lotus. Such a good item couldn't have been left here randomly. It's as if it was deliberately left for me. She held the item in her hand, looking at it, feeling its aura. Yu Mingkong's eyes sharpened. It was him indeed, but how did he find this place, and how did he? Suddenly her face flushed and she stood frozen. It turns out there were many cyan jade stones arranged in a heart shape in the sky. Yu Mingkong murmured to herself, why didn't he come to see me? From a distance a group of people watched the battle and said, should we go over and help? The grandmother and granddaughter are almost at their limit, another person interjected. Help with what? That's a great Saint Realm monster. If we go, we'll just be seeking death. On the other side, the grandmother and Yao Yao were desperately trying to escape the headless woman. Yao Yao anxiously called out, Grandma? Grandma Yinhua quickly comforted her. It's all right, Yao Yao, it can't catch us. But she still had many worries in her heart. I never expected there to be such a puppet here. If it hadn't already been abandoned, perhaps Yao Yao and I. The person continued to charge at the grandmother and granddaughter, saying, you've already entered a dead end. The grandmother and granddaughter were sent flying. Yao Yao screamed, Grandma, that monster is coming to kill again. Yao Yao was extremely frightened now. She cried out, Master, I'm sorry, your disciple couldn't avenge you, but now I'm coming to see you. Suddenly, a purple light rushed towards the monster and smoke billowed. Yao Yao mumbled faintly, am I dead? Ji Yuchong had arrived. He held the little girl in his arms and said, little girl, why are you disobedient? Didn't I tell you not to run around? She saw him and thought she had gone to the underworld, saying, Master, as expected, I'm not dead, I've seen Master. He smiled and replied, silly girl, your master is immensely powerful, how could he die? Hearing this, the little girl reached out and touched his face, shouting, really? Master isn't dead, he softly replied. Of course, Master doing good deeds will be rewarded. Yao Yao still couldn't quite believe it. She pinched his face and exclaimed, I can really touch you, it's so good that Master is alive. Seeing this, Ji Yuchong gently flicked her forehead. What kind of crazy thoughts are going through your head? Suddenly she looked up at him, her eyes slightly wet. Yao Yao ran forward and hugged Ji Yuchong, crying, Master, please don't abandon Yao Yao again, okay? Yao Yao only has you and Grandma left. He hugged the little girl and replied, okay. The fellow who occupied your brother's body has been dealt with by me, but your brother's body couldn't be saved. Yao Yao won't blame Master, will she? The little girl answered directly. No, Yao Yao understands, it's not Master's fault. Master is dearer than family. Hearing this, he was somewhat stunned. Grandma also slowly walked over. Exalted Immortal, it's wonderful that you're all right. Yao Yao saw Grandma and immediately asked with concern, Grandma, how are you? Grandma smiled and replied, I'm fine. Ji Yuchong handed her a bottle of medicine and said, this medicine can heal your wounds, drink it. Meanwhile, the headless woman charged over again, threatening as she walked, die, trespasser, die. Seeing that person approach, Yao Yao fearfully said, Ma, Master, that person is too powerful. Grandma Yinhua quickly comforted her. Yao Yao, with the Exalted Immortal here, it's all right. Ji Yuchong looked at it, thinking, oh, is this reincarnated person controlled by runes? Good, before returning I'll let you put on a show. As soon as he finished speaking, a purple power appeared. Those who were standing outside earlier also found it strange. What's going on? How did that great saint's aura suddenly become so strange? Another person quickly said, that's demonic energy, it's demonic energy. The monster suddenly grew 100 times larger, continuously muttering kill, kill in its mouth. Those people called out worriedly, such terrifying might. This must be the demonic fiend recorded in the secret text, another person added. I'm afraid this is a great calamity for the heavenly god realm. Let's quickly go back and notify all forces to prepare. Ji Yuchong immediately appeared before the monster and shouted, evil demon. Before everyone he struck a pose, loudly proclaiming, today this venerable one shall eliminate this menace for the heavenly god realm. The people behind were all surprised, many even ecstatic. Exalted Immortal, it's the Exalted Immortal, I can't believe you're still alive, that's wonderful. Someone nearby muttered in confusion. Last time I clearly saw him being cut down, another person interjected. The Exalted Immortal's powers are unfathomable, what's so strange about that? On the other side, Ji Yuchong was demonstrating his power, casting an immortal spell. He shouted, long rainbow of the other shore. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely powerful force appeared in the sky, swiftly rushing towards the monster and destroying it. System notification. Host gained renown for saving the heavenly god realm. Luck points and destiny points increased. Yao Yao quickly ran to her master's side and called out, "Master." Grandma also followed, calling out, "Exalted immortal." Yao Yao's eyes sparkled, looking at Ji Yuchang with adoration. "Master is the savior sent by heaven to save us." Ji Yuchang smiled and replied, "I am not a savior, I merely care for all living beings." Alright, with this matter concluded, let's return to the upper realm. Ji Yuchang summoned a colossal and mighty dragon, and they all stood upon it, flying toward the upper realm. Seeing this, Yao Yao asked in surprise, "Master, is this the upper realm?" It's like a fairyland." He smiled and replied, "What nonsense are you saying? The upper realm is inherently a place of immortality, but this is just a small part of it. Your master will take you to more places in the future." Hearing this, Yao Yao quickly interjected, "Master, you will definitely be very busy after returning." "Yao Yao dares not take up too much of your time," Ji Yuchang said. "Then let your junior aunt take you to play. She isn't busy, so she's quite free." They had arrived. 2 gate guards saw him and immediately bowed. "Young master, you've returned." Ji Yuchang ordered, "Go arrange their accommodations." They obeyed. "Yes." Yao Yao looked up at the high-hanging plaque reciting word by word, "Longevity Jiyu family." A guard asked in confusion, "When did the young master leave the Jiyu family?" Another replied, "I don't know." They then started discussing. "He always brought ladies back before, but this time he brought a little girl. Maybe he wants to train her from a young age." In a small room, Yao Yao sat on a chair eating, looking very happy. "Oh, my sister, this is delicious." The girl knelt on the ground in panic, shouting, "Little ancestor, please don't call this maid that. If others hear it, this maid will be in trouble." Hearing this, the little girl stammered, Okay, I'm sorry." Yao Yao looked uncomfortable. She sadly lowered her head, looking at the pastry in her hand, and murmured, "I understand." Ji Yuchang sat on the high chair in the center of the main hall and loudly called out, "Someone?" Hearing this, the person below immediately reported, "During this period, some ancient beings have discovered signs of the absolute yin heaven and are deeply disturbed. Therefore all Dao lineages and clans have deliberated and decided to jointly establish the true Immortal Academy, and are now preparing to launch the Immortal Extermination Plan." That person continued, "They hope someone in this generation can become an immortal and prevent the descent of the absolute yin heaven. Furthermore, the Heavenly Phoenix, son of Heavenly Phoenix Mountain, suspected to be the demonic cultivation inheritor, has not left Heavenly Phoenix Mountain during this time. The other inheritor of the human ancestor hall is also traveling extensively, intending to find the human ancestor's reincarnated body." Ji Yuchang sat above, pondering, "The inheritor of the human ancestor hall?" He thought, now someone is actively traveling everywhere, diligently searching for their ancestor's reincarnated body. He also remembered Wang Zijin. Now there is one actively searching for the human ancestor's reincarnated body everywhere. On her side, Wang Zijin was casually sitting in a chair, and the maid Hu Shuer, holding a bunch of grapes, spoke. "Miss, what about the human ancestor hall?" She softly replied, "If the big things can't be done, then the small things don't need to be done either." The reporting guard continued, "Oh, by the way, young master, the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden of Heavenly Phoenix Mountain visited some time ago, waited outside the gate for several days, and then left angrily." Ji Yuchang then recognized her. "Oh, so it's Ying Chang's sister." He secretly chuckled again. Such sisters always make one worry. A shout came from outside the gate. "Miss Shenner has returned." They immediately greeted her courteously. "Miss Shenner, was your journey smooth?" The little girl replied, I found my parents." Ji Shenner thought to herself, "Although they don't want to come back." Hearing this, the gate guard happily said, "Then congratulations, Miss Shenner." As soon as he finished speaking, the little girl directly handed him something and said, You're doing your duty well, this is your reward." Seeing her so generous, the person next to her thought, "It seems she's in a good mood. Miss Shenner is usually stingy, but she's so generous this time." The guard was very clever. He immediately shouted loudly, "Thank you, Miss Shenner, for the reward. We will definitely do our best." Halfway through, Shenner stopped and asked, "Oh, by the way, has Ji Yuchang returned?" The guard replied somewhat worriedly, "Young master has returned, and he also brought back a little sister." That person added, "Yes, she looks very cute, well-behaved, and doesn't talk much." Hearing this, the little girl paused. A cute, well-behaved little sister. Shenner then imagined in her mind the affectionate scenes between the two. Ji Yuchang had already confirmed that she was Ji Yuchang's sister. The little girl replied, "I only adore my brother." Shenner gritted her teeth. She walked forward and even snatched back the bracelet she had just given as a reward. "If you're going to say I'm negligent, then no one gets to keep anything." Shenner swiftly rushed towards Yao Yao's room, pushed the door open and shouted, "I heard Ji Yuchang brought back a sister. I want to see what kind of sister she is." Seeing the little girl come in, the maid stammered, Miss Shenner." Shenner saw Yao Yao and was somewhat surprised. "So this is the little girl." Yao Yao heard her and said, "GR greetings, mistress." Hearing this, Shenner froze, then shouted angrily, What did you call me?" A moment later, the little girl changed into another beautiful dress and she happily showed off to her master. "Master, does it look good? Yao Yao likes it very much." Ji Yuchang softly replied, as long as Yao Yao likes it." Then the little girl looked at Shenner and said, "Master, this is all a welcome gift from Junior Aunt." At this moment, Shenner said in a mocking tone, "Yao Yao is so cute, it's such a pity to be with you. You're too stingy to even get her a nice change of clothes, Ji Yu the miser." Ji Yuchang replied helplessly, I just didn't want you to call me stingy. Shenner then pulled Yao Yao away. Yao Yao, your junior aunt will take you to see something fun. The little girl was surprised. Ji Yu Chong comforted the little girl. It's alright, go with her. Seeing you two get along so well, your master is relieved. He also secretly thought, Shenner, your words should reveal Yao Yao's special nature, right? Then I'll wait for you to take us to see the peach tree behind you. Chu Chu left a message. I will visit Ji Yu Chong, the maid bowed. Then this maid will not disturb your majesty. Chu Chu walked away. I have something to discuss with Chong. You wait for me here. The maid respectfully obeyed. The Ji Yu family gate was quite lively today. Walking into the house, she returned the greeting. Your majesty, this maid has returned. Chong praised. You have done very well, my dear. Chu Chu transformed back into Yanji and they continued to exchange the information they had gathered. Suddenly, Chong ordered Yanji to take off something, causing her cheeks to flush. Chong awkwardly coughed and explained, I meant transform back into Chu Chu's appearance. They went together to another space and Chong summoned a treasure. Take this, Yanji refused. I don't need this, you keep it for yourself, Chong said helplessly. You are the inheritor of the ancient palace. How can you refuse this precious ancient talisman? If the elders found out, they would be very angry. Yanji chastised. Enough, don't call me by that name. I don't recall us being that close. He feigned innocence. Then what do you want me to call you, little G? That sounds good too. Yanji was furious at this point. Chong stopped joking and got to the point. This abrupt change caught her off guard. Chong continued, isn't this what you've always hoped for? Just live on as the human ancestor hall inheritor. From now on there will be no connection between us, however, if you expose my identity, Yanji angrily said. Ji Yu Chong, do you think you can sever all ties between us? Chang's eyes were cold. Isn't this what you requested? If you had cooperated from the start, it wouldn't have come to this. Saintess Ji, please understand this. I am a demonic fiend, and not killing you is already my benevolence. Yanji gritted her teeth. As she walked out, her anger still hadn't subsided. The maid asked worriedly. Saintess, she replied, I'm fine. Quickly returned to the ancient palace. The guard was taken aback by her. Was she foolish? In the heavenly phoenix palace, Ying Yu stormed in angrily. Damn it, brother, I heard the human ancestor hall. Saintess went to the Ji Yu family again. Ying Chong sat calmly in his chair playing Go and replied, Oh, so what? The truth lies with that woman, but she can't control it. He also pondered, what kind of game are these people playing? Meanwhile, Ying Yu stood angrily with her hands on her hips, complaining loudly. Why are both saintesses of the human ancestor hall so close to Ji Yu Chong? And they both insist brother is the demonic cultivation inheritor. I think there's something wrong with this, Ying Chong replied. The problem is, I've never met any of them. Why, forget it, let them be. He calmly continued playing Go. But Ying Yu still asked, brother, what are your plans for the true immortal academy that's about to be established? We should go there too. Hearing this, Ying Chong pondered. True immortal academy. After the birth of absolute yin heaven, everyone in the academy will be involved in the slaughter of absolute yin beings. If possible, I don't want to take risks, but that might also make my sister suspicious. After thinking, he stood up and said, Sister is right, it's time to find an opportunity to clear my name and let those who doubt me see the might of heavenly Phoenix Mountain again. Seeing this, Ying Yu was filled with admiration. Her brother now had such imposing aura as if the heavenly Phoenix Sun, who used to win battles thousands of miles away, had returned. On the go board, the pieces were arranged into 2 hearts. Ying Chong mused, Ying Bei, will you go outside the bamboo forest? Yao Yao was playing with Shenner. Yao Yao called her, little junior aunt. Shenner responded, Yao Yao then asked, is master always this busy? Shenner replied him, he's usually nowhere to be seen, says he's busy cultivating, but I feel like he spends every day scheming against others, right? The two talked while helping each other tie strings. Yao Yao, innocently happy, said, no, master is really a good person. Grandma and I were both saved by master and he also saved the heavenly god realm. He's that kind of cold on the outside, warm on the inside good person. Ji Yu Chong suddenly appeared calling, Yao Yao. She turned around and called master. He walked over and asked Yao Yao, how is it? Are you used to living here? Did any childish fellow bully you? The little girl replied, I'm used to it. Little junior aunt is very good to me. Shenner, seeing this, felt angry, this stingy guy. Then Yao Yao curiously asked, why is master here? He sat down and stroked her head. Isn't it because I missed you? Shenner angrily walked up and questioned Ji Yu Chong. Hey, did you see me? Why are you ignoring me? Ji Yu Chong looked up at her and calmly replied, oh, you're here too. I thought it was some village maid playing with Yao Yao. Shenner was so angry she couldn't speak. A village maid, she shouted, Ji Yu Chong. She immediately rushed forward, punching and kicking Ji Yu Chong. I'll fight you to the death. Yao Yao stood by, trying to dissuade her. Little junior aunt, calm down. Ji Yu Chong dodged while saying, I think you're feeling itchy lately. Do you want another beating? Shenner proudly shouted, it's not certain who'll beat whom, don't underestimate me. He remained calm. Once the pain healed, she forgot. Yao Yao clearly understood that if she was disobedient in the future, she would be beaten like this. With that, he grabbed her, kicked her, and sent her flying. Ji Yu Chong chuckled, saying this move was called wrestling. But before her face hit the ground, Shenner had already swiftly propped herself up with her hands, landing safely. Ji Yu Chong also praised a few words. Oh, you've got some skills. You used to land face first. Shenner was furious to the extreme and began to cast a spell. Am I not allowed to have dignity? A magic array appeared and Shenner threatened. Today I'm definitely going to knock you down and make you unable to stand up. She hovered in the air casting a spell while saying, this is the dragon trapping array that master taught me. Ji Yu Chong scoffed. Child's play. Then he thought to himself, the old folks in Peach Village are indeed not simple. The moves they taught Yao Yao are completely sufficient to deal with the child of fortune, Shenner triumphantly shouted. Plus the amplification art my fourth master taught me. Let's see how you can still talk tough. A giant dragon appeared in her array, and she loudly declared, this is the heavenly Tao dragon trapping array. How about it? Yao Yao below continuously praised. Little junior ant is amazing, Shenner secretly thought. Do you see, Jiyu-chan, I can stand on my own now, I don't need you. Suddenly a treasure descended from the sky and trapped Shenner. Jiyu-chan yawned, disdainfully saying, putting on a show. Shenner fell to the ground muttering, F failed. Then he turned to Yao Yao and said, Yao Yao, do you see, this is the consequence of being naughty. The little girl trembled, beads of sweat on her forehead, and softly replied, Yao Yao will be good. Jiyu-chan cleared his throat and said, these past 2 days Master has read many ancient texts and asked many clan elders but still has no clue about your situation, but you don't have to worry, we'll find a way. Yao Yao asked in surprise. So Master has been so busy these past 2 days for this, Master, you've worked hard. He again comforted the little girl. It's alright, you have to believe in Master, there will definitely be a way. Yao Yao smiled happily. When Yao Yao cultivates and can control her power, she'll be able to help Master. Shenner, covered in mud, walked over and asked, what's wrong with Yao Yao? The little girl replied, little junior ant, Yao Yao can't cultivate, so Master has been trying to find a way to help me with this problem. Jiyu-chan stood up and walked away. This is what a master should do. Alright, you two play. I'll go think of a solution. With that he quietly walked away. Suddenly Shenner spoke, I always feel that Yao Yao's aura is very familiar. Jiyu-chan, why don't you take Yao Yao and me back to Peach Village to take a look? I have several masters there and their powers are vast and profound, perhaps they'll have a solution. Jiyu-chan asked in surprise. Peach Village, Shenner replied. Yes, that's where I hid and grew up cultivating back then. Hearing this he added, Peach Village is a place even immortals dislike. Are your several divine masters and a mysterious peach tree there? Shenner was somewhat displeased. Indeed you know everything. That's right, you have many spies. Suddenly she felt even better. This guy, so tough on the outside, soft on the inside, secretly investigating just to care about me. You still know how to care about me. Jiyu-chan then replied, you're thinking too much. I was worried they'd seek revenge on me, so of course I had to investigate clearly. Even so, Shenner still didn't believe him, telling Yao Yao, Yao Yao, don't be like him, saying one thing and meaning another. Jiyu-chan thought helplessly. At this age, no one believes me even when I tell the truth. In the longevity Wang family, Wang Zijin lay on a chair listening to her subordinate's report. You said Zhang Chuchu went to see Jiyu-chan again? That's not like her. I always feel like something is wrong with this. In the primordial Yi clan, Yi Lingdian was conversing with Lu Li. This time, the major Dao lineages are jointly establishing the true immortal academy. With Brother Gu's talent, he will definitely qualify. I'll ask him about this matter then. Lu Li pondered, could it be the Heavenly Phoenix, son of Heavenly Phoenix Mountain? Yi Lingtian immediately retorted, impossible, he has never left Heavenly Phoenix Mountain, and what happened in the lower realm is also far from Heavenly Phoenix Mountain. Lu Li then said, then this must be his blindfold. Yi Lingtian mused, it's not impossible, we must be careful about this matter. Lu Li stood by and said, but if we don't see it with our own eyes it's really hard to believe. Yi Lingtian continued, devouring the essence of ancient corpses and the bizarre cultivation methods that is indeed demonic cultivation. The two recalled a scene in the forest where someone was controlling something with evil arts at that time. Lu Li couldn't help but exclaim, that person. The person sensing them turned around. Lu Li still felt regret. It's a pity I didn't get a clear look at his true face that day before he escaped. If Brother Jiyu had been there, it would have been great. Yi Lingdian also pondered, indeed the upper realm is becoming more chaotic. Demons and monsters are all coming out. We truly need Brother Jiyu to take charge. Lu Li, before this matter is investigated, you cannot spread it. After all, if you inherit demonic cultivation, that's also terrifying. In the sky, a huge flying ship was soaring, carrying Jiyu-chan, Shenner, and Yao Yao. As he flew, he mused, departing for Peach Village. In Peach Village, a voice came, has Old Fifth not returned yet from teaching Sea King Palace a lesson for Shenner? The white-haired man sat on a chair and replied, not yet. That little girl Shenner has been gone for so long, I wonder how she's doing. Hearing this, the person in the wheelchair sarcastically said, oh my, are you worried? It turned out that the white-haired man was Shenner's first master. He stroked his beard and said, worried about what? Shenner carries the inheritance of several of us. How could those ordinary people outside harm her? The second master had a beaming face. You're just being stubborn and won't admit it. I bet if Shenner comes back you'll be the first to cry like a baby. The third master also added, indeed you're the one who spoils her the most. The first master continued to deny it. When I was severely injured and on the verge of death back then, I didn't shed a single tear. Cry, I can't cry. Suddenly a call came, Master? The third master heard it and wondered, what? I think I heard Shenner's voice. The second master also heard the voice. I think I heard it too, only the first master didn't believe it. You two are both hallucinating. From a distance Shenner had already appeared, shouting happily, first master, second master, third master, fourth master. Seeing her, everyone was overjoyed. Oh my, it's really that girl back. Shenner hurriedly waved and greeted everyone. The four masters cried tears of joy. Shenner, the first master, stepped forward first and greeted her. Come, let first master see. Have you lost weight? Has anyone poisoned you? The fourth master anxiously followed from behind. Oh big brother, just take a look. And the second master praised, wow, Shenner is growing more and more beautiful like jade. Ji Yuzhong stood there observing, secretly thinking, this girl hasn't been away from Peach Village for long, how come I don't see any changes? Suddenly Yao Yao pointed to a peach tree. Master, that tree, he then comforted the little girl. With master here, don't be afraid. The master, seeing Ji Yuzhong, all found it very strange. Shan'er, why did you bring a man back? The second master also added. Shan'er, you're truly foolish. Have you forgotten what master taught you? Those handsome men love to deceive innocent and naive girls the most. The third master also agreed with his senior brother. Indeed, and he even has a child this big. Ji Yuzhong stepped forward, bowed and saluted. Junior generation greets all seniors. I am Shan'er's older brother. I hope all seniors don't misunderstand. Yao Yao also imitated him. Yao Yao greets all seniors. It was only then that Shan'er hurriedly explained to everyone. Oh everyone, don't guess wildly, he's Ji Yuzhong. But no one listened to her, instead discussing and laughing. Oh, so he's an older brother. Ji Yuzhong, that kid has a nice name. The second master, seeing Yao Yao, praised in surprise. Look at that child, she even knows how to salute, quite polite. Everyone laughed even harder. Yes, Ji Yuzhong, Suddenly, everyone was happily chatting and laughing, but then they all shouted in immense surprise. What is that thing? All four of them were furious and cast spells in front of Ji Yuzhong. You're that scoundrel from back then, the one who stole Shan'er's Dao bone when she was a child. Good, I didn't expect you to be so arrogant as to come here. Are you relying on the longevity Ji family behind you? Then you've made a mistake. Shan'er anxiously explained. Masters, you've misunderstood, listen to me. The first master still ignored their words and continued to threaten Shan'er. Child, don't be afraid, he won't be leaving today. The second master also had an imposing aura. Yes, let all the masters avenge you. Ji Yuzhong still calmly replied. Are you going to act without discerning right from wrong? If all seniors are so hostile, then there's no need to say more. Hearing this, everyone became even more furious and replied, ignorant fool, a brat who has just reached the saint realm, where do you get such courage? Shan'er became even more flustered. She spoke to dissuade them. Masters, don't get agitated. What happened back then isn't what everyone thinks. Ji Yuzhong, will you die if you say less? Have you forgotten your purpose for coming here? Shan'er's voice rang out. First master, second master, listen to me. After some explanation, they were willing to listen. The first master said, innate demonic heart, so that's how it is. I didn't expect so many things to have happened. But the third master still seemed to doubt. Shan'er, is he perhaps lying to you? Hearing this, Shan'er replied, Third master, do I look like a fool? The fourth master pondered and gradually understood. Indeed, if he had any ulterior motives, he wouldn't dare come here alone. Suddenly, Taoshin spoke. What are you looking at? The second master was very surprised. Lady Taoshin. The third master stood there incredulous. He didn't expect Lady Taoshin to actually speak to this person. Ji Yuzhong replied to Taoshin, Nothing, I just feel that Senior's aura is a bit like my disciple Yao Yao. Taoshin looked at Yao Yao and said, It does have a deep connection with me. I can sense its thoughts. Yao Yao innocently said to Master, Master, I can feel that it's like a big sister. Shan'er asked in astonishment, Yao Yao really has a connection with Sister Taoshin? That's quite a coincidence. The first master asked, What's special about this child? Taoshin called Yao Yao. Come here. The little girl looked at Ji Yuzhong hesitantly. Master, he then threatened in front of Taoshin. Yao Yao is my beloved disciple. Don't have any bad intentions towards her, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone stood there as if struck by lightning, shouting, This guy. Hearing this, Taoshin smiled. Oh, you even dare to threaten me for it? Interesting, it continued. But what is your relationship with Yao Yao? Based on my perception, it's very natural, so don't worry. Only then did Ji Yuzhong relax and say to Yao Yao, Go? Shan'er looked at this scene filled with questions. She didn't expect Sister Taoshin to separate them. Why would she treat Ji Yuzhong like this, and it's only their first meeting? The first master stood beside her and continued. It seems that kid has something fishy about him, but with Lady Taoshin here, there won't be any big problems. Taoshin began to change. Hands appeared and she had pink hair. The image of a young girl appeared, and Ji Yuzhong's eyes also suddenly flashed with a peculiar purple light. He was slightly surprised. Taoshin spoke. Demonic heart, so that's how it is. Ji Yuzhong stammered. Is Senior testing me? It hugged Yao Yao and replied. What? Not happy that I found out? He began to adopt a hypocritical tone. I wouldn't dare. Senior's powers are vast. Junior is very impressed, but in reality he was thinking. What you see is merely what I want you to see. Even Taoshin saw through his hypocrisy and commented, Has anyone ever told you that your smile looks fake? Seeing it casting spells on Yao Yao, Ji Yuzhong asked in confusion, What is Senior doing to Yao Yao? Taoshin replied, Helping her clear some Dao wounds. After all, to me, how could she not be a sister, a family member? With that, it looked at him and admonished, I will return Yao Yao safely to you. If you dare to harm her, I will never forgive you. Ji Yuzhong bowed respectfully and replied, Senior is jesting. Junior would never do anything to bully the weak. Suddenly, Taoshin seemed somewhat angry and displeased. You dare to flirt with me? Hearing this, he was surprised and raised his hands to explain. Why does Senior say that? Junior absolutely did not mean that. Suddenly, it burst into laughter. Interesting. It's been a long time since I met someone like this. My future days won't be boring anymore. After laughing, Taoshin fell silent for a moment. It cast a spell to send Yao Yao back to Ji Yuzhong and then said, Shan'er is also half my disciple. If your matter is resolved, there's no need to say more. As for your innate demonic nature, it took out a peach blossom petal and said to him, I can't help you much right now. Take this and go find an old man who owes me a favor. If he's still alive, perhaps he can help you. taking the treasure in his hand. He thanked it. Thank you, senior. He smiled faintly, thinking sinisterly. Opportunity acquired, a rich harvest. After a while, Taoshin said to Ji Yuchang, all right, this is my thanks for you taking care of Yao Yao all these years. Outside, the first master also told everyone to leave. Disperse, it seems Lady Taoshin has accepted that kid. The second master also spoke. I think that kid is pretty good. So young, yet already a wisdom saint. Shenner walked over to him and asked, Ji Yuchang, what did Sister Taoshin tell you? He turned his face to look at her, finding it very strange. What did she say? Shenner looked expectant. Seeing this, Ji Yuchang pretended to say a few words. She said it's not easy for me to be an older brother and that you should be filial to me in the future. Shenner was furious upon hearing this and turned away, refusing to say more. I'll ask her myself. Ji Yuchang, holding Yao Yao, walked up to the four masters and said, thank you seniors for taking care of and nurturing Shenner all these years. As an older brother, Chang feels deeply ashamed. If you don't mind, here are some top-grade immortal herbs and pills. I hope you will accept them. Hearing this, they hesitated somewhat. Ji Yuchang, young friend, you are truly thoughtful. We never expected there to be so much backstory between you and Shenner. Meanwhile, Shenner had already heard Taoshin talking about Ji Yuchang and her expression was very serious. Innate demonic heart. I never imagined Ji Yuchang was afflicted with this at birth. Ji Yuchang was still talking to the seniors. It's all a misunderstanding, no need to be nervous, Taoshin continued to explain for him. Ji Yuchang carries an innate demonic heart and needs to suppress his demonic nature to remain clear-headed. His past act of taking someone else's Dao bone might have simply been the demonic heart's instinct, Shenner asked curiously. So the Dao bone can help him suppress his demonic nature, right? Taoshin replied, Her gaze was firm as she looked at Taoshin. Then if I give him the Dao bone to integrate now, will the effect be the same as before? But to her surprise, Taoshin said, I'm afraid the effect would be very poor. After all, demonic nature is not immutable and this matter of demonic nature is a long story. Even if both parties work together to eliminate it, it might not be completely removed. Hearing this, she cast her gaze towards Ji Yuchang. At this moment he was surrounded by several masters being questioned incessantly. The first master held his arm. Indeed a talent, young friend Chang. Are you married this year? Ji Yuchang replied with a smile. Chang already has an engagement. Hearing this, the fourth master didn't let him off either. That's fine too, you can take concubines. We have many single young girls in Peach Village. Want to take a look? And the third master handed him a cigarette. Young friend, have a puff. Ji Yuchang again turned to refuse. Junior doesn't smoke. Shenner stood in the distance looking at him and made a momentous decision. I want to help him, no matter how difficult or arduous it may be. I want to try, Taoshin cried out helplessly. Shenner, you said it already, she shouted loudly at Ji Yuchang. Ji Yuchang, you're clearly an intelligent person. How could you make a mistake in the Nirvana pool? Ji Yuchang's eyes showed confusion, and he asked doubtfully, what are you talking about? Shu family barbecue, wasn't the lesson from a few days ago enough? Just then, Shenner held a knife in her hand without hesitation. As long as I can extract the bone for senior brother, it can suppress his demonic nature, and what happened last time won't happen again. This is my choice and I don't blame anyone else. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned and shocked. Shenner pointed the knife at herself and shouted, you need it more than I do. In a flash, Ji Yuchang was beside her, tightly gripping the knife in her hand, blood flowing from his palm. He looked at her angrily and scolded loudly, Ji Shenner, what exactly are you doing? What if you hurt your foundation? Fool, if you dare to do something like this again, I'll throw you into the woodshed. Though her eyes were tearful, Shenner remained unyielding. You're the foolish one, whether or not I have an immortal bone now. Ji Yuchang immediately dropped the knife. He hugged her and comforted her. Silly girl, I'm your senior brother. It's not yet at the point where I need to take your bone, Shenner stammered. But senior brother's demonic heart, he tried to reassure her again. Demonic heart or whatever, I'll figure it out myself. Who do you think Ji Yuchang is? She was still very worried about him. But, seeing this, he unhesitatingly told Shenner the solution. No buts, I've already spoken with Senior Peach Demon and she has proposed a solution. You don't need to add to my troubles. After saying that, Ji Yuchang muttered to himself, was I tricked? The four masters stood by, deeply moved by this scene. I never imagined that young friend Ji Yuchang was such a kind older brother. I truly misunderstood him before. This scene truly shows profound sibling affection. Then Ji Yuchang looked at Shenner's clothes and said, all right, your snot is all over your clothes now. Suddenly she angrily shouted, old, I don't care about you. Shenner swiftly attacked him with her power, but Ji Yuchang had already flown into the sky. He bowed to everyone. Junior has some matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. Yao Yao's injuries are not yet healed, so I will leave her here with Taoshin. Please take good care of her, seniors. Everyone below was excited and cheered. Chang, come back and visit again. All the uncles love you. The fourth master looked at Shenner and teased, oh Chang, look at Shenner. You just left and she's already so sad. Shenner immediately pulled a long face and vehemently denied, I'm not, I wish he'd disappear, but everyone seemed to have seen through her and stared at her intently. Shenner, you don't mean you're interested in him, do you? No way, you're all senior brother and sister. She was even more shy, shouting loudly. How could that be, senior brothers? Can you please be serious? In the upper realm, someone rushed over to report. Master, Ji Yuchang asked, how far has the investigation gone? The masked man in black continued. Reporting to Master, this time the True Immortal Academy's admission criteria involve a large number of absolute yin beings. Currently the absolute yin battlefield is unfolding in Nansheng Heaven, with many absolute yin beings charging out on their own, and many cultivators also rushing forward, Ji Yuchang then said. Brother Yi also gave me the book. With the advent of absolute yin heaven, various prodigies and freaks will compete for a spot in the True Immortal Academy. That kid from Heavenly Phoenix Mountain, you can bring me joy again. Ji Yuchang's eyes showed a triumphant glint. A slight smile played on his lips, and then he ordered, "Depart for Nansheng Heaven." In Nansheng Heaven, a voice came from the large house. "This absolute yin battlefield in Nansheng Heaven is truly a great opportunity for us this time." Many people gathered inside, discussing animatedly. "But I heard that many aristocratic families and some strange prodigy forces have also appeared. If we clash with them, I'm afraid it will be difficult to gain an advantage. Conflict is not scary, but it would be terrible if it delayed important matters," Wu Shuang said. "Exactly. The important thing is to slay absolute yin beings, to gain qualification to cultivate in the academy. As for conflicts, avoid them if possible. That guy isn't a reasonable person." Yi Lingtian stood up and respectfully said to everyone, "Everyone, we have entered the absolute yin battlefield, so we definitely need to gather in one place and support each other." Everyone replied in unison. "All right, please speak, Brother Yi." After a while, everyone understood and spoke. "Understood." Kai Ling sat in a chair, a little sad. "If young Master Ji Yuchang were here, those aristocratic families would definitely be wary of him." The master standing beside her also agreed. "Indeed, with young Master Ji Yuchang here, everyone would feel much more at ease. He's truly reliable." Yi Lingtian calmly said, "This matter is significant. How could Brother Ji be absent?" He continued to explain to everyone. "Don't worry, I've already informed Brother Ji, and by my calculations he should be back soon." Hearing this, everyone buzzed again. "Dao Brother Chang is coming too, that's great, we won't be afraid of those guys this time." Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. "You said Ji Chang is coming here?" Everyone exclaimed in surprise. "It's the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden and some strange monsters, like the Black Kirin from Tianshan Huan with a domineering aura too," Agu fiercely scolded. "Her Highness is asking you a question. Are you all deaf?" The purple-clad woman with pointed ears sneered. "Oh my, we haven't descended the mountain and now anyone can call themselves a prodigy." Agu continued to threaten everyone. "I hope you know what's good for you." Lu Li angrily stretched out her hand and cast a spell. "These guys," but Yi Lingtian had already stopped her. "Don't get agitated, these people are strong, even I find them difficult to deal with." After speaking, he responded to their words. "Brother Ji said he would come, but I don't know when." Before he could finish, a black aura swiftly swept past him. Agu was already standing in front of him, rudely insulting. "You're Yi Lingtian, aren't you? That guy with Ji Chang is the ancient emperor, a true immortal? I don't think you're up to much," he continued to mock. "It seems that Ji Chang is just famous in name only." Everyone immediately retorted. "How can that be?" Wu Shuang also spoke up in defense of Ji Chang. "Brother Ji is the leader of the righteous path among the younger generation. I advise your excellency to think carefully before speaking, lest you regret it later." Hearing this, Agu sneered. "Leader of the righteous path, when the tiger is away the monkey becomes king, that's all." Ying Yu then spoke. "Agu, don't be too rude. If he comes, then I and you all will sit down. I don't believe I won't see him this time." Yi Lingtian stammered. "This isn't appropriate, is it? After all, we haven't—" Before he could finish, Ying Yu immediately interrupted. "What's inappropriate? Isn't it your honor to have an opportunity to associate with Heavenly Phoenix Mountain?" "What's inappropriate? Isn't it your honor to associate with my Heavenly Phoenix Mountain? Even the Lord of the Yi family is not as good as my Heavenly Phoenix Mountain. Today I must wait for him to appear." Another voice came from the doorway. "No need to wait." Ji Chang's figure slowly walked in, saying as he walked, "Ji has arrived." Ji Chang smiled and said to everyone, "Everyone, I apologize for the wait." Seeing him appear, everyone present became more energetic. "Ji Chang, young Master Chang, Brother Ji." Agu was still very arrogant. "Finally you're here, let me try." Before he could finish, Ji Chang walked step by step, each step exuding a strong murderous aura overwhelming the opponent. Everyone in the room seemed to be frozen, not moving an inch. It was then that he responded to Agu's words. "Precisely. May I ask what advice Princess Ying Yu and Brother Agu have?" He was covered in cold sweat, panicking. Ying Yu immediately shouted loudly, You are the young master of the Longevity Ji family. Don't you think it's too casual for you to slander my brother as the demonic cultivation inheritor without any evidence?" Ji Chang looked at her and replied, "Perhaps Princess Ying Yu has misunderstood. Ji does not recall saying your brother is the demonic cultivation inheritor, and Ji is merely basing his statements on Saintess Sikong's theories." Lu Li also retorted, "Exactly, how can you make such a malicious accusation?" But she didn't listen at all, still scolding aggressively. "Ji Chang, don't quibble. The human ancestor Hall Saintess has visited the Ji family repeatedly. My people have seen it. You colluding with the human ancestor Hall to frame my Heavenly Phoenix Mountain, what exactly do you mean?" Seeing her being so unreasonable, Ji Chang used a tactic of turning the tables. Ji is somewhat puzzled. The matter of demonic cultivation is no trifling matter. Why does your Heavenly Phoenix Mountain not think about how to prove its innocence, but instead become enraged? What does it mean to be deeply embroiled in public opinion, yet not daring to contend with the human ancestor Hall? And what does it mean to repeatedly come and trouble Ji-Yu? He looked at Ying-Yu with an extremely sinister gaze and continued to ask, "Do you think Ji-Yu is gentle and easy to bully?" Hearing his words, that group of people immediately accused, "Heavenly Phoenix Mountain is too overbearing. I think you're completely fabricating things. Trying to shield the demonic cultivation inheritor and oppose the world. Exactly, you were also aggressive and arrogant when you first came up. Are you trying to bully people with your power?" Wu Shuang stood by and added, "The person who assassinated my sister that day had the core aura of Heavenly Phoenix Mountain. This is an indisputable fact, and you still deny it." The woman accompanying Ying-Yu looked around worriedly, and then said, "Miss, this matter," but she didn't know what to say, just stammered. Seeing the situation tilt in his favor, Ji-Yu Chong seized the opportunity. "Everyone, as the saying goes, you can paint a tiger's skin but not its bones. You can know a man's face but not his heart. Princess Ying-Yu is surely also caught in the situation, not yet awake and being used by others. This matter cannot be entirely blamed on her," he said in a conciliatory tone. "Today we are gathered here for a rare meeting. Let's not dwell on these unpleasant matters." Hearing this, Yi Lingyan immediately spoke up, unconvinced. "Brother Ji-Yu is absolutely right. Such magnanimity and bearing, how can one not admire it?" Lu Li also refused to be outdone, looking at Ji-Yu Chong with adoration. "This is the outcome," Ji-Yu Chong replied awkwardly. "Brother Yi, you flatter me. We are all righteous cultivators, and at this moment harmony should prevail." After speaking, he sat down, pouring wine while inviting Ying-Yu. "Princess Ying-Yu, why not sit down and have a few drinks? Consider it giving Ji-Yu some face," Agu said worriedly. "Your Highness, this." Ying-Yu immediately walked to the table, sat down, picked up the wine cup, and then said, "Ji-Yu Chong, I will definitely find evidence to clear my brother's name. This cup of wine is to thank you for coming to my aid." Ji-Yu Chong continued, "No need. I see your character is pure and upright, and I know you mean no harm if it weren't for that." A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, his tone terrifying. "You and these two beside you would have had your heads crushed by me already." Ying-Yu looked at him angrily, stammering and calling out, "You," Ji-Yu Chong continued, "if I were you, I wouldn't waste time looking for trouble. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Heavenly Phoenix Sun is an outstanding prodigy after all. If there's truly a grievance, why doesn't he come out and reason with us?" Yi Lingtian stood by and explained, "Brother Ji-Yu said that Heavenly Phoenix Mountain considers all those who doubt them as enemies, yet they have never clarified why the person who committed the atrocity in the Ji-Yu family possessed Heavenly Phoenix Mountain's unique techniques." Ying-Yu remembered Ying Chang's earlier words. "Some time ago during cultivation, I accidentally severed some past memories." She secretly thought, "Brother," she brought the wine cup to her lips, responding to Ji-Yu Chang's words, "I understand. I've noticed something off about my brother's character and words." Yi Lingtian respectfully said, "Princess Ying-Yu is insightful and prioritizes the greater good. Yi raises a toast to you." Ji-Yu Chong thought to himself, "How could I forget you, Brother Yi?" She then continued their conversation. "Today I was presumptuous. This cup of wine is my apology." As soon as she finished drinking, Ying-Yu immediately collapsed onto the table. Seeing this, Ji-Yu Chong laughed loudly. "I never expected Princess Ying-Yu to be such a bold person. Let's have another drink today." Agu immediately said, "Help Princess Ying-Yu, our young lady rarely drinks normally." Ji-Yu Chong had no intention of keeping her. "It's all right, you all take her back. I won't see you out." In the morning in Ji-Yu Chong's room, he was talking with Yi Lingtian, the atmosphere a bit tense. "There's another demonic cultivation inheritor. Are you sure, Brother Yi?" Yi Lingtian replied, "Lu Li and I saw it with our own eyes. There can be no mistake. He was probably cultivating at the time, but various auras and techniques were exactly like those described in the forbidden demonic cultivation records." Hearing this, he stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. "It seems with the advent of absolute yin heaven this time, the hidden dangers are greater than imagined." Yi Lingtian continued, "So for the sake of the greater good, fearing to alert the enemy, I didn't reveal it until now to Brother Ji-Yu." As soon as he finished speaking, Ji-Yu Chong praised Yi Lingtian. "Brother Yi, you did very well. From now on, whenever anything concerning the demonic cultivation inheritor arises, you must inform me first to prevent further casualties. With great power comes great responsibility for Ji-Yu." After saying that, the two high-fived to symbolize trust. Yi Lingtian said with high spirits, "It is truly our good fortune to have you, Brother Ji-Yu, on the righteous path." Ji-Yu Chong was not to be outdone, adding, "It is indeed Gu's good fortune to have a confidant like Brother Yi." Ji-Yu Chong thought to himself, "These are all my heartfelt words." Under the peach tree, Yao Yao was crying, her face streaked with tears. "Master, why did you leave Yao Yao alone?" Ji-Yu Chong coaxed. "Silly girl, how could I abandon you? Besides, you are my only disciple." Suddenly, a girl appeared from behind him. "Master," Ji-Yu Chong turned around, her voice sinister. "Master, I am the one who should be your disciple." "Why?" She leaned her face close to him. "Have you forgotten me?" Ji-Yu Chong woke up startled, his head throbbed. Was this a forgotten memory or merely a dream? Ji-Yu Chong then opened the system panel, and a dazzling light appeared. In the video, a group of people bowed respectfully. Ji-Yu Chong, holding a child's hand, told the little girl that these were the bandits who killed her family and instructed her to finish them off. The little girl's hand trembled on the sword, but eventually they left, leaving only corpses on the ground. The little girl flashed a brilliant smile. "When I grow up, I want to marry you." Ji Chong stroked her head. We'll talk about that when you're older. After some time her long hair swayed in the wind. The little girl of yesteryear had now grown into a young woman. She asked, Master, did you arrange those bandits? Ji Chong, his back to her, calmly replied, What if I did? As soon as he finished speaking, she swiftly lunged forward, her long sword pointed at Ji Chong. As she neared for the strike, her hand trembled, and she hesitantly asked, Master, please tell me why. However, she only received Ji Chong's perfunctory answer, I can't say. Ji Chong looked at that memory fragment, speechless, his face contorted in an expression of dismay. How could it be this bad? The sky gradually darkened. Yingyu woke up holding her head. My head hurts so much, she thought embarrassedly. How mortifying. I can't believe I got drunk in front of others. Yingyu thought of Ji Chong. Ji Chong is completely unlike what I imagined before. I thought he was unreasonable, vicious, cunning, and sinister. I hope I didn't say anything foolish to him while I was drunk. Suddenly, Ying Chong pushed open the door and entered. Xiao Yu, I just finished brewing this hangover soup. She frantically pulled the blanket over herself. Brother, why didn't you knock? He froze, stammering. Didn't I always? He thought, somewhat surprised. What's going on? Didn't my silly sister always listen to me before? Yu sat on the bed and asked, Brother, is something wrong? Ying Chong replied. Oh, Agu told me last night. I can't believe that fool thought your words and actions angered many people. Hearing this, she immediately responded, It was indeed my fault. I almost dragged Heavenly Phoenix Mountain into a whirlpool of public opinion. He handed her the medicine bowl and said, Nonsense, I have a gut feeling that Ji Chong is definitely behind this. He set traps for everyone. How could you? Yingyu took the medicine bowl and confided in him. Brother, after my conversation with young Master Ji, I believe Heavenly Phoenix Mountain might have been schemed against, and young Master Ji was also used by that person. Hearing this, Ying Chong was furious. He abruptly stood up and shouted, Young Master Ji, what kind of mesmerizing potion did he give you? You keep calling him young Master Ji. Do you know what that Ji Chong said about me behind my back? He immediately stepped forward, snatched the medicine bowl from her hand, and said with disappointment, Don't drink it. Hangover soup only sobers the body, not the heart. Ying Chong slammed the door shut and left, ordering, From now on, without third sister's permission, you are not allowed to go out. Steer clear of him, she stammered. Brother. Yingyu thought to herself. Brother himself said he doesn't know young Master Ji. But why do I feel like he's greatly wary of young Master Ji? His words and actions are truly completely different from before. Wu Shuang awkwardly scratched her head, smiling. Sister, don't be angry. Wang Zijin leaned against the door, her face showing displeasure. I told you, unless it's something major, don't proactively use the talisman I gave you. I'm busy, you know. If you can't give me a good reason, I'll show you why the flowers are so red later. After saying that, she pondered again. I wonder if that woman Zhang Chuchu ate some bad medicine. Why is her temper so explosive? She recalled chasing Chuchu just now, Chuchu flying and shouting, Chuchu, Chuchu. Chuchu saw Wang Zijin and scoffed, Why are you here? Not at home indulging in food and drink? Hearing this, she immediately said flatteringly, Isn't it because I missed you? By the way, you've been traveling all over recently. Have you found any clues about the demonic cultivation inheritor? Zhang Chuchu's expression grew even uglier. Wang Zijin asked doubtfully, Looking at your face, I guess it hasn't gone too smoothly, right? She then excitedly pressed, I heard you visited young Master Chong of the Jiyu family multiple times. How was it? Is that person interesting? Zhang Chuchu's face wrinkled further. She said nothing and quickly disappeared. Wang Zijin shouted, Hey, Wu Shuang responded to her. But sister, didn't you say I could use the talisman in times of emergency? Do I have to wait for you to come personally? She angrily replied. That was for when your life is in danger and I can save you. Do you understand this talisman? It's very expensive. Just think of it as a phone, Wu Shuang mumbled. Oh, is a phone for emergencies, sister? You once told me that if there was any news about young Master Chong, I must tell you immediately. He has also come to Nancheng Heaven and asked me where to find you. That's why I wanted to tell you. Suddenly, Wang Zijin stepped forward, patted Wu Shuang's shoulder and praised. Wu Shuang, you handled this very well. I'm very relieved. In a cave, Ji Chong and Wang Zijin were standing. He looked inside and said, So this is the entrance to the Absolute Yin battlefield. If not specifically, she finished his sentence, if not specifically, one wouldn't find it, right? Wang Zijin, arms crossed, looked at him and said teasingly, There's more than one such entrance, but unfortunately very few people know about it now. Is young Master Ji Yu looking for me just for the entrance to the Absolute Yin battlefield? Ji Yu Chong replied, Ji Yu remembers that if the human ancestor can obstruct the existence of Absolute Yin heaven, then Ms. Zikong as the human ancestor's inheritor must know how to enter the Absolute Yin battlefield. Ji Yu also hopes to seize this opportunity to obtain a spot in the True Immortal Academy. Hearing this, Wang Zijin sighed with some disappointment. Does this man not even have a word of thanks? Ji Yu Chong immediately said 2 words, Thank you. But she was still not satisfied, reproaching him. Young Master Gu's thanks are too perfunctory, aren't they? In my opinion, there's no sincerity at all. It took me quite some effort to find this place. Ji Yu Chong noticed her intent and pressed. That is indeed Gu's oversight. How would Ms. Zikong like Ji Yu to thank her? Wang Zijin immediately ran to his side and replied, How about you offer yourself in marriage? Ji Yu Chong immediately refused. No, Ji Yu already has a fiancé. I hope Ms. Zikong chooses her words carefully. Once again disappointed, Wang Zijin said, Sai, I didn't expect you, who looks like a philanderer, to be so loyal. Well, at least give me a personal treasure, right? He agreed, took out a jade pendant, and said, All right then, he explained to her. This is Gu's personal jade pendant, which I can give to Ms. Zikong. Seeing this precious item, her eyes lit up in surprise. Wow, a personal jade pendant, really? Wang Zijin added. Then in the future, if I have anything, I'll use the jade pendant to find young Master Ji-Yu, alright. Ji-Yu Chong did not refuse. Of course. While saying this, he thought to himself, find me if you will, but what for is another matter. These are two different things. Suddenly remembering something, she asked Ji-Yu Chong doubtfully, by the way, I heard young Master Ji-Yu had some dealings with Heavenly Phoenix Mountain before. Any thoughts? He replied. I've only met Princess Ying-Yu of the Heavenly Phoenix Mountain. Haven't met the Heavenly Phoenix Sun yet. Princess Ying-Yu is very naive and upright. She was probably deceived. Ji-Yu Chong pondered, looking up at the sky. I heard that Heavenly Phoenix Sun has already arrived at Nancheng Heaven, but I wonder why he hasn't appeared yet. Is he feeling guilty? Is he really the demonic cultivation inheritor? At this moment, Wang Zijin was also thinking. Young Master Ji-Yu coming to me today also reminded me of something. I have a way to make Ying Chong appear. We can test him then. He subtly glanced at her, a cunning expression on his face, pretending to praise. Oh, indeed, Ms. Zikong is brilliant. Then, whether it's true or false, everything will be revealed. Night gradually fell, and a group of people, Yi Lingtian's group, rushed towards the cave where Ji-Yu Chong and Wang Zijin had just stood. He stood in the air with everyone and said, This is the legendary entrance to the absolute Yin battlefield. Kai Ling asked doubtfully, he didn't go in with us because he went in ahead? Suddenly, Yi Lingtian sensed something. Ying Chang's group had also arrived, laughing loudly. Ying Chong said smugly, Xiao Yu, you did well. Since we found the absolute Yin battlefield, that means the true Immortal Academy spot is also ours. Hearing this, Ying Yu thought to herself, thanks to young Master Ji-Yu, who generously told me not to reveal the source of the news if they hadn't seen them. The first group of people were somewhat surprised. There are others, people from Heavenly Phoenix Mountain. Those people saw Ying Chong and discussed amongst themselves, that's Ying Chong, the Heavenly Phoenix Sun. He actually came in person. His presence is indeed extraordinary. This is truly a peerless prodigy, isn't he? Unbelievable. With Heavenly Phoenix Mountain's capabilities, how powerful must he be? Having cultivated in secret until now, Wang Zijin stood high above, looking down and said, See, he still couldn't resist coming. Ji-Yu Chong also chimed in with praise. Ms. Zikong's calculations are flawless. Ying Chong quickly discovered them and shouted angrily, It seems someone has already arrived ahead of us, but how audacious. Secretly reporting to me yet not showing themselves. Hearing this, Yi Lingtian's group exclaimed in panic, What's going on? Wang Zijin was somewhat impressed with Ying Chong. I didn't expect him to notice us. His divine sense is indeed powerful. He truly lives up to his reputation as the demonic cultivation inheritor. Ji-Yu Chong then bowed and said, Prince Ying is indeed worthy of his reputation. The rest is up to Ms. Zikong. Seeing him act this way, she grumbled with some disappointment and complaint, Can't you have a little grace? Wang Zijin immediately revealed herself, and everyone cried out in panic. That's a quasi-saint aura. Ying Chong introduced himself. I am Ying Chong, the Heavenly Phoenix Son of Heavenly Phoenix Mountain. May I ask who you are? Before he could finish, Wang Zijin charged down. Ying Chang's face turned pale. He didn't know what had happened, and she punched him hard in the abdomen, sending Ying Chong flying in pain. Everyone stood there dumbfounded. Seeing Ying Chong sent flying, Ying Yu and everyone present shouted, Brother, your highness. Wang Zijin rubbed her hand, disdainfully saying, How can he be so weak? You should at least have a cultivation above quasi-saint. Is he faking weakness? Agu roared angrily. How dare you harm his highness, the Heavenly Phoenix Sun? Attack, seize her. Everyone immediately assumed a fighting stance, but Wang Zijin remained unconcerned, knocking 5 people flying with a single lightning strike. Seeing that technique, Agu shouted in surprise, Heavenly Lightning, art you? You are the human ancestor hall inheritor. Her whole body emitted terrifying blue lightning. She turned her face to look at him and then said, Oh, so you recognize me? Good then, stop blocking my way and I can spare your lives. Ying Yu immediately ran to Ying Chong and shouted loudly, pleading, You stop, brother, I have no connection with the demonic cultivation inheritor. Don't harm innocent people. But she didn't believe it, slowly walking over. So much evidence points to him. It's not something you can dismiss by simply saying there's no connection. Wang Zijin floated in the air casting a spell. Behind her a city appeared, and she angrily shouted, Last time I was caught off guard by him, but this time I'm fully prepared. Come on, Heavenly Phoenix Son Ying Chong, give it your all. Ying Chong, beaten and in pain, clutching his stomach, thought furiously, Damn it, do you think I don't want to? Kai Ling, seeing the scene, said unconvinced, Wu Shuang, you're the older sister. The saintess of the human ancestor hall is indeed powerful. Wu Shuang didn't know how to respond and could only laugh dryly. Yi Lingtian continued, He's probably at least a saint, but that Prince Ying is indeed too weak. Lu Li also couldn't bear to watch, complaining with displeasure, not only weak but also timid. At a time like this, he's still hiding behind the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden. Everyone else also chimed in. Yeah, I heard the Heavenly Phoenix Sun wasn't like this. Ying Chang's face turned pale with anger, clenching his teeth. He stepped forward and said, Xiao Yu, step back, let me handle this. Ying Yu called out to him worriedly. Brother, Ying Chong thought to himself, I haven't fully mastered Heavenly Phoenix Mountain's techniques yet. I can only brace myself. Wang Zijin stood there and continued, You're quite good at posturing too. Below him, he also began to cast a spell, and a tall figure appeared behind him, shouting loudly, Heavenly Phoenix Avatar. In an instant, a huge lightning bolt descended from the sky, shaking the ground. Ying Chang's spell was interrupted before he could even cast it. He sat down dejectedly. I'm afraid my strength has disappointed you. His entire body was covered in bloodstains, and Ying Chang looked at her with hatred, refuting, "You've mistaken me for the demonic cultivation inheritor, but that's not true. Even if you kill me, I am not the demonic cultivation inheritor." But in his heart, he thought, "Damn it, have you tested enough?" Unexpectedly, Wang Zijin didn't believe him at all. She began to use more dangerous moves to threaten Ying Chang, still putting on an act, then die with that secret. Ying Yu immediately ran forward and shouted, "Brother, run!" Agu also jumped out worriedly to dissuade him. "Your Highness, stop hiding, make your move now, we can't hold them back." A powerful lightning bolt struck down again, and the crowd below struggled to resist. Ying Chang's heart was in turmoil. "Does this woman intend to wipe us out?" Jiyu Chang extended a finger and said, "Is there some misunderstanding about this matter?" He blocked Wang Zijin's lightning with just one hand and advised, "Saintess Zikong, for Gu's sake, please stop for now, alright?" Seeing him, Ying Yu stammered excitedly, "Young Master Jiyu, young Master Jiyu." Jiyu Chang turned around and smiled reassuringly. "Princess Ying Yu, I apologize for frightening everyone." Ying Yu continued his words, "Thank you, young Master Jiyu, for coming to our aid." Ying Chang looked at him, frowning, and thought, "Jiyu Chang, this person is Jiyu Chang." Yi Ling Tian also exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Jiyu," and Lu Li was engrossed in his appearance, praising, "So handsome." The most confused should be Wushuang, who worried, "If they appear together, won't they fight? I hope I didn't call young Master Jiyu a liar." Kai Ling, however, was astonished by Jiyu Chang's power, praising, "He just made a slight gesture and his strength seems to have grown again." Wang Zijin asked, "Jiyu Chang, what do you mean? Do you intend to stop me?" He stood below and replied, "Jiyu merely believes that whether Prince Ying is the demonic cultivation inheritor is still debatable, so I earnestly request Saintess Zikong to drop this matter today, alright?" Her eyes, still radiating angry lightning, slightly softened. Wang Zijin questioned him, "No, there are many anomalies about him, don't you see? Or are you interested in the heavenly phoenix maiden behind him?" Jiyu Chang immediately adopted a cunning tone. "I merely feel there's something fishy about this matter. Of course, Princess Ying Yu has an upright character, and I truly don't want her to be entangled in this." Sure enough, hearing this, Ying Yu admired him even more, stammering, "Young Master Jiyu, I." On Wang Zijin's side, she recalled what he had just said, sighed, and thought, "At times like this, a man has to make a choice. Has he forgotten his fiancée?" After a while, she agreed, "Alright, since you've said so, I have no choice and I can't defeat you anyway." She said 2 words to him, then immediately disappeared. "Let's go." Jiyu Chang bowed in gratitude. "Thank you for this kindness, Saintess. Jiyu will remember it and will treat you to drinks later." Although she had already left, she still heard his words and quickly denied, "Oh, forget it, I'm afraid you'll poison me." With everything settled, Ying Chang's group thanked him. "Thank you, young Master Chang, for resolving this." Jiyu Chang smiled politely. "Everyone, no need for formalities, it's a small matter." Ying Chang stepped forward and bowed. "Greetings, Brother Jiyu, I've long admired your name and thank you for your righteous assistance." Hearing this, he extended a hand to stop him. "Oh, no need to be so polite, Brother Ying, it's a small matter." Ying Yu also added, "Young Master Jiyu, if you ever need anything in the future, as long as it's within my ability, Heavenly Phoenix Mountain will do its best." Jiyu Chang started acting again. He closed his eyes, making a thoughtful expression. "Sai, what are you saying? Speaking of which, I'm also responsible. If I hadn't told Princess Ying Yu that this was the entrance to the absolute Yin battlefield, you wouldn't have encountered Saintess Zikong." She immediately fell for it, stepping into the trap he had laid. Ying Yu felt displeased, lowered her head and sighed. "Young Master Jiyu, you are too kind, there's no need to blame yourself. We were the ones who drove him away. The human ancestor Hall's Saintess is indeed a peerless figure, we are truly ashamed." Jiyu Chang suddenly looked at Ying Chang and asked, "Speaking of which, if I may be so bold, Brother Ying, have you changed your cultivation technique? With your strength you shouldn't be in such a sorry state." Ying Chang frowned. "Brother Jiyu, what do you mean? Do I have any reason to change my cultivation technique?" Hearing this, Jiyu Chang immediately apologized. "Ah, it was my rashness. I thought Brother Ying had suffered soul damage due to changing cultivation techniques, preventing him from displaying his true strength," Ying Yu interjected. "But didn't Brother say last time that there was a problem with his soul during cultivation causing some memory loss? How about asking young Master Jiyu to take a look?" Agu exclaimed in surprise. "What, that happened?" Ying Chang's face turned pale and he stammered for a moment before shouting, "It's a long story, just a small mishap, nothing serious." System prompt. Luck value of Child of Fortune Ying Chang intercepted, causing mutual suspicion within Heavenly Phoenix Mountain, and severe damage to his luck. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Jiyu Chang bid farewell. "Since that's the case, Brother Ying, please rest well and recover, I won't disturb you. I'm very pleased to have met you today." Ying Chang replied, "Alright, young Master Jiyu, take care." Jiyu Chang was ecstatic at this moment. Ying Chang's luck was continuously declining and he felt anxious and uneasy, always sensing that something was amiss. Jiyu Chang and Wang Zijin stood on the mountain wall. She asked him, "Is this your purpose in stopping me, to make him reveal his flaws?" He softly replied, "Yes, precisely." Then he thought to himself, "Do I need to tell you that Ying Chang's luck hasn't reached 0 yet? And if he dies now, who will bear the blame for me?" Wang Zijin innocently continued to state her plan. "No need for trouble. Zhang Chuchu can identify the demonic cultivation inheritor's secret technique. Just go find him directly." Jiyu Chang mused, "No, I only intended to put on a show back then. I didn't expect her to witness the first scene." She looked at him and said, "But that guy ran off alone to the absolute Yin battlefield. Why don't you and I go find him together, Brother Jiyu?" Before she could finish, Jiyu Chang bowed and bid farewell. I just remembered I have urgent matters, so I'll take my leave first. She stood there with her arms crossed, wondering. When I mentioned him to Zhang Chuchu, her expression changed instantly too. Could there be some connection between these two? Jiyu Chong, are you a double agent? In the Absolute Yin battlefield, a group of people said. Young master, further in is the deep part of the Absolute Yin battlefield. There might be Absolute Yin creatures above the quasi-saint realm. I'm worried. The leader was the young master of the Golden Qilin clan. He arrogantly said, "It's fine, let those with weaker strength stay here. The rest of you follow me. If we haven't even killed Absolute Yin creatures above the quasi-saint realm, how can we contend for the title of the strongest among the younger generation? If Jiyu Chong can do it, so can I." Hearing this, everyone immediately cheered with high spirits. Good, as expected of the young master of the Golden Qilin clan who can compare to his spirit. Suddenly, a group of masked figures appeared in the sky saying, "The strongest among the younger generation." They emitted a terrifying purple aura, and the person in the middle threatened, "You probably won't have the chance." Hearing this, the young master of the Golden Qilin clan angrily shouted. His subordinates immediately recognized them and cried out in terror, Three great saints, young master, what do we do?" The masked figure looked at him and continued, "Qilin child, our master has commanded that your origin must be taken today." Hearing this, he exclaimed in surprise, "Take my origin in this world? Who can easily take an origin? Only the demonic cultivation inheritor can do that." His eyes almost popped out in anger, thinking, could it be Prince Ying? I have no enmity with him. I didn't expect this. The group of strangers laughed loudly as they charged down, shouting, "Anyway, the Golden Qilin clan's origin is also a rare item. Hand it over." As soon as he finished speaking, they immediately attacked, and screams of agony echoed continuously. The young master died in an instant, and no one in the crowd survived. The young master of the Golden Qilin clan used his last breath to cast a bloodline transmission spell, and a ray of light shot into the sky. He whispered each word, "My killer, Heavenly Phoenix Mountains, Prince Ying." As soon as the message was sent, a foot slowly walked over, saying, "The Golden Qilin clan's bloodline transmission spell is indeed unique." He suddenly looked up, terrified. How could it be you?" It turned out that the one who killed him was not Ying Chong but Jiyu Chong. A terrifying murderous glint flashed in his eyes. The young master of the Golden Qilin clan smiled and said, "Have a safe journey. Your origin, I'll take it." After the young master of the Golden Qilin clan and his entourage died in the Absolute Yin battlefield, the news quickly spread, causing widespread discussion. The Qilin child and the blazing phoenix celestial maiden are both dead, and I hear it was all done by Ying Chong. Yi Lingtian and his group were rushing on the road. Kai Ling indignantly said, "At that time, Brother Jiyu was still kind enough to help us out. I'm afraid Brother Jiyu never expected so many things to happen in these past few days. If the human ancestor Hall Saintus had killed Prince Ying back then, perhaps none of this would be happening now. Prince Ying must have been feigning weakness at the time, wanting to deceive everyone. If he had gone all out, even a solitary realm expert would be in danger from his sister." Yi Lingdian urged, "Quick, hurry in that direction." The Golden Qilin clan members questioned, "Heavenly Phoenix Mountain dares to kill our young master. This enmity is irreconcilable." Ying Chong retorted, "You keep saying it's related to me, but I've been with my sister all these days and haven't left at all. What evidence do you have?" The Qilin clan members grew even angrier, questioning Ying Chong. "Now that things have come to this, you're still pretending? Do you think taking our young master's origin in the Absolute Yin battlefield can cover it up? Don't you know our clan has already used a transmission secret technique? You are the demonic cultivation inheritor." Ying Chong was furious, shouting, "You're slandering me. I have no enmity with the Qilin child. Why would I harm him? What strange secret techniques do you have? Who knows if they're real or fake?" Yi Lingdian arrived just in time and said, "I know a little about the Golden Qilin clan's secret technique. Ying Chong is truly audacious, but it's a bit strange. Why is he in such a hurry to kill two people?" Wu Shuang, seeing Yi Lingtian, said, "Brother Yi, please continue. Perhaps the pressure my sister put on him that day was too great, making him eager to strengthen his power." Kai Ling added, "This path of demonic cultivation is not only cruel but also cunning. This guy is still putting on an act." The Qilin clan members pointed at Ying Chang's face and shouted, "Don't think that just because you have Heavenly Phoenix Mountain and the Celestial Phoenix as your father, you can do whatever you want. I'm telling you, as an inheritor of the human ancestor, you will soon be besieged by enemies." Ying Chong couldn't bear it, not knowing how to explain. He blurted everything out, You are slandering me. You're only trying to get the true Immortal Academy spot by painstakingly killing absolute yin creatures, and my good friends heaven and earth bear witness." Ying Chang's subordinates also began to worry and ponder. A long-haired woman in yellow clothes said, "I remember that His Highness seemed to have left during the battle." The person next to her also wondered, "And His Highness's abilities?" Hearing their discussion, Ying Chong grew even angrier, turning around and scolding, "What are you talking about? I just wanted to rest for a bit. Do I need to report to you too?" Ying Yu stammered, "Brother." She walked forward and asked him, "But why has brother's temper changed so much recently? Why has his strength plummeted, and why all these strange actions?" Hearing this, Ying Chang's face darkened. "Xiao Yu, even you suspect me? Seeing the internal conflict, the Keelin clan elder became even more convinced of his speculation and immediately charged forward, and the people next to him could no longer hide. What else is there to say? Now this old man will capture you and take you back to the clan for punishment. He was about to approach Ying Chang when Ying Chang's luck value continuously soared. Ying Chang's whole body erupted with immense power, pushing the Keelin clan elder far away, causing him to cry out in pain. A giant bell appeared in the sky, emitting a force that enveloped Ying Chang. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. That's the supreme artifact soul-suppressing ancient bell, refined by Ying Tianwang for his son. Everyone was trapped in the formation, shouting in panic, "It's sealed, we can't get out. This barrier is easy to enter but difficult to leave. He hides himself so well." Lu Li angrily shouted, "There are so many people here. What does he want to do? Does he want to kill everyone?" Ying Chang stood there helplessly, sighing to the sky, trying hard to explain. "I've said it a million times, I'm not the demonic cultivation inheritor. I've been framed. Why don't you believe me?" Agu stood by and advised. "Young master, what exactly are you doing? How can you do this to Ying Tianwang? There's no end to the sea of suffering. Turning back is salvation at worst. Just abolish the forbidden demonic cultivation." Ying Yu also tried hard to persuade, "Brother, stop being so stubborn." At this moment, Ying Chang's heart was ashes and he remained silent. He gently turned his head to look at her, questioning, "Sister, do you still consider me your brother? If I were your brother, would you suspect me because of a few words from others?" "Ah," Ying Yu cried and stammered. "No, brother," Ying Chang shouted. "Enough, no more words. If you don't believe me, then..." The huge bell began to emit power and everyone panicked. "What? Run? Prince Ying is crazy. He wants to kill everyone." Suddenly, a force descended from the sky, landing between the two of them. It was the person wearing the strange mask. He appeared and laughed. "Don't even think about resisting my master. Don't even think about escaping." Everyone was terrified. It was demonic energy, and it was a great Saint Realm expert. The person next to them added, "No wonder he could effortlessly kill two prodigies. He has such hidden methods." Several masked figures appeared and bowed to Ying Chang. "Greetings, inheritor. Please rest assured, no one will leave here alive today." Ying Yu anxiously asked him, "The three great saints are all emitting demonic energy, brother. Are you still going to deny it?" Ying Chang was even more confused, sweating all over, and said, "I say I don't know these three people. Will you believe me? Someone is deliberately framing me, seemingly helping me." But Ying Yu grew even angrier. She shouted, "Even now you're still putting on an act, brother. You have failed Heavenly Phoenix Mountain's nurturing." As soon as she finished speaking, the masked figures charged forward, attacking Ying Yu and Agu. "How dare you insult the inheritor?" Agu was beaten until he vomited blood and he replied dejectedly, "I haven't even said anything yet." The masked figures fought more and more fiercely, their attacks like a tide. Wushuang worried, "What do we do? Great Saint Realm experts are hard for us to deal with." Yilingdian was also helpless. Everything was clear. Now it was probably a dead end. Ying Yu was beaten black and blue by the masked figure, showing no mercy. She said, "Ying Chang, I never expected you to be so crazy, even wanting to kill me." The masked figure grew even angrier, intending to finish her off. "Still talking nonsense. Go to hell." Ying Chang anxiously tried to dissuade. "No, not like that. Quick, stop." Suddenly a hand reached out and blocked the masked figure. "Stop, don't you dare harm Miss Ying Yu." It was Ji Yu Chang. He quickly appeared and protected Ying Yu. She turned around in surprise, calling him young Master Ji Yu. Ying Chang also exclaimed, "Ji Yu Chang." Yi Ling Tian and the others were overjoyed, shouting, "It's brother Ji Yu." Wushuang stood in the distance, equally happy. "Sister, brother Ji Yu," everyone discussed. "Young Master Chang, this is great. We're saved. I can't believe he could break through the soul-suppressing ancient bell's blockade to save us. It's unbelievable." Ji Yu Chang spoke, trying to persuade Ying Chang. "Brother Ying, the forbidden demonic cultivation is something that disappeared long ago. Why are you still so obsessed? Don't worry. I value you greatly. Perhaps we can even sit down and discuss the Tao over tea." Ying Chang angrily shouted, "Ji Yu Chang, stop pretending to be a good person. Is all this you're doing? You know I'm not the demonic cultivation inheritor at all." Ji Yu Chang frowned and replied, "It seems more words are useless. I don't consider myself a benevolent person, but I would never stand idly by and watch fellow cultivators be harmed or even kill my own sister." He angrily shouted, "How can I stand by and watch such an outrageous act? I must uphold justice for heaven." Everyone around agreed with Ji Yu Chang, continuously shouting, "Young Master Chang, now that things have come to this, he's still trying to frame you. He's truly ruthless. This guy and his subordinates have already killed many of our friends. We must not spare him." "Exactly, we must not spare him," Ying Yu angrily cursed them. "You fools, you've been played like puppets and don't even realize it. Ji Yu Chang is the truly insidious one." Before she could finish, two masked figures charged forward to fight. "Please rest assured, demonic cultivation inheritor, we will go kill him now." Ji Yu Chang also immediately charged forward and Ying Yu reminded him, "Young Master Ji Yu, be careful, those are two great Saint Realm experts." But he showed no concern, replying, "It's alright, now I can only protect you all." The two forces collided, creating an earth-shattering roar. The masked figures clamored, threatening, "You're looking for death, let's see how long you can last." A moment later, Ji Yu Chang spat out a mouthful of blood. Ying Yu anxiously kept calling, "Young Master Chang." Everyone around also discussed, "Indeed, they're too strong. After all, those are two great Saint Realm experts." Ji Yu Chang clutched his chest and said, "I have cultivated the Tao for many years and from beginning to end I have believed." The two people charged over again. He immediately took out a magic treasure to repel them, and then shouted, "I cannot overcome them." They were sent flying, exclaiming in surprise, "This is a supreme artifact." Everyone around was equally surprised. I never expected young Master Chang to be able to use a supreme artifact by himself. He truly lives up to his reputation as the leader of the righteous path. Ying Chang finally spoke. You thief are crying thief, you are the evil cultivator. Watch me use the soul-suppressing ancient bell. He suddenly raised his hand, but his expression showed some worry. It turned out the two people had already grabbed his hand, stopping him. Inheritor, that person is a bit strange. Let's retreat for now, the other side also agreed. Precisely, it's not suitable to continue fighting now. We'll come back another day to take his origin. Ying Chang angrily shouted, let go of me, who exactly are you people? I don't know you at all. The two people kept trying to persuade him. Inheritor, stop being stubborn, let's go. Ying Chang roared powerlessly. Let go of me, everyone discussed. Prince Ying fled, the barrier opened. Young Master Chang repelled Prince Ying and his demonic cultivation organization. Kai Ling looked at their retreating figures, somewhat regretful. It was a pity the opponent was too strong to keep them. Suddenly Jiyu Chang spat out a mouthful of blood. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest. Everyone rushed forward worriedly to ask, young Master Chang, are you alright? Brother Jiyu, Ying Yu also called out. Young Master Jiyu, he showed a tired expression and said, sorry everyone, I forcibly used the supreme artifact, so I suffered a backlash. It's my fault for not being able to keep them. Ying Chang was dragged away, shouting loudly, let go of me, who exactly are you people? Did Jiyu Chang send you? He is the demonic cultivation inheritor, isn't he? His luck value was thus continuously depleted. No matter what he said, the two people didn't respond. He was furious. Speak. Ying Yu supported Jiyu Chang's arm, apologizing. Young Master Jiyu, Ying Yu will never forget your great kindness in this life. I just didn't expect Ying Chang to have fallen to such a state, failing his father's wise reputation. Hearing this, Jiyu Chang comforted her. Miss Ying Yu, there's no need to be like this. Such a big incident has happened in Heavenly Phoenix Mountain. I hope you can recover quickly. Her eyes were filled with sorrow. I understand. I just didn't expect him to even want to kill me. After speaking, Jiyu Chang coughed a few times. Yi Lingtian asked worriedly, Brother Jiyu, are you alright? Ying Yu then said, young Master Jiyu, I have some healing medicine here. Everyone around chattered, offering various medicinal herbs and vying for his attention. I have some too, use mine. Young Master Chang, I have some here too. Young Master Chang, use mine, it's very high quality. Use mine, I have a lot. Seeing this, Jiyu Chang smiled apologetically and replied, it's alright, just a minor injury, nothing serious. Thank you for your concern. A few days later, the group of masked figures reported to Jiyu Chang, Master, everything has been handled as you instructed. Ying Chang has been left to his own devices in a corner. Jiyu Chang stood still, deep in thought. Now that Ying Chang and Heavenly Phoenix Mountain were separated, his luck had plummeted to its lowest. This whole incident was so widely publicized that everyone would know. If Yi Lingtian was right, that organization of demonic cultivation inheritors definitely existed. They must have secretly contacted Ying Chang. He cunningly plotted a scheme, his face showing a sinister expression. Ying Chang would definitely have to bear the unfortunate title of demonic cultivation inheritor. His mind was already planning the next step, intending to use this method to find that demonic cultivation inheritor. Perhaps he could also ask Minkong about the red-clothed female demon. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth curled into a slight, happy smile. It had been a while, and he missed her a little. In a guarded room, Ying Yu stepped forward and asked, I wonder why Princess Minkong has invited me here. She mused inwardly. She's young Master Gu's fiancé, Yu Minkong. Yu Minkong sat on a tall chair and said, it's nothing, just a word of advice. Don't develop any unnecessary feelings for Jiyu Chang. Hearing this, Ying Yu's expression changed slightly. She replied, Ying Yu doesn't understand your meaning. Everyone knows about your engagement with young Master Jiyu. Are you afraid I'll snatch your fiancé? Yu Minkong calmly replied, I'm saving you and it's for your own good. Getting too close to him will bring great misfortune and pain. Then she looked at Ying Yu with a scornful gaze and confidently said, as for snatching him away, I think this young lady is overthinking it. Ying Yu angrily shouted, you, young Master Jiyu, has shown kindness to me and to Heavenly Phoenix Mountain, and Ying Yu must repay it. As for other matters, Princess, you are overthinking it. Ying Yu knows her limits. Hearing this, Yu Minkong stood up, satisfied. Very well then, I hope you, before she could finish, a voice came from afar. Minkong is already in Nansheng Heaven and didn't even tell me, making me come all this way for nothing. So it's Jiyu Chang. Seeing him, Ying Yu immediately called out, young Master Jiyu. Everyone present also greeted him one after another. Young Master Chang. As for Yu Minkong, she was surprised and asked, why are you here looking for me? He stepped forward, walking and saying, do I need a reason to see you? As he spoke, he walked up and placed his hand on her waist. He turned to Ying Yu and said, Miss Ying Yu, please don't mind. Minkong is very jealous. Whenever there's a woman by my side, she gets restless. Hearing this, Yu Minkong angrily retorted, Jiyu Chang, what nonsense are you spouting? Would I target a young lady out of jealousy? He quickly coaxed her. Of course not. I know our Minkong is the most sensible, I just didn't want her to frighten anyone, did I? Ying Yu stood there watching the affectionate couple, feeling somewhat saddened. She bowed and said, young Master Jiyu is joking. It's rare for you and Princess Minkong to meet. I, an outsider, won't disturb you. I hope young Master Jiyu and Princess can visit Heavenly Phoenix Mountain when you're free in the future. Hearing this, Jiyu Chang replied, certainly, please take care. Afterwards, the others also said, young Master Chang, we also bid farewell. Brother Jiyu, goodbye, he also politely responded. All right, take care. The two women below also seemed a little reluctant. Let's go, stop looking. Can you compare to Princess Minkong? The person next to her continued. I can be a concubine, Yu Minkong scoffed. Oh, so popular, not just offering medicine but I think even themselves. Ji Yuchang turned and asked her, isn't Minkong making Ying Yu sad by doing this? Are you worried I'll hurt Ying Yu? Yu Minkong replied with a deep gaze, not daring to say, worry. I just don't want her to regret seeing you as her beloved only to end up as a mere pawn in your mind. Suddenly he turned around, leaned close to her, and a sly smile appeared on his face. Whether she's a pawn or not isn't important. I just want to know if you're really not jealous. Hearing this, she avoided the topic. Is that important? Even if I were jealous, would you interact with them less? Ji Yuchang asked again. What do you think? She disdainfully replied. What do you think I think? Ji Yuchang smiled slightly. Then he picked her up and placed her on the table, looking at her with eyes full of affection. Long time no see, Minkong, you're so naughty again. Seeing him like this, she blushed shyly and stammered. Ji Yuchang, what do you want? He leaned close to Yu Minkong's face and teased. Of course I'm going to teach you a good lesson, to see if you dare to tease your husband again. She quickly said, stop joking, put me down, it's broad daylight. Ji Yuchang maintained that expression and made a demand. Oh, scared now? Call me husband and I'll put you down. At this, Yu Minkong reluctantly agreed, calling out, all right, who husband? Hearing this, he laughed happily. I was tricking you, you actually believed it. She shyly cursed. Ji Yuchang, you scoundrel. Night fell. At this moment, Su Qing sat alone in a dilapidated room contemplating. Is the demonic cultivation inheritor Prince Ying? Did I make a mistake? She was sadly puzzled. How can there be another demonic cultivation inheritor? Wasn't there only one in each generation? Has it come to my generation where there are two demonic cultivation inheritors? The person hidden within Su Qing appeared and said, impossible. There's only one demonic cultivation inheritor in each generation, always. Hearing this, Su Qing asked her again, then why is there another demonic cultivation inheritor this time? Where did he come from? Her eyes blankly contemplated. I felt something was off before. In Dao Ancient City, Immortal Ancient Continent, and even the Longevity GU family, there have been traces of the demonic cultivation inheritor. Hearing this, the person identical to Su Qing happily shouted, why think so much? Anyway, someone's taking the blame for us, so it'll be much easier for us to act. Finally, we don't have to be sneaky like before. Su Qing also agreed with this statement. You're right. Now, to get into the true Immortal Academy, a lot of points are needed. Someone bearing the title of Demonic Cultivation Inheritor will facilitate my actions. Seeing Su Qing hesitate, the girl seemed to be thinking about something. Then she walked forward, a sinister smile on her face, enticing Su Qing. Actually, it doesn't have to be so troublesome. You are now deeply trusted by Ji Yuchang. As long as you devour him with his talent, we can. Before she could finish, Su Qing immediately interrupted her, angrily shouting, shut up. How many times have I told you, don't mention this again. Otherwise, you know, with my current strength, I can completely devour you. She was startled and replied, why are you shouting so loudly? Seeing her objective wasn't met, she began to speak in a mocking tone. Su Qing, what are you still fantasizing about? You are the demonic cultivation inheritor, destined to stand against the world. Do you plan to be a tea-serving maid in front of him your whole life? After speaking, she laughed happily again. It's hilarious. You should know Ji Yuchang has never regarded you as a woman. He brought you back to the upper realm and completely ignored you. He doesn't care about you at all. In his eyes, you're just a pet. He plays with you when he's in a good mood and you're nothing when he's not. Su Qing just stood there, sadly silent. She continued to mock, pointing at her. You foolish woman, full of wishful thinking, don't tell me you think you're important to him. No way. She held her stomach and laughed even harder. Su Qing, you're not stupid. You should know all of Ji Yuchang's recent actions. If he knew you were the demonic cultivation inheritor, do you think he would let you go? After speaking, she quickly rushed to Su Qing's front, directly answering the question she had just posed. No, not only would he do that, he would personally kill you and then use your corpse as a tool to win people's hearts. If you don't believe me, go tell him that you are the demonic cultivation inheritor and see what he does. At this moment, Su Qing was truly angry. She clenched her fists and shouted, shut up. Demonic energy emanated from her entire body, and then she roared, shut up. Purple light and red pupils intertwined, filled with fury, the scene chaotic and murderous. The black body was instantly cut to pieces by the clear blade. The entire space was enveloped in dark purple light, yet full of power. In less than 10 seconds, Ji Yuchang successfully dealt with the group of monsters. He leisurely retracted his weapon. A slight smug smile playing on his lips, however, he still felt some hesitation and annoyance. I've killed enough absolute yin beings to enter the true Immortal Academy, but what other ways are there to improve my strength right now? Ji Yuchang stood still, raising a hand to stroke his chin, deep in thought. The red-clothed female demon, the demon burying abyss. According to the clues Minkong provided, that red-clothed female demon's strength far surpasses mine. Although I have powerful backing, it's still not safe enough. Suddenly, a sly smile appeared on his face again. Right, as the human ancestor hall inheritor, she must have already reached the depths of the absolute yin heaven. So following her to refine a portion of the absolute yin heaven would probably be a good choice. Conveniently, Wang Zijin's jade pendant has my divine sense imprint, allowing me to track her location. Meanwhile, in the center of the desolate land, the arduous and fierce battle had not yet ended. Fortunately, someone came to support Zhang Chuchu, and that was Wang Zijin. She rushed into the battle, shouting loudly, "Zhang Chuchu, are you crazy? Did you take the wrong medicine? With your current strength, you can't stop them at all." Zijin rushed to the front, attacking the ghostly demon in front of her, and at the same time ordered Chuchu, "Go." Chuchu resolutely refused to go. She also angrily shouted, "Wang Zijin, you go, this is my business." Chuchu's face was filled with anger. The human ancestor is dead, yet that person lives a carefree life, while I am helpless, only able to desperately delay the consumption of the absolute yin heaven, to be worthy of my identity. Zijin was now able to temporarily control those ghostly absolute yin beings alone. To Chuchu, who was still stunned there, she continued to remind loudly, "Stopping the absolute yin heaven was originally the human ancestor's business. Why did you come here? The demonic cultivation inheritor Ying Chang has already been found. If your power has nowhere to be used, then go deal with him." Chuchu suddenly lowered her eyes, her tone low and slightly disappointed. "Demonic cultivation inheritor." Before she could finish, Zijin's shriek came again. "Hey, what are you spacing out for? Watch out!" Chuchu instinctively glanced behind her, her eyes flashing with tension and fear. A massive ghostly absolute yin being was standing behind her, just a few steps away, waving its enormous arm ready to smash down in an instant. Chuchu was flung far away, several streams of blood gushing out as she fell. That ghostly absolute yin being, seeing Chuchu so weak, relentlessly pursued her. Just as it was about to launch another fatal blow, Zijin quickly stretched out her hands, blocking it in time. She arched her body, resisting, while still kindly shouting, "Go, Zhang Chuchu, are you crazy? If you don't go, you'll really die." "I can't leave." Chuchu still resolutely refused to listen. "I am the human ancestor hall inheritor. I must protect the world." Zijin was so disgusted at this point that she couldn't hold back anymore and directly cursed, "Protect the world, you idiot, you're just a worker, you don't have that kind of fate, hurry up, I'm almost at my limit." Chuchu slowly struggled to stand up, still shouting loudly for Zijin to leave. "You go." Zijin turned around and saw 3 or 4 ghostly absolute yin beings about to rush towards the two sisters, and she nervously shouted a warning, "Damn it, watch out." Chuchu's shoulders dropped, her face slightly downcast, a trace of blood on the corner of her mouth as she laboriously uttered a few words. "It's fine to die like this, it's no big deal, why think so much?" She was immersed in negative thoughts when suddenly a loud noise broke Chuchu's despair. Zijin was also shocked, somewhat at a loss in the face of this fierce attack. A golden beam of light descended from the sky, rushing directly towards the ghost that was threatening the two women. Chuchu was also rescued by this person. She was lying in the nobleman's arms and a deep voice sounded, "Saintess Zijin, are you all right?" Zijin was shocked, unsure if she was seeing a human or a ghost, her entire body stiff, her lips quivering, taking a long time to speak. "And no, I am fine. How could you be here?" Jiyu Chang lifted Chuchu's slender body with one hand, a slight smile on his lips, and greeted Zijin. "What a coincidence, we meet again." Chuchu, having been rescued, now opened her eyes wide, murmuring the familiar name in surprise. "Jiyu Chang." So in just a few seconds she broke free from his hand and also glared at him, scolding, "Let go of me, didn't we agree to stay out of each other's way? I don't need your help." Jiyu Chang's face darkened and he calmly replied, "I didn't want to save you either, but if you want to die, don't die in front of me." He felt a wave of speechlessness. Zijin, on the other hand, watched blankly, her eyes wide open, as if she had seen something strange. She was like a third wheel, caught in the emotional entanglement between Jiyu Chang and Chuchu, standing there watching them argue, unable to interject a single word. "You, what about you? You scoundrel, you're that scoundrel. Is this how you treat your savior?" Their conversation grew more intense. "Who asked you to save me? I don't care at all, I never wanted to." Zhang Chuchu. "You really can't change your self-righteous personality. I don't care if you live or die." Zijin scratched her face awkwardly, asking herself inwardly, am I out of the loop? What's going on with them? Are their relationship so good now? Jiyu Chang and I exchanged words for a while. Then he decisively waved his hand but didn't touch Chuchu, merely expressing his displeasure. "Move aside, don't block the way. I've never seen someone as foolish as you, with a brain but not knowing how to use it. It's just absolute yin beings, isn't it?" Hearing him say this, Zijin immediately strongly objected. "Brother Jiyu, what do you want to do? You're not thinking of fighting the absolute yin beings here alone, are you?" "Hey, Brother Jiyu, are you crazy too?" Jiyu Chang ignored Zijin's shouts and went straight ahead, brandishing 2 swords, facing the absolute yin beings that swarmed like hungry ghosts. They were all frozen by the spell he cast. Zijin and Chuchu took turns expressing their admiration. As expected of Brother Jiyu, not only is he a role model for the world's scholars, but he also possesses such powerful strength. "Jiyu Chang, why are you doing this? Do you have a reason?" Those controlled absolute yin beings became even more powerful after being controlled. The entire space was covered in dark red energy and the golden light emitted by Jiyu Chang's attacks. He charged through like lightning, slashing down with his sword again and again, annihilating these ghostly demons. As soon as Jiyu Chang finished fighting, he looked at the 2 women and muttered to himself, "This is the source of the absolute yin palace. They definitely can't enter here. After I finish refining this origin, I'll go out and find them." With that, he summoned a faint purple vortex in his palm. The surrounding creatures still appeared continuously, and they grew fiercer and more terrifying. Ji Chong stood calmly among them and said, "Such a rare absolute yin origin, truly thanks to Wang Zijin's luck. But I'm curious which is stronger, this absolute yin power or my great Tao treasure vase." As he spoke, his eyes suddenly lit up, his teeth exposed, revealing a dangerous smile. He asked with a smile, a provocative question implied, "Which side is stronger and which is weaker?" Ji Chong immediately shot the purple light from earlier towards those evil beings. One by one they were sent flying, suffering painful attacks. Watching such immense power, he actually just sat calmly, gently summoning divine power and dispersing it around. "Just a little bit," Ji Chong murmured, his brows suddenly furrowing. Old memories surged. His young apprentice Hong Yi rushed over to him. "Master, master, my memories." Her face still smudged with dirt, she excitedly recounted. "Today I met disciples from 9 Heavens Peak. They snatched my things and said I had mediocre talent, only destined to cultivate to the divine realm in this life, so I defeated all of them." Ji Chong listened, then sternly corrected Hong Yi. "I teach you swordsmanship, not for you to defeat enemies." She looked a bit dejected. "Master, I was wrong." The next day, Hong Yi returned happily again, this time her face no longer covered in dirt but with unsuki bloodstains. Behind her, she dragged something that caused anger and fear. "Master, I'm back. 9 Heavens Peak no longer exists as of today." It turned out to be the heads of the 2 people who had bullied her. Ji Chong, very satisfied, stroked Hong Yi's head and praised, "Now this is my apprentice, no one can bully her." Hong Yi excitedly continued, "Oh right, master, this time I made a friend down the mountain." She happily recounted every detail. "Oh, a boy or a girl?" "A girl, but not a human," Ji Chong curiously pressed. "Then what is she?" Hong Yi innocently replied. "She's a small peach tree." Ji Chong listened, stroked his chin and pondered for a moment before replying, "I see, if you like it then I, your master, will dig it up and bring it to live with you." As he promised, Ji Chong indeed brought a pink peach tree and planted it on the mountain peak where the master and apprentice lived. Hong Yi happily scurried to grab Ji Chong's robe. Wang Zijin and Zhang Chuchu were only now enjoying some peace. Days passed, and now there were almost no absolute yin beings or absolute yin aura to be seen here. Didn't they say that since ancient times only the human ancestor could deal with the absolute yin heaven? Wang Zijin suddenly guessed something, and Zhang Chuchu watched her intently. Could Wang Zijin have guessed a possibility, that Ji Chong was the human ancestor's reincarnation? Zhang Chuchu immediately retorted fiercely, her shoulders hunched, her face contorted. "He's not." Wang Zijin was somewhat surprised by Zhang Chuchu's intense reaction. "If he's not, then he's not. Why are you so agitated? Women understand women's hearts best." Wang Zijin playfully nudged Zhang Chuchu with her elbow, teasingly saying, "Zhang Chuchu, honestly tell me, is there something going on between you and Ji Chong?" Zhang Chuchu folded her arms, stiffly replying, "It's none of your business. All you need to know is that he's not a good person, so stay far away from him." "Sai, I considered you a good friend, yet you tell me nothing." Wang Zijin stood with her hands on her hips, a hint of disdain on her face, and responded, "Of course I know he's not a good person. I don't like saintesses either. But this kind of villain suits my taste. However, your relationship with him is inexplicable, so I can only reluctantly give up what I like." Zhang Chuchu, as if a nerve had been touched, continued to shout, "There's nothing going on between us." Wang Zijin's face showed an indifferent expression, but her tone was full of sarcasm. "Oh really? Usually in idol dramas, people like you two who initially can't stand each other end up together." Zhang Chuchu, enraged, shrieked, a piercing scream from her throat, using all her strength. "Impossible." Wang Zijin gave her another puzzled look. "You're right, after all, you're just a simple girl, not sweet, and he's not some gentle overbearing CEO." Ji Chong had now returned from the Spirit Sea, his arm severely injured, his sleeve tattered, and bloodstains still on his skin. Seeing him land before her, Wang Zijin eagerly and concernedly asked, "You're out? Is brother Ji all right?" Ji Chong politely replied, "I'm fine, thank you for your concern, Saintess Wang Zijin." He stood up while healing himself, gently touching his injured arm, and continued to report the situation to the 2 saintesses. "All the absolute yin beings here have been refined by me. The absolute yin aura has also dissipated. To my ability, this is all I can do." Wang Zijin didn't hide her confusion. "Brother Ji, I'm starting to wonder if you are the human ancestor's reincarnation. How can you repeatedly achieve what no one in the world can do?" Zhang Chuchu remained as before. When Wang Zijin voiced this conjecture, she vehemently denied, "I already said no." Ji Chong cupped his hands, his gaze drifting elsewhere. His words remained firm and powerful. "What is Saintess Wang Zijin saying? An existence like the human ancestor is not something a small cultivator like me can compare to. How can the light of a firefly contend with the bright moon? This time was just a stroke of luck. The absolute yin heaven is far more terrifying than I imagined." Zhang Chuchu's face was covered in wrinkles of anger, and she kept muttering curses. Nonsense. Wang Zijin, however, proactively approached Ji Chong and began to chat with him. "Brother Ji, have you been corrupted by the absolute yin aura, and is it mixed with Saint Realm laws?" Ji Chong replied, I was too careless then and was ambushed, but it's nothing serious." Zhang Chuchu saw Wang Zijin constantly approaching and even touching Ji Chong's body. She reacted as if she had been electrocuted, loudly saying, "Wang Zijin, he already said it's nothing serious, you don't need to worry." Then she turned to leave. "Ji Chong, if you're not dead, then I'll be going first." Ji Chong loudly called after her. Saintess Zhang Chuchu doesn't need to worry about Gu's life or death. For now, it's better to worry more about the safety of the world's cultivators, lest they fall prey to the demonic cultivation inheritor. Hearing this, Zhang Chuchu's footsteps halted, her gaze sharp as a blade shot towards the source of the sarcastic voice. Wang Zijin looked at Zhang Chuchu's departing back and asked in confusion, "Brother Jiyu and Zhang Chuchu seem to have a conflict." Jiyu Chang continued to heal himself with magic, then also answered Wang Zijin, clearing her confusion, "Don't mind it. It's just that I can't stand her prioritizing the welfare of all living beings above everything else." Wang Zijin chuckled, I understand. In that endless desolate land in another area, the Academy disciples were also confronting absolute yin beings. A representative figure stepped forward and dealt with all these creatures. Admiration and praise echoed nearby. After entering the true God realm, senior brother Zhao is unfathomable. He can so easily crush absolute yin beings. Zhao Xiaoyao gently waved his fan, walking through the continuous praise. Yes, senior brother Zhao is truly the young supreme of our Confucian Saint Academy. This trip to the absolute yin battlefield relies entirely on senior brother Zhao. Xiaoyao smiled, humbly reminding the younger disciples, "Don't blindly praise me. I only have a few minor tricks. Where do you put my eldest senior brother? I am far inferior to him." As Xiaoyao spoke, his gaze turned to the woman fiercely battling behind him. The young girl's vibrant figure and profound captivating face completely captivated his sight. Xiaoyao, smitten by the beauty, actively charged forward to attack all the creatures. Don't even think about harming Miss Su." After resolving the chaos, he politely inquired about her well-being. "Miss Su, are you all right?" Su Qing cupped her hands. Her curious gaze fell upon Xiaoyao. "I'm fine, thank you, young Master Zhao, for your help." Xiaoyao continued her words, his tone gentle. "Miss Su's divine abilities and techniques I find very unfamiliar. May I ask who your master is?" Su Qing lowered her head, her words extremely cautious and reserved. She had once said that her master's name could not be revealed. "I'm sorry, young Master Zhao." Seeing her lower her head, Xiaoyao gently reached out, seemingly wanting to help her up. Of course, he didn't want to press further and even blamed himself. "I see, it was I who was presumptuous. I should be the one apologizing." Su Qing saw him reach out, seemingly wanting to touch her, and proactively withdrew her hand, taking a slight step back. "It's nothing." Xiaoyao felt surprised and a little awkward, so he quickly continued chatting. "But Miss Su's skills are extraordinary. Your master must be a reclusive expert." Su Qing humbly replied, "Young Master Zhao overpraises me. My minor skills disgrace my master, and I am just an unknown person." After hearing this, he liked Su Qing even more. His smile, his gaze, the upturn of his lips, all showed the excitement in Xiaoyao's heart. "Miss Su is too modest, in my opinion. If you display your true strength, you probably wouldn't be weaker than me. Perhaps this trip to the absolute yin battlefield, our Confucian Saint Academy will have to rely on you." Su Qing was extremely wary of these words. She stared seriously at Xiaoyao, her lips tightly pressed, seemingly pondering something. Seeing the two of them alone in a room completely disregarding others, Xiaoyao's junior sisters felt jealous. "Senior brother Zhao truly has a crush on that unfamiliar Miss Su. What's so good about her? Our Confucian Saint Academy only invited her to come along because we saw she was alone in the absolute yin battlefield. Yes, senior brother Zhao has only known her for 3 days and they're already so close." Zhao Xiaoyao gently walked towards them, reminding them, "Everyone is tired as well. Why don't we rest and adjust here? Everyone, tally your points. Those with many points can share some with those who have fewer. Make sure everyone can enter the true immortal academy. Understood?" Senior brother Zhao. Su Qing sat on a stone to rest a little further from the others so she could communicate with her spirit. As soon as it appeared, it directly asked, "Are you familiar with that Zhao Xiaoyao's physique?" She lowered her head and replied, "Cloud Dao physique. His physique is not very useful to me." It raised an eyebrow, angrily refuting. "Better than nothing, isn't it? Don't you think you're a good person, Su Qing? You've killed quite a few prodigies yourself." Although Su Qing didn't show any terrible expression, her words were chilling. "Shut up. There are too many people here. It's inconvenient to act. Once exposed, everything will be in vain." Zhao Xiaoyao approached Su Qing again after a while. He proactively asked, "Miss Su, do you have enough points? I have many and can share some with you." Su Qing's spirit, as soon as it saw him, clicked its tongue in praise. "This person looks truly delicious." Su Qing, however, replied with a distant attitude, "No need. I appreciate senior brother Zhao's kindness. If my points aren't enough, I'll go kill more." Then she decisively stood up and directly bid farewell to Zhao Xiaoyao. "I'll be taking my leave." He was already infatuated with Su Qing. Of course, he couldn't let her leave just like that. So he hurriedly instructed everyone, "Hey, you all rest and recover slowly here. Wait for me to return. I'm going to find Miss Su. The absolute yin battlefield is too dangerous. She absolutely shouldn't wander around alone." Seeing Xiaoyao chase after Su Qing like this, his junior sisters all showed disgust. Senior brother Zhao is really something. He's still so persistent with such a cold person, his enthusiasm being met with coldness. Yes, besides a good figure and a decent face, what other advantages does that woman have? In the silent night, Su Qing gently landed after walking a long distance. Her spirit was filled with anticipation and nervousness. "Why is it taking so long? Did that guy lose track of us? What a waste. Didn't I tell you to walk slowly? Don't let him lose you." She lowered her hands, showing the regret welling up in her heart. "Too bad he escaped with his life." Su Qing calmly replied, "Even if he caught up, it would be impossible to kill him. His suspicion of me is too great." Her spirit immediately complained, "Don't I know you, Long Yitan?" Xiaoyao was now alone. Following the call of love, he groped through the black mist-shrouded wasteland, loudly calling out, "Su Qing. Miss Su, where are you?" He looked carefully front, back, left and right, muttering to himself, "Strange, how is her speed so fast? I can't keep up with her. The absolute yin aura here is so dense she shouldn't run into any trouble." Recalling Su Qing's brave fighting earlier, Xiaoyao couldn't help but feel a little sad and regretful. "This is the first time I've fallen for a girl. I think she's a genius, but why is Miss Su so cold to me?" Suddenly, someone enthusiastically answered him, but with a tone of mockery and disdain. "Because your overly solicitous demeanor makes you look like a simp." Xiaoyao froze, then suddenly turned around and shouted loudly, I am Zhao Xiaoyao of the Confucian Saint Academy. Don't play tricks on me, thief, get out." A dark shadow silently appeared beside Xiaoyao, and he was already sweating profusely in fear. That eerie and chilling voice again softly whispered in his ear, "Who are you looking for?" Xiaoyao immediately turned his head to the side. This voice, Jiu Chang's chilling smile, appeared beside Xiaoyao. "Looking for me?" In an instant, fear made Xiaoyao's weapon drop from his hand. Jiu Chang pressed Xiaoyao's head down, making it easier to absorb his divine power while continuously cursing him. "The ancients truly did not deceive me. Indeed, there isn't an innocent simp in this world. Your mind is still full of crooked ideas, isn't it? Then I can't let you live." Poor Xiaoyao, his eyes gradually blurred, his consciousness only having a final sliver of clarity, only able to utter a few words, "Cough, cough, you are." After absorbing Xiaoyao's divine power, Jiu Chang casually discarded him like trash, and even mentioned an old acquaintance he hadn't seen in a while. "HMPH Su Qing." He looked at his palm, murmuring to himself, a dangerous smile on his face, a mix of evil and righteous still clearly visible from before. "After getting news from Yan Ji that you are no longer with the primordial demonic sect, I already guessed the person Yi Lingtian spoke of. Of course it's you. Su Qing, the stage play has been prepared for you. You'll sing whether you want to or not." Jiu Chang's eyes were sharp with insidious intentions glimmering within. "But I'm rather curious. As the demonic cultivation inheritor, will you covet my origin? I'm looking forward to meeting you more and more." Seeing Xiaoyao hadn't returned for a long time, his senior and junior brothers and sisters naturally couldn't sit still and hurried to search for him. "Senior brother Zhao," everyone said. "Senior brother Zhao went after Miss Su, but he hasn't returned all night. Did something happen?" "Senior brother Zhao is so strong nothing could have happened to him. And that Miss Su, you can tell at a glance that she's not a good person." Zheng Go, the eldest senior brother of the Confucian Saint Academy and a senior figure in the academy, looked serious as he anxiously searched for his junior brother. Suddenly, someone not far away shouted in panic, "Eldest senior brother, a body has been found here, and also senior brother Zhao's chasing wind fan. Everyone, quickly rush over." Everyone was shocked. It was indeed senior brother Zhao's magical artifact. Zheng Go stepped forward to examine Xiaoyao's body. He immediately recognized the demonic power of the technique. Without even investigating, Zheng Go immediately concluded that Miss Su is probably involved with the demonic cultivation inheritor. Then he immediately ordered his disciples, "Quickly use a secret technique to send a message to the inner disciples. Stop her, don't let her escape. Yes, we must seek justice for senior brother Zhao." Before the matter was even clear, Su Qing was inexplicably subjected to ruthless insults. "You, surnamed Su, it's a waste that you're pretty. I didn't expect you to be so vicious. What happened?" "It seems Zhao Xiaoyao of the Confucian Saint Academy was killed by the demonic cultivation inheritor, and it's related to that Miss Su." Xiaoyao's senior and junior brothers and sisters mercilessly hurled the most malicious words at Su Qing. "Senior brother Zhao saw you alone and worried about you, but he was harmed by you instead. What is your connection to the demonic cultivation inheritor?" Su Qing stood among the crowd, trying hard to defend herself. "How many times do I have to say it? I have never seen Zhao Xiaoyao. Where is he? How is he? It has nothing to do with me. Why are you pinning the blame on me? What evidence do you have?" These people were unreasonable and fierce. Hearing her words, they became even angrier than before. "Still quibbling? You've been with us all this time. You didn't leave early or late. The moment you left, something happened to senior brother Zhao. The facts are right in front of you. What more evidence do you need?" Qing, not to be outdone, retorted, "He chose to follow me. What does that have to do with me? If you've already decided I'm a subordinate of the demonic cultivation inheritor, then go find the demonic cultivation inheritor. What kind of ability is it to bully a weak woman?" Those people remained stubborn and unreasonable. "You shameless little wench, senior brother Zhao was so outstanding you caused his death, yet you show no remorse," a bystander added fuel to the fire. "Miss Su, if the saints in the academy suspect you, if you have any unspeakable secrets, then just stay and cooperate with the investigation. Yes, if you're a suspect, then none of your fellow cultivators present today will let you leave," Qing countered firmly. "What high-sounding words! Aren't you just bullying someone without a sect? You have no evidence, yet you want to hand me over to them. Is my guilt or innocence up to them? Why not just go on a killing spree and kill as many as you can?" Zheng Go finally spoke, calmly offering a solution. All right, your mouth is quite sharp for a weak woman. In the end, if you hadn't taken my junior brother away, he wouldn't have died." Zheng Go, the eldest disciple of the Confucian Saint Academy and its senior brother, now ensured that the woman surnamed Su had no escape. Zheng Go looked at Qing and suggested, "In my opinion, you are definitely connected to the demonic cultivation inheritor. If you want to prove your innocence, then open your sea of consciousness for me to inspect. If you are truly innocent, we will let you go and apologize to you." Chang, of course, couldn't easily let others see her inner secrets. Dream on, my secrets are not something that Zhao Xiaoyao can compare to. I would rather die than let him probe my divine consciousness. Upon hearing this, Zheng Guo no longer intended to be lenient. He decisively kicked Cheng. Since that's the case, don't blame me. The two thus engaged in a fierce battle, exhibiting their divine king realm cultivation. Although Cheng was at a disadvantage, she vowed to die rather than let anyone invade her sea of consciousness, enduring with gritted teeth. Zheng Guo, meanwhile, continued to express his hatred through his eyes and words. If you won't open your divine consciousness, then I can only force it open. Once forcibly opened, your divine consciousness will be shattered, and you will have no chance to regret it. At this critical moment, one person's appearance instantly drew everyone's attention. Young Master Chong is here. He must be here for the demonic cultivation inheritor, right? Chong slowly walked in amidst everyone's respect. Greetings, young Master Chong. Greetings, young Master Chong. He scanned the area before speaking. Everyone, no need for formalities. Jiyu heard there was a demonic cultivation inheritor causing trouble here, so I came to see if there were any clues. Seeing him appear, the people from the Confucian Saint Academy immediately beamed with joy. Young Master Chong is upright and an enemy of the demonic cultivation inheritor. With you presiding over justice, you won't escape this time. Cheng, however, was preoccupied. She looked at Chong, and the beautiful memories of the past kept flashing in her mind as she silently called out that long-lost title. Zheng Guo stepped forward to greet Chong. Greetings, young Master Chong. I am Zheng Guo of the Confucian Saint Academy. He politely cupped his hands in return. I am Jiyu Chong. We have indeed found clues about the demonic cultivation inheritor, and it is related to this woman. Chong looked at the woman Zheng Guo mentioned and immediately exclaimed in surprise, Cheng, what are you doing here? Cheng deliberately avoided his gaze. Young master, long time no see. Chong walked up to Cheng and gently embraced her trembling shoulders. My mother told me you were looking for me, and I was wondering when you would come. What are you doing here alone in the absolute Yin battlefield? Don't you know it's very dangerous? Cheng lowered her head, stammering. I'm sorry, young master, wait? Zheng Guo looked at the two in surprise and asked suspiciously, Young Master Chong, do you know each other? Chong had no intention of hiding anything. Of course, she's my maid. What's wrong? Are you saying the demonic cultivation inheritor you mentioned is related to her? Zheng Guo quickly waved his hands and shook his head. No, it seems unrelated. It's a misunderstanding. Chong refused to let the matter end so quickly and retorted, a misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? You call it a misunderstanding before clarifying anything. Do you think Jiyu would be biased? Then he turned to everyone present, his tone somewhat condescending but very righteous. Everyone listen, this concerns the demonic cultivation inheritor. If Cheng has done wrong, even if she is my maid, I will never tolerate it. Whispers arose. Young Master Jiyu is righteous, but if it's young Master Gu's maid, then there's definitely no problem. It seems the Confucian Saint Academy misunderstood. Chong directly questioned Cheng, who was still lowering her head. Cheng, tell me why you are here and what you've experienced. Don't hide anything you know from me. She softly replied. Yes, Cheng wouldn't dare. The story began to unfold clearly and concisely. Cheng spoke, weeping aggrievely. Cheng came to Nansheng Heaven to find young master, initially thinking she could slay absolute yin beings herself to gain qualification for the true immortal academy without relying on young master. But she met people from the Confucian Saint Academy, and was invited by senior brother Zhao Xiaoyao to accompany them. I didn't refuse, but after traveling with them, I found that the senior brothers and sisters of the Confucian Saint Academy didn't like me, so I declined. Her eyes welled with tears and her voice choked up. Then they said senior brother Zhao was worried about me, so he went looking for me, only to encounter the demonic cultivation inheritor and be killed. Cheng at this point cried even more aggrievedly, her voice becoming a sob. So they concluded that I was connected to the demonic cultivation inheritor, stopped me and demanded I open my sea of consciousness for them to inspect as evidence. Chong was also surprised by this detail, and asked, Oh, inspect the sea of consciousness? The academy members immediately tried to shirk responsibility. We didn't know Miss Su was young Master Gu's person, so it must have been a misunderstanding. Yes, Chong was angry at these people's behavior and sternly rebuked. What are you saying? Why is it a misunderstanding just because she's my person? Cheng, if you're suspected, then open your divine consciousness and let them see. Cheng's spirit gently reminded her, Hey, don't listen to him. However, Cheng didn't listen but replied, Yes, young master. Seeing her decisive action, the crowd began to change their minds. So Frank, it seems we truly misunderstood Miss Su. That's right, anyone who doesn't believe can step forward and inspect. The members of the Confucian Saint Academy invited him to rest for a while, then continued, this time with a slight smile. By the way, Cheng is my maid. If she's involved with the demonic cultivation inheritor, doesn't that mean I'm also involved with the demonic cultivation inheritor? Why don't the Confucian Saint Academy members also inspect my sea of consciousness? I wouldn't dare. Zheng Guo was so scared he quickly lowered his voice. I wouldn't dare, young Master Chong. We were presumptuous, making conclusions without evidence. Please forgive us. Chong put his arm around Cheng's shoulder, pulling her close to him, and said emphatically, If my people are involved in trouble, I will handle it myself, but if anyone takes this opportunity to bully them, then don't blame Jiyu for showing no mercy. Seeing the inner power Chong unleashed, everyone was immediately shocked. Please calm down, young Master Chang. I will explain this matter myself and deliver justice to Miss Su. He displayed his strength and then stopped. Regarding the demonic cultivation inheritor, everyone should be more cautious. Ji-yu will not blame anyone. Chang meanwhile looked at him with infatuation and admiration. This scene seemed vaguely familiar. Chang didn't say much and simply bid farewell. Farewell. As they left, the air seemed to lighten slightly. That little wench, Miss Su, is actually young Master Chang's maid. Back on the peaceful grassland, the sun gradually set, casting an orange glow over the landscape. Ching gently tugged at Chang's clothes. Young Master, I'm sorry, Ching deceived you. Chang casually asked, Oh, deceived me about what? She was too remorseful to look up at him. Ching shouldn't have lied about coming to Nanchang Heaven to find you. Chang gently turned around, looked at Ching, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Oh, so you didn't want to see me at all? Ching quickly explained her thoughts. Anyway, young Master didn't want to see me either, otherwise why would you leave me at the primordial divine sect for so long? For someone like young Master who has countless celestial maidens by his side, Ching doesn't believe herself to be an important person in young Master's heart, so I didn't plan on seeing young Master either. Hearing this, he gently stepped forward and lifted her chin. Alright, Su Ching, you've gotten bolder, daring to say such strange things to me. You came to Nanchang Heaven and didn't even come to see me, and you even caused me trouble. Do you want a beating? Ching didn't back down. She leaned forward, their faces only a dozen centimeters apart. Then, young Master, give me a beating. Ching's spirit was so angry it didn't want to speak. I just want to curse. You're no better off. Sooner or later, that guy's surname Zhao will kill you. Chang put his hands behind his back and gently chided, which made the spirit choke with laughter. This little girl came to the upper realm and didn't even study properly. She clearly knows I can't bear it. Yet she deliberately provokes me. Ching's spirit added a few more taunting words, seething with anger. She delivered herself to him, yet he doesn't care. What a joke. Ching folded her arms and stared at young Master with wide eyes. I still want to ask young Master, if I were truly the demonic cultivation inheritor, how would young Master treat me? Her spirit immediately stiffened, its face turning pale. Are you trying to die? Do you really dare to ask? Ji-yu Chang is not easy to fool. Chang repeated Ching's words. Demonic cultivation inheritor? She stammered in defense. I said if. Young Master squinted at Ching, gently expressing his view. Then of course I would kill you, lest you harm all living beings. Ching clenched her fists, stood silently for a moment, then squinted again, teasing Chang in return. Young Master, you are truly heartless, but it would be good to die at young Master's hands. Chang reached out and put his arm around Ching's neck, startling her. Under the setting sun, the two stood there, happily chatting. If that truly happened, I probably wouldn't be able to escape either. After killing you, I'd probably follow you. Ah, young Master mustn't say such things, it's not worth it, because young Master is destined to be a peerless figure who stands tall and builds this world. Su Ching's heart fluttered again. The scene shifts to the demon realm inside a courtyard house. A room is shrouded in gloom filled with helpless complaints. Zhao Shi, why did you kill me? A frail, emaciated man about 30 years old lies on a sickbed, his heart filled with pain and resentment. By the bed, his maid trembles as she warns him, Young Master, you mustn't call Empress Zhao Zai's name carelessly. If others hear, both our lives will be forfeit. Upon hearing this, he immediately frowned, his eyes wide with confusion. What? He looked at the maid again, asking as if bewildered. Where is this, and who are you? She nervously mumbled. Young Master, this man is Jun Bufan. Tall but somewhat emaciated due to a serious illness, he murmured to himself. Now the demon realm is unified no longer with 6 great demon emperors, and she has become the empress of the demon realm? The more Jun Bufan thought, the more he felt this hatred was unbearable. I, Jun Bufan, son of a demon emperor, was assassinated by my childhood sweetheart and reborn into the body of a man with the same name. He turned around, patted the little maid's shoulder, and carefully instructed, Chinger, what happened when I woke up just now? You must not tell anyone. Otherwise both our lives will be in danger. Chinger smartly replied, I know, young master, rest assured. Jun Bufan relaxed, saying no more. All he could think of now was that woman named Zhao Shi. He hadn't expected it to be 6,000 years ago. Questions kept repeating in his mind. Why did she kill me? How did she unify the demon realm? I will definitely find the one I once loved. The story continues in a mystical space. Before a majestic plaque, exclamations of awe were heard. Is this the true Immortal Academy? It truly lives up to its reputation as a place that creates immortals. The newly enrolled junior disciples, filled with excitement, stepped onto the stairs one by one. A hot-headed and slightly arrogant young master spoke. Chu Lufeng, I am determined to make a name for myself in the upper realm here. Hearing him, a more composed-looking person nearby said, Stop talking so much. I'm just passing through. It's already our great fortune to be ordinary inner disciples. He also emphasized, to become an inner disciple of the academy, one needs to reach the heavenly god realm or higher cultivation. I heard that the top 10 on the grand list have already been determined, all possessing strength above the quasi-saint realm. Lufeng stamped his foot in anger and blurted out, I know that young Master Ji Yu and the human ancestor Hall inheritor are on the list, but as long as I can challenge and defeat them, I will receive the same treatment and resources. Then won't I soar to prominence? Bullshit. Talking behind their backs is one thing, but show some respect to their faces. As the two finished arguing, a senior from the academy announced loudly, Listen up, everyone exchanging points. Come here to have your spiritual bones checked. Anyone over 50 years old will not be accepted by the academy. Please cooperate. The person checking the spiritual bones had a stern and intimidating expression. He meticulously called out names, not missing a single person, his keen eyes seeing through everything. Bone age 51, do you think I'm blind and trying to sneak in? Yesterday I just turned 50, 1 day old, my cultivation and points are sufficient. Hurry up and arrange it. Don't waste this old man's time, rules are rules, you have no right to bargain. The rejected man turned and left, grumbling as he walked. Damn it, what a broken academy, so heartless. A powerful figure, perhaps a grand elder here, heard his disrespectful remarks and immediately cast a spell, shouting loudly, presumptuous wretch. Instantly the man was enveloped in a highly destructive yellow light, accompanied by the elder's furious scolding, daring to disrespect the true immortal academy, this is your consequence. At the academy entrance a few other people were registering, including a brother and sister, thin and ragged, standing timidly. The brother was named Qingfeng and the little girl was Qing Shaoyi. Seeing the elder's ruthless display, Shaoyi hugged her brother's arm in fear. Brother, look, they kill without batting an eye here. This isn't an academy, let's go back, I'm scared. Qingfeng quickly comforted the little girl. He gently persuaded the little girl, no Shaoyi, your talent is great, you'll be valued here. We still need to avenge grandfather. Shaoyi listened to her brother and softly replied, I understand. As the two stood there, several people nearby suddenly exclaimed in surprise, that's young Master Chong of the Jiyu family, descending from a colossal red dragon was precisely Chong wherever he went. Voices of admiration filled the air. Young Master Chong is here. Everyone praised him, expressing their respect. Several young ladies covered their faces full of longing. Young Master Chong is so handsome. Shaoyi, don't look too much, he's not someone we can aspire to. We absolutely cannot let anyone think we're disrespectful, that would be terrible. Didn't anyone say anything about him cutting the line? Jiyu Chong voluntarily walked up to the influential figure and bowed respectfully, saying, Chong greets the elder. Young Master Chong, no need to be so polite. Young Master Chong has traveled far and wide. Please rest in the academy. Jiyu Chong looked at the elder and then calmly said, as far as I know, doesn't admission require checking points and spiritual bones? The elder smiled ingratiatingly and said, oh, no need. Young Master Chong naturally meets our academy's regulations. Jiyu Chong also bowed, thanking True Immortal Academy for its generosity. Oh, in that case, thank you, elder, for the arrangement. May I, Jiyu, rest here for a moment? Please do. Qingfeng and Shaoyi watched this scene, the siblings saying to each other, big brother, when will we receive such treatment? Don't dream. He's a true dragon of the 9 heavens, we are humble dust, completely out of reach. Su Qing quietly asked Jiyu Chong, young master, aren't we going in? He stood there leisurely, observing, no rush, let me see if there are any promising talents. When it was their turn, Qingfeng and his sister stepped forward to let the elder check their spiritual bones. 113-117. One has never cultivated, and one has no spiritual root. Whose children are these coming to cause trouble? Qingfeng desperately pleaded with the elder. Although my sister is not a cultivator, she is stronger than some cultivators. The elder flew into a rage and rebuked. Audacious, are you mocking this old man? Didn't that fellow just now teach you a lesson? Qingfeng only knew to kneel and kowtow, hurriedly saying, it's true, we dare not deceive the elder. Please accept my sister, the elder unceremoniously said to the siblings. If you don't have enough points from slaying absolute yin beings, then leave on your own accord. Considering you are still children, this old man will not trouble you. Qingfeng still had a bitter expression, continuously pleading, is there no other chance? We truly want to cultivate. Please accept us, we can work like oxen and horses for the academy. The elder spread his hand, preparing to let them experience the same treatment as that man just now. I see you insist on this, then don't blame this old man for driving you off the mountain. Jiyu Chong was nearby witnessing all of this, and interrupted, wait, elder. The elder was startled, not expecting him to care about this matter. Young Master Chong. He looked at the two children, then said to the elder, may I provide points to the academy for these siblings? I happen to be short 2 sword-serving attendants. Everyone watching had the same reaction. What? Young Master Chong wants sword-serving attendants, damn it, why not me? I can even warm his bed. The elder still stubbornly criticized Qingfeng and his sister. Forgive this old man for speaking frankly, they aren't even cultivators. Can they be your sword-serving attendants? Jiyu Chong, however, had completely opposite thoughts. Precisely because they are mortals, yet still wish to come from a distant place to the academy to seek immortality. This perseverance surpasses even ordinary cultivators, which is why I, Jiyu, feel some compassion. He bowed, his attitude very sincere. If the academy is held accountable for this, I, Jiyu, am willing to bear all consequences. I hope the elder will make the arrangements. Shaoyi looked at him, her eyes sparkling. The elder was now beginning to follow Jiyu Chong's wishes. What is young Master Chong saying? This is just a small matter. It is their fortune that you like them. Qingfeng and Qing Shaoyi knelt and kowtowed, thanking him. Many thanks for young Master Chong's great kindness. We will never forget it. Jiyu Chong opened his eyes wide and then quickly ordered, what are you doing? I don't need you to kneel before me. Get up quickly. The two looked up, their eyes filled with admiration and respect. Yes, young Master Chong. Shaoyi was even more moved by his charming appearance and kindness. Young Master Chong, you are so gentle. Jiyu Chong looked at the two, smiling. Little ones, no need for such formality. A group of people was waiting to be checked when suddenly a light appeared from above. The short-tempered elder immediately bowed. "Greetings, Elder Lei." Elder Lei looked down from above and said, "Elder Wang, I came to find you," he said seriously. "You are from the Jiyu family. It seems the rumors underestimated your strength." Jiyu Chong smiled politely and respectfully, "Greetings, Elder. You jest. May I ask how to address you, Junior?" Immediately, Elder Lei swept past Jiyu Chong without a word. "But today I am not here for you." He walked straight towards Qing Feng and Qing Shaoyi, the siblings. Indeed, it was the immortal demonic body deduction technique of the Sikong family, truly well deserved. The previously arrogant Elder Wang now looked a bit awkward. "Another immortal demonic body, a rare physique for all ages. I almost drove them away." Jiyu Chong cleverly and proactively stepped back. "Oh, so it's an immortal demonic body? I thought they were just two pitiful children." It was Jiyu who was short-sighted. Elder Lei patted the siblings' shoulders and laughed heartily. "I'm taking these two little ones. The academy will specially cultivate them. You all continue with the checks." Of course, no one dared to defy this great elder. Elder Lei nodded and said, "Good, good," Shaoyi said with some regret. "Young Master Chong," he understood her meaning and comforted her. "Go. To be personally cultivated by the academy, you are truly blessed. This is far more promising than being my sword-serving attendants." Qing Feng and Shaoyi looked directly at him, then promised. "Young Master Chong, we, the siblings, will never forget your kindness." Then the two disappeared with Elder Lei. Jiyu Chong still happily called out from below, "You must cultivate well and not be lazy." The smile on his lips concealed his underlying intention that they could repay him better in the future. In front of the academy gate, Jiyu Chong flew on his sword. The gatekeepers immediately recognized him. "The one approaching is young Master Chong." Jiyu Chong smiled and looked at them. "I, Jiyu, have come specially to pay my respects to the elders of the academy. I hope you will announce my arrival." The cultivator replied, "Yes, young Master Chong, please wait." Inside the academy, several elders sat in a circle with a scroll wrapped in spiritual energy floating above their heads. One elder held a teacup to his lips and asked, "What does that brat from the Jiyu family want with us?" Other elders interjected, "Oh, nothing good, of course. That fellow is a troublemaker, causing mischief wherever he goes. But didn't the rumors say he was refined and polite? I just saw him kindly helping those two children." The two elders looked at each other, then nodded. "Old Lei, are you old enough to still believe rumors? He dug out someone's sister's Dao bone when he was a child. How could he be a straightforward person?" "That's true." Footsteps sounded, and Jiyu Chong walked in, bowing respectfully. "Disciple Jiyu Chong greets all elders." The elders all looked over. "Oh, setting aside his character, his cultivation is not bad either." One elder covered his face with a book, his tone seemingly displeased. "Speak quickly and then leave quickly." Jiyu Chong bowed and smiled. "Long time no see. Your complexion is much better than before. It seems this true immortal academy suits you more than the Daoshan Immortal Palace." The old man put down his book and angrily shouted, "As long as you're not in front of this old man." "When has this old man's complexion ever been bad?" one elder thought. "Elder and this brat, oh dear, I spoke ill of him too soon." Jiyu Chong hastily explained, "What do you mean, great elder? I Chong do not understand. As a successor of the Daoshan Immortal Palace, I Chong have a clear conscience. I treat fellow disciples with mutual respect and love, and externally I even help the Daoshan Immortal Palace unify the immortal ancient realm, achieving long-awaited peace and tranquility." That elder suddenly stood up, pointed at Jiyu Chong's nose and cursed, "Stop, stop, stop, don't say another word." The other elders immediately laughed. "Say another word and he'll be out." The relationship between the elder and his successor is truly harmonious. Yes, the relationship is very good. It's rare for the elder to be so excited. Good my ass, damn it. He frowned and hummed lightly, impatiently asking, "Speak, what do you want from us?" Jiyu Chong stretched out his hand and a small petal appeared. "Chong is here to inquire about someone." He pushed the petal forward with spiritual power. "Do the elders recognize this item?" He looked at the petal, surprised. This, he slowly felt the spiritual energy emanating from the petal, a lingering scent of peach. His cultivation was unfathomable, his pressure astonishing, and it contained rules of order. He swiftly ran to Jiyu Chong's front. "This token is related to the demon realm. If the person you're looking for is in true Immortal Academy, then it can only be that person," he asked. "That person," he stroked his beard. "Brat, have you met Shenner's masters?" He nodded, smiling in confirmation. He leaned closer and asked, "Didn't get beaten?" Jiyu Chong hastily explained, "What is Great Elder saying? They all like me very much." He showed a disdainful expression. "Do you think I'd believe that?" Then he walked out the door with Jiyu Chong, chatting as they walked, appearing very intimate. Later he said, "Great Elder, please take me to meet the person related to this item first. That person is eccentric, and except for those from the demon realm, ordinary people will be driven away. Even I won't be able to help you then." "Great Elder, rest assured. Chong is no ordinary person. Chong is the successor of the Daoshan Immortal Palace." "Shut up." The two flew on their swords to a mountaintop. As the two slowly landed, a figure in red stood there, seemingly waiting for someone. Standing before them was Empress Zhao Shi of the demon realm. The great elder stepped forward, opened a spatial rift and took out that petal. "I'm here to ask if this token is related to you." Zhao Shi looked at it and softly called out, "Master." Jiyu Chong raised an eyebrow slightly. "This stone, I think I've seen it somewhere before." A strange memory surfaced in his mind. "Master, how is your disciple's swordplay now?" "Very good, there's improvement." He asked himself, "Has this stone turned into a spirit?" A burst of demonic energy suddenly struck. All that demonic energy came from the stone next to Zhao Shi. This is demonic energy. A hand reached out and took the petal. Old friend, he mumbled to himself, then covered his head. So you also made it through. And you don't remember anything again? Zhao Shi asked worriedly. Are you all right? He replied. I'm fine. He looked at Ji Yuchang and the Great Elder, asking, May I ask if this token belongs to fellow Taoist? When he clearly saw Ji Yuchang's appearance, his eyes widened in surprise. From Ji Yuchang's figure he saw a familiar, powerful and ferocious aura. He was so scared he fell to the ground, then retreated. The Demon Lord isn't dead yet? Zhao Shi exclaimed. Master, she stared at Ji Yuchang with eyes that seemed to want to devour him. He looked at her, somewhat helpless. The Great Elder stood by, looking at Ji Yuchang angrily. The Demon Lord isn't dead. May I ask, fellow Taoist, what do you mean by that? Is it related to this brat? He thought to himself. Is this old fellow waiting for a justifiable reason to kill me? Zhao Shi helped him up, cold sweat beading on his forehead. No, it's just a similar aura. He closed his eyes and sighed. If there truly are two similar flowers in the world, it wouldn't be the master's destiny. He looked at Ji Yuchang and softly asked, Old friend's name is Old Stone. May I ask for young master's esteemed name? Ji Yuchang bowed respectfully. Junior Ji Yuchang. Old Stone nodded. Ji Yuchang. So it's you. I hope it reflects a similar flower. That would be reassuring to say, he then asked. Did Peach Demon send you to find me? Ji Yuchang smiled and confirmed. Yes, Peach Demon said you might be able to solve the problem with my body. The Great Elder stroked his beard, thinking, innate demonic nature, huh? Tisk. Old Stone lowered his head, his eyes meaningful. I'm not entirely clear about this problem. Peach Demon probably thought that with the Master's immortal demonic blood having infiltrated, he might not be controlled by demonic nature, but that was merely luck. Moreover, in Peach Demon's current state, she definitely doesn't remember anything. With that, he turned and left with Zhao Shi. Innumerable people like you have appeared in the world to this day, but without exception they all ended up entangled in evil deeds and met no good end. This matter is not something others can help with. You can only rely on yourself. No one else can help you. The Great Elder muttered to himself. What exactly happened to this kid? Ji Yuchang called out after him. I don't need to resolve the demonic heart problem. What I want is your favor. Senior, have we met before? Why do I feel a sense of familiarity from you? Zhao Shi and Old Stone stopped. He suddenly turned and asked back. A sense of familiarity? Ji Yuchang seemed excited. When I, Junior, cultivated in the past, I liked to sit cross-legged on green stones, but I wasn't satisfied with most of them. Until I finally found that green stone, which is very much like Senior's original form just now. The Great Elder scoffed upon hearing this. He's talking nonsense again, Ji Yuchang sincerely said. Junior means no offense. Perhaps it is also because of this that I feel a sense of familiarity now. Old Stone was silent for a moment, then replied, Perhaps this is what is called fate. Old Stone smiled and said, If young master doesn't mind if anything happens in True Immortal Academy in the future, you can always come find this old man. Although this old man cannot leave True Immortal Academy now, within the academy, this old man's words still carry weight. Ji Yuchang cupped his hands and bowed, sincerely replying, Junior respectfully obeys. The Great Elder stroked his beard, his gaze scrutinizing Ji Yuchang. This kid's ability to ride the wind and waves has grown again. Ji Yuchang chuckled inwardly. The information Old Stone revealed, coupled with the memories that had surfaced recently, and the confirmation that Su Qing was the demonic cultivation inheritor, wouldn't that make him the Demon Lord? He introduced Zhao Shi to them. By the way, this is my disciple Zhao Shi. Young master, you two can get acquainted. Ji Yuchang immediately bowed. Junior greets Empress Zhao Shi. He glanced at her, then commented, So this is the renowned ruler of the demon realm, just a Dharma body here, possesses quasi-enlightenment realm strength, truly worthy of being an old monster of over 6,000 years. Zhao Shi also said kindly, Young Master Chang, no need to be so polite. Though I reside in the distant demon realm, I have heard many tales of young Master Chang's deeds. Her words held a deeper meaning. In this generation's destiny for the young Master Chang has probably already claimed 7/10. Ji Yuchang humbly responded. Empress overpraises me. How could Junior, of what virtue and ability, deserve such praise from the Empress? Junior has also heard many rumors about the Empress before, and meeting you today I realized those rumors were all nonsense. Zhao Shi showed curiosity. I am somewhat interested. What rumors has young Master Chang heard? And what do you think of them? Ji Yuchang remained unfazed, not daring to utter those blasphemous patricidal husband-slaying and generally ill-omened rumors. He decided to downplay it. The rumors all say that the Empress is ruthless, venomous, and has brought chaos to the demon realm, Ji Yuchang cleverly conveyed. So that's why Ji Yu said, these are just baseless rumors. After all, 6,000 years ago, the demon realm was often in turmoil due to the equal status of the 6 emperors, leading to widespread suffering. You analyze the problem of the 6 demon emperors adhering to convention and disregarding the common people. If this continued, prosperity would turn to decline and the demon realm's fortune would inevitably dwindle. Ji Yuchang praised Zhao Shi, saying, without the Empress, not only would the demon realm be difficult to unify, but there would also be no peace and development in all directions as there is today. Aren't all these the Empress's achievements? But the world is ignorant and foolish. Change requires sacrifice, regardless of merit or demerit. That's why the Empress is criticized by the world. Zhao Zai's face showed contemplation. She recalled Ji Yu Chang's words about the world's ignorance. Her master used to say the same thing. The person observing from outside thought for a moment. After Ji Yu Chang finished speaking, he said, "Old Hu believes young Master Gu's explanation is likely very close to Zhao Zai's thoughts." Zhao Shi showed an interested expression. "Young Master Chang is standing up for me. After all these years, I never expected only young Master Chang to understand. I never thought anyone would share my thoughts," Ji Yu Chang respectfully said. From Junior's perspective, the changes the Empress has brought to the demon realm. Her merits far outweigh her faults, and she can be called an Empress for all ages. Zhao Shi was greatly surprised. Zhao Shi took Ji Yu Chang on a stroll. "Young Master Chang has just arrived and isn't very familiar with True Immortal Academy. It so happens that I once resided here. I wonder if you are satisfied with me as your guide today, young Master." Ji Yu Chang chose his words carefully. The Empress jokes, "It is truly a great honor for the Empress to guide Junior." How could Chang, who is bothering the Empress, be anything but satisfied? She then asked if young Master Chang had any other places he wished to visit. Suddenly, a prompt appeared on the screen, a system notification. "Luck event triggered. Son of the Demon Emperor returns." Seeing Ji Yu Chang silent, she asked doubtfully, Why are you not speaking, young Master Chang?" Ji Yu Chang thought to himself, I just thought of something interesting." He wanted her to change her address. "Thank you, Empress, for showing Chang around. If the Empress doesn't mind, you can just call me Chang from now on. Otherwise it feels a bit formal." Zhao Shi agreed. "All right, young Master Chang, would you like to visit the Demon Realm?" Ji Yu Chang asked. "I wonder if the Demon Realm has been peaceful recently." Chang has never been there and is quite curious. The 5 Demon Emperors disappeared that year. "I wonder if their behind-the-scenes forces have caused the Empress any trouble." She seemed somewhat displeased. Those 5 emperors were just a rabble always stirring in the shadows but incapable of causing any major disturbance. Ji Yu Chang cleverly reminded Zhao Shi. "Forgive Chang for speaking frankly, Empress, but you must not be negligent. After all, being in a high position, you cannot see the hidden dangers in the dark. Perhaps the 5 emperors left some trump cards just waiting for your negligence." He couldn't be too obvious in his warning lest it arouse suspicion. She was somewhat surprised. "The 5 emperors' trump cards?" Ji Yu Chang told her the solution. "The Empress needs to thoroughly investigate whether the enemies have been completely eliminated, as there might still be some lingering threats. Such dangers can lurk unseen and deceive like fruit hidden deep within the forest." Zhao Shi pondered thoughtfully. In another place, Ziyang was cultivating. "Junior Sister Daoshin, I have been waiting for a long time at True Immortal Academy." Many thoughts piled up in his mind. "Junior Sister Daoshin, in my past life I knelt countless times before the Buddha, yet I could not make you look back at me. You refused to stop pursuing the great Tao, and I never stopped pursuing you." Ziyang's eyes filled with hatred. "If in this life you still refuse to turn back for me, that will be your greatest regret. I wonder if it will be your superior Tao bone or my unique primordial Tao bone." He decided to peek. "Let me use the immortal Tao heavenly eye to glimpse a corner of your future." Someone was suspended high with shackles, looking truly miserable, and the smell of blood gradually faded. He felt very confused after seeing this. "Junior Sister Daoshin, is this your future? With your personality and talent, why would you end up like this in this life?" Ziyang noticed the person holding the bowl. That person. He quickly recognized him. "Isn't he your cousin? How could he do this to you?" That person's actions, welcoming you home and returning your Tao bone, were all an act. Ziyang immediately judged Ji Yu Chang. "You are indeed not a good person. Returning the Tao bone to Junior Sister is truly a joke." But Ji Yu Chang might have already known he was peeking. "Oh, interesting." Ziyang was stunned. What? Blood flowed from his eyes. Ziyang seemed unable to believe that he had been noticed from the future. No, impossible. He knew Ji Yu Chang was a dangerous individual. After all, this person was not as simple as he appeared on the surface. He was 100 times more terrifying than the rumors suggested. "Ji Yu Chang. He is definitely a monster. I must be careful of him." "Brother, what is an immortal demonic body?" "Xiaoyi, you just need to know that you're very powerful. Look, all the elders are scrambling to take you as a disciple. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to enter here." Xiaoyi stammered as she turned to him. "But brother, I don't want to cultivate. The way the elders look at me frightens me. I feel like they don't see me as a person either. The cultivation world is too cruel and heartless. I'm so scared," he gently comforted her. "Xiaoyi, don't overthink it. It's brother's incompetence. I couldn't protect you and give you a carefree life." Seeing this, Xiaoyi encouraged him. "Brother, don't say that. Brother is the best to Xiaoyi." Xiaoyi knows. Xiaoyi still seemed to have some regrets. "If the elders hadn't appeared that day, we could have followed young Master Chang." Xiaoyi felt that young Master Chang was unique. He perhaps understood her thoughts. "Silly girl, a person like young Master Chang might not even remember our names. Don't harbor any fantasies about him. We're simply not from the same world." Xiaoyi quickly ran away, covering her face shyly. "Ah, brother, what nonsense are you saying? What fantasies do I have? I just want to have a chance to repay him well in the future." He was very sad. Without power, one can only be chosen by others and be at their mercy forever. He closed the door, then took out a bottle of medicine. He was firm. "No matter what, brother will definitely protect you well from now on." On the bustling street, someone praised. "Young Master Chang truly has an impressive demeanor. I think even among the top 10 on the grand list, young Master Chang is an outstanding one." Elder Wang asked doubtfully, I wonder why young Master Chang is here, Ji Chang replied. Elder Wang, I am waiting for someone. He then guessed, oh, is it for young Master Chang's fiancée, Princess Mingkong? On the other side, Elder Mo stroked his beard. What's wrong? He might have already known. Ji Chang, you suffered a great loss at his hands last time. Today at True Immortal Academy with our support, there's no need to worry, Ying Chang calmly said. I understand. Over at Elder Mo's side, Ji Chang was happily chatting. There's no other way. Mingkong, she insisted I come pick her up. She looked childishly angry. Elder Wang also listened with great interest. I see, young Master Chang and Princess Mingkong truly have a good relationship. They asked each other questions. Young Master, please feel free. This old man will continue to select Academy disciples. Ji Chang respectfully invited. Ying Chang suspected it was an illusion. Why did he feel like he was being observed? Ji Chang had already seen him and commented, it seems you've accepted your new identity as the demonic cultivation inheritor. With a Supreme Realm Elder from True Immortal Academy by your side, I presume he's someone from the demonic cultivation organization. Ji Chang showed a strange smile. Changing your appearance and finding a patron, do you think I won't kill you? Everyone saw the flying immortal crane and recognized it as Princess Mingkong of the peerless immortal dynasty. She was indeed exceptionally graceful. No wonder even a person like young Master Chang is willing to wait here. She was surprised and asked, Ji Chang, are you waiting for me? Ji Chang pointed at the crowd. Otherwise, everyone here can testify for me. Everyone confirmed in unison, that's right, Empress Mingkong. Young Master Chang has been waiting for you for a long time. Ji Chang turned to her and asked, Elder Wang, does my Mingkong still need to be assessed? Elder Wang shook his head. Of course not. Mingkong still didn't understand. It was like the sun rising in the west. Everyone suddenly pointed in another direction. Look, the nine-headed lion, that's Jin Chanzi of Mount Buddha. He's passing through the demon burying abyss. He's also one of the figures on the top 10 grand list. Jin Chanzi is sitting atop it, passing through the demon burying abyss. That's terrifying. What kind of monsters are on the top 10 grand list? They began to discuss animatedly. I never expected to see young Master Chang and Jin Chanzi of Mount Buddha from the top 10 grand list at the same time. I wonder who is stronger. Ji Chang was the first to step forward and greet him. Brother Jin Chan, a pleasure to meet you, Mingkong thought to herself. After the demon burying abyss riot, he seemed to have disappeared. Since Ji Chang sealed the demon burying abyss, there has been no news of Jin Chanzi. She also recalled that in her previous life he had helped someone clear their name of being a demonic cultivation inheritor, and was thus resented by Ji Chang. Jin Chanzi stepped forward saying, Amitabha. Jin Chanzi bowed to young Master Chang. The lion behind him suddenly roared, making Ji Chang displeased. What does this mean? After appeasing it, Jin Chanzi turned and explained, Don't be rude. Its name is Shanjing and it is very sensitive to good and evil auras. Perhaps Ji Chang was a bit careless. Is that so? Then he suddenly turned to Mingkong and questioned, Mingkong, what bad things have you done recently? Jin Chanzi quickly apologized. My mount, after all, is just a mount and doesn't know etiquette. Please don't mind it, both of you. Ji Chang didn't mind. It's all right, it's not important. I've long heard that Mount Buddha is mysterious and powerful, but I've never had the chance to experience it. How about today? Before Ji Chang finished speaking, he rushed forward to attack. Brother Jin Chan, please enlighten me with your wisdom. Jin Chanzi was startled. Young Master Chang, everyone was shocked. What's going on? Why are they fighting? Goodness, two masters from the top 10 grand list are clashing, Ji Chang swiftly defended. Jin Chanzi flew forward. Mingkong seemed to be pondering something. If he were a regressor, he would have chosen to secretly kill Jin Chanzi. It seems I was indeed overthinking things before. On the other side, Ziyang opened the door, unable to believe it. What? Ji Chang is going to fight Jin Chanzi? The person reported. That's right, Lord Ziyang. As soon as Jin Chanzi arrived, Ji Chang directly attacked him. I see he dares to bully a monk. If he met you, Lord, he would probably... He immediately flew off. I must seize this opportunity to gauge his true strength. After all, rumors are just rumors, everyone exclaimed. Lord Ziyang, everyone is running to watch the commotion. Hurry. Two masters from the top 10 grand list are clashing, Ji Chang said excitedly. All right. There are quite a few spectators. Brother Jin Chan, please. Jin Chanzi prepared. If young Master Chang insisted on sparring, then a glint flashed in his eyes. My apologies. A formation immediately appeared surrounding Ji Chang. Mount Buddha's ultimate technique, the East Compassion Incantation. Everyone exclaimed in awe after seeing it. The Mount Buddha East Compassion Incantation. I heard those caught by this incantation cannot escape. Is young Master Chang going to lose right from the start? That... Ji Chang's expression was profound. There's a flaw, Brother Jin Chan. Something rushed over. This is the Void Zen Incantation. Ji Chang attacked Jin Chanzi. He frowned in pain. Jin Chanzi made a mistake. Jin Chanzi broke free. The Buddhist beads scattered. Each bead glowed. They transformed into many figures surrounding Ji Chang. Young Master Chang, at such a distance you won't have time to cast your various artifacts and spells. Ji Chang immediately understood. So that's it, not a flaw but inviting me into a trap. Unfortunately, they prepared to attack Ji Chang. The air was chaotic. What was happening? It was impossible to see clearly. Jin Chanzi's Arhat clone technique seemed to have been defeated. How was this possible? Ji Chang counterattacked. Jin Chanzi was very surprised. Just now Ji Yuchang had spoken boastfully, saying that if brother Jin Chan didn't show his true strength he would lose. Ji Yuchang's eyes emitted the power of reincarnation, and Ji Yuchang's clones appeared one after another. In an instant Jin Chanzi's clones seemed frozen in time, and Ji Yuchang unleashed dozens more moves. Jin Chanzi quickly steadied himself. If Buddhist incantations were ineffective at close range, then only direct Buddhist attacks could be used. Something rushed out from Ji Yuchang. Excellent, it seems incredibly fast. Ji Yuchang was very pleased. Coupled with the attack power of the White Tiger Jang metal, my sword will slay gods and Buddhas alike. Jin Chanzi conceded defeat wholeheartedly. I have lost. Jin Chanzi is no match for young Master Chang. Ji Yuchang accepted gracefully. Everyone was shocked. Jin Chanzi lost so quickly. Young Master Chang is too powerful. Both are on the top 10 grand list, yet the difference is so vast. Xiang became very worried. This Ji Yuchang is too dangerous. Even if I were to intervene I probably wouldn't have much confidence. I must find a way to warn junior sister Daoshin. The other two also felt wary. This person's assertiveness and confidence are not unfounded, and you are the only inheritor who has been hindered by Yu Tianzhao. After the two of them returned, the people cheered and praised. Young Master Chang is mighty. Minkong felt a little down. This Jin Chanzi is really unlucky. To become your stepping stone for establishing authority, Ji Yuchang proudly said. To be able to survive a clash with me, wouldn't you say he's fortunate? The lion was in pain. Minkong had returned to her residence. She was restless with many questions in her heart. She murmured to herself. As expected, Qing Shaoyi eventually joined True Immortal Academy. In her previous life she was known as Immortal Demonic Body Fairy Qingyi. Minkong gently propped her chin on her hand, deep in thought. She continued, but after she became one of the True Immortal Academy's twin prodigies she suddenly disappeared, likely encountering an assassin. I don't care about her fate. If I'm not mistaken, I'm more concerned about the vase in her brother's hand. The Changqian vase, one of the 7 Changqian artifacts. The 7 Changqian artifacts possess unparalleled power and exist throughout the world, Minkong added. I heard that the 7 Changqian artifacts are the keys left by the Immortal Palace. She took out 2 of the Changqian artifacts. Minkong looked at them with sharp eyes, thinking, now I have 2 in my hand, I must obtain the Changqian vase as well. Returning to the scene 3 days ago when True Immortal Academy closed, a question rang out. Name? A voice answered. Ji Yu Shenner. It was Elder Wong who had asked. He looked at Ji Yu Shenner and continued, are you young lady Shenner of the Longevity Ji Yu family? Shenner's eyes widened and she asked in surprise, you know me? The people behind were also surprised by Shenner's appearance. They exclaimed, Ji Yu Shenner, it's Ji Yu Shenner. Elder Wong smiled slightly and replied, this old man knows Ji Yu Chang, no need to guess further. You may enter? People in the distance upon hearing Shenner's name began to discuss animatedly. Is she young Master Chang's cousin? I heard young Master Chang has been waiting outside for Princess Minkong for a long time these past few days. After all, she's his fiancée. People come and go in True Immortal Academy. Even if it's not crowded, it's enough to create a low din. Shenner closed her eyes uncomfortably, holding food in one hand and offering it to Da Qing. She said, what does he mean? Welcoming Sister Minkong but not me? Is a wife precious and a sister not important? Suddenly, someone approached Shenner. He said, I am Zong Fan. Seeing you, junior sister, has made me curious. Might there be a chance to get acquainted? Shenner was stunned for a moment. So this person was Zong Fan. He and 2 other disciples approached Shenner together, clearly with ill intentions. He said, why aren't you answering? Are you looking down on me? One of his disciples added, junior sister, you're new here and there are some rules you should understand. For example, here, junior sister has to listen to senior brother Zong. Ji Yu Shenner's eyes were filled with disdain. She replied, just you guys, I think you're the ones who are old and muddled. Da Qing suddenly spoke. Are you looking for trouble? She smacked her lips and replied, Da Qing, you're asking for trouble. Zong Fan and the disciples were enraged by Shenner's words and immediately made a move. Zong Fan shouted, teach her a lesson. The disciple also squinted and said, this girl doesn't understand the ways of the world. We'll make her understand the cruelty of True Immortal Academy. 2 disciples simultaneously activated their magical artifacts to attack. They said, little girl, you need a beating. Suddenly, a surge of purple energy descended, blocking the disciples' attacks. An angry roar came. You scoundrels! It was Xiang. He landed lightly and said, so arrogant in broad daylight, are you here at True Immortal Academy to bully your fellow junior sisters? Shenner merely stood silently. Xiang swept Zong Fan and his accomplices with a disdainful gaze. He continued, you're ruining the reputation of True Immortal Academy and shaming our disciples. Zong Fan and his accomplices were all scared witless by Xiang's appearance. They said in panic, Celestial Lord Xiang, he's ranked 10th on the grand list. How can he be here? Quick, apologize. All 3 of them knelt down. Celestial Lord Xiang, spare us, please spare us. Celestial Lord Xiang, we won't dare again, never again. Please spare us, we won't bully junior sister again. Xiang smiled faintly and turned to Shenner asking, is this junior sister all right? Shenner hugged her arms and replied confidently, I'm fine, you don't need to do anything, I can handle it myself. He suddenly laughed loudly and said, junior sister is so confident, it seems I was overstepping. I am Xiang, inheritor of the Zifu. May I ask for junior sister's name? Shenner was a bit puzzled. Why did everyone in this academy like to ask for names? It felt strange. Ziyang chuckled awkwardly and continued, if junior sister doesn't want to say, then so be it. Ziyang said he respected junior sister, but in his heart, he thought as expected, she's still the aloof Dao Tian junior sister. He turned and waved his hand at the three, admonishing, if I hadn't passed by here today, you would have made a grave mistake. Alright, don't do it again. Get lost. They could only nod meekly and beg for mercy. Yes, thank you, Celestial Lord Ziyang, we won't dare again. The three stood up, suddenly revealing a strange smile. A wait rang out, and all three were drenched in cold sweat by the person in front of them. Jiyu Chang appeared. He said, did I allow you to leave? They stammered, terrified. Jiyu Chang. Chang faced the crowd and calmly said, oh, don't you all recognize me now? Ziyang's forehead was beaded with sweat. He seemed very worried about Chang's appearance. He thought to himself, darn it. Jiyu Shenner behind him smiled, thinking, Jiyu Chang, isn't he here to pick me up? Chang stood with his hands behind his back and questioned Zong Fan and his accomplices. You want to teach this girl a lesson? She's my sister, do you know that? Zong Fan meekly replied, Zong was blind. I recognize her now. Another person also said, young Master Chang, this is just a misunderstanding. Zong Fan was drenched in cold sweat. Chang chuckled in response. A misunderstanding? Speak, how do you want to die? Zong Fan replied in horror. Death, that's a bit much, isn't it? Ziyang turned to Jiyu Chang and said, young Master Chang, these few merely spoke disrespectfully and didn't harm Miss Shenner, so it's not a capital offense. I've already punished them. Chang calmly replied, punished them? I see your auras are stable, not like you've been injured. Shenner just stood there observing. Ziyang chuckled, we are all disciples of the academy, we should be considerate of others' situations, why not give me some face? Suddenly the atmosphere grew tense. Chang glared at Ziyang and said, give you face? If I give you face, who would dare accept it? Chang then pointed at the three, activating his power. 3 short swords appeared before Zong Fan and his accomplices. Zong Fan trembled in fear, shouting loudly, Celestial Lord Ziyang, save me, I don't want to die, this has nothing to do with me. Celestial Lord Ziyang arranged it all. Ziyang's face turned green. He quickly clarified, you bunch of blathering idiots, I kindly interceded for you. And now that death is at your doorstep, you want to slander me. Chang intensified his attack, and all 3 sustained his damage. He said, Celestial Lord Ziyang was kind, yet you slandered him, you truly deserve death. The people around were all scared and discussed amongst themselves. This Zong Fan, I remember he just made it onto the list, I didn't expect him to not even have a chance to strike. They deserve it for provoking someone they shouldn't have. Ziyang watched all this speechless. Shenner finally spoke, Jiyu Chang, this is true Immortal Academy, you. Before she could finish, Chang interrupted, shut up. He gently turned his head to look at her. Chang said, now that a precedent has been set, those people will surely remember clearly and won't dare to approach Shenner easily again. Chang poked Dashjing with his finger, provoking its anger. The two left, abandoning Ziyang. Shenner exclaimed, why do you always bully it? Ziyang's face was grim as he pondered. Until I have absolute certainty, I cannot act rashly. He suddenly put his hands together and said, it's also thanks to Jiyu Chang for dealing with these scoundrels of true Immortal Academy. Otherwise, I would have to clean up these pests for the Academy later. Chang gave in. Oh, if Celestial Lord Ziyang also has this idea, then I can rest assured. The scene shifted to the Academy's study, where various secret manuals floated in the air. The black-haired elder of true Immortal Academy, holding a teacup, savored his tea and said, although Celestial Lord Ziyang is the top young master in the upper realm, having been defeated by Jin Chanzi, he already harbors some apprehension towards Jiyu Chang. Today, provoked, yet he had no opportunity to act. This person is indeed worthy of being an inheritor of Zifu, the white-haired elder replied. Speaking of which, Jiyu Chang is exceptionally brilliant. Does he perhaps believe he can suppress all the prodigies in the world? Senior, what do you think of this matter? A person with light purple long hair who was selecting books replied, although that kid is arrogant, he has never suffered a setback. It's as if everything is within his plans. If anyone can make him suffer a setback, I'd be very excited to see it. Shenner and Chang were strolling down the Academy corridor. Shenner asked, you just killed them all. Don't the Academy elders have any objections? Chang replied, where do you think this is? True Immortal Academy cultivates supreme powerhouses. It's not a place to raise a few stubborn old men. Chang glanced at Shenner's shy demeanor, then continued, little sister, are you truly naive or pretending? Didn't you notice that Celestial Lord Ziyang harbored ill intentions? Shenner gave an awe and replied, of course I noticed. That guy was all smiles, clearly not a good person. She pointed at Chang and continued, just like you, I could tell at a glance that you're no good either. Chang replied helplessly, that last part was unnecessary. She gently supported her chin with her finger, wondering, but why did he arrange such a play? I didn't even know him before. Chang's face grew serious as he replied to his sister, I'm not sure yet, you just need to remember that person is not to be trifled with. Perhaps he wants to win your favor, then enter the Jiyu family as a son-in-law or something. Shenner gently patted Chang's shoulder and said with a smile, Jiyu Chang, don't worry, I don't fancy him. He gently said, you're truly overthinking things. Celestial Lord Ziyang might just be using you to achieve his goals. Thinking about it carefully, perhaps that person wants to use you to deal with me. Shenner suddenly looked at Chang in contemplation. He continued, do you think I acted for your sake? Shenner silently tiptoed and kissed Chang's cheek. Shenner ran off shyly, covering her face, saying, don't think too much, I just had a memory lapse. Chang stared blankly, then smiled foolishly, touching his cheek. He looked in the direction Shenner had left and said, silly girl. He thought to himself, Celestial Lord Ziyang, how should I kill you? The emergence of the True Immortal Academy's wondrous stone attracted so many onlookers, even the old fogies. This is an excellent opportunity for me. True Immortal Academy's interior is perfect for mischief at this time. Chong revealed a calculating smile. Ying Chong, brother Ji, I have a big gift for you. The heavenly gate opened wide, spiritual energy surged and cultivators flew through the air heading towards the waterfall of immortal chi. Quick, look, that's the Nine Heavens wondrous stone, cultivated for countless years in the academy. I heard it's about to emerge. Beneath the spiritual chi waterfall, an ugly-looking stone concealed a glow that fell from the Nine Heavens. I wonder if it's truly a true immortal's bloodline. The divine Imperial Sun's dragon carriage was flying, he spoke. They are all from the top 10 grand list. I wonder what the Imperial daughter thinks of this Nine Heavens wondrous stone. The immortal Imperial daughter replied coldly. I can't see through it. It's very mysterious. He glanced at the immortal Imperial daughter disdainfully. I heard the Imperial daughter is a reincarnation of the immortal Emperor, yet she can't even see through this stone. She was unfazed by his mockery. The divine Imperial Sun is more leisurely than I imagined. With such a major incident at Heavenly Phoenix Mountain, you still have the leisure to come here to watch the show. He huffed angrily, frowned, and his tone grew impatient. That traitorous wretch Ying Chong. However, I will personally clean up this mess. The Imperial daughter need not worry. Everyone landed and stood before the waterfall shouting in unison, Greetings, Ancestor Xing. The person's true form gradually appeared. He resembled a child enveloped in a faint golden glow, needing no further explanation. The cultivators exclaimed in awe, Isn't this person even older than Elder Ba Chong? You shouldn't mention a woman's age. Do you not want to live? She landed and walked towards the elders, bowing respectfully. Greetings, Elder Shi, he warmly replied. It's been many years, Xing girl. You've grown younger again. Hearing this, she was a little embarrassed. Elder Shi, don't tease me. You know my body really can't help it. After speaking, she turned to look at the stone behind her. The wondrous stone is about to emerge today. Has Elder Shi seen any clues from it? Elder Shi also looked over, then sighed and said, It's truly a shame. This wondrous stone shares the same origin as me, yet I don't know its history. The elders exclaimed. Look, the wondrous stone is finally moving. It's cracking. The stone suddenly cracked open and a golden light shot violently into the sky. Elder Shi pondered. Perhaps its emergence is related to the immortal poison body. This is truly astonishing. Could it really be the son of a true immortal? The light pierced through layers of clouds, shooting straight into the sky, seemingly announcing its birth. That heavenly daughter of the Wang family is the most astonishing. The news just came from the longevity Wang family. She had been well hidden before. A hand slowly appeared. He laughed joyfully. Familiar spiritual energy of heaven and earth. I finally left that 9 heavens hell that tormented me for 300 years. As the golden light dispersed, a red-clad figure appeared. I finally emerged. It's good to see the sun. I wonder how much time has passed outside. The elders were all astonished to see him. Why is it a human? And his cultivation is only at the heavenly god realm. An elder walked forward, approached him, and asked, Fellow Taoist, may I ask your origin? Why have you existed for so long within this 9 heavens wondrous stone? He honestly replied, I have no identity, just an ordinary low-level cultivator, nothing special. He pointed at the stone behind him with a look of disgust. But if you ask about that stone, a long time ago, I went out for an adventure as usual. Then the ground suddenly cracked and I unexpectedly found a celestial fate stone. The moment I touched it, I was sealed inside. He curiously asked the elder, Then what year is it now? People gathered around gossiping. What? There's no true immortal's son in that stone, just a young man who looks like a beggar. Don't disappoint us. How can a heavenly god realm cultivator be preordained for the top 10 grand list? The True Immortal Academy's patriarch and Elder Shi looked at him, commenting, This kid won't be that simple. He's hiding. It seems we should take him back first, and then ask about the situation. His foolish appearance indeed belongs to the innocent and harmless type. He revealed a calculating smile. I finally escaped the 9 heavens. I wonder if master, senior brothers, and junior sisters are all doing well. Xin Wuya, I'm back. On Chang's side, Yan Gui reported from the ground. A heavenly god realm cultivator attracted so many onlookers, but it turned out to be just a heavenly god realm. Yes, the elders are also a bit disappointed, but they still took him away. Also, there's another matter. A prodigy named Chu Lufeng has been corrupted by demonic cultivation. Today the elders are swamped. I didn't expect the demonic cultivation inheritor to also come to the academy. Chang's face showed surprise upon hearing this. That happened, he couldn't help but smile. Then I'll have to go help the elders with their worries. The divine Imperial Sun's dragon carriage was flying. His face was grim and his tone displeased. Ying Chong was once a disciple of my Heavenly Phoenix Mountain, but now he cultivates forbidden demonic arts and betrayed Heavenly Phoenix Mountain. I will definitely find him and restore peace to the world. He looked ahead and said coldly, He has fallen into the demonic path. He deserves death. Ying Yu lowered her head, looking very sad. I know if I meet him again I will show no mercy. He glanced at the young girl. Good that you understand. I wouldn't want to clean up a mess twice. Ying Yu nodded gently. The crowd below was discussing animatedly. I can't believe the demonic cultivation inheritor is so audacious, secretly sneaking into true immortal academy. He doesn't know how to restrain himself, he deserves to be killed. Yes, young Master Chong, you're a cunning fellow, even the elders can't catch him. Do you have any ideas? The divine imperial son asked softly. What's happening below so noisy? Ying Yu peeked out and exclaimed excitedly. It's young Master Ji Yu. Hearing that name, his face immediately changed. Ji Yu Chong, another troublemaker I see. I must find Ying Chong first. Ji Yu Chong, you won't get ahead of me. On the ground, Ji Yu Chong was addressing the cultivators. Everyone, please rest assured I will cooperate with the elders to track down this person's whereabouts as soon as possible, seek justice for all victims and restore peace to the academy. Several people praised him. Indeed, young Master Chong truly has the makings of a true immortal. With you here we feel truly at ease. Two female cultivators were even more admiring. Exactly, if we could share a room with young Master Chong we'd feel even safer. One person leaned in and reminded her, are you crazy? Princess Mingkong is still in the academy. What makes you think you can compete with her? The other replied smugly, because I'm beautiful. That night, within a room protected by a barrier, curses could be heard. You were too reckless this time. You've only just arrived at the academy and you're already so audacious. Inside the barrier were Tianhe and Ying Chong. Tianhe transmitted spiritual power to Ying Chong while still scolding him. What if you're discovered? Don't forget, there are terrifying existences in the academy like the Grand Elder of Daoshan Immortal Palace. He could kill me like a chicken. Let alone you. Ying Chong sighed. Elder Mo, please rest assured I know what I'm doing. Tianhe turned and walked towards the door with his hands behind his back. Then you be careful, don't be too flashy. Thanks to you I'm very busy. After he left, Ying Chong sat there clenching his fists. If he were to confess now that he wasn't the demonic cultivation inheritor, Elder Mo might just deal with him first. Damn it, I'm already at True Immortal Academy. He raised an eyebrow, gritting his teeth, tears welling up in his eyes. They're still framing me. Outside the academy, Wuya stretched and yawned widely. Such thorough questioning, but I also gathered a lot of useful information. As he was walking, someone blocked his path. Senior brother, Wuya looked at him puzzled. You are? Ziyang walked over. Senior brother, I'm Xiaoyang, do you remember me? Wuya exclaimed in surprise. Junior brother, in the lecture hall, the Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The name is not eternal, like yellow in a vessel. Ji Yu Chong, arms crossed, thought helplessly. Listening to this elder's lecture, I'm about to fall asleep. The Grand Elder's lectures were much better. Suddenly, someone appeared beside him. Mingkong sat beside him and asked, Chong, why is that human ancestor hall inheritor always staring at you? He immediately replied, What's so strange about that? Your husband is handsome and dashing. Mingkong was a little curious, but she looks at you as if she harbors a deep-seated grudge. Ji Yu Chong said in surprise, Maybe she knows my identity and is thinking of how to expose me. Chu Chu sat not far away, looking at them with displeasure. Ji Yu Chong turned to Mingkong. Mingkong, are you worried about your husband? But the human ancestor has already disappeared, so one inheritor is nothing to worry about. She softly asked, Is that so? I just feel her gaze is somewhat complex. Perhaps you, Ji Yu Chong laughed. Is Mingkong worried that I have some unclear relationship with her? Mingkong denied. Not really. Ji Yu Chong forced a smile. Don't worry, she's a human ancestor hall inheritor. How could I have the ability to harm her? She asked again. Is that so? Ji Yu Chong revealed a calculating smile. And why wouldn't it be? Seeing Chu Chu's expression was displeased, Zijin asked with concern, What's wrong? Chu Chu replied unhappily. Nothing. Did you see something dirty? Zijin was surprised. Isn't that Ji Yu? As soon as the name was mentioned, Chu Chu's face became even uglier. Zijin thought to herself, If there's nothing between them, I'll eat my hat. The elder reminded everyone that the True Immortal Academy entrance trial would be held in half a month, and based on the results, the criteria for elder selection of disciples would be determined. Everyone should prepare well. Finally, I can display my strength. Ji Yu Chong glanced at the two behind him, thinking, the trial is only in half a month? I wonder what opportunities will arise then. He watched Ziyang and Wuya conversing intimately behind him. Ziyang Tianjun fits the identity of a child of fortune, and he's also interacted with me. Why hasn't a system mission been triggered? Is it because there are too many children of fortune in True Immortal Academy? So he's just one part of the mission. Everyone walked out of the lecture hall. Finally, it's over. You all go soak your feet later. No, go for a beauty treatment. At this level, of course, you have to look beautiful. Walking out of the lecture hall, they saw a familiar figure approaching. Shenner was startled. Mingkong and Ji Yu Chong also saw her. Isn't that Shenner? Shenner covered her face and quickly ran in another direction. She didn't see me, Mingkong asked in confusion. Why is she running? Did you bully her again? Ji Yu Chong replied, What are you talking about? It's impossible for her to bully me. She's too shy to look at me now. Shenner, running in a hurry, bumped into someone. It was Ziyang and Wuya. Ziyang greeted her warmly. Miss Shenner, what a coincidence, we meet again. Shenner looked at them warily. You're Ziyang Tianjun? Wuya asked. Is she the one? Ziyang nodded lightly. Yes, Shenner said with disdain. What a coincidence, so many cultivators gathered to listen to the elder's lecture and I actually met Ziyang Tianjun. Do you think I would say that? Ziyang looked at her and replied. I just happened to run into Miss Shenner and say hello. Miss Shenner is perhaps too nervous. Shenner frowned and shouted loudly. Get out of the way, don't block my path or I'll beat you up. A hand reached out from behind her and rested on her shoulder. Ji Yuzhong had caught up. He looked coldly at the two. What's wrong, Shenner? Who's bothering you? She was startled, thinking another one. Her cheeks puffed up, red like a small tomato. Shenner immediately flew away, ignoring the three. So annoying, don't you all have anything better to do? Don't bother me. Ji Yuzhong narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiang Tianjun. I remember saying before that I don't want anyone approaching Shenner with ulterior motives. Did you ignore me? Xiang replied with a provocative attitude. Young Master Chong misunderstands, but I'll kindly remind you Miss Shenner ran away because she saw you. Being too controlling will make anyone resentful. Ji Yuzhong's face darkened. He said coldly, Are you teaching me what to do, meddling in my family affairs? What are you? Xiang angrily pointed at Ji Yuzhong's face. Ji Yuzhong, you, Wuya softly called out. Yang. Xiang unhappily put his hand down. The always silent Wuya stepped forward to mediate. He cupped his hands. Brother Ji Yu truly misunderstands. We were just passing by. We have no ill intentions towards that young lady. Please rest assured. Ji Yuzhong looked at him and asked indifferently, Who are you? Wuya pulled Xiang away, waving his hand as he replied, I am Qin Wuya. See, this guy's temper is exactly like my junior sister's. Ji Yuzhong's lips curled into a slight smile. So it's you. The child of fortune has returned. The senior brother has returned from the 9 heavens. The sky was gloomy, filled with lightning and thunder. A voice shouted, Master, senior brother has been missing for so long he must be gone. Please accept our condolences. Wuya's master was meditating on the ground, saying firmly, Impossible. Wuya's soul lamp hasn't extinguished. How could he be gone? The person next to him persuaded. Father, but that doesn't change his decision. Master will wait here until Wuya returns. The little girl was teary-eyed. Brother Wuya, Ziyang and the master looked at the figure standing on the rooftop. Master, we still have junior sister Daoshan. Daoshan has never disappointed Master. Wuya is even more so. They looked at her with expectant eyes. The sky suddenly seemed to crack open and demonic meteorites fell one after another. What? Some tattered items were mixed in. The three were stunned. Immortals bled, the heavenly palace collapsed, the immortal lord died, and this world is also finished. Ji Yuchang closed his eyes, walking leisurely. So that's how it is. Suddenly these hints feel like a clip from deep within my memories. Perhaps the system itself has a strong connection to the demon lord. He revealed an ambitious smile, his eyes filled with calculation. So the ultimate boss of the Forbidden Era is actually the demon lord. The timeline has collapsed so much that they don't even dare to preserve my name. The destruction of Wuya Dao's sect was just collateral damage, like stepping on an ant. So he's back, and he'll be back eventually. That night in Qingzhi's private room, her spirit avatar flew around her, softly saying, The demonic cultivation inheritor has also infiltrated True Immortal Academy. This is a great opportunity for us. There are fat sheep everywhere. This place truly is a paradise. Then she leaned in and hugged Qing, stroking her gently. Anyway, as long as we're careful not to be discovered by some grand elder, Ying Chong will take care of the rest. Qing nodded lightly. I know. She closed her eyes and sighed. I only fear that one day I will expose myself in front of young master. I wonder how much longer I have to hide. The spirit avatar laughed loudly, ran in front of her and performed. Listen to me, devour him. She conjured a small soul, then made a motion of putting it into her mouth. Why bother racking your brains to find a way? Qing opened her eyes, looked at her, then pushed her away. Shut up, you don't understand. I only hope that day comes a little later. The spirit avatar hummed unhappily, complaining. Hopeless, Ji Yuchang cupped his hands and shouted, Junior Ji Yuchang, greetings to all the elders of the academy. An elder looked at him and asked, Young Master Chong, may I ask the reason for your visit late at night? Ji Yuchang immediately reported the current situation. The demonic cultivation inheritor has infiltrated True Immortal Academy. I truly cannot stand idly by, so I specially came to ask all elders for some clues. All the elders exchanged glances, then stroked their beards. They stammered, cursing inwardly. This kid is indeed a troublesome one. Ji Yuchang then stated, It seems all elders have no clues, but I have a method, though it requires assistance. Another elder said, Oh, and asked, Young Master Chong, what method do you have? I'd like to hear it. Another elder was surprised. What? He has a method. Ji Yuchang then stated his idea. As the saying goes, a dark and stormy night is a night for murder, and that demonic cultivation inheritor definitely won't miss such a good opportunity. We just need to split up and search every disciple's mountain gate, and eventually, someone will run into him. The elders looked at each other in silence. Young Master Chong, have you considered how many disciples there are in the academy, and how large the academy is? Ji Yuchang looked at the old man and replied, I only know that tens of thousands have been admitted this time, but I'm not sure of the exact number. The academy is vast, comparable to a great domain. Another elder stepped forward and countered, Then if young Master Chong knows that this method of searching individually is time-consuming and labor-intensive, what if we don't encounter him tonight? Ji Yuchang calmly replied, We'll continue tomorrow. With that, he cupped his hands again, bowing slightly. Ji Yuchang knew that the elders were busy with numerous duties, and this plan was like searching for a needle in a haystack, but he couldn't stand idly by knowing that the demonic cultivation inheritor was still at large. Then he placed his hand on his chest and sincerely shouted, Even if I'm the only one, Chong is willing to spare no effort day and night. I will capture him from the academy. This is a disciple's duty. The elders gradually relented. All right, young Master Chang is indeed a paragon of the younger generation. Such courage, not fearing hardship and sacrificing for the world, makes even this old man's blood boil. An elder walked towards Ji Yu Chang and the others softly called out, Elder Mo, Elder Mo. He stroked his beard and smiled. I wonder if this old man can accompany young Master Chang tonight, he thought to himself. I absolutely cannot let Ying Chang's identity be discovered. Ji Yu Chang laughed loudly. What are you saying, Elder Mo? It is a great honor for you to accompany Junior. Junior thanks Elder Mo on behalf of the other disciples, I beg you. Then the two left the academy together. As they walked they chatted. Elder Mo, your condescension to accompany Junior fills me with immense gratitude. Young Master Chang, there's no need to say more. What little trouble is this? Ji Yu Chang suddenly became serious. Elder Mo, I have another plan. Since the academy grounds are vast, we can split up. If our respective areas are clear, we'll rendezvous in the next area. What do you think? He silently ridiculed him. Is this even a plan? Is Ji Yu Chang out of his mind? Then he pretended to be interested and shouted, This plan is brilliant. I'll play along with you as long as it keeps you away from Ying Chang's location. Then the two went their separate ways. Then Junior will go this way. All right, young friend, be careful. Ji Yu Chang glanced at the old man's retreating figure, then secretly chuckled. Elder Mo, I have a gift for you over there. I wonder if it suits your taste. Here a figure stealthily flew towards a small room. That figure was Ching. She looked left and right and ran to the door. The person inside sensed an unfamiliar aura and shouted, Who's there? Ching gently pressed her throat, then mimicked a voice. Senior brother, it's me, Chen Yu. Are you asleep? May I come in and sit for a while? The person inside imagined her fiery and enchanting figure, thinking, Junior sister Chen Yu coming here so late. Coming here to seduce. He excitedly went to open the door. Coming here, coming here. But as soon as he opened the door, the person standing outside was completely different from what he had imagined. He widened his eyes in surprise. You're not Junior's sister, Chen Yu. Who are you? Ching pulled him into the room, then slammed the door shut. He shouted in panic, You, what do you want to do? After a while, spiritual energy erupted. A scream rang out and the spirit avatar laughed loudly. I never expected this guy to look so ordinary, but he tastes pretty good, Ching suddenly exclaimed. An elder is here. The ravenous spirit avatar also stopped asking. The two quickly flew out of the room. The spirit avatar looked back at the room with some regret. How annoying. I didn't even finish eating. As soon as they flew into the courtyard, Elder Mo descended. She cursed inwardly. Damn it, my identity is exposed. Damn it, and he's a supreme. Elder Mo looked at Ching in surprise. What's going on? Why is there another demonic cultivation inheritor? No, that's not right. This young lady's technique is true demonic cultivation. Could it be Ying Chang? He frowned, thinking it was a fake. Ching was drenched in cold sweat, looking at the spirit avatar. What do we do now? The spirit avatar shouted, Fight him. Suddenly, he grabbed Ching's wrist. To her surprise, Elder Mo pulled her away. Don't make a sound, follow me. Suddenly, Ji Yu Chang descended from the sky. Elder Mo, Junior has finished inspecting my assigned area and has come to rendezvous with you. Elder Mo cursed inwardly. Damn it, how is this kid so fast? Ji Yu Chang looked around and immediately recognized the acquaintance standing there. Ching, why are you here? Ching was anxious. Damn it, the most complicated situation has occurred. Ji Yu Chang shouted in surprise. Wait, a disciple has been attacked by the demonic cultivation inheritor. Elder Mo and Ching turned to look at the corpse lying inside, and Elder Mo's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Should we silence Ji Yu Chang? Ching asked urgently. What exactly happened? Ching, she's stammering. Young master, Elder Mo changed his expression with divine power. Don't talk nonsense or I won't be able to protect you either. He seems to know you too. What's your relationship with them? Ching stepped closer. Elder Mo, do you really think she's the demonic cultivation inheritor? She's my maid. Ji Yu Chang, I can extract the Dao heart body. She's definitely not the demonic cultivation inheritor. He relaxed his brows. So that was it. Ching sadly said, Young Master, I'm sorry, I actually Elder Mo once again stood between them and interrupted. Young Master Chang, I want to ask you what you mean by this. He frowned slightly. I encountered the demonic cultivation inheritor and fought with him, but this young lady happened to pass by, so I wanted to ensure her safety and take her away from here. Do you mean that I was the one who killed Liang? Chang raised an eyebrow. Did you not mistake Ching for the demonic cultivation inheritor? Elder Mo angrily exerted pressure. Nonsense, do you take me for a fool? Watch your tone when speaking to an elder. Chang shouted. This matter concerns Ching, who is part of my family. Even if you are Elder Mo, this junior can only offend you. The two pressures thus confronted each other. Ching called out worriedly, Young Master. Ling Ying watched them with crossed arms, then reminded, What's the rush? Such a person doesn't do things without benefit. Perhaps he's putting on a show. System prompt. Ching's favorability toward the demonic cultivation inheritor has increased. Elder Mo said coldly, Young friend Chang, don't you know that there's only one demonic cultivation inheritor in each generation? Everyone knows it's the heavenly phoenix son Ying Chang. Chang raised an eyebrow, pondering seriously. I actually forgot about this. At this moment the Grand Elder said, Never mind. Since this young lady is Ji Yu Chang's person, there's definitely no problem. She probably came out because she saw it was dark and coincidentally ran into this. Ji Yu Chang respectfully said, So that's how it is. This junior was reckless. Please forgive me, Elder Mo. Elder Mo turned around and then said, if there's nothing else, you two should leave first. I still need to thoroughly check here so as not to miss any clues. At this moment, a woman walked over and said, young master, he thought as soon as he spoke. No wonder I couldn't find any demonic aura on that brat Ying Chong, it was all fake. Chong looked at him and thought, then I'll leave the cleanup to you, Elder Mo. Afterwards, Su Qing and Jiyu Chong left together. Su Qing wanted to touch Jiyu Chong but didn't dare. She softly uttered, young master. Seeing this, Jiyu Chong flicked his sleeve. HMPH. Seeing this, she said hastily, I'm sorry, young master, I shouldn't have. Jiyu Chong seized the opportunity. Speak, do you want to explain now? Su Qing, I wasted my trust in you. How many things have you hidden from me? How many things? Feeling guilty, she said, I'm sorry, young master. The reason Qing appeared here tonight is because, before she finished, Jiyu Chong asked, she stammered, and as she spoke, she took out something. Before, at the auction, I obtained a concealment box. This box is actually related to the 7 Chongqing artifacts of the upper realm, but I didn't tell young master about this. Young master, I shouldn't have hidden it from you. Jiyu Chong turned around and asked, 7 Chongqing artifacts? Then he crossed his arms and said, heh, alright, Su Qing, you never mentioned this before. She said awkwardly, young master. Then he turned and said, forget it, you handle it yourself. These matters keep happening again and again. I don't know how much longer I can endure. If you cause trouble again, don't blame me for throwing you back to the lower realm. At this she cried and said, yes. Jiyu Chong thought to himself with satisfaction. Next, Elder Mo will definitely secretly contact Su Qing. As long as I pay attention to Su Qing's movements, I'll know the situation of the demonic cultivation organization. He also thought, Ying Chong, this time no one will protect you. I'd like to see what value you can create before you die. At this moment, another group of people began to quarrel. This demonic cultivation inheritor is too arrogant. He repeatedly killed 2 prodigies, and this is even true Immortal Academy. I didn't expect that demonic cultivation organization to be not only malicious but also utterly brazen. Just then, Ying Chong happened to hear this and immediately felt wronged. Amidst his grievances, someone came over and bumped into him. That person said, fellow disciples, don't worry. These guys dare to break into true Immortal Academy to commit evil. They'll have wings but no escape. By then won't we be free to strip their tendons and flay their skin? They're the ones who should be crying. Hearing these words, he was utterly wronged. Tears welled up in his eyes and he kept saying aggrievedly, who says not? On the other side, Wang Zijin said, Chu-Chu, this is your best chance to catch him. I remember your talent can reverse time, can't it? If you can find clues, maybe you can find the hidden identity of that demonic cultivation inheritor. Chu-Chu was holding a token and looking at it, not speaking. Seeing this, Wang Zijin leaned closer to Chu-Chu and said, I'm talking to you, did you hear me? Why are you always spaced out lately staring at this broken token? What? Does it have Jiyu Chong's scent on it? Hearing these words, she was somewhat displeased and said, are you too idle? Why are you suddenly concerned about the demonic cultivation inheritor? You used to be indifferent to it. Wang Zijin stood up and said haughtily, what? How can you say I'm idle? As an inheritor of the human ancestor hall, I yearn for peace in the world. Is there anything wrong with that? Chu-Chu was meditating and cultivating. So she said, then go find it yourself, don't disturb my cultivation. Even the academy elders can't do anything about him. So what can I do? Wang Zijin leaned closer to Chu-Chu again and said, you've changed. You're not the same Chu-Chu baby. You neither seek the human ancestor's reincarnation nor do you care about the coming disaster or the demonic cultivation inheritor. At this point she suddenly blushed, covered her mouth with her hand and continued, are you perhaps infatuated with Jiyu Chong and no longer care about your duties as a saintess? How far have you two gone? Has it already? Before she finished, Chu-Chu said, infatuated with what? What exactly do you mean? She clapped her 2 hands together, making a clap-clap sound and then spoke. Just as she was saying this, she stopped, and Chu-Chu didn't understand what she meant. It wasn't until she clenched one hand and extended an index finger with the other, then inserted it into the clenched hand that Chu-Chu understood what she meant, and she immediately blushed with displeasure. In that forest, screams were heard. Wang Zijin, stop right there! Wang Zijin screamed as Chu-Chu chased her. Why are you flipping out again? You're the one who refuses to learn. As she chased Wang Zijin, she said, is refusing to learn your way of solving problems like this? Today I'll teach you a good lesson on behalf of the human ancestor hall. Just then a voice came from the sky. I wonder where Saintess Zijin is? Hearing the commotion, the two stopped and she said, HMPH, Jiyu Chong. How does he know I'm here? Chu-Chu also said, my cave is already very close. What's so strange? Chu-Chu continued, if he's looking for you, then go see what he wants. At this she glanced at her and said, you're not going? She said she wasn't interested. Afterwards Wang Zijin found Jiyu Chong. At this moment he looked at her and said, Saintess Zijin, I haven't seen you in days, you're even more vibrant. She then asked, come now brother Jiyu, what brings you here today? Then he got straight to the point, saying, recently the demonic cultivation inheritor has been very arrogant in the academy. I recall that the Saintess was also attacked before, so I have some conjectures and wanted to tell you. Hearing this she said, oh, brother Jiyu has clues about the demonic cultivation inheritor. Then he replied, it's just a guess. Still no evidence, but after much thought it's still best to be cautious, he continued. Now 2 disciples in the academy have been attacked and they were far apart. Combining this with the previous incident where Saintess Zikong was attacked by a mysterious great saint realm expert, I suspect the demonic cultivation inheritor might be using the long-lost heartseed demon method. Wang Zikong asked somewhat confusedly, The Heartseed Demon method allows one to control the minds of others and also cast one's own divine abilities, he said seriously. Exactly, this means the hidden enemies might be more numerous than I imagined, and their danger level could even be among the top 10. She asked in surprise. That makes sense. Does Brother Ji-Yu have any suspects? Ji-Yu Chang continued. Not yet, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Please be careful, Saintess Zikong. After all, the hidden enemy is still out there. After hearing this, she thought he's worried about me. Then she said, Brother Ji-Yu, won't you come in and sit for a while? Chu-Chu is here too. At this he quickly refused, saying, no, I have something else to do, I'll take my leave first. Meanwhile she stood below, having heard all the conversation. Seeing his refusal, she clenched her fists and thought, he heard I was here and now he doesn't want to come in the academy. Those books were scattered. At this moment a man holding a book said, all realms shattered, eternity collapsed. The great Tao fractured, gradually perishing. Qin Wuya looked at the book and said, no one knows what happened, not even recorded books, and even reincarnated beings have obstructed memories. This is the era I once lived in, now known as the Forbidden Era. As he read, he gritted his teeth and said, now Ziyang has reincarnated and junior sister has also reincarnated and master and she should have also reincarnated. I must find everyone. Meanwhile, he heard a sound and that was. At this moment he realized something and said nervously, Yang's residence. Ziyang's residence had already had its barrier broken by Ji-Yu Chang, that person called Celestial Lord Ziyang. Get out. Those who blocked the way were also thrown aside and they lay on the ground, saying it was Ji-Yu Chang. Another person continued, this person is truly domineering, don't forget. Celestial Lord also ranks among the top 10 figures. He didn't care and said with a cold expression, 10th place. If I'm not satisfied, this true immortal academy will only have 9th place left. Tell him to get out or I'll make an example of you. Ziyang heard the commotion and walked out asking, Ji-Yu Chang, what do you want? At this the two people beside him returned and said, Celestial Lord Ziyang, Celestial Lord Ziyang. He then said, retreat. Ziyang asked unhappily, Ji-Yu Chang, we have no enmity. Why did you kill my servant? Ji-Yu Chang said with a terrifying expression, no enmity, it seems you don't remember anything. Disregarding my warning, do you think I'll let you off? On the other side, the onlookers were endless. Quick, look, young Master Chang and Celestial Lord Ziyang are fighting. This is an unmissable event. The Divine Imperial Son and the Immortal Imperial Daughter also arrived. On the other side, someone said, hee. Why is Ji-Yu Chang bullying people again? The birds next to him kept chirping at Ji-Yu Shenner. At this moment the little girl was eating noodles and said, if it's bullying Celestial Lord Ziyang, then it's fine. The little girl continued. That Ji-Yu Chang even said he wouldn't care about me, that man. Then she thought, should I go join the fun? At this moment everyone had arrived. Oh, I didn't expect the Immortal Imperial Daughter to also like joining the fun, another person continued. Isn't the Divine Imperial Son the same? Also among the top 10 figures, don't you want to see how profound Ji-Yu Chang truly is? At this moment Ziyang asked, Ji-Yu Chang, judging by your words, do you intend to dominate the academy? A fair lady is a good match for a gentleman. Fairy Junior Sister is gentle and dignified. What's wrong with me wanting to pursue her? Do you even want to control this? Hearing these words, he said, a gentleman pursuing a fair lady is fine, but what are you? Are you worthy? Hearing him say this, he was so angry his face turned red and his neck thickened. He gritted his teeth and said, you give me some face, don't be so unreasonable. At this moment the onlookers discussed, so that's it. I heard that Celestial Lord Ziyang had some contact with Ji-Yu Shenner outside the academy last time. But young Master Chang didn't say a word then. No wonder his attitude is like this today, another person continued. I didn't expect young Master Chang to care so much about his sister. At this moment the Divine Imperial Son said, no, if Ji-Yu Chang truly doted on his sister, why would he take her Dao Bone when she was young and drive her out of the family? I'm afraid the so-called return of the Dao Bone last time was merely forced by circumstance. The Immortal Imperial Daughter also said, do you mean he wants to use this incident to settle a private score, not really to seek justice for his sister but just to suppress Celestial Lord Ziyang? He said, HMPH, who knows? Anyway, this person isn't good either. Just then someone walked over and said, I told you long ago, respect isn't given by others. Ji-Yu Chang walked past Ziyang and continued, why don't you understand? At this moment Ziyang's whole body was cold. He calmly kicked Ziyang flying and he shouted in surprise, Ji-Yu Chang, do you really think? Then he cast a spell to attack Ji-Yu Chang and said, do you think I'm afraid of you? Ji-Yu Chang quickly dodged his attack. The two were now locked in an intense battle, and the crowd below watched with great interest, discussing animatedly. Both are top 10 experts. This fight is definitely going to last a while, another person continued. Not necessarily, we saw Jin Chanzi last time. That was the Sword of the Heavens breaking Phoenix from outside the sect. Ji-Yu Chang began to cast spells and attack, quickly targeting Celestial Lord Ziyang. Celestial Lord Ziyang was not to be outdone. Primordial purple chi, a glint flashed in his eyes. I used this move against the Six-Crowned King last time, the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden exclaimed. That's the primordial Dao Bone, the Heavenly Phoenix Son also responded. Ziyang's ultimate move, Chang launched his attack. Ziyang's barrier defended. The two fought fiercely and relentlessly. Ziyang said somewhat smugly, I forgot to tell you, I'm much stronger than Jin Chan. Although your divine sword is powerful, it can't defeat me. At this moment, someone from the crowd below said, he blocked everything. Another person said, no, look up there, there's a mysterious golden light, an anomaly. Someone discovered something being projected from the sky. I didn't expect it to be an anomaly. Quickly retreat to a safe distance. At this moment everyone retreated and someone said, what realm is that Ji Yuchang in? As soon as Ziyang saw it he said in a panic, You can't just be in the Saint realm. Ji Yuchang's face was cold and he said, I forgot to tell you, Jin Chanzi is no different from you. Then he gently dropped a sentence, Go down. That huge thing began to approach Ziyang, making him panic and say, Damn it, primordial purple chi, fully protect me. The dragon head began to spray red light at Ziyang and thick smoke rose from the ground. Just then the system prompted, Receive Dao fruit, -1. Several craters had already appeared on the ground due to the battle. Ziyang was also pinned down, heavily wounded, he said. If it weren't for my immortal Dao heavenly eye still backfiring, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state. He walked from a distance and said, Useless people have many excuses. At this moment Ji Yuchang walked forward again and continued, Your physique is quite good, but unfortunately you were born at the wrong time. Meanwhile someone appeared and said, Stop. Qin Wuya stood in front of Ziyang and said, Ji Yuchang, Ziyang has already paid a sufficient price. Do you still want to burn him to death? As soon as Ziyang saw him he said, Senior brother, he continued. Besides, we truly meant no offense to your sister. Why don't we let this matter rest? Ji Yuchang still said expressionlessly, What's wrong with you? Do you want to lie down too? Upon hearing this, Qin Wuya said somewhat agitatedly, You. At this moment the heavenly phoenix son asked, Strange, how does Ziyang know the ancient man who awoke from the wondrous stone? Their relationship seems quite good, the heavenly phoenix son replied. In any case, they have already made an enemy of Ji Yuchang. At this moment Ji Yuchang turned to leave and said, Never mind, I'll give you a lesson today. If there's a next time, I will cripple you completely. At this moment Ziyang remained silent, kneeling there silently. System prompt. Son of Fortune, Qin Wuya protected his junior brother from humiliation. His luck was damaged. Fellow disciple attacked. Qin Wuya's rescue was untimely. His luck was damaged. Afterwards, Ji Yuchang appeared before the onlookers and said, Today's events have made you all laugh. Upon hearing this, the heavenly phoenix son said, Brother Ji Yu had reason to intervene. I understand. I was just passing by and suddenly remembered some matters I haven't dealt with, so I'll take my leave first. Hearing this, Ji Yuchang replied, Farewell. At this moment inside the carriage, the heavenly phoenix son said, Ji Yuchang is too powerful. We must re-evaluate his strength. He might still be hiding something. Ji Yuchang watched them leave, smiling triumphantly. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos, Qin Wuya helped Ziyang up and asked, Junior brother Yang, how are you? Seeing his concern, Ziyang replied, Senior brother, Ji Yuchang is ruthless. Junior sister's memories haven't recovered yet. She's very naive. I used my immortal Dao heavenly eye to observe junior sister, and she will definitely be harmed by him. At this moment, Qin Wuya said, I know you mean well for junior sister, but you were too impulsive this time in my opinion. Someone like Ji Yuchang is far more terrifying than the so-called demonic cultivation inheritor. Upon hearing this, Ziyang angrily said, Senior brother, I know he's not simple, but he… Before he could finish, Qin Wuya interrupted. The demonic cultivation inheritor at least wouldn't parade around under the banner of justice like him, constantly finding excuses to oppress the weak. His evil is hidden beneath his feigned benevolence and righteousness. Ziyang asked again, Then what should we do? Then he suddenly coughed a few times and continued, We can't just stand by and watch junior sister jump into a pit of fire. In terms of strength, senior brother, can't you even defeat him? Qin Wuya replied. I'm afraid winning against him won't be easy, but don't worry. Qin Wuya stood there and continued, I heard there's a samsara lake in immemorial heaven that can help one recall past lives. If junior sister recovers her past life memories, things will be much easier. He looked at Ziyang and continued, I will set off for immemorial heaven immediately. I'll be back in a month at most. You be careful and don't get into any more conflicts with him. Upon hearing this, Ziyang said, All right, I'll listen to senior brother. Saying that, he quickly flew away, leaving Ziyang sitting there. He still said defiantly to Ji Yuchang, Once my immortal Dao heavenly eye recovers, and with senior brother's help, I will definitely wash away today's humiliation. Ji Yuchang looked up at the sky at this moment. Seeing someone fly by, she thought, I never expected a profit-driven person to one day stand up for me. He has really changed. Meanwhile, Ji Yuchang flew by, saying with a stern expression, Even if the received Dao fruit recovers the primordial purple chi, although hastily, it's enough to pass off as real. Ziyang Tianjun, I've already prepared your script. From another side came an incessant voice. The trial has already begun, but do you really not know what's inside? That's the traditional formation leading to the trial grounds. Truly exciting. At this moment many people arrived. According to the usual rules, it was unknown which young talents would lead the teams this time. On the other side, two people came before Ji Yuchang and respectfully said, Greetings, young Master Chang. Seeing this, he replied, Long time no see. How have things been? Are you used to it here? The little girl said, reporting to young Master Chang, I'm quite used to it. Seeing this, he said, It seems you two siblings have gained a lot during this time and your cultivation has grown quite a bit. Qingfeng then said, This is all thanks to my sister. Otherwise, with my aptitude, how could I be fortunate enough to cultivate? Upon hearing this, Ji Yuchang turned and left, saying, You can't say that. Everyone has their own opportunities, this is also your destiny. Qing Feng heard this and said, yes. The little girl stood by and said, young Master Chang, walk slowly. At this moment, Su Qing glanced behind, thinking that petite figure. At this moment, the little girl said, brother, look, young Master Chang still remembers me. Qing Feng heard this and replied, Sai, I know, keep your voice down. You are now a key disciple cultivated by the elders. Your future is boundless. Pay attention to your image. At this moment, everyone had gathered. Suddenly a figure walked in. Quick, clear the way. The six-crowned king has arrived. Look, the six-crowned king, that monster is here too. Heavens, he must be the strongest on the top 10 grand list, right? True Immortal Academy has already won the internal competition 6 times, and I heard Zhang Tianjun, once the top figure in the upper realm, also lost to him. He walked in, tall and burly. I really want to know who is stronger between him and young Master Chang. As soon as he entered, he fixed his gaze on Jiyu Chang, thinking, longevity Jiyu family Jiyu Chang. Jiyu Chang sensed the movement and he turned around thinking, interesting, this is the first time someone has looked at me like a prey. At this moment, both noticed each other. At this moment, the person wearing the tiger mask thought, that's right, you're worthy of being my only opponent. Jiyu Chang also looked at him thinking, where did this country bumpkin come from? Meanwhile, 3 figures appeared and said, silence. The one standing in the middle was the Grand Elder. He held a box and said, this trial is related to Absolute Yin Heaven. Traces of the Absolute Yin gathering pen have been found in the Absolute Yin land, as if the Absolute Yin Emperor is about to be born. Many ancient forces and Academy guardians have been attacked by Absolute Yin creatures. Casualties are heavy and many nations have even been occupied. Therefore, the disciples on the top 10 grand list will be divided into several teams to lead expeditions to various ancient nations to quell the turmoil. Vacant positions will be filled by disciples in line, and other disciples are free to choose a grand list disciple they approve of to follow. He held the box and continued, since you understand, let's begin the drawing. Then he said, let's start with you, Jiyu Chang. Then he frowned, feigning displeasure. Jiyu Chang drew a lot, and the lot had the character 1 written on it. Seeing this, the surrounding crowd discussed animatedly. It's number 1. When we form teams later, we must follow young Master Chang's team. There will definitely be much less danger. That person continued, yes, it's definitely safe to follow young Master Chang. I wonder if I'll be lucky enough to draw him. On the other side, Chu Chu also drew a lot and said, damn it. From a distance, Ziyang walked over to greet, long time no see, Saintess Chu Chu. She completely ignored him. On the other side, Wang Zijin walked towards Yu Mingkong and said, oh dear, Princess Mingkong, what a coincidence, we're in the same group. Seeing this, Mingkong said, Wang Zijin, Saintess of the Human Ancestor Hall. Seeing this, Wang Zijin happily said, that's me. It's alright if I'm not in the same group as Brother Jiyu, I'll take care of you for him. Were you just worried that Brother Jiyu would be snatched away by my good friend? As she spoke, Mingkong pushed her hand away and said, you're overthinking it. Then Mingkong continued, I'm just worried about Saintess Chu Chu's safety. Anyway, my husband definitely won't suffer any losses. Then she left. Seeing this, Wang Zijin followed her and said, you also know Brother Jiyu isn't a good person. Do you have a good heart too? The masked person on the left whispered, too bad I'm grouped with my defeated opponent again. In the distance, Ying Chang also whispered, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. It seems I'll have to cooperate with Ziyang Tianjun. After all, he's one of the few who isn't afraid of Jiyu Chang. At this moment, Ziyang also whispered, phew, luckily I didn't draw Jiyu Chang. At this moment, the Grand Elder raised his hand and commanded, all right. Due to an insufficient number of disciples in line, the Academy has decided to promote the most capable person from the quasi-grand list disciples to lead a team. Then he looked at Shenner below and said, Shenner, you must perform well. Upon hearing this, the little girl said in a panic, me. At this moment, the surrounding crowd began to discuss. This girl looks so ordinary. Why is she leading a team? She's Miss Jiyu Chang's sister, and it seems she's also a disciple of the Grand Elder. Oh, so it's nepotism. Absolutely cannot go to her team, I feel like I'll die. The little girl heard this and whispered, no way, I don't understand either. Then he spoke, alright, silence. Other disciples quickly formed teams and prepare to depart. At this moment, on the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdoms expedition team, the last time they searched for the Absolute Yin origin, it was thanks to Wang Zijin, and this time it's thanks to this woman again. Jiyu Chang stood at the very front of the team, and those behind him whispered, if I can follow young Master Chang, I must find an opportunity to seduce him. Even Chu Chu said, this scoundrel is irresponsible. On the Black Tortoise Ancient Kingdoms expedition team, the person wearing the tiger mask stood at the very front whispering, HMPH, a bunch of weaklings. Ying Chang, standing behind, also said, strange, why hasn't Elder Mo come to find me recently? Ziyang also seemed to have some thoughts, whispering, even at my peak I wasn't the 6-crowned king's match. I wonder if he has subdued Jiyu Chang. On the White Tiger Ancient Kingdoms expedition team, Yu Mingkong stood at the very front. Wang Zijin, standing behind her, said, so soft, someone is truly blessed. Only just arriving today, it turns out Princess Mingkong is also in line. Yes, Princess Mingkong is truly humble. Yu Mingkong, standing at the very front, said, Saintess, please behave yourself. Upon hearing this, Wang Zijin said, sorry, Chu Chu is used to it. Seeing this, Yu Mingkong whispered, though clearly a woman, why is her behavior so reckless and rude? Is this what the Human Ancestor Hall teaches? On the Red Liao Ancient Kingdoms expedition team, the person standing at the very front thought to themselves, HMPH, has that useless Ying Chang been selected? A girl was whispering how no matter where Chang goes he's so dazzling. If brother were half as powerful as him it wouldn't be like this. On the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom's expedition team, Ji Shenner stood at the very front, but only 2 people chose her, which puzzled her. She turned around and said disappointedly, "What's going on, only 2 people, am I not trustworthy?" The little girl whispered to herself. "If it weren't for the Grand Elder's requirement for training effectiveness, I'd really want to join young Master Chang's team." Then Ji Shenner thought to herself, never mind. Looking at it from another angle, aren't there still 2 people? At this moment the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden walked over, patted Ji Shenner's shoulder and said, "Let's go together," the little girl asked, somewhat surprised. "Are you the immortal Phoenix Maiden from the top 10 grand list?" She replied, At this moment someone came to Ji Chang and said, "Chang, I have something I'd like to ask for your help with. Qing Shaoyi is a key disciple cultivated by our elders. You're quite close to her." So, before he could finish, Ji Chang said, "Elders, rest assured, I Ji also have a connection with those siblings. If there's an opportunity I will definitely take good care of them both." At this moment the little girl noticed and said, "Brother, look how good young Master Chang is, he's even willing to care about others." Qing Feng heard this and said, "Don't overthink it. Young Master Chang is only doing this for Miss Shenner." Ji Shenner however said, "HMPH, I don't need his concern, he's just meddling." Then the Grand Elder began to give orders. "Look, True Immortal Academy's expedition teams, we're almost at those ancient nations, truly worthy of True Immortal Academy." The ships began to depart. At this moment inside the ship Su Qing said, "Young Master, our destination is the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. Currently many lands east of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom have been occupied, and cultivators have suffered countless casualties." Upon hearing this, Chang said, "Qing, your cultivation has also improved very quickly during this time." Upon hearing this, she said, "True Immortal Academy is indeed a good place for cultivation, and it's also thanks to the Elder's proper guidance." Then he raised his hand and stroked her face, saying, "You've matured much more than when I first met you." He continued, "Presumably your father in the distant lower realms Taishuan Holy Land would also be happy to know." At this moment the index above her head showed 7,200, and then she said, "This is all thanks to young Master for bringing me to the upper realm, allowing Qing to broaden her horizons and mature. Without young Master, Qing would still be a frog at the bottom of a well, let alone joining True Immortal Academy." Then he turned and left, saying, "Haha, right. How's your investigation into the news about the Changtian Qi escaping?" She quickly replied, "I have some clues. If I'm not mistaken, the siblings Qing Feng and Qing Shaoyi should have a Changtian artifact." Ji Chang pushed open the door with his hand and said, "Oh, then it should be in that young man Qing Feng's hand, because an immortal demonic body doesn't need external aids after all." Su Qing replied, "Perhaps because Qing Shaoyi's brother Qing Feng is not simple-minded. Young Master, do you want me to go?" Before she could finish he said, "No need," he said with a smug expression. "I will make him hand it over willingly." At this moment a purple gas drilled in. Chuchu was cultivating in the air, but she recalled some unpleasant things. Images of Ji Chang and her in loving intimacy surfaced, and her inner demon appeared at this moment, preventing her from finding peace. The scene of him binding her hands with chains, and even scenes of him and Minkong in loving intimacy, these images caused her to suffer a backlash, spitting blood, and then she collapsed to the ground due to the backlash. "Damn it, Ji Chang is damned." Just as she fell, a hand supported her. Ji Chang quickly helped her up and said, "You've gone berserk, why are you cursing me?" She was rendered speechless by him, then said in a panic, What are you doing?" Seeing this he said, "I'd love to tell you when the time comes, when I find where the absolute Yin land erupts." She said in a panic, "Why should I help you? I would never help a bad person do bad things, don't dream about it." Seeing this he said, "From the day you dared not reveal my identity, you already helped me do bad things. Moreover, don't forget the human ancestor is dead. Now only I can completely resolve the fire of a righteous heart. You're not cooperating with me, thinking of the rampant disasters as an inheritor. Don't you feel guilty?" Upon hearing these words she thought, this despicable scoundrel. What method did he use? But since he can stop the absolute Yin heaven, he must have some good intentions. Then he asked, "How about it? Have you made up your mind?" She looked a little flustered and said, I know, but I have one condition." He then said, "Oh?" she said somewhat sheepishly. "Ji Chang, from now on, can you be a little nicer to me?" As soon as she finished speaking he let go of her, letting her fall to the ground, and said no. She was so angry that she said, "Ji Chang, why are you so heartless?" Then he kissed her directly. At this moment in the imperial city of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, the person sitting in the middle sighed, and someone else spoke. "Your Majesty, the heavenly chosen of the True Immortal Academy are almost here. You don't need to worry too much, we are saved." His Majesty said with some concern, "That is just a trial for the True Immortal Academy. Their purpose is to hone their disciples, and our lives are not truly important." He continued, "The Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom has been passed down for millions of years. It will perish in my hands. Your Majesty, please be careful." He continued with a worried expression. "Thankfully Howard is not here, so he doesn't have to die with this old man." Just then someone ran to report, Your Majesty, the third prince has returned." He immediately exclaimed in surprise, "What, Howard has returned?" At this moment 3 figures walked up the steps. Wang Xiao began, "Senior brother, is this your homeland? It's too weak, there isn't even a supreme." Accompanying Chu Hao was Ji Qingshan. Chu Hao then spoke, "A son does not find his mother ugly. A dog does not find its home poor. A gentleman must not forget his roots. Today the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom faces calamity, and the skills I have learned now have a place to be used, Wang Xiao then said. Exactly. Senior brother is right. I just can't imagine that such a remote place with constantly dwindling luck could give birth to a figure like senior brother. Chu Hao then looked up and said, before I came I said not to be too surprised, as my family background is not prominent. When the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom was deeply imprisoned back then, my father could still provide most of my cultivation resources, which solidified my determination and gave me the courage to travel all over. He recalled the good times with his father. Wang Xiao then smiled and said, oh, I've never heard senior brother mention that before. Ji Qingshan also spoke. Grand senior brother's imperial father must be an extraordinary figure. She then spoke, so when you see imperial father later, don't worry about formalities. At this moment a group of people ran out of the bedchamber, chattering happily. Howard, it's really you, Howard. As soon as he saw his father, Chu Hao immediately knelt respectfully and said, Imperial father, Howard has returned. Seeing this he said, quickly stand up, Howard, there's no need to kneel. Wang Xiao then said, just a lower realm emperor. Ji Qingshan glanced at him and said, do you think Grand Senior Brother didn't hear that? He said somewhat smugly, foolish, so what if he heard? Grand Senior Brother won't care. The Taichung Cave Heaven cannot function without the support of the Wang family behind me. What can Grand Senior Brother do, no matter how powerful he is? Although she was angry, she was powerless. Then she thought, this guy's character is such that he can't compare to Grand Senior Brother at all. At this moment a ship appeared high in the sky, and everyone was surprised. HMPH Imperial Father, that is. At this moment the crowd below also spoke up. This Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, I thought it would be related to the Vermilion Bird clan, but it turns out to be a dilapidated small country. What a waste of my time. I was really looking forward to it. The strongest person in this Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom should only be in the Great Saint Realm, right? No wonder most of the territory has already fallen. He stood below, looking up and said, it should be the heavenly chosen of the true immortal academy who have arrived. The academy promised to help us resolve this disaster. Chu Hao then asked, are only young heavenly chosen coming here? He sighed upon hearing this. Wang Xiao became even more smug and said, I heard that this generation of the academy has produced numerous talents and heavenly chosen, which can be called a golden age. I wonder who is stronger, them or the disciples of our Taichung Cave Heaven. Ji Tianxuan then replied, I heard that every academy disciple is formidable, especially those on the top 10 grand list who are extremely powerful. Chu Hao then said, the true immortal academy disregards the life and death of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. It's simply not important to them. He then thought, if I were strong enough I would have to go into seclusion and break through to the Supreme Realm as soon as possible. Then he said, Howard, you don't need to come with me to welcome these heavenly chosen. I understand your nature. There might even be a conflict. You two go rest. Ji Qingshan then asked, Grand Senior Brother, do you dislike these heavenly chosen? Wang Xiao replied, Grand Senior Brother has a righteous bone. He definitely dislikes these heavenly chosen. Ji Qingshan then said unhappily. Shut up. Chu Hao then said, alright, let's go in first. Wang Xiao also replied, okay, Grand Senior Brother. Only Ji Qingshan still looked up at the sky thinking, strange, why does that ancient ship give me a familiar feeling? The ship approached and Su Qingzha's body suddenly reacted. Ouch. Ji Yuchong then asked, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? She replied, no, it's nothing. At this moment the system prompted, do you want to trigger Su Qingzha's fate quest line? Seeing this he thought, oh, is the little girl from the lower realm going to become a child of fortune now too? She felt uncomfortable at this moment thinking, why do I have such a strange feeling? The people inside were all clamoring saying, Saintess Chuchu has arrived. Did Saintess Chuchu rest well last night? I heard you cultivating until midnight in the cave next to mine. He then spoke, it seems you rested well. This trial I trouble Saintess Chuchu to lend a hand. She replied unhappily and silently. Everyone then spoke up, yes, thank you Saintess. The human ancestor hall inheritor must have many ways to deal with absolute yin creatures. She then spoke, young Master Chong is so powerful with him here, I probably won't need to do anything. Chong then said, what? Saintess Chuchu is too humble. You are deeply hidden. Something this GU has witnessed many times. At this moment someone said, Tisk, has young Master Chong fought Saintess Chuchu many times? Really? Another person asked in surprise. Are these people that simple? Hearing this, it seemed as if no victor had been decided yet. The human ancestor hall saintesses are indeed deeply hidden. She was furious upon hearing this, thinking, why am I surrounded by such shameless people on the ancient worship of the true immortal academy? Jiu Chong stepped out majestically, walking through the void. Below, the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's ruler and all the ministers respectfully cupped their hands in greeting. He spoke nervously and worriedly, I am the current ruler of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. Bowing to all the heavenly chosen of the true immortal academy, you have all traveled far and wide. It has been arduous. The two ministers exchanged a worried glance devoid of any joy. He nervously reminded the ministers behind him, these young people must not be offended. Jiu Chong walked at the front of the team, and seeing this he raised a hand to reassure them. The Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's ruler need not be nervous. This Jiu has traveled this far. It's not like I encountered floods or beasts. Besides, you're leading the team with me. And there's also the Human Ancestor Hall's inheritor. Isn't everyone confident in the Human Ancestor Hall inheritor's character? Zhang Chuchu glared fiercely at him from the side, thinking, you truly waste no opportunity to capitalize on the human ancestor hall's prestige. Perhaps only she knows that his gentle, refined and scholarly demeanor is nothing but a facade. Earlier on the ship, Ji Yuchang hadn't seen clearly, but as he stepped out, I didn't expect this small nation to be filled with the chi of heaven, a child of fortune. And the vermilion bird, ancient kingdom's ruler, kept worrying. Sweat beaded on his forehead, his eyes wide, as he repeatedly whispered, the one surnamed Ji and so close to the human ancestor hall, could it be? As if hinting at some astonishing matter originating from his heart, without any extraneous emotion. The vermilion bird, ancient kingdom's ruler, reacted quickly, hastily cupping his hands and exclaiming, greetings, greetings, young Master Chang. Immediately afterward, he bowed deeply and sincerely, and Ji Yuchang instantly appeared before him, raising a hand to support his bow, hastily saying, Ah, your majesty, there's no need for such formality. His expression remained elegant, a friendly smile on his lips, hands clasped behind his back as he continued, this journey for training. We have caused much inconvenience, and I hope the vermilion bird, ancient kingdom's ruler, will not mind. He had not expected the person leading the team this time to be him, and he sighed, what is young Master Chang saying? Your reputation precedes you. With your assistance, our vermilion bird ancient kingdom is saved. He had already taken the opportunity to give instructions, arranging accommodation, and said thoughtfully and meticulously, as for your lodging, I, your humble servant, have already arranged it. Everyone, please go in and rest, Ji Yuchang politely continued. Many thanks, your majesty. The vermilion bird, ancient kingdom's ruler's heart was initially in turmoil, but then it settled as if he had taken a tranquilizer. He smiled and said, I never expected you to be so approachable. Indeed, as rumored, gentle and refined like jade. But he didn't know that Ji Yuchang was merely a venomous snake that hadn't yet revealed its fangs, a truth only known to Zhang Chuchu behind him. Haha, hypocrite, who is better at faking it than him. Night fell, a crescent moon hanging in the deep blue night sky emitting a faint glow. Below were trees swaying in the wind, a scene of tranquility. Inside the palace at Ji Yuchang's residence, he had at some unknown point sent someone to investigate the third prince of the vermilion bird ancient kingdom. That person quickly returned to report the situation. Naturally gifted from a young age, but the vermilion bird ancient kingdom's resources were insufficient to nurture him. With no other choice, he had to journey to a foreign land, traveling far and wide, joining a sect. 100 years have passed in the blink of an eye. His current cultivation is unknown. Hearing this, Ji Yuchang's eyes showed interest, his expression at this moment like a CEO saying, this girl is interesting. Ji Yuchang's mind was racing. Though a small bird, he can swallow a dragon. This prince's luck is enough to overshadow Zhang Yang. Can ancient masters also reincarnate? The subordinate remained in his posture, continuing, Zhang Chuchu has already set off to find the place where the absolute yin erupted. Ji Yuchang paused and sighed. Zhang Chuchu is fast. She found the absolute yin eruption site so quickly, it seems she doesn't want to see me. He continued to ask the person, has Su Qing made her move? The subordinate replied, yes, master. Ji Yuchang's body subtly moved and he stepped out of the room, preparing to find a suitable prey. He mentally asked, System, is Su Qing's mission related to her background? The system answered unequivocally. Yes, he seemed to have already anticipated this answer, a mysterious smile on his face as he kept thinking, it seems I need to pay attention to Su Qing's whereabouts. Before that, I'll devour the vermilion bird kingdom's dragon's pulse and break through to the great saint realm. The scene shifts to outside the vermilion bird kingdom's imperial palace, where stone lions stand before the palace, light radiating from within. He was overjoyed, laughing incessantly as he chatted with Chu Hao and the others. Ha ha ha, Howard, I never expected young Master Ji of the Ji family and the human ancestor hall's inheritor to arrive. Our country is saved. Beside them, Ji Qingshan and Wang Xiao also heard, but their expressions varied. Wang Xiao scanned his surroundings, remarking unhappily, what a dilapidated imperial palace. Chu Hao looked thoughtful, nodding gently. I have also heard of the person imperial father mentioned. He is a righteous man, abhorring evil. He is backed not only by the Ji family and the primordial divine religion but also by the inheritor of the Daotian immortal palace. The vermilion bird kingdom's ruler sighed regretfully. Yes, but he is not arrogant at all, much like you. If Howard and he had been born in the same era, perhaps they could have become friends. As the two chatted, Ji Qingshan looked outside, her face filled with vigilance. That strange feeling was growing stronger at this moment. Ji Qingshan finally spoke, seemingly tired of listening to the father and son talk. Grand Senior Brother, you two continue talking. I'm going out for a walk. Wang Xiao's mind was filled with a huge question mark, and although he didn't quite understand, Chu Hao was still stunned for a moment, then agreed. Although Vermilion Bird City is safe, you must still be careful. Before Chu Hao could finish speaking, she immediately ran out, casually leaving a remark. I know. Seeing this, Wang Xiao turned and chased after her, hastily saying, Hey junior sister, where are you going? I'll go with you. The Vermilion Bird Kingdom's ruler hesitated and asked, How are your junior brother and sister? Chu Hao said. Let them go, Chu Hao said indifferently. People from the Ji family and Wang family are all from extraordinary backgrounds. Nothing will happen, especially Wang Xiao. Soon, Ji Qingshan disappeared from Wang Xiao's sight, successfully shaking him off. Wang Xiao chased to the steps of the main gate but couldn't find her, and he asked blankly, Where did she go? I didn't expect that Ji Qingshan to dare to leave me behind. Having no other option, Wang Xiao called his protector and asked, "Elder Zan, have you seen Ji Qingshan?" An old man with a long black beard and a haggard face appeared behind Wang Xiao and said, "Reporting, young master, allow this old man to use his divine sense." With that he closed his eyes and cast a divine ability. Soon Elder Zan opened his eyes, seemingly already knowing where Ji Qingshan was. He glanced in another direction and said, "Someone." He pointed to a streak of blue spiritual energy like a meteor streaking across the sky and disappearing into a dwelling, and shouted loudly, "Over there!" Wang Xiao was also shocked by the familiar figure. It is her indeed, but why did she change clothes? He seemed to be asking himself, what is she doing so mysteriously? And at this moment the one who flew past Elder Zan and Wang Xiao was precisely Su Qing. She was preparing to land in a dwelling, completely unaware that she had been mistaken for Ji Qingshan. Wang Xiao and Elder Zan's figures also flashed behind her, his face beaming with a smug smile, his eyes glinting with cold mockery as if he had seen through everything. His tone was arrogant and confident. "As soon as I arrived in Vermilion Bird City, I had a strange feeling. Now she's being secretive, there must be something going on," he told Elder Zan to follow. Below, Su Qing and Ji Qingshan now stood face to face at some point, both staring curiously at each other, the atmosphere unusually silent. Both opened their eyes in surprise, seemingly unable to believe the person before them. Suddenly both spoke at the same time. "It really is you," Su Qing called out. "Sister." Ji Qingshan also exclaimed, "Sister." The two hadn't expected to meet again under such circumstances. Su Qing remained silent for a moment, then asked, "How is Mother?" Ji Qingshan then gently replied, "Mother has been confined by the family. After all, her elopement back then was quite an embarrassment to the Ji family. If it weren't for my extraordinary talent, I probably would have been implicated as well." Hearing this, Su Qing also sighed, and after a moment of thought she held Ji Qingshan's hand and asked, "You haven't had it easy either, have you?" Although she lived in the upper realm, it was indeed no easier than the lower realm. Ji Qingshan asked with a hint of curiosity, "And what about you, sister? Why have you come to the upper realm?" Su Qing's eyes showed a deep sadness, as if holding a heavy secret. She replied, "That's a long story." The two then sat down on a stone step in front of the mansion. Su Qing recounted her entire journey. After listening, Ji Qingshan couldn't help but sigh. "So that's how it is. Sister has had such extraordinary experiences. Before, I only thought about the family's importance, otherwise my existence would be meaningless." Ji Qingshan looked up at the sky, with a trace of sadness in her eyes and a voice full of envy. "I also wish for a life like yours, sister. Even as a maid you are free and unburdened." Su Qing was momentarily stunned, her gaze dimming as if deep in thought. As the elder sister, she didn't know how to help her younger sister defy their family or rescue their mother. With her current strength it was impossible. Suddenly, Su Qing thought of what she believed to be the most appropriate solution. She said, "Qingshan, why don't we switch identities? Anyway, we look identical, and no one will notice any difference." Ji Qingshan broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this, and asked doubtfully, "Can that really work? Won't it expose our disguise?" Immediately after, Su Qing produced an ancient charm glowing with golden light. Ji Qingshan, not knowing what it was, asked, "Sister, what is this?" She explained, "This is an ancient charm that conceals one's aura. As long as we're careful, there won't be any problems." As soon as she finished speaking, Su Qing gently placed the ancient charm above Ji Qingshan's brow. Then the charm emitted a golden light and merged with her body. Su Qing continued, "Next I'll tell you all the details of my interactions with young master. You just need to ensure he doesn't detect anything unusual, and this will also fulfill a bit of your wish, sister." The light on Ji Qingshan's body gradually faded, and she stammered, "Then I'll also tell you about my situation, sister." In Su Qing's mind, her other soul scoffed with laughter. "True to form, sister. Su Qing is even scheming against her own sister." Su Qing shot a glare, saying sternly, "Shut up. Switching identities with Qingshan can help clear me of young master's suspicions, and it will also facilitate our actions." Thinking of this, Su Qing couldn't help but reveal a smile. But it was a cold one. Su Qing's other soul, seeing this, laughed heartily. "Haha, exactly. As the demonic cultivation inheritor, there's no need to worry about the absolute yin disaster. Devouring all prodigies is the crucial task." After reaching an agreement, the two stood up after switching identities. Su Qing took Ji Qingshan's hand, reminding her, "Oh, and Qingshan, you absolutely must not try any tricks in front of young master, or no one will be able to save you." Ji Qingshan nodded gently. "All right, I'll remember." Immediately after, spiritual energy flowed around the two, a gold and a blue intertwining, successfully exchanging their consciousnesses. "Now we have become each other." After the switch, the younger and elder sisters separated, each returning to their own places. Su Qing walked thinking, "I wonder how Ji Yuchang's strength compares to senior brothers. I'm really looking forward to it." At this moment, Wang Xiao appeared from who knows where. Seeing the familiar figure emerge from the mansion, he pressed, "Junior sister, what are you doing out so late?" Su Qing also recognized the person in front of her as Wang Xiao. "Let him go talk to senior brother," she thought. She looked at Wang Xiao as he said, casually walking past him and brushing past him coldly. Wang Xiao couldn't believe she was ignoring him like this and couldn't help but press again. "I'm talking to you." Ji Qingshan, now in Su Qing's body, felt angry. Thinking he was pretending not to know her, he quickly reached out and grabbed Su Qing's shoulder, saying, "For senior brother's sake, I call you junior sister Ji. Yet you dare to disregard me. Don't forget that old ancestor of your Ji family." as if she had a ghost in her heart. She glanced at him as if seeing a pervert or lecherous person. This guy has the guts of a bear and a leopard, doesn't he? Does he know whose person I am? With that she delivered a flying kick, mercilessly striking Wang Shao in the stomach. He was caught off guard by the kick. His eyes popped out and he spurted a mouthful of water. It was disgusting. Wang Shao clutched his stomach in pain, his expression blank, stammering, You Ji Qingshan, are you crazy? How dare you lay a hand on me? Who do you think you are? Can the Ji family protect you? In Ji Qingshan's memories, Wang Shao was the person she detested the most, having tried to kill her many times. This time she struck without hesitation. She condensed spiritual power into a punch, charging towards him. I've wanted to do this for a long time. The scene made Wang Shao's eyes widen like bells, his mouth agape, his face pale in utter disbelief. He shouted, Do you really dare to kill someone? Immediately after, he yelled, Elder Zan, save me! Before Su Qing's punch could reach Wang Shao, Elder Zan appeared in front of him, blocking her. He unleashed a palm strike, sending Su Qing flying. Miss Ji, do you know what you are doing? Su Qing coughed, then glanced at him, recognizing that he was indeed in the Great Saint Realm. She paused and added, But if young Master Ji Yu learns of your offense against me, even if you are in the Great Saint Realm, you will not escape death. Elder Zan turned to Wang Shao, puzzled, asking, Young Master, what does Miss Ji mean by that? Wang Shao angrily shouted, Don't listen to her nonsense, she's gone mad. Quickly subdue her, then let me teach her a good lesson. Hearing this, Elder Zan immediately responded loudly, Understood, young master. He looked at Su Qing with cold eyes, and strands of spiritual power continuously erupted from his body. He said to her, as if politely, Beg your pardon, Miss Ji. Orange spiritual energy blazed fiercely, erupting violently, enveloping the entire side hall, shining exceptionally bright in the night sky. The ruler and his son also broke out in a cold sweat at the sight. Chu Hao recognized this aura and said to his imperial father, I'll go see what's happening. The Vermilion Bird Kingdom's ruler anxiously urged, All right, Howard, go quickly. With his permission, Chu Hao shot out of the main hall. Couldn't help but wonder, Great Saint Realm, who is attacking in the city? Ji Yu Chong seemed to have been observing all this from the rooftop. Seeing Chu Hao fly towards the powerful spiritual energy eruption, he couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect the third prince's entourage to also have a Great Saint Realm expert. Qing's aura is also nearby, so it seems Qing's mission also involves this. Ji Yu Chong immediately changed his aura. A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes, and the character evil clearly appeared on his face. If the Son of Fortune has taken his place, shouldn't the villain also make an appearance? Ji Qingshan, now in Su Qing's body, resisted with all her might, but still couldn't avoid being pushed far back, her feet scraping hard against the ground to steady herself from being pushed back. Then she looked up, staring sharply at the person in front of her. As expected, this is a Great Saint Realm technique, not something I can fight against. While Ji Qingshan was distracted and standing still, Elder Zan bowed and unleashed another attack. He slammed a palm into the ground, creating a massive cutting wave rushing towards her, almost catching her off guard. But she dodged by sidestepping just in time. Wang Shao stood behind Elder Zan, his face showing displeasure, constantly urging, Elder Zan, show no mercy. Whatever happens, the Wang family will take responsibility. Elder Zan was condensing a golden orb of energy, shining with dazzling light, and didn't forget to reply, Understood, young master. The golden power transformed into a gourd, then into a massive gourd, pouncing on Ji Qingshan, almost devouring her. Just then, Ji Qingshan only managed to jump back and dodge. Suddenly, a voice from behind grew closer, ordering loudly, Stop. She opened her eyes wide. When she realized whose voice it was Chu Hao rushing over. As soon as he landed, he extended a hand to support her waist, steadying her. His other hand pointed at the massive gourd, using magic to prevent it from approaching. Chu Hao sternly questioned, Junior brother, what are you doing? A second later, the gourd had shrunk and was recalled by Elder Zan. The four stood in two pairs confronting each other, and Wang Shao began to clamor, Senior brother, you're finally here. Today, junior sister Ji went mad. She was about to kill me, so I had no choice but to let Elder Zan act. Chu Hao didn't believe his junior brother's words at all. He retorted, What nonsense are you talking about? How could junior sister kill you, junior sister? Tell me, is that true? Hearing him ask, Ji Qingshan in Su Qing's body didn't answer immediately but raised a hand to cover her injured arm. Her eyes lowered as she replied coldly, Who's your junior sister? I am Su Qing. The four were in a stalemate. Just then, Ji Qingshan, the real one, in Su Qing's body flew over from who knows where, still confused about the situation, asking, Suzanne, what happened? Why did I hear an explosion? All four had question marks above their heads after hearing this. She landed on the ground. Wang Shao watched dumbfounded, his jaw almost dropping, unable to believe his eyes. Why are there two Ji Qingshans? What's going on? Elder Zan, standing in front, was equally shocked. He secretly glanced at Wang Shao, saying in a panic, Young master, something's not right. Did we mistake the person? Chu Hao, annoyed by their bickering, turned around and asked, What exactly happened? Hearing the two girls fall silent for a few seconds at the same time, Ji Yu Chong also appeared from above, bringing with him a powerful pressure, his voice colder than ice. Who can tell me what happened? Not worried about the absolute yin disaster, but fighting here instead. A second later, everyone was shocked. Elder Zan and Wang Shao's eyes widened in terror, shocked by the immense power of this person who had just appeared. The space was enveloped in a heavy pressure. He asked the person beside him, "What powerful pressure? Who is this person?" Elder Zahn was quick to react, making a guess based solely on this aura. If this old man is not mistaken, this must be the legendary young master Jiyu of the Jiyu family. Chu Hao, on the other hand, appeared much calmer. He showed little emotion, silently assessing. He is Jiyu Chang. Su Qing is the real Su Qing. In Ji Qingshan's body, eyes, however, gleamed, and she couldn't help but secretly rejoice. He is the legendary Jiyu Chang, the leader of the righteous path. He is the young master sister always talks about. Jiyu Chang landed, standing beside Su Qing, the real Su Qing, in Ji Qingshan's body, speaking softly, audible only to the two of them. "Qing, why are you here? Are you all right?" Su Qing in Ji Qingshan's body thought to herself that she had already switched identities, and he definitely wouldn't recognize her. So she boldly said, "May I ask, young Master Chang, are you speaking to me? Do we know each other?" He didn't react, only glanced at Su Qing, the real Su Qing, in Ji Qingshan's body, examining her. "What's wrong? Why are you dressed like this?" Ji Qingshan, the real Ji Qingshan, now in Su Qing's body, seeing that Su Qing had already spoken, dared to step forward, her voice full of grievance. "Young master, you finally arrived. Qing has been terribly bullied." He was stunned, at a loss, looking left and right, then back at Su Qing, the real Su Qing, in Ji Qingshan's body, who was revealing a scheming, feigned, innocent smile. How lucky! Last time the system checked luck and now it was coming into play. Jiyu Chang checked her luck value, which was 7,205. Su Qing was a bit anxious and scared under his gaze. He seemed to have realized something, and the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. "So that's how it is? Is this Qing's mission? It's an identity-switching play. Interesting." After learning the plan, Jiyu Chang also pretended to cooperate, walking over to the person he was pretending to believe was Qing. He waved his hand, arrogantly mistaking the person. As soon as the two saw him finish speaking, their faces instantly changed, and they were both stunned. Young Master Jiyu supported her shoulder, secretly using the system to check, finding her injuries were light but still pretended to act, feigning concern and raising his voice. "Qing, what's wrong? How did you get such serious injuries?" Ji Qingshan, the real Ji Qingshan, now in Su Qing's body, followed suit, leaning gently against him, feigning exhaustion and closing her eyes. "Young master, I was just casually wandering around the Vermilion Bird ancient kingdom." As soon as she finished speaking, Jiyu Zhang unexpectedly lifted her in a bridal carry and without hesitation added, "What's wrong? All your internal organs are injured. Don't worry, I'll handle everything." Hearing this, Ji Qingshan also blushed in surprise. Ji Qingshan, the real Ji Qingshan, in Su Qing's body, looked up at the person holding her, her cheeks growing redder and redder like a ripe tomato. "He is so powerful, so gentle. Sister is truly blessed." Jiyu Chang walked to the side, gently placing her Ji Qingshan in a safe spot, and didn't forget to admonish her. "You lie down obediently and rest, I'll handle them." At this moment, Su Qing, the real Su Qing, in Ji Qingshan's body, felt a bit anxious, silently observing all his solicitous actions and Ji Qingshan's expression. Her spirit avatar wouldn't stay quiet. It detected her emotions, and appeared to mock. "This little sister of yours is truly something. I bet she's already planning to replace you and stay by Jiyu Chang's side." Su Qing, the real Su Qing, clenched her fists, shouting angrily, "Shut up." Jiyu Chang spoke softly, his tone so calm as if bestowing a final favor. "Tell me, how do you want to die?" Wang Shao, knowing there was no escape, immediately trembled as he begged for mercy. "Young Master Chang, this is just a misunderstanding. You also saw that this girl looks very much like my junior sister. I didn't do it on purpose. Can you be magnanimous?" He merely glanced at him, his eyes filled with disgust, and his voice sounded coldly. "Another person who understands nothing. Or do you want me to personally make a move?" As soon as he finished speaking, he circled behind the two of them. The cold aura emanating from him sent a chill down their spines, and their bodies seemed frozen in place. At that moment they could only tremble and silently exclaim, "So fast!" He immediately turned pale, his eyes wide and round, pupils constricted like needles, and sweat dripped down. "I've lived this long, and this is the first time I've been so humiliated and threatened. If a tiger doesn't show its might, do you think I'm a sick cat? Do you think I?" Though his heart was full of bravado, he immediately dropped to his knees with a thump. "Young Master Chang, mercy. I won't dare again. I'm willing to apologize to your maid and offer compensation. Just treat me like a fart and let me go." He glanced at the two women seated in the distance and asked, "Qing, how do you want to deal with him?" Elder Zahn also followed his gaze to the young lady. She, Su Qing, in Ji Qingshan's body, shyly spoke. "Qing will defer to young master's arrangements." At the same time, she thought to herself, "I'm taking back what I thought earlier. This man is truly terrifying. I absolutely cannot let him know I'm an imposter." As if he was waiting for this very sentence, he immediately prepared for battle. "All right, if that's the case, then I'll kill you." He immediately pointed at Elder Zahn. "It wasn't me, young Master Chang. It was Elder Zahn who injured your maid. I haven't even touched her yet." Elder Zahn was stunned. "Young Master, you still?" He simply curled the corner of his mouth slightly and softly uttered, "Oh." Elder Zahn resignedly spoke. "Young Master Chang, this is my fault. I am willing to sever my own arms to atone for my sins to you and your maid." He glanced at him, saying disdainfully, "Great Saint Realm arms, I still don't think that's enough." His eyes instantly turned blood red. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed his move, severing Elder Zahn's arms, and blood splattered everywhere. His body flew 10 meters, crashing heavily onto the ground with a dull thud, shaking the earth. Dust billowed. Chu Hao gently sidestepped, avoiding the dust, his eyes still wary. This directly wounded his origin. Ji Chong is definitely not the kind and benevolent person my imperial father said he was. He lay in the dust barely alive and slowly spoke. Cough, cough, consider this a favor for my young master, please. Ching was very surprised by this. Even a great saint realm protector. Meanwhile, the spirit avatar, which had been observing, spoke excitedly. Ha ha, honestly, I like his temperament. He feels more like a demonic cultivation inheritor than Ji Qingshan. Ji Qingshan remained expressionless. Young master has always been hard to deal with, so outsiders can't tell. The spirit avatar gently reminded, "Ha, do you think you're my companion? I've found he only shows humanity towards his fiancée." Hearing this, she narrowed her eyes slightly, deep in thought. He saw his miserable state and trembled all over, stammering, Elder Zan, you only glanced at him scornfully. You have a good protector, but unfortunately. Suddenly he saw Chu Hao in the distance, his eyes immediately widening, shimmering with joy, like a lost person who had found a beacon in the darkness. That's right, there's also Senior Brother. Senior Brother can protect me. He rushed towards him like a frightened child seeking his mother, each step so hurried as if a moment's delay would send him plummeting into an abyss. Say, Senior Brother, save me quickly. I don't want to die. In the blink of an eye he had completely hidden behind his brother, still trembling all over as if he had just returned from the gates of hell. Senior Brother, save me, the Wong family. I will definitely. He merely sighed softly, his eyes filled with helplessness and weariness. Junior Brother. He then spoke to mediate. I am an attendant of Taisheng Cave Heaven, and also the temporary prince of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. I hope young Master Chang will show me some face and forgive my junior brother this once. I will certainly prepare a generous gift as thanks. His face immediately darkened, every contour tightening, his gaze sharp as a blade sweeping over the other, his voice low, each word heavy as stone. Are you implying you wish to be my enemy? At the same time he thought to himself, HMPH, I've been waiting for you. The child of fortune is far superior to the human ancestor. He immediately became wary, his brows furrowed, his gaze fixed on the other, his lips tightly pressed, silent as if the air had solidified. Someone exclaimed, Is that the third prince and young Master Chang? Why are they at daggers drawn again? Chu Hao said in a deep voice. Young Master Chang, you've misunderstood. I don't want to be your enemy, but as a senior brother I cannot stand idly by. Junior brother Wang Xiao's protector has already paid the price. How about Ji Chang? Cut him off with a stern, cold face. What nonsense are you talking about? I originally intended to spare him, but now I've changed my mind. No matter what power supports you, I'll only ask you one thing. Are you, the third prince, absolutely determined to protect him today? Wang Dian stammered anxiously. Say, senior brother, you can't abandon me. My Wang family will certainly not let you suffer. Chu Hao pondered. At my current realm, Ji Chang himself isn't terrifying. Although the forces behind him are formidable, they wouldn't bother with such trivial matters. If something happens to Wang Xiao, I can't escape responsibility either. Chu Hao spoke. Young Master Chang, this is just a misunderstanding. Why be so aggressive? Moreover, my junior brother is willing to compensate that young lady. In my opinion, Ji Chang was already enraged. He was shielding a lecher who relied on his family background to oppress others. In my opinion, boom, Chu Hao quickly retaliated, reproaching. Ji Chang is a disciple on the True Immortal Academy's grand list. Do you also casually oppress others and disregard their lives? Without the longevity Ji family, where would you get your current power and status? How would you, a mortal from a small lower realm country who has risen step by step to today, ever understand? Ji Chang frowned slightly, thinking, no wonder you're not afraid of my pressure. This kid's realm is actually stronger than mine. He subtly curled his lips, his tone contemptuous. The third prince certainly knows how to shirk responsibility, doesn't he? Now, absolute yin beings are rampant in the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, causing widespread suffering. Our True Immortal Academy has traveled far to offer aid, yet you're willing to make an enemy of me for a person who bullied my maid. It seems this junior brother of yours is quite helpful to your path to enlightenment, isn't he? At least more important than the suffering masses in dire straits, the commoners whispered amongst themselves. The third prince angrily shouted, Ji Chang, you speak maliciously. Do you still have the appearance of an upright gentleman? What good does saying such things do you? Ji Chang, upright gentleman, is merely an affectionate nickname from my friends. I have never claimed to be one myself. Enough. If the third prince cannot distinguish right from wrong, then please invite the Vermilion Bird King to judge this matter. Chu Hao was furious, shouting angrily. What do you want to do? Ji Chang, how dare you? Boom, heavens, a quasi-supreme. I can't believe the third prince is a quasi-supreme. It's truly unbelievable. How is that possible? Wang Tian was surprised and delighted. I can't believe senior brother is a quasi-supreme. Great, I'm saved. Ji Shenner was shocked. She had never heard of any young person reaching the supreme realm before, let alone a quasi-supreme. No wonder Taisheng Cave Heaven valued him so highly. Chu Hao spoke. Ji Chang, protecting my junior brother is my personal action and has nothing to do with the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. If you intend to harm my imperial father, then Ji Chang's lips curled into a slight smile. Quasi-supreme. So that's it. Is this your ultimate strength? How interesting. Watch this. That's the absolute Yinland Supreme Seal. Chu Hao gritted his teeth and frowned. Supreme aura, is this the difference in strength? Damn it, Ji Chang's tone was full of sarcasm. What, not fighting back anymore? Lin Tian, hurry. Shen Tianhe rushed over. Howard, what on earth is happening? Chu Hao saw his imperial father. Ji Chang whispered a fabricated story. I asked you to invite the king. Who asked you to disrespect him? Release him, the Vermilion Bird King respectfully said. Young Master Chang, this is Ji Yu. Chang turned his head. I merely invited the Vermilion Bird King to watch the show. Your Majesty need not worry. Wang Tian's face was covered in sweat, his eyes wide and round. Senior brother, if anything happens to me, my clan will certainly not let the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom off the hook. You know my uncle. He clenched his hands, veins bulging. Junior brother, I can't do anything. Wang Tian stretched out his arm, shouting loudly as if to stop him. Senior brother, you can't abandon me. Chu Hao had already flown directly forward. Chu Hao glanced at the person behind him. This matter has nothing to do with the Vermilion Bird Kingdom. Lu Ming looked at him worriedly. Howard, Ji Yu Chang merely smiled faintly. Those who understand the times are sagacious. The third prince is a clever man. His gaze was sharp and composed. First I'll take a bit of your luck, then I'll deal with you. Now I need a little appetizer. Wang Tian stood rooted to the spot. Why did it turn out like this? In the sky, the evening glow and blue intertwined. The sun had set, hidden behind the mountains, golden remnants spilling across the land. Lu Ming, with his hands behind his back, spoke earnestly. I foolishly thought he was gentle and mild-mannered, never expecting that was merely a superficial facade. However, Howard, you were too impulsive today. If you offended Ji Yu Chang, Wang Xiao would be in dire straits. Chu Hao agreed. Imperial father is right, this was my oversight. His eyes were red. Fortunately, Howard, you've reached the quasi-supreme realm today. One day, my Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom will prosper because of you. By then, even Ji Yu Chang, we won't fear him. Ji Qingshan's eyes were cold, listening to their conversation. Secretly thinking, you have no idea how terrifying young master is. She raised a hand and rubbed her eyes as if crying, Senior brother, this is all my fault. If I hadn't gone out in the middle of the night, senior brother Wang Xiao wouldn't have. Chu Hao said softly. Junior sister, it's not your fault. Wang Xiao already had a bad record, and Ji Yu Chang is too powerful. No one could do anything, but that woman's appearance is similar to yours. Do you know why? Ji Qingshan's eyes were dazed like a startled fawn. I don't know either, but when my mother went to the lower realm back then, perhaps she was, I felt a bit strange, so I left the imperial palace. He raised a hand to stroke his chin. So that's it. A subordinate ran in from outside, knelt and reporting to the king. Young lady Tang Wan outside the hall requests an audience with the third prince. Everyone in the hall was surprised. Chu Hao was stunned. Waner? Lu Ming smiled and patted him. Go, you two have a good reunion. Outside, Tang Wan stood in the courtyard. Brother Chu Hao. Tang Wan was graceful, gentle and virtuous. On the other side, the system displayed. Child of fortune Chu Hao gained expectation. His luck value rapidly increased. Ji Yu Chang's lips curled into a slight smile. Oh, because he made an enemy of me. He accidentally exposed his cultivation and became the most acclaimed youngest quasi-supreme, did he? His eyes were long and mysterious. This is truly the first time I've seen someone whose luck increased even after being defeated by me. Damn it, but this makes it even more interesting. He looked at the girl in front of him, asking with concern, Cheng, how are your injuries? However, in his heart, he was calculating how to deal with this little girl. Luck has already been delivered to the door. Cheng's HP is 3,000, she smiled. I've recovered, thank you young master for your concern, he also smiled. Why are you so similar to the girl from yesterday? This matter started because of her. Should I kill her? Cheng was stunned, stammering. Kill her, she might be my twin sister whom I've never met. When mother was taken back to the upper realm, she was already pregnant. Ji Yu Chang sat there asking doubtfully, Sister, then why don't you go acknowledge her? Cheng answered whatever was asked. Her senior brother was rude to young master because of Cheng, yet I still go acknowledge her. Won't young master mind? He smiled. How could I mind? My heart is not that narrow. Cheng felt relieved. Young master, you're so kind. But no sooner had she spoken than Ji Yu Chang pulled her to his side with a spell. He held her body with one hand. Ji Yu Chang playfully teased in a light tone. Oh, what's good about me? Cheng's cheeks flushed crimson, and she cried out in her heart. What should I do? Sister never taught me this situation, she stammered at a loss. Young master, subsequently, before Cheng could say more, Ji Yu Chang gently pressed his lips against hers. At the same time, he raised his hand and cast a spell to close the door. A system displayed, luck value 520. Over here, Chu Hao's eyes gleamed with delight. Tang Wan was equally overjoyed. Brother Hao, the two held hands. 100 years have passed. Is Sister Waner doing well? Tang Wan raised her hand and caressed Chu Hao's face. Brother Chu Hao, Waner is doing very well, but you must have suffered a lot these past few years, haven't you? He was elated. I'm doing great too. I get along well with my senior brothers and sisters at Taisheng Cave Heaven, and Master treats me very well. Tang Wan nestled in his arms. My brother Hao, no matter where you are, you're the most dazzling person. Chu Hao was deeply moved. Waner. He looked up into the distance. What good is being dazzling? Strength is what truly matters. Once this matter is resolved, I must go into seclusion and break through to the supreme realm. By then, no one will be able to bully the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, nor bully Imperial Father. Tang Wan seemed to empathize. It seems the conflict with Ji Yu Chang yesterday greatly stimulated Chu Hao, she comforted. Brother Chu Hao, I believe in you. Tang Wan looked at the person in front of her and smiled sweetly. Now that Brother Chu Hao is a quasi-supreme, he will be noticed by super experts everywhere. Grandfather will no longer object to us. But Chu Hao's eyes held a hint of displeasure. Waner, your family background is not something the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom can aspire to. Please wait a little longer. Once I gain real power in the Taisheng Cave Mansion, I will definitely give you a satisfactory home. Tang Wan held her beloved's hand and softly said, Brother Chu Hao, you know Waner has never cared about those things since childhood, And you always care too much about what others think, which is why Ji Chang bullies you like this. Hearing that name, Chu Hao felt annoyed. Sigh Ji Chang, he's not a simple person. Tang Wan thought for a moment. Brother Hao, you don't have to be so wary of him. I've heard that Ji Chang is arrogant and has offended many people, such as Ziyang Tianjun, who is also on the grand list. If we want to deal with him, we can start from that angle. On the other side, Ching was gazing at the houses below. Has young master already left the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom? Qingshan walked over. Sister, do you also want to leave here? She turned her head. I want to take this opportunity to visit mother back in the Jiu family, using your identity. Qingshan also agreed. That's a good idea, but the family isn't very welcoming to me, so I hope sister will be careful. Qing walked over and held Qingshan's hand. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, you haven't given anything away in front of young master during this time, have you? She lowered her eyes. I don't think so. Young master has been as good to me as ever, but there's one thing. Qing leaned closer to listen. What is it? Qingshan found it hard to speak. Young master. Qing's eyes seemed to be shaken by the news. She swayed unsteadily, taking a few steps back. What did you say? Qingshan also panicked. Sister, I'm sorry. Did I? Qing turned her head. It's fine, it's not your fault. Qingshan was extremely worried. Sister, have you two not yet? She really didn't understand why young master would treat her this way. Her shadow appeared, mocking with laughter. I see that person likes to play hard to get. He doesn't seem to care for someone like you who actively throws herself at him. Qing bit her lip, tears flowing uncontrollably. Young master, has he already discovered it? In Saint Spirit Ancient City, several people stood below the training ground. Yin Ni angrily said, What the hell, can't even find a single piece of intelligence? A subordinate bowed and appeased. Please calm down, young lady. Ji Chang sat in a chair behind, gesturing for her to leave. Yin Ni, no need to investigate further. Her expression immediately changed, becoming gentle. Master, Chang raised his teacup. I already know who is secretly helping Chu Hao. There's nothing the Myriad Dao Merchant Alliance cannot investigate, so if the information can be concealed by him, it must be related to someone within your Myriad Dao Merchant Alliance. Yin Ni hurriedly guaranteed, with me here. Would anyone in our alliance dare to oppose Master? Chang's expression remained calm. In the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, I have investigated and found that Chu Hao once had a childhood sweetheart named Tang Wan. And isn't this Tang Wan from your alliance? Do you know her? She moved closer, raising her hand to massage his shoulders. Of course, she's been working in the alliance for hundreds of years and she has some capabilities. Her grandfather is the leader of a branch of our alliance and has influence within it. As she massaged, she excitedly revealed information. Is she the leader of a branch of the Myriad Dao Merchant Alliance? That faction is indeed considerable. Master, Tang Wan has a younger brother named Tang Tian. The Tang family dotes on him immensely. He's usually arrogant, tyrannical, and debauched. We can start with him. He placed the empty teacup back on the saucer, remarking, Indeed, thankfully your tea is excellent. Yin Mei excitedly said, If master likes it, I'll brew it for you every day. Elsewhere, a subordinate held a young girl captive. Young master, the female cultivator we just bought back should keep you entertained for a while. Tang Tian's face was pale and he said impatiently, It's meaningless. I'm tired of humans. Tang Tian's eyes were filled with anticipation and fantasy. If I could get some spirit or demon race women, even demon race would be exciting. Especially that renowned empress of the demon realm. He had coveted her for a long time. Just then a brothel madam, handkerchief in hand, rushed over. Oh, isn't that young Master Tang? Come in, our drunken immortal pavilion recently acquired some new goods. Young Master Tang, come and try them out. Tang Tian looked at her, disdainfully saying, Isn't this just third-rate merchandise? What good stuff could your broken drunken immortal pavilion possibly have? It's not even as good as the slave girls I buy, the madam whispered in his ear. Young Master Tang, you may not know, but this time the drunken immortal pavilion brought back a banished nine-tailed celestial fox. His eyes immediately lit up. Really? The high and mighty nine-tailed celestial fox was banished? The madam pulled him inside. Young Master Tang, rest assured, it's absolutely true. How would I dare to lie to you? Hurry, come in. Tang Tian followed her in, smiling excitedly. Very well, today this young master will pay a visit to that nine-tailed celestial fox. In the room, a nine-tailed celestial fox was bound hand and foot and gagged. Tears glistening in her eyes, Tang Tian smacked his lips, looking at the scene before him. The manager didn't lie to me, he didn't lie to me. He eagerly stripped off his clothes, saying, My sister always said your fox clan rides roughshod over the Tang family, especially Yin Mei. I can't touch her, so today I'm going to ride roughshod over you to vent my anger. He laughed as he shed his clothes, rushing forward. Young master is coming. Before he reached her, the door was violently thrown open. Yin Mei called out Tang Tian's name menacingly. The interrupted Tang Tian irritably asked, Who is it? Yin Mei's eyes were fierce. Manager, what's going on? The woman who had been holding his hand now pointed at Tang Tian's face. Forgive me, celestial maiden, this was all at young Master Tang's bidding. He asked me for a room. How was I to know young Master Tang would be so brazen? Tang Tian was bewildered. Yin Mei, what does that fat old woman mean? The nine-tailed celestial fox on the bed suddenly untied her gag, leaving him dumbfounded as she burst into tears. Miss, you've finally come. Quick, save me. Tang Tian is shameless. I can't believe he dared to knock me out and bring me here. Yin Mei used a spell with one hand in broad daylight. You dare to lay a hand on my maid? Does the Tang family still have the nine-tailed celestial fox clan in their eyes? Only then did he realize the situation. I was tricked. Tang Tian's hands were bound, dressed only in his underwear, skinny and kneeling on the ground. Yin Mei, are you trying to go against my grandfather and my sister? No, I wasn't involved in the myriad Dao Merchant Alliance's affairs. Why are you arresting me? Yin Mei's eyes were fierce. What nonsense are you spouting? With human and material evidence, do you still want to argue? Chang stood by, adding fuel to the fire. Celestial maiden Yin Mei, where did this lewd scoundrel come from offending your maid? Shouldn't you beat him? He denied tearfully. I didn't offend her, damn you lackey. Slandering me, framing me for no reason. Chang smiled at her. Celestial maiden, calm your anger. I have something that might help this idiotic pervert understand what happened, she said softly. If so, then I'll borrow your item, young master. Tang Tian remained stubborn. Yin Mei, if you dare to kill me, my Tang family will definitely not let you off. Suddenly a massive golden pair of scissors appeared beneath Tang Tian. His face went pale and he stared at the scissors, speechless. Chang ordered, take him down for execution. Oh, and if young Master Tang comes to his senses and is willing to tell the truth, remember to record it with a spirit stone. Dragged away by two women, Tang Dian was terrified. How dare he kill me? You're truly insidious. I confess, it was my audacity. Drunk, I grabbed Yin Mei's maid and wanted to do something beastly, but I was caught red-handed by the celestial maiden. Tang Tian, snot and tears streaming, cried, Grandfather, sister, save me, they are too despicable. The door slammed shut. Chang asked doubtfully, are you really not going to True Immortal Academy? She stood behind him. Yin Mei's strength will probably be hard to improve further. Instead of going to the academy, it's better to help master with other things. He didn't ask further, only asking, have his followers been dealt with? Yin Mei obediently replied, it's just that although Tang Tian is foolish, his sister Tang Wan is not simple. I'm afraid she won't believe it. A faint smile played on his lips. Whether she believes it or not isn't important. When dealing with prey, there's no need to overthink. Then Chang took Yin Mei's hand. All right, I'll take you. Before the fish bite, let's go for a stroll. Tang Yin Mei took his hand, feeling very surprised. Her cheeks flushed and she smiled happily. On Tang Wen's side, she was still practicing calligraphy. Brother Chu Hao, I hope you break through to the Supreme Realm soon. That way, even Jiyu Chang with his supreme aura won't be able to do anything to you. Ink splattered from the paper, and everything she drew, birds and phoenixes, flew into the air. Tang Wan looked up and sighed. My painting Dao power can barely contend with the Saint Realm. It's still far from enough to help Brother Chu Hao. Suddenly the door was pushed open. Miss, something bad has happened, she reminded. I've taught you not to panic in emergencies. What kind of etiquette is this, being so flustered? Calm down, the subordinate said anxiously. Miss, young master got drunk in Saint Spirit Ancient City and forcibly defiled Celestial Maiden Yin Mei's maid. He's already been captured by Celestial Maiden Yin Mei. Tang Wan was surprised. What? That foolish Tang Tian dared to lay a hand on a nine-tailed celestial fox, but then she thought, no, even if Tang Tian is foolish, he knows that our Tang family and the nine-tailed celestial fox clan have a mutual restraint in the myriad Dao Merchant Alliance. How could he easily leave such a handle? There must be a hidden story, the subordinate added. Miss Celestial Maiden Yin Mei also released a spirit stone recording. Young Master personally admitted his actions. The whole city knows about this. Master is furious. He said he won't get involved anymore. She stood up from her chair. For something that damages the family's reputation, grandfather naturally won't intervene. It seems I'll have to go and redeem him myself. The subordinate looked worried. Miss, you and Celestial Maiden Yin Mei have always had a conflict. Won't it be dangerous for you to go like this? Tang Wan calmly said. Her cultivation isn't much weaker than mine. She can't harm me. If you're worried about an ambush, then bring more experts and listen to my Jade Talisman command. She secretly thought, it would be safest to call Brother Chu Hao for this, but he should be fighting the absolute yin disaster in Vermilion Bird Ancient City right now. At this moment in Vermilion Bird Ancient City, terrifying vortexes appeared and monsters continuously poured out. Someone exclaimed, as expected of a quasi-supreme such powerful suppressive force. Chu's eyes darted around. Is that the third prince who had a conflict with Jiyu Zhang? How pitiable. Chu Hao stood in the air, flames erupting. He reached up and touched his right eye. Strange, why has my right eye been twitching so much these past few days here? Tang Wan walked step by step. Yin Mei, I never thought you would use such tactics. I truly overestimated your character. Yin Mei sat in a chair receiving her noble guest. Sister Wan, is your health well? She said coldly. Let's dispense with the pleasantries between us. Where's my brother? Yin Mei walked forward. Sister Wan, rest assured, Tang Tian is fine, just as Tang Wan expected. Indeed, that foolish brother of mine was manipulated by you. Just say what you want directly. Yin Mei was satisfied. Sister Wan is truly sensible. Then I'll make a small request. I want control of the 9 cities ancient city in your hands. Her eyes grew colder. Yin Mei, aren't you too greedy? Don't you think such a demand is excessive? Yin Mei still teased. Oh, if Sister Wan isn't sincere about saving your brother, why waste words with me? Tang Wan also reassessed. 9 cities ancient city, it's not impossible to agree, but I want to see my brother safe first. But her answer was not what she wanted. You'll probably have to meet someone first. Tang Wan was puzzled. What do you mean? Yin Mei reached out and pointed to the main door. Sister, please look. Tang Wan followed Yin Mei's finger and saw a figure. It was none other than Jiyu Chang. He appeared, a slight smile on his lips. Jiyu Chang. Tang Wan hurriedly retreated. He also hadn't expected it. Oh, you do recognize me. but Jiyu advises you to put down the jade talisman. After all, no news can be transmitted in this space. And Chang's eyes were sharp. You don't want anything to happen to your brother, do you? Tang Wan was already drenched in sweat. Why are you here? Weren't you supposed to be fighting the absolute yin beings in Vermilion Bird Ancient City? He spread his arms nonchalantly, saying, Oh, do you think that's important to me? He smiled mysteriously. You just need to know that today no one can save you. She finally understood, gritting her teeth. Her eyes filled with displeasure. So this was all your scheme. Why? Chang performed a spell as he spoke. Why do you ask? Why do I know about your relationship with Chu Hao? Or why do I know you want to help him fight me? You have your informants and I have mine. Chu Hao offended me, so of course I have to investigate everything about him. Yin Mei watched Chang's impending move and vaguely guessed. Chang held a smiling bottle in his hand. Of course, that includes your childhood sweetheart. Tang Wan panicked. What do you want to do? The Tang family knows I'm here today. If anything happens to me, you won't escape either. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind her. I think you're scared silly. Threatening me with the Tang family. What is the Tang family to me? Tang Wen's eyes were dull and she stiffly looked at the person behind her. She reached out, preparing to strike. I'll fight you. Tang Wen's dark energy surged towards Chang. She flew into the air, but he easily shattered her attack with a single move. Logically, we have no grudges, but you secretly want to help Chu Hao against me. Then I can't be blamed. Yin Mei also attacked, wrapping her tail around Tang Wen's arms and legs. Tang Wen's hands and feet were both entangled. Yin Mei, let me go. Yin Mei wickedly released her, letting her fall heavily to the ground, which cracked from the impact. Tang Wan coughed, and Chang held the bottle. All right, relax your mind and let me plant a slave seal. Then I'll release your good brother. Tang Wan looked up at the person above her. You're dreaming. I'd die before letting you control me. Do you think I care that much about Tang Tian? His eyes held a smile, yet were extremely dangerous. Very well, then I'll plant the slave seal on your brother. Help him increase his strength. Let him return to the Tang family to lie in wait until he personally kills his parents and grandfather. All his relatives. Tang Wan frowned deeply. You bastard, despicable and shameless. But he was very calm. I'm just giving an example. There are many ways to destroy your Tang family. Is it to sacrifice yourself to save your entire clan, or are you planning to commit suicide and take your entire clan with you? You don't have much time to decide. Tang Wan gritted her teeth. Her eyes half closed. I want you to swear an oath on your Dao heart, promising me one thing. He was somewhat surprised by this proposal. Tang Wan closed her eyes, tears streaming down. Don't harm Brother Chu Hao's life. Brother Hao, I'm sorry. Wanner has tried her best. Chang's lips curved upward. Although you're not qualified to negotiate with me, I am magnanimous and will agree. He swore while casting a spell. Jiyu Chang, I swear on my Dao heart today, if I break this oath, my Dao heart will crumble. Ancestral fire will lead to madness, and heaven and earth will destroy me. Chu Hao, this surprise is finally ready for you. At this moment, Tang Wan knelt before Jiyu Chang. Master, he was very satisfied. You don't need to worry too much. As long as Chu Hao doesn't provoke me and contentedly remains a sparrow prince, I won't touch him. Her eyes were dull. That's great. Chang's lips curled upward. This Tang Wan is the reincarnated woman from Wuya Dao sect. He recalled those previous generations. I remember that woman and Qin Wuya. He was very satisfied. Interesting. Two top children of fortune fighting over a woman, sitting back and watching the tigers fight. Excellent. Anything else? Yin Mei asked. Master, how should we deal with Tang Tian? He smiled. Return him to the Tang family. After all, we are people of our word. Chang flew away. All right, I should go back and deal with the absolute Yin disaster now. I'll leave the rest to you. Yin Mei bowed below. Farewell, Master. Tang Wan was surprised. She also calls him Master. Could it be? Tang Wan then asked suspiciously. Yin Mei, what exactly is your relationship with him? Were you also branded with a slave seal? Her cheeks flushed. What relationship could there be? I'm just Master's servant. Her tail swished. And I don't have a slave seal. Tang Wan couldn't believe her ears. How is that possible? You're a celestial maiden of the nine-tailed celestial fox clan. Don't you feel ashamed saying such things? But Yin Mei smiled brightly, as if very proud. Ashamed? Master's future achievements are beyond your imagination. What's wrong with being his servant? Moreover, he had time to visit me and I'm very happy. Cheng ran out to greet Jiyu Chang as soon as she saw him. Young Master, you're back. He gently nodded, asking her, has anything happened in Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom these past few days? Cheng replied respectfully. No, Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom is very peaceful, and the heavenly chosen of the Academy are doing their best to eliminate the absolute Yin fire. But I heard something happened in Black Tortoise Ancient Kingdom. Jiyu Chang was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. Oh, Black Tortoise Ancient Kingdom, she continued. I heard that the origins of many heavenly chosen were completely devoured. It's probably because the demonic cultivation inheritor is in their team. He immediately guessed. They've already reached Black Tortoise Ancient Kingdom, have they? It seems they're targeting Ziyang Tianjun, who had a conflict with me. Thinking this, Jiyu Chang's lips curled into a slight smile. This gesture is somewhat charming, he continued into the hall, not forgetting to sigh. That's truly dangerous. I hope Ziyang Tianjun and everyone in Black Tortoise Ancient Kingdom are safe and sound. Jiyu Chang was moved by the polite words and blurted out, Young Master is kind-hearted. Meanwhile, Chu Hao had just returned to the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom when he was greeted by his father. How are you all right? He politely replied. Imperial Father. His father eagerly ran over and asked, the absolute Yin creatures outside the gate have all been dealt with, thanks to you, Hao, otherwise the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom might have. Chu Hao humbly replied, Imperial Father exaggerates too much. This is what your son should do. the crisis has been temporarily resolved, someone behind suddenly spoke. Reporting to your majesty, the absolute yin creatures at the other entrances have also been resolved by the heavenly chosen of True Immortal Academy at the cost of their lives. The Vermilion Bird King merely scoffed upon hearing this. They were just after trial points. Even without them, Howard could have resolved this calamity on his own, he continued. Imperial Father, calm your anger, but based on the current progress, Jiyu Chang's team is indeed not as effective as mine in eliminating absolute yin creatures. I wonder what mischief he's up to, he contemptuously pouted. Isn't that right? He's not pulling his weight. Then the Vermilion Bird King gently led Chu Hao inside while asking in confusion, Howard, where's your junior sister Ji? I haven't seen her recently, he quickly explained. Junior sister Ji said she had something important, so she left first. He suddenly remembered something and stroked his beard, laughing heartily. Oh right, Miss Tang Wan has arrived and is waiting for you in the Imperial Garden. As soon as he heard her name, his eyes lit up. Wanner, when did she arrive? The Vermilion Bird King readily pointed, even earlier than you. Go. Chu Hao rushed to the Imperial Garden to see Tang Wan. Wanner, what brings you here today? She rubbed her hands and spoke softly. I haven't been very busy lately, and I suddenly remembered something I wanted to discuss with Brother Chu Hao. He asked curiously. What is it? Tang Wan remained silent for a long time. Finally, she mustered her courage and urged. Wanner knows Brother Chu Hao has some conflicts with Jiyu Chang, but his methods are vicious and his arrogance is too great. Brother Chu Hao, let's endure it if we can. Chu Hao gently held her hand and worriedly asked, Why do you say that, Wanner? Has something upset you? Tang Wan immediately denied. No, nothing. How could Wanner be upset? Then she hugged Chu Hao. Brother Chu Hao, you must believe me. You must not be an enemy of Jiyu Chang so he won't target you. Wanner really doesn't want anything to happen to you. Please promise me, he agreed. However, Chu Hao was still hesitant. Why did Wanner mention Jiyu Chang out of the blue and want me to be wary of his intentions? What exactly happened? Tang Wan breathed a sigh of relief when she heard him agree. That's wonderful. In a barren wasteland, Zhang Chuchu was casting a spell, she thought angrily. To make me search alone, Zhang Chuchu angrily contacted Jiyu Chang. She cursed him through her artifact. Jiyu Chang, where are you enjoying yourself right now? You want me to find the absolute yin origin, but you're nowhere to be seen from start to finish. I'm not your subordinate. You're not lifting a finger. Is that acceptable? Jiyu Chang merely smiled faintly. What a little grumbling woman. I thought you didn't want to see me. Zhang Chuchu on the other end still relentlessly pressed. I'd like to see how you explain this. His low voice suddenly rang out. Thank you for your hard work, Chuchu. Be careful by yourself. After hearing this encouraging remark, the anger in her heart dissipated. He was probably busy with something important. Never mind. Searching alone was fine too. Meanwhile, Chu Hao was secretly following Tang Wan, carefully guessing. Wanner was very strange today, as if she was speaking against her will. I must find out what happened. When he saw where she entered, Chu Hao was somewhat surprised. Yanyi Tower, what is Wanner doing here? Tang Wan, completely unaware, walked straight into the pre-arranged room. Jiyu Chang sat upright at the table which was laden with food. He admonished, You're here, much later than the agreed time. I've almost finished eating, she stammered. Ma, master. Seeing this, he no longer reprimanded. Never mind, don't force it. Jiyu Chang poured Tang Wan a glass of wine, then said, Sit down and have a few drinks with me. She obediently complied. Yes, in the building opposite, Chu Hao hid behind the door, observing everything. When he saw him, he was very surprised. Jiyu Chang, Chu Hao's heart burned with anger. Why is Wanner meeting him? Merchants pursue profit. Could it be Wanner's family forcing her to curry favor with Jiyu Chang? Over there. Jiyu Chang took a sip of wine and spoke. Don't worry, I always keep my word. As long as Chu Hao doesn't provoke me, I won't bother him. Anyway, crushing him is as easy as crushing an ant. Hearing this, Tang Wan eagerly asked, really? Chu Hao's mood worsened. Crush me so easily? Where does Jiyu Chang get such confidence? He hugged his chest, which was heaving, and thought, the longevity Jiyu family wields immense power. It seems Wanner was also forced by her family's might to do this. What true immortal potential? It's just relying on family power to bully small fry. Tang Wan hesitantly spoke. I have already persuaded Brother Chu Hao to let go of his grievances with you. He is broad-minded and won't hold a grudge, Jiyu Chang said indifferently. Ridiculous. Do I need to care about his emotions? Besides, I didn't come to you for that matter, she tentatively asked with concern. Then what did you come for? His lips twitched slightly. I think you're quite attractive. I'm wondering if I need a few more concubines to warm my bed. Hearing this, Chu Hao angrily clenched his fists. Too much, he even wanted to rush out. I'm going to cut you into 1,000 pieces, shred your body, reduce you to ashes, and annihilate your spirit and form. However, Tang Wan calmly pointed out, Don't joke. If you were interested in me, you would have made a move long ago. Why wait until now? Jiyu Chang somewhat speechlessly retorted. Who's joking with you? My neck is stiff. Come over and give me a massage. She hesitantly stood up. All right, I understand. Tang Wan walked over, curiously asking herself, why is he so temperamental? Jiyu Chang glanced at the building opposite, secretly sighing. He's really calm enough. Chu Hao suppressed his anger. Wanner is not an imprudent girl. If I rush in rashly, it will only make her situation worse. Jiyu Chang, damn him, he left angrily. I'll remember today's humiliation. One day I will definitely make you regret it. Jiyu Chang had seen everything. Seeing that Chu Hao was no longer there, he didn't need to act anymore, so he got up and said to Tang Wan, All right, you should go back now. It's getting late, almost dark. Jiyu Chang sneered, mocking him. Such patience, not even afraid of being the same color as chives. In that case, I'll switch to something else. Zhang Tianjun has been jumping around long enough. At this moment in the Black Tortoise Ancient Kingdom, Zhun Yao was questioning Ying Chang. Jiyu Chang is the demonic cultivation inheritor, but there's no evidence. How can I believe you? He hastily argued. I have no evidence, but he's definitely involved. This matter is undeniable, trust me. Let's expose him together. She didn't believe him and continued to scold. They're all spreading rumors about your identity, don't you know that? Ying Chang repeatedly denied. I'm really not. Zhang Tianjun even chased the demonic cultivation inheritor out of the city. How could it still be me? Zhun Yao jumped down and faced him, asking, then Jiyu Chang is leading a team far away in the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. If he's the demonic cultivation inheritor, how could he come here to fight Zhang? Hearing this, Ying Chang stammered. I don't know how he did it, but that guy has many tricks up his sleeve. He can pretend and act. She suddenly reached out to touch him. Ying Chang was startled and cried out, what do you want to do? Zhun Yao, while casting a spell, said, what are your identities? How many identities do you have? None of that concerns me, but you are too weak right now. You are not qualified to speak with me. Go back and cultivate well, and when you are strong enough to ignite my fighting spirit, then come and talk to me. As soon as she said this, a dazzling golden light enveloped Ying Chang. He only had time to let out a shriek before being violently thrown back in an instant. Ying Chang was transported to a street. He was still in shock from Zhun Yao's actions. Her methods were truly terrifying. This six-crowned king is also a monster. Ying Chang warily looked around. He stood in the middle of the street pondering. The demonic cultivation inheritor is committing crimes in the Black Tortoise Ancient Kingdom. It's probably Jiyu Chang. Zhang Tianjun has now been targeted by Jiyu Chang. He's on the verge of death and cannot be relied upon. The six-crowned king's methods are heaven-defying. If I can find a way to persuade him to join forces with me, he calculated in his heart that even against Jiyu Chang he wouldn't be without a chance. Ying Chang suddenly widened his eyes as if he had discovered something. He turned around and stared intently at the person who had just brushed past him. It was Yin Mei to meet her here too. It must be fate. Thinking this, Ying Chang was overjoyed. Although he was in a difficult situation now, hadn't she also once worked as a stable hand in the stables? Now he could finally stand on equal footing with her. His drooping fingers suddenly twitched. Moreover, Miss Yin Mei was once saved by that Jiyu Chang. She probably doesn't know his true colors yet. I must warn her. Once that hypocrite Jiyu Chang is exposed, I will be with her. Meanwhile, Jiyu Shenner was diligently reading in the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom. She muttered to herself, after cultivating the indestructible Vajra body, I might turn into a dazzling Amazonian woman. Just imagining herself covered in muscles, Jiyu Shenner couldn't help but wrinkle her nose in distaste. Tisk. Suddenly, there was a violent tremor above, startling her. What's happening? Who are those two fighting outside? Jiyu Shenner immediately flew out to check the situation. When she saw the scene outside, she cried out in alarm, Qingfeng, Qing Shaoyi? Jiyu Shenner angrily questioned the stranger. Who are you? Let her go. He was not afraid. Instead, he coldly turned and tried to leave. She angrily raised her hand, preparing to strike. Didn't you hear me? Jiyu Shenner shot out a golden spiritual energy. I told you to let her go. The intruder merely scoffed, then waved his hand, easily counterattacking. The two energies collided, creating a huge explosion that sent her flying. However, Jiyu Shenner was very confused. Strange, this time the attack was very powerful, but it didn't harm me. As soon as she looked up, the person opposite had already left with Qing Shaoyi, leaving her feeling helpless. Damn it, if I had paid attention earlier and used more ultimate techniques, I might have been able to stop him. The immortal Phoenix Maiden happened to fly over and asked, Sister Shenner, I'm late. What happened here? Jiyu Shenner ran while replying. An enemy attacked and Qing Shaoyi was captured. Qingfeng, she called out worriedly. Qingfeng, how are you? The immortal Phoenix Maiden also quickly comforted. Calm down, he can still be saved. Jiyu Shenner noticed the broken bottle on his chest. Is this that strange bottle? Did it save him from a fatal injury? The immortal Phoenix Maiden guessed. This needs to be reported to the academy quickly. Qing Shaoyi is a treasure to the elders. Why would someone try to capture her? She immediately guessed it was due to the immortal demonic body. She also agreed. Probably. Jiyu Shenner took out a treasure full of self-reproach. I was negligent. I'll tell Jiyu Chang about this and see if he has any good ideas. While casting a spell, she said, he once loudly promised the elders he would take good care of these siblings. Now that something has happened, it's also very likely his enemy's doing. Qingfeng, though unconscious, still mumbled, Shaoyi. Jiyu Chang quickly answered on the other end. What is it? Jiyu Shenner exclaimed in delight. Jiyu Chang, she shouted into the communication device. This is terrible. Qingfeng was attacked and is clinging to life, and Qing Shaoyi has been captured, he indifferently scolded. How useless are you? You can't even keep an eye on two people. Jiyu Shenner retorted indignantly. Shut up, you don't know how powerful that villain was. His methods were cruel, his face hateful, and his strength was at least in the great saint realm. Jiyu Chang helplessly reprimanded. You're truly troublesome and only add to my worries. Wait for me, I'll be there soon. He kept cursing inwardly. Damn girl, don't you see what hateful face I'm talking about? A moment later, Qingfeng suddenly woke up and shouted, Let go of my sister. Oh, the red-haired master gently soothed him. All right, little one, you're awake. Qingfeng was still drenched in cold sweat and hurriedly shouted, Master, my sister, my sister. He knelt on the ground pleading with him. Master, please save Shaoyi. He then raised his hand as a signal. I understand. Qingfeng, don't worry, tell us what happened, he quickly recalled. That night my sister and I were cultivating in the courtyard when a black-robed person suddenly broke in. He knew my sister was an immortal demonic body. I wanted to protect her, but I couldn't resist his casual palm strike. Then, hearing this, the red-haired master nodded. As expected, he came for the immortal demonic body, the green-haired master guessed. Could it be related to the demonic cultivation inheritor? He took out Qingfeng's broken bottle and asked, "Is this Changtian vase yours? I never expected you to have such a treasure. If it weren't for this extraordinary item, your soul would have been completely lost." He immediately lowered his head. "Master, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hide it, the red-haired master interrupted. "It's all right, you might not know. These 7 Changtian artifacts are both offensive and defensive, capable of absorbing the opponent's aura, moves, and spells. So now to recreate the person who attacked Xiaoyi, you need to release the aura of the black-robed person from that night." Qingfeng hastily agreed. "All right, I'll do it now." As he cast a spell to summon that aura, others couldn't help but exclaim, "Overbearing and arrogant, the power of the laws is too strong." This aura is so familiar," they cried out in disbelief. How could it be? It's him again." But this aura couldn't be faked. Seeing this, Qingfeng anxiously asked his master, "Who exactly captured Xiaoyi?" The immortal phoenix maiden pondered, recalling, "This is primordial violet qi." Ji Shen'er angrily cursed. "Ziyang Tianjun, I knew that guy was no good." She then worried about other matters. But why would he capture Xiaoyi? Has he really allied with the demonic cultivation inheritor? Qingfeng on the other side knelt down again, pleading, "Master, I beg you. You must save Xiaoyi." The green-haired master quickly raised his hand to help him up. "Little one, get up quickly. This matter is probably not as simple as you think. After all, Ziyang Tianjun has Zifu behind him, and this matter needs careful discussion." Hearing this, Qingfeng clenched his hands unwillingly. "Zifu is Xiaoyi just like this." At this moment he suddenly remembered. "Oh right, Sister Shen'er, I beg you, please save my sister." Ji Shen'er, startled by being called out, panicked. "I'll try my best to help you." But Qingfeng, wiping his tears, spoke, "Young Master Chang." He knew that young Master Chang doted on his elder sister very much, and as long as his elder sister asked, he would definitely help. With his formidable strength and as a descendant of the Jiyu family, he could even deal with Zifu. Ji Shen'er couldn't believe her ears. "No way, that guy doesn't dote on me at all." Qingfeng pointed out that young Master Chang had beaten Ziyang Tianjun so badly when he tried to harass her earlier. Ji Shen'er quickly covered Qingfeng's mouth. Don't say that again, and don't ever say such things in the future." A familiar voice suddenly rang out. "Don't say what?" Ji Shen'er shrieked in fright. "Brother, how did you get here so fast?" Her 2 masters were equally surprised. "Young friend Chang," the immortal imperial daughter mused, "he came so quickly, it seems he really cares about this sister." The matter with Dao Chang returning the item to his sister today might not have been false either. Qingfeng was ecstatic to see him. "Young Master Chang," Ji Chang quickly interrupted, "I've heard everything she said. As an elder sister and team leader, failing to supervise properly is an unavoidable sin. And as her brother, I of course cannot escape responsibility either." Ji Shen'er felt a little awkward, thinking, "Why do I feel like a child?" The red-haired master hesitantly asked, "Young friend, you heard what happened just now. Aren't you going to deny it?" I heard a little just now. Since the elders are somewhat in a difficult position due to Zifu's influence, they can entrust this matter to me. I will definitely uncover the truth." He nodded repeatedly in praise. "Young Master Chang is so righteous, it truly makes this old man ashamed." Ji Chang politely said, "What are you saying, elder? You represent the academy, and the academy in turn relies on Zifu's power, so it's indeed hard to have it both ways." Qingfeng was moved to tears. "Young Master Chang, if you can save Xiaoyi, I, Qingfeng, have no way to repay you." He knelt down and offered his precious vase. "This Changtian vase is my token of gratitude." Ji Chang sternly admonished, "What are you doing? What do you take me for? As if I'm doing this for your vase? You should keep it. It should be of greater use to you." But Qingfeng still insisted, "Young master, don't misunderstand. With this incident, how can a weak cultivator like me keep it safe?" He said seriously, "This Changtian vase is no longer a life-saving item for me. Instead, it might be a death-bringing one. I hope young Master Chang will accept it. You helped us siblings out of a predicament at the mountain gate before, and we haven't had a chance to repay you. Xiaoyi has also always spoken of your good deeds." Qingfeng repeated, pleading, "Please save her." Finally, Ji Chang accepted it, feigning nonchalance. "Since that's the case, I'll keep it for you for now. When you become strong enough in the future, it will be returned to its rightful owner. You and I also share a similar plight, having a worrisome younger sister." Ji Shen'er stood behind him, full of disdain. "Truly my brother, taking advantage and still acting innocent." She frowned, full of anger at being mocked. Ji Chang instructed his subordinate, "Spread the word about Ziyang Tianjun capturing Qing Xiaoyi." The subordinate swiftly obeyed. "Yes, master." He turned to look at the listless Ji Shen'er behind him. Ji Chang picked up the teacup on the table and gently hummed, "Always causing me trouble." Ji Shen'er saw him drinking casually and couldn't help but curse. "Put down the cup, I just drank from that." Before Ji Chang finished speaking, he interjected, "No wonder it tastes so bad. Are you angry?" Ji Shen'er kicked him. "Angry? Do I look angry?" Ji Chang accurately threw the teacup onto the table while deftly retreating backward, still saying, "This isn't a small tantrum." Then he leapt up. "I'm leaving. I have other things to do. Don't miss me too much." Ji Shen'er was so enraged she roared, "Get lost, who would miss you? It's better if we never meet again." Meanwhile, in the Black Tortoise ancient kingdom, Zhun Yao was telling her subordinate, Ziyang Tianjun said he found traces of the demonic cultivation inheritor and has been chasing him for days, but today the immortal demonic body Qing Shaoyi in the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom was captured by a mysterious person. He solemnly guessed that he also unleashed primordial purple qi, thereby exposing his whereabouts. That Ying Chang even sought my protection before, but today it seems more like he deliberately found someone to prove his alibi. Zhen Yao suddenly laughed aloud. Interesting, interesting. So the two are in cahoots and the cicada shell technique is used very skillfully. What a pity. The world is foolish. If I had even a shred of wisdom I wouldn't be so easily deceived, he arrogantly said. Moreover, can Jiyu Chang see through all of this? If even he is deceived and he's not worthy of being my opponent, the subordinate happily responded. I see as expected of six-crowned kings, sir. Meanwhile, in the White Tiger Ancient Kingdom, a group of people were working together to attack a multi-eyed monster with golden talismans shooting at it like arrows. Soon after, the monster burst into violent flames, and everyone cheered, "It's Princess Minkong, Princess Minkong is mighty." Wang Zijin was no longer carrying a large cloth bag but was using it to attack a dark monster. Old Wang's beast, where are you going? After the deed, she stood on the city wall, stretching and lamenting with you Minkong. Sigh, the absolute yin creatures here are almost dealt with, were truly amazing. She cast a mocking glance at Wang Zijin. Our human ancestor Hall Saintess is also lazy? She merely smiled faintly. You can't say that, Princess Minkong. I also contributed, but it seems things haven't been peaceful lately. I heard the immortal demonic body of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom was captured, Wang Zijin added. Then Brother Jiyu abandoned the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom and rushed over. After all, Sister Shenner is the leader there and has to bear responsibility. After hearing this, Yu Minkong fell silent. Shenner was used as a pawn again. She probed. I heard this incident is related to Ziyang Tianjun. Do you think this could be a plot concocted by him and Ying Chang? After all, Ying Chang is also a demonic cultivation inheritor, she answered with disdain, merely thinking to herself. Yes, you're right, Wang Zijin proudly recounted. At that time, Brother Jiyu even owed me a great favor because of that guy, Yu Minkong said coldly. Don't worry, he no longer owes you any favors. She was stunned upon hearing this. Impossible, how could he be so shameless? Jiyu Chang subtly shivered in another location. He stood invisibly among the crowd, muttering to himself. Yin Mei is also in position. It's time to close the net. The street was filled with sighs. Damn it, borrowed again. Corn cakes, 1 copper coin each. Second uncle, I want corn cakes. No, after this training I'm going to dual cultivate with my lover. Ah Chang had lost his wife and daughter in a room. Yin Mei was questioning Ying Chang. You've been following me for so many days. What's your purpose? He hastily explained. I have long admired the 9-tailed celestial fox maiden, and thus felt admiration, so I don't be afraid, I'm a good person. She couldn't help but laugh aloud. What a stale excuse, that can't be your reason for following me. Yin Mei frowned slightly. Strange, why do I feel a sense of familiarity from you? Ying Chang was startled, thinking, familiar? Does she still remember that I once? He was moved to tears. Yin Mei, it's really her, she continued to ask gently. Perhaps your clumsy demeanor made me feel a sense of sincerity. Never mind, what exactly do you want from me? Ying Chang became even more worshipful. She not only didn't pursue my disrespectful behavior, but also spoke to me so gently, so no matter what happens I will definitely protect her. Yin Mei, he said with determination. Yin Mei maiden, I actually have something I want to tell you. Yin Mei showed curiosity. Oh, what is it? Ying Chang continued. I know it might be difficult for you to accept at first, but you must believe that I would never harm you, and out of concern for your safety, I want to tell you a secret. It's about, he then solemnly continued, the identity of the demonic cultivation inheritor. She interrupted Ying Chang. I know, it's Tianwangzi Ying Chang, he hastily explained. Actually, Ying Chang was framed. The real demonic cultivation inheritor is someone else, Yin Mei asked. Oh, then who is the real demonic cultivation inheritor? Ying Chang pointed out. Jiyu Chang, that guy is sanctimonious and cunning. Stay away from him, he's dangerous. But she was very calm. This surprised him. Why, Yin Mei maiden, aren't you surprised at all? Don't you believe me? Yin Mei revealed a dangerously charming smile. Because I've always known. Jiyu Chang suddenly appeared behind Ying Chang and spoke. You have no evidence, how can you baseless accuse me and tarnish my reputation? Tianwangzi Ying Chang, or should I call you the stable boy who groomed horses? He was so startled that he was covered in sweat and stammered, unable to speak. You, Ying Chang turned to attack him. How did you know this secret? Jiyu Chang transformed into a wisp of smoke, dodging the attack, and said, That's right, I know everything, your identity, origin, intentions, and purpose, I know it all. And your current predicament is all arranged by me. He angrily clenched his fists. It really is you, Jiyu Chang. A wicked charming smile played on his lips. To make you bear such ignominy for so long. Actually, I also feel very bad, so today I specially came to help you find release. Ying Chang lost his mind, kicking over the edge of the table. Damn it, I'll fight you. He brandished his fists and rushed towards Jiyu Chang, but this was exactly what he wanted. Waiting for him to make a move, both of them looked at Ying Chang, their eyes full of anticipation. Only then did he realize something was wrong. Yin Mei leaned forward, and as soon as she landed, Yin Mei used the momentum to fly away, astonishing the people on the street. What's happening? They immediately recognized her identity. It was Yin Mei, the heavenly maiden of the 9-tailed celestial fox clan. What's going on? Yin Mei feigned a few coughs. Help, help, she shouted upstairs. The demonic cultivation inheritor Ying Chong is here. Hurry! Everyone looked up and indeed it was Ying Chong. What? The demonic cultivation inheritor is in the Black Tortoise ancient kingdom, is that him? That's the demonic cultivation inheritor. He was stunned, muttering in panic. No, this isn't right. I clearly restrained my power. And Yinmei, why now of all times? Three figures flew from who knows where and angrily shouted, "You traitor, you can't escape today. I will definitely kill you to wash away the shame of Heavenly Phoenix Mountain," Ying Chong cried out in terror. "Divine Imperial Sun, how are you all here?" The Divine Imperial Sun let out a cold snort, surprised. "What? I heard that the Black Tortoise ancient kingdom's prodigies were harmed. I secretly rushed over, and although I don't know how you colluded with Ziyang, that illusion can't deceive me," Jin Chanzi added. "Amitabha benefactor, your hands are stained with too much evil. Lay down your butcher's knife and surrender," Ying Chong cried powerlessly. "Damn it, Jiyu Chong is gone and I can't explain myself. I can only keep running for now." The Divine Imperial Sun urgently chased. "Traitor, where do you think you're going?" Jin Chanzi and Ying Yu landed and asked Yin Mei, "Young lady, are you all right?" She weakly replied, "Fortunately I reacted quickly, otherwise he would have hit a vital point," the Divine Imperial Sun also loudly reminded. "Jin Chan, you're a monk, don't be so attentive to women there. Hurry and chase this scoundrel with me," he defensively retorted. "Benefactor, don't speak nonsense." After Jin Chanzi left, the people on the street curiously asked each other, "How strange, how dare he act in the city? The demonic cultivation inheritor is indeed cunning, how could he do such a reckless thing?" Ying Yu worriedly thought. "Brother," Yin Mei stood beside her, secretly glancing. It seemed not everyone was foolish, but she revealed a cunning smile. Jiyu Chong suddenly walked over and asked, "What happened here? Did the demonic cultivation inheritor appear?" Ying Yu was somewhat surprised to see him. "Young Master Jiyu," a girl next to her quickly called out. "Young Master Chong is here." Yin Mei coughed as she walked over. "Brother Chong, cough, cough, cough." The girl looked at her suspiciously. "Weren't you fine just now?" Jiyu Chong asked her with concern. "Sister Yin Mei, this injury is—" Yin Mei weakly recounted. "I was injured by the demonic cultivation inheritor just now. Thank you for your concern, senior brother. I'm fine, I just need a few days of rest," someone next to her whispered. "Young Master Chong, that guy has already escaped the city after being injured." He feigned anger. "HMPH, cunning methods, he is indeed still in the Black Tortoise Kingdom. Sister Yin Mei, don't worry, I will definitely seek justice for you," she nodded. "Thank you, senior brother." Jiyu Chong strode out passionately declaring, "Everyone, please rest assured I have traveled thousands of miles to come here precisely to capture this scoundrel, and I will definitely bring him to justice." Everyone cheered excitedly. "Excellent, young Master Chong, you must capture the demonic cultivation inheritor. That's right, today 3 figures from the top 10 grand list are gathered here. The demonic cultivation inheritor cannot escape." Meanwhile, those two were chasing Ying Chong at extreme speed. "Ying Chong, stop right there. Amitabha benefactor, do not struggle in vain." They transformed into 3 streaks of light and vanished into the air. Ying Chong flew while defending himself. "How many times do I have to tell you that I'm not the demonic cultivation inheritor before you believe me? How can Heavenly Phoenix Mountain have such fools?" The Divine Imperial Sun steadfastly refused to believe. "Audacious traitor, why don't you surrender?" He gritted his teeth in grievance, needing to find a safe place to hide quickly. Jiyu Chong must still be nearby. He absolutely couldn't get entangled any further. Just then, Jiyu Chong blocked Ying Chang's path and angrily shouted, "Ying Chong, you can't escape." He was startled by the sudden attack and cried out in panic. Jiyu Chong, in this chaos a wisp of purple spiritual energy flew from who knows where and infiltrated Ying Chang's body. He was completely unaware, still loudly cursing him. "You cunning villain, are you even worthy of being the number 1 among the younger generation?" Bah! The Divine Imperial Sun looked at Jiyu Chong in surprise. How did Jiyu Chong get here so fast? Jin Chanzi at his side tried his best to persuade Ying Chong. "Benefactor, do not cling to your delusions," he then calmly reminded him. "Brother Ying, things have come to this, there's no need to quibble." Ying Chong angrily roared, "You fools are being led by the nose by him. You honest fools will be bullied to death. Since that's the case, I'll fight you all." With that, he raised his hand and summoned his treasure, the soul-suppressing ancient token. Others immediately became wary. "It's a supreme artifact. Do you think a single supreme artifact can stop me?" The Divine Imperial Sun saw Ying Chong disappear just like that and scoffed, "This coward putting on an act and then running away again." Jiyu Chong suppressed his treasure with his own spiritual power and then said, "You two, leave this to me. Go quickly and chase him." He rejoiced inwardly. "That's right, run in that direction." Jin Chanzi flew up without hesitation. "Then we'll trouble young Master Chong." The Divine Imperial Sun contentedly mumbled to himself, "What a fool. Once I capture and kill Ying Chong, the halo of fame on you will be mine." Jiyu Chong feigned righteousness. "You two, hurry, don't let him escape." The two flew off to search for Ying Chong. The Divine Imperial Sun spoke. "This traitor has actually broken into the place where the Absolute Yin disaster erupted. There's a large amount of Absolute Yin energy hidden ahead. How about we split up to chase?" Jin Chanzi quickly agreed. "All right, Divine Imperial Sun, be careful then." Having achieved his goal, he laughed triumphantly. "Haha, Ying Chong has the aura of my Heavenly Phoenix Mountain's cultivation technique on him. At this distance he can't escape my tracking. This credit can only be mine." Outside, the soul-suppressing ancient token emitted thousands of dense purple lights. Everyone saw Jiyu Chong defending against it and couldn't help but exclaim, "That's young Master Chong. And that's the Heavenly Phoenix Mountain's soul-suppressing ancient token. Young Master Chang also brought out a supreme artifact to counter it, people shouted loudly. Young Master Chang, where is the demonic cultivation inheritor? Ji Chang replied anxiously. Everyone, the demonic cultivation inheritor has escaped deep into the absolute Yin subhall. I am helping the divine Imperial Sun and Jin Chanzi. There's no need for everyone to take risks, everyone shouted excitedly. Young Master Chang, you must catch him. Yin Mei, who had just flown over, asked, Brother Chang, where are they? Someone quickly pointed to the two supreme artifacts. Young Master Chang just left. They've all gone deep into the absolute Yin land to pursue the demonic cultivation inheritor, she suddenly cried out. Oh no, they must have fallen into a trap, Ying Yu asked in confusion. What does Celestial Maiden Yin Mei mean by that? Yin Mei analyzed. The demonic cultivation inheritor has been hiding for so long, why would he suddenly attack me? Now that I think about it, perhaps his target wasn't me, but young Master Chang and the others. The young girl's face turned pale after hearing this. Was she saying he deliberately showed himself and then lured the top prodigies into the absolute Yin land? Everyone was surprised. What? She lowered her eyes, her face filled with sorrow. That possibility cannot be ruled out, a girl nearby said angrily. Exactly, don't forget he has a demonic cultivation inheritor organization behind him. They must have already set up an ambush deep in the absolute Yin subhall. Yin Mei looked up at the two magical artifacts clashing and said worriedly, At this moment Brother Chang's supreme artifact is still outside and I'm afraid there are dangers lurking inside. Everyone around felt extremely worried upon hearing this. Oh no, the demonic cultivation inheritor must be trying to frame all the prodigies at once. She squeezed out a few tears. It's all my fault. Yin Mei pretended to rush forward. No, I must go find Brother Chang. Last time he already injured his origin to save me. Seeing this, Ying Yu immediately stopped her. Celestial Maiden Yin Mei, you cannot go. At this point anyone below the top ranks would only cause more trouble if they went in. Her subordinate also advised, Miss, the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden is right. Yin Mei hesitated. But what then? If anything happens to Brother Chang, I'll go with him. Ying Yu tried to comfort her. Young Master Chang and the others are not reckless individuals. They will surely turn the crisis into an opportunity. Meanwhile, deep in the absolute Yin land, a powerful attack struck Ying Chang as if digging into the earth. His precious sword fell to the ground and Ying Chang also fell powerlessly. The divine Imperial Sun provoked triumphantly, Aren't you the demonic cultivation inheritor? Why do you only have this much skill? Quickly show me your demonic cultivation. He continued to explain desperately. You idiot, I've told you countless times, I'm not the demonic cultivation inheritor. He firmly refused to believe. That day you attempted to kill Ying Yu. It's known throughout the world. What are you still trying to explain, you traitor? Ying Chang struggled to argue. I didn't. She's my sister. How could I truly want to kill her? The divine Imperial Sun frowned and sneered. Then how do you explain joining the demonic cultivation inheritor organization, injuring Ji Chang and then hiding for so long? He shouted angrily. All those things were a show put on by Ji Chang. So he is the demonic cultivation inheritor. He is the mastermind and everything was planned by him. He lightly OD and asked, Evidence? At this, Ying Chang stammered. I have no evidence, but every time something happens, Ji Chang is involved. Don't you think that's strange? He's a hypocrite and you've all been fooled by him. After hearing these words, the divine Imperial Sun lowered his eyelids in thought. Just then a familiar voice rang out. Tisk, finally found you. Ji Chang appeared behind him and asked in confusion. Divine Imperial Sun, you haven't made a move yet? The divine Imperial Sun asked in confusion. Ji Chang, how did you find your way here? Doubt had already arisen in his heart. Could Ying Chang be telling the truth? Ji Chang simply replied casually, just good luck. Ying Chang spoke angrily at this moment. Ji Chang, what do you want? We have no grievances. Why do you insist on killing me? Ji Chang merely sneered. Has Brother Ying forgotten his identity? The demonic cultivation inheritor and a righteous cultivator like me are opposing forces. Wouldn't the world be peaceful if I killed you? Suddenly he turned, purple flames igniting on his body. What? This is? The divine Imperial Sun was stunned at the sight. Demonic energy, it really was you who deceived me, he kindly advised. Brother Ying, it has come to this, your arguments are useless. Ying Chang cried out in panic. No, it's not mine, you. What did you do? The divine Imperial Sun impatiently picked up his long spear and reminded Ji Chang. Ji Chang, step aside, his life is mine to take. He merely smiled gently. Then please, divine Imperial Sun, take it. Ying Chang retreated in fear. You all, he pressed further. Ying Chang, it has come to this, don't blame me for being ruthless. Unexpectedly, a demonic energy suddenly rose and pierced the divine Imperial Sun. Before he could even comprehend what had happened, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Only then did the divine Imperial Sun understand. Ji Chang, you. He was covered in cold sweat and terrified. You, what exactly are you doing? Ji Chang revealed a yaksha-like face. He was right. Don't turn your back on the demonic cultivation inheritor. Ji Chang kicked the divine Imperial Sun flying with a single foot. After retracting his foot, he mused, if Jin Chanzi weren't here, it would be simpler. Otherwise, solving 3 people at once might lead to some accidents. Ying Chang now revealed a twisted smile. I told you long ago, but you didn't believe me. He quickly called out to the divine Imperial Sun. Now only by joining forces can we have a glimmer of hope. Quick, what other life-saving treasures do you have? He clutched his bleeding wound and cursed. Ji Chang, you bastard, do you think you can kill me by sneak attack? the Divine Imperial Sun immediately reached out to summon a treasure. He pulled out a lamp emitting a red glow. The Imperial Sun's lamp, Ying Chang cried out with delight. A supreme artifact, excellent. Ji Chang merely sneered and pulled out the Changtian vase. Oh, your heavenly Phoenix Mountain is truly rich with a supreme artifact for everyone. He casually manipulated his spiritual energy and swept away the Divine Imperial Sun's treasure. Then I shall gladly accept it. The two, having lost their treasures, stood there dumbfounded. The Divine Imperial Sun angrily picked up his long spear. Give me back my things. Ji Chang also raised his hand to summon a weapon. HMPH, your move isn't used like that. He leaped to a high position, brandishing his weapon, aiming at his opponent. The two weapons collided, sparking with tiny spiritual energy. Ji Chang decisively slashed down with his blade with immense power. With a single strike, both of them were enraged, their eyes red, full of regret. Ji Chang, I never expected to die by your hand. You hid yourself so well. What heavenly Phoenix Mountain. Divine Imperial Sun, if I were just a stable hand, would it have been better? I wouldn't have died. Ji Chang put away his weapon, coldly mocking. One of you overestimates himself, the other harbors foolish delusions. Living is just a waste of spiritual energy. Just then, the system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 30,000 destiny points, killing a child of fortune, activating destiny reset, dropping rules, dropping heavenly Tao treasure sun. Following that, it described the item. Child of Fortune can lower the user's destiny to the minimum for a short period with no restrictions on the target. He smiled faintly after reading it. This reward is truly fitting for the kind of fortuitous encounter this stable hand would have. Ji Chang picked up Ying Chang's sword. It still bore Ying Chang's aura. He pondered where to dispose of it. Meanwhile, Jin Chanzi was still painstakingly searching for Ying Chang's traces. As he flew, he thought, I can't see a single soul here. The demonic cultivation inheritor must be with the Divine Imperial Sun. Although this absolute yin energy can block most auras, the occasional fluctuations are unsettling. Jin Chanzi finally detected a trace of demonic energy behind a mountain. Judging from this faint sensation, Ji Chang must have also entered. Are they fighting? Amitabha. I hope everyone is safe. When he arrived, he already saw Ying Chang giggling in front. Ji Chang, you've chased me for so long. Did you ever think this day would come? Ji Chang meanwhile was weakly kneeling on the ground, coughing. Jin Chanzi's eyes widened in surprise. This is. He looked around and saw their weapons scattered on the barren ground. The Divine Imperial Sun's aura had vanished, his origin damaged. Ji Chang, however, was in such a sorry state. Ji Chang, clutching his chest, shouted angrily, Righteousness and evil cannot coexist even if I die today. I must capture you. Ying Chang, with a malicious expression, rushed forward recklessly, a spent force still spouting nonsense. Go peacefully to join the Divine Imperial Sun. Jin Chanzi arrived just in time, setting up a barrier. Demonic cultivation inheritor, do not be presumptuous. He was repelled and roared furiously. Where did this bald monk come from, ruining my good fortune? He turned to Ji Chang and asked. Young Master Chang, are you all right? He replied with difficulty. Brother Jin Chan arrived just in time. What a timely rescue. Unfortunately, the Divine Imperial Sun has already perished. If you two hadn't split up, how could this have happened? Hearing this, Jin Chanzi frowned unhappily. Benefactor, why do you say that? This humble monk does not understand. You should recuperate first. This humble monk will deal with him. Ying Chang continued to fly and provoke. An overconfident bald monk, since you're here, then die with him. He rushed forward angrily, strong on the outside but weak within. It seems Brother Chang has drained much of your strength. This attack won't hurt this humble monk. Jin Chanzi summoned a layer of spiritual energy to protect himself. Employing the Tathagata golden body, the two engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging moves and taunts. I didn't expect you bald monks to have some tricks. Amitabha, facing you, this humble monk must take it seriously. Ying Chang flew out mocking. But do you think you can keep me? Ji Chang suddenly brushed past him. It's not that easy to leave. Ying Chang saw his attack and cried out in surprise. Burning essence blood, you're crazy, Ji Chang. Ji Chang decisively declared. Today I must kill you to avenge Brother Divine Imperial Sun. Jin Chanzi saw him fighting so desperately and advised, Brother Chang, why must you go to such lengths? Ji Chang glanced at him, blaming. Ji merely despises the act of abandoning a companion. Jin Chanzi weakly stammered, Brother Chang, you misunderstand this humble monk. People outside were very surprised by the aftermath of their battle. Look, the absolute yin energy has dissipated a bit, and divine sense can penetrate slightly. I see young Master Chang and Jin Chanzi. Why is the Divine Imperial Sun not there? Ying Yu quietly asked Zhen Yao. Six-crowned king, the demonic cultivation inheritor is deep in the absolute yin land. Please lend a hand to young Master Chang and the others. Someone else echoed. Exactly, if the six-crowned king also goes, victory will surely be secured. Yin Mei, however, was somewhat worried. But the demonic cultivation inheritor's mind is unfathomable, and his methods are vicious. He clearly planned everything. I fear Brother Chang and the others will fall into his trap. He, however, was unconcerned. You need not worry too much. I once investigated that Ying Chang. 3 people from the top ranks are enough to catch him. If such an opportunity still fails, it only proves their cultivation is insufficient. With the strength of those 3, I don't believe the demonic cultivation inheritor can escape unless, she asked curiously. Unless what? Zhen Yao continued. Unless they are not fair to each other. Ying Yu watched the battle and concluded, the battle is over. Yin Mei mocked meaningfully. They are destined to be at odds. When they saw Jin Chanzi helping Ji Yu Chong out, everyone rushed out, quote, they're out, it's young Master Chong and Jin Chanzi. Oh my, how is young Master Chong so heavily injured? And the Divine Imperial Son. He remained silent for a moment before speaking with difficulty. Ji Yu has failed the trust of all you fellow Taoists. Ji Yu Chong then bowed. Ji Yu has disappointed everyone. That demonic cultivation inheritor succeeded. Ji Yu has done his best. Upon hearing this, everyone was very disappointed. What? How could this be? Couldn't even 3 people from the top ranks catch him? Is that guy really that powerful? Ying Yu stepped forward and asked, young Master Ji Yu, where is the Divine Imperial Son? He lowered his head and replied, go ask brother Jin Chanzi. Jin Chanzi sadly announced, Amitabha, the Divine Imperial Son has perished, but this humble monk is not entirely clear about the specifics. The young girl cried out in alarm. Why aren't you clear? Weren't you two together? What exactly happened? Ji Yu Chong, however, spoke righteously. I think some things shouldn't be made too clear, such as brother Jin Chanzi leaving the Divine Imperial Son alone in a difficult situation. Everyone around was surprised. What? He then explained. Amitabha, this humble monk indeed should not have separated from the Divine Imperial Son. But please, young Master Chong, do not maliciously speculate about this humble monk. Everyone began to suspect. Indeed, something must have happened between Jin Chanzi and the Divine Imperial Son. No wonder he was the least injured. If you put it that way, young Master Chong is severely injured and the Divine Imperial Son is completely gone. But Master Jin Chanzi took out a treasure. Facing a powerful enemy, young Master Chong burned his origin without hesitation. This humble monk is truly impressed. This is the Buddha Mountain's sacred Buddha pill, which will greatly benefit young Master Chong's injuries. Ji Yu Chong waved his hand in refusal. Brother Jin Chanzi's kindness is something Ji Yu cannot accept. You should keep this Buddha pill. After all, no one knows if brother will be spared by the demonic cultivation inheritor next time he encounters him. These words made everyone even more suspicious. What does young Master Chong mean by that? Is Jin Chanzi feeling guilty? Ying Yu remained silent. Finally, the young girl bowed deeply. Young Master Chong, please uphold justice for my heavenly Phoenix Mountain. Her subordinate behind her called out with pity, Your Highness. But Ji Yu Chong left coldly. Ji Yu is powerless. He walked to the back and reminded, all the demonic cultivation inheritor schemes succeeded this time. Ji Yu has done his best and now needs to recuperate. Everyone, take care and please be careful, Ji Yu Chong said to Yin Mei. Celestial Maiden, I'll trouble you. She cooperatively replied, Young Master Ji Yu, Yin Mei will escort you back to recuperate. Zhang Yao secretly observed him. This Ji Yu Chong is truly a real man. She turned her suspicions to Jin Chanzi. This Buddhist practitioner is not very reliable. Ying Yu continued to plead with him. I hope Buddha's son Jin Chan will uphold justice for heavenly Phoenix Mountain. Zhang Yao thought, this Divine Imperial Son deserved his death. If he were as powerful and intelligent as me, how could he have ended up like this? Jin Chanzi ultimately refused the young girl. Amitabha, please accept my condolences. Hearing this, those around him expressed dissatisfaction with his attitude. What does not accept condolences mean exactly? That's too irresponsible. Jin Chanzi fell silent, contemplating. The human heart is unfathomable. Why would Brother Chong be so intent on gaining a good reputation? Chu Hao angrily smashed a porcelain bowl to the ground. Damn it, he gritted his teeth in frustration. How can Ji Yu Chong be so lucky? He's not in the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, nor did he die at the hands of the demonic cultivation inheritor. The person standing behind him advised, Don't be angry, Hauer. Elder Baiyang of Taisheng Cave Heaven stroked his beard and kindly analyzed. If we go by seniority, Ji Yu Chong is younger than you. Hauer, why bother with a junior? Chu Hao still replied discontentedly. Uncle, you don't know. Ji Yu Chong is arrogant and unscrupulous. He waved his hand to comfort Chu Hao. Hauer, don't rush. Looking at the world, it seems no one is more talented than you, even if his background is terrifying. Once you achieve the Tao, other heavenly chosen in the world will just be fleeting clouds. Chu Hao was still a bit stubborn. But Elder Baiyang quickly interrupted. This old man specially rushed from Taisheng Cave Heaven precisely to urge you to cultivate in peace. Don't let these trivial matters disturb your Tao heart. He was still unwilling. I understand what Uncle says, but I'm angry that even Wanner. At this moment, Qin Wuya was staring blankly at someone on the street. He observed Tang Wan from afar and concluded, dispersed soul reincarnation, the passage of time. Indeed, as Yang expected, junior sister has also reincarnated. Qin Wuya looked at the bottle in his hand, touched, thinking, this bottle of 9 deaths for 1 life water from the Samsara lake should be enough for junior sister and little junior sister. This is wonderful. In my previous life I failed junior sister, but fortunately, I have a chance to make amends in this life. He rationally admonished himself. It's just that I know nothing about junior sister right now. This matter cannot be rushed. The urgent task is to first go to the Black Tortoise Ancient Kingdom. We will reunite eventually, just wait for me. Tang Wan seemed to sense Qin Wuya's gaze and turned to look. She wondered, why do I have such a strange feeling? Never mind, it's not important. I should focus on finding a way to help Brother Chu Hao. Meanwhile, Zhang Chuchu was battling a monster at a disadvantage. She worriedly thought, this is bad, a great saint realm. The monster suddenly leapt, rushing rapidly towards Zhang Chuchu. Unexpectedly, a magical artifact flew over, blocking the monster's attack and sending it flying. She looked at the object before her in surprise. Two supreme artifacts. The bronze bell suddenly emitted a dazzling light, then expanded. It crashed down, trapping the monster within. Ji Yuchang happened to fly over and he looked at Zhang Chuchu with disdain. You can't even deal with a great saint realm, how frail, she called out in surprise. Ji Yuchang, he continued to tease, why didn't you run if you couldn't beat it? You're both human ancestor hall saintesses, how can you be so foolish? Zhang Chuchu frowned and retorted, you're scolding me again, I don't want you to save me, I'm just telling you I found the absolute yin origin, come or don't come, I don't care. Ji Yuchang reached out and lightly touched her cheek, if I don't come, then perhaps there will only be one saintess left in the human ancestor hall. He brushed past Zhang Chuchu, rubbing his neck, saying, all right, I'll go take care of it. You wait here in peace. Oh truly, my injuries haven't healed yet, I'm rushing to help you. I truly have your best interests at heart. She watched Ji Yuchang charge into the spatial rift, shouting in alarm, you're just going in like that? Hey, be careful. Within the absolute yin origin, a lone ship was moored on a towering mountain peak. Ji Yuchang observed the people there, somewhat surprised. Incapable of traversing the absolute yin land, they must be from the absolute yin imperial court. The old men of True Immortal Academy were right. The absolute yin calamity indeed has something to do with the absolute yin imperial court. Jin Dao, he's re-evaluating. There's also the complete primordial corpse of a quasi-supreme, preserving both absolute yin energy and vitality. Ji Yuchang crossed his arms and lowered his head, pondering for a moment. He slightly narrowed his eyes, recalling what Mingkong had told him. At that time, Ji Yuchang had rested his head on Yu Mingkong's lap, listening to her reveal. I received news that people from the Absolute Yin Imperial Court have been secretly searching for the reincarnation ancient Heavenly Venerate and his inheritor. He played with a lock of Yu Mingkong's hair, asking in confusion. Is that all? She stammered. That's all. There were some things Yu Mingkong hadn't told Ji Yuchang. The information from the previous life was limited to that. Whether Yi Ling had any contact with the Absolute Yin Imperial Court afterward, I don't know. Because you killed me later. So he proudly mused, today Yi Ling is dead, so am I not that inheritor? Let's try it for now. Below, someone who noticed the movement shouted in alarm. Who? He immediately ordered his subordinate. Quickly seize it. The two quickly flew up, blocking Ji Yuchang's magical artifact. Suddenly a powerful force shot out, piercing one of them through the abdomen. He watched Ji Yuchang charge forward with his sword, shouting in alarm, outsider, what do you want to do? Ji Yuchang smiled provocatively. What do you think? The person stammered in fear. Imperial sister, save me. Just then a pair of bare feet extended, blocking his path. The newcomer unceremoniously sent Ji Yuchang flying with a palm strike. Jielin of the Absolute Yin Imperial Court retracted her foot and questioned, how dare you intrude here alone? Who are you? He slightly narrowed his eyes, assessing a true Supreme Realm expert. Ji Yuchang immediately fled. The gap between each step of the Supreme Realm is a chasm. The difference is too great. This woman. Her cultivation is at least at the 5th or 6th heaven. However, not long after, she caught him with one hand. Outsider, do you think you can still escape? Ji Yuchang, of course, wouldn't be easily caught. He then transformed into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. Jielin snorted lightly. Void talent. She condensed demonic energy into a massive hand, attempting to seize Ji Yuchang, who struggled. Ji Yuchang clenched his fist, drew his weapon, then shattered Jialin's attack with a single palm. She cried out in surprise upon seeing this. Reincarnation divine ability, what a domineering strike. What is your relationship with the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate? Ji Yuchang said in a deep voice. What relationship, what concern is that of yours? He secretly rejoiced. She's hooked indeed, Jielin asked. The reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate is nowhere to be found, but only he can use the reincarnation divine ability in the world. So are you his inheritor? Ji Yuchang calmly replied. I did obtain the inheritance of the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate. Calling me an inheritor is a bit of a stretch. After hearing this, she immediately lowered her killing intent. Since that's the case, there's no reason for us to fight. Anyway, my purpose here is to find his inheritor, Jielin mused. This halberd contains boundless killing intent. It's terrifying. Trying to capture him by force seems unfeasible. Her tone shifted and she gently introduced herself. I am Jielin, the eldest princess of the Absolute Yin Imperial Court. We are inheritors of the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate. How about we make a deal? Ji Yuchang merely smiled. Oh, Jielin continued. My clan will soon need to use the reincarnation divine ability to create a reincarnation altar, and only you can accomplish this. The Absolute Yin Imperial Court can grant you one wish, even if it's to destroy a great Tao orthodoxy. He was quite interested in her identity. So, the eldest princess, what a big fish. Destroy an outside orthodoxy, quite a boast. Ji Yuchang feigned hesitation for a moment. That's somewhat interesting, but words alone are unreliable. How can I trust you? Shouldn't the eldest princess offer some benefits first? Jielin stepped forward in the air. What does your excellency desire? He said without hesitation. Absolute Yin origin. How much of that do you have? She was surprised. Absolute yin origin. Jielin raised her hand and summoned a ball of black smoke. Your Excellency is truly strange. Most cultivators outside avoid the absolute yin origin like the plague, fearing it will devour them. The absolute yin origin is also scarce in my hands, but if your Excellency desires it, please take it, but don't be devoured by it before the deal. Ji Yuchang readily agreed. All right, as for other matters, I won't trouble the eldest princess. He was very satisfied with his current aura. The effect of this child of fortune's possession is really good. This is the first time I've enjoyed the protagonist treatment. Jielin handed Ji Yuchang a spatial ring. This is a spatial ring. Once my clan finishes creating the reincarnation altar, I will use this item to notify you. Ji Yuchang took the item Jielin handed him, examined it carefully, then said, as expected, it's a communication device forged by the Void Beast race. He suddenly detected something abnormal. He thought, HMPH, there are tricks here too. Is she trying to monitor me? Ji Yuchang turned to leave. Since that's the case, I have other matters to attend to. I'll take my leave first. Jielin bade him farewell. All right, your Excellency, walk slowly. Jielin then returned, and as soon as she landed, she was warmly greeted by her junior brother. Imperial sister, you're back. Jielin merely hemmed. She walked past him, not forgetting to tell her junior brother. Remember, that human man from earlier is a distinguished guest of our clan. If you encounter him in the future, do not provoke him. Junior brother Jielin obediently replied, yes, I know, Imperial sister. Jielin suddenly perceived something and mused. He was actually able to detect a trace of my divine soul I left on the spatial ring, and he even sealed it. Although this person is only in the Great Saint realm, his methods are not inferior to a supreme. After Ji Yuchang returned from the spatial rift, Zhang Chuchu immediately ran up and asked, Ji Yuchang, are you alright? Seeing Ji Yuchang's pale face, Chuchu was very worried. What's wrong with you? Ji Yuchang's expression remained unchanged. He walked forward, took Zhang Chuchu's hand, put his arm around her waist, then said, the human ancestor Hall Saintus actually cares about a devil like me? What an honor. Chuchu stammered shyly. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Ji Yuchang leaned closer to Chuchu's face and said, Chuchu, the absolute yin calamity here has been resolved by me. Don't you have any expression of gratitude? Chuchu shyly turned her head, stammering, what kind of expression do you want? Thank you. Ji Yuchang grinned. After all that effort to resolve the calamity and I'm giving all the credit to you, you want to send me off with just a thank you? Trying to get something for nothing? Zhang Chuchu was awkward. Then what do you want? Ji Yuchang shushed her. Chuchu immediately closed her eyes upon hearing this. She suddenly felt unusually quiet around her, feeling puzzled. She opened her eyes, she found that no one was around. Ji Yuchang flew up, laughing loudly. You didn't really think I'd do anything to you, did you? Chuchu was annoyed. Ji Yuchang continued. I'm leaving. I still need to return to the Black Tortoise Ancient Kingdom to recuperate. Chuchu clenched her fists, reminding herself, Zhang Chuchu, he's a devil. Don't get too deeply involved. A few days later, in the Black Tortoise Ancient Kingdom, after Ji Yuchang returned, two elders walked over to express their condolences. Young friend Chang, how are your injuries? Ji Yusheng also rushed over, calling out. Ji Yuchang, Chang politely replied. Chang thanks both elders for your concern. Shenner rushed over and grabbed Chang's hand to check. I heard in the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom that you injured your origin. How are you now? It's all my fault for agreeing so casually, which led to you, Chang teased. Your brother is dead. What's standing before you now is a puppet. Shenner was helpless. She angrily said, you're always like this. The elders of True Immortal Academy laughed loudly, as expected of young friend Chang. After injuring his origin, he's almost fully recovered in such a short time, Chang humbly replied. Just sheer luck. Qingfeng saw Chang and immediately knelt down to apologize. Young Master Chang, I am truly sorry. If it weren't for Xiao Yi's matter, you wouldn't have had to fight the demonic cultivation inheritor, and the immortal phoenix maiden standing behind hesitated to speak. Qingfeng. Chang quickly knelt down to help Qingfeng up, then said, young man, what are you saying? In this life I walk the path of righteousness and am irreconcilable with the demonic cultivation inheritor. You don't need to, Qingfeng stammered. But Chang frowned. It's just a pity that I couldn't find any trace of Xiao Yi in this encounter. I am indeed somewhat ashamed, Elder Yan sighed. Young friend Chang, don't worry, the demonic cultivation inheritor is an enemy of the world. It's not something that can be resolved overnight. Chang turned and asked the two elders, Elders, at this point, does the Academy know the whereabouts of the demonic cultivation inheritor? The elders of True Immortal Academy stroked their beards and sighed, replying, no news for now. Heavenly Phoenix Mountain and Buddha Mountain are currently at war, and the Academy is busy mediating, already overwhelmed. Elder Yan added, indeed, Jin Chanzi was somewhat suspicious at the time. No wonder Heavenly Phoenix Mountain refused to give up. It's just that things have escalated to this point, which is somewhat unexpected. Chang was suddenly startled. What? They're still fighting? Ji Yusheng crossed her arms. Isn't it because of those rumors? Now everyone outside is saying that Jin Chanzi is fishing for fame, indirectly leading to the demise of the divine imperial sun. Chang sighed. He said loudly, how foolish. Although I have some criticisms of Brother Jin Chan's actions, no one is perfect. He might have had other difficulties at the time. Chang turned around and said loudly, the urgent task is to find the demonic cultivation inheritor and eliminate him, and at the same time rescue Xiao Yi. To find the demonic cultivation inheritor, the only clue we have is Ziyang Tianjun. Chang stroked his chin, pondering. but I have been recuperating in the Black Tortoise ancient kingdom for many days, yet I haven't received any news of Ziyang Tianjun. I'm afraid he's being deliberately hidden due to circumstances, Qingfeng sighed. It can only be Zifu, Qingfeng frowned. He smiled and said, Ziyang Tianjun is their future. For small figures like me and little junior sister, what if we have extraordinary talent? What if we are valued by the academy? We're still fish on a chopping block to be slaughtered at will. The two elders behind him coughed a few times upon hearing Qingfeng's words. Chang said firmly, Jiu Chang will never let such a thing happen. Qingfeng was moved to tears, thinking, that's right, Jiu Chang is indeed a kind-hearted person, which is why he helps us. Quote, I will also support him, Chang commanded. Quickly spread this matter. Chu lowered her head and said loudly, Understood. Jiu Shenner was surprised by this statement. Are you crazy? Are you trying to go against your family? We don't need to do this. However, Jiu Chang calmly said, I just want to invite them for some tea and pastries without mentioning any of my previous promises. Qingfeng bowed and knelt down. Ji Qingshan stood at the edge of the cliff muttering to herself, Has Ziyang Tianjun finally given up chasing me? What a bother, she asked. What is the demonic cultivation inheritor doing now? The girl next to her replied, I don't know, he seems very mysterious. Ji Qingshan's eyes dimmed. But Jiu Chang is already injured, the girl next to her said indignantly. You're still worried about him? Are you stupid? The scene shifts to a desolate area where a voice echoes, Damn it, who caused me to be like this? I spent time chasing the demonic cultivation inheritor, but now they're saying I'm colluding with monsters? Ziyang frowned deeply, lost in thought. But now the demonic cultivation inheritor has already killed the imperial son, yet he hasn't been discovered. If I can catch him, will everyone see me in a different light? This is a great idea. He sat down. Under the current circumstances, he couldn't wait until his celestial eye fully recovered. Even if it affected his cultivation, he had to eliminate his enemies. As soon as he finished speaking, his celestial eyes suddenly opened. A scene unfolded, and Ziyang was surprised to find that it was precisely the scene of his sect's destruction. He turned around, and Ziyang's expression changed dramatically. He asked in a panic, How is it you? The next second, Ziyang woke up from his dream, Jiu Chang's name echoing in his mind. The scene shifted to the Jiu family where someone reported, Young Master Chang, people from the Z family have arrived. He casually replied, Oh, let them in. Then footsteps were heard. The person who entered was Zian. She said, Greetings, young Master Chang. She wondered if she had misjudged him. Why did he seem disappointed? Chang turned his head and invited Zian to take a seat. In a room, Chang immediately exchanged pleasantries. I've long heard of Saintess Zian's great name. Meeting you today, you are indeed stunning. Zian sat quietly and responded, Young Master Chang flatters me. You are truly a dragon among men. It is Zian's great fortune to receive your invitation. May I ask what matter young Master Chang wishes to discuss with Zian? Chang feigned mystery. Saintess, guess. Zian looked at him and speculated. Recently there have been various rumors. I know young Master Chang is looking for Ziyang's whereabouts, but in truth Zifu also doesn't know where he is. He looked at her coldly. If Jiu wanted to find him, I have tens of thousands of ways. No need to invite Saintess Zian. Ziyang Tianjun's collusion with the demonic cultivation inheritor is already ironclad evidence. Jiu doesn't believe Zifu would truly harbor him in secret and dig its own grave. Zian looked slightly confused, emphasizing dig its own grave. Chang remained cold-faced, turning to another direction. When Ying Chang's identity was exposed, Heavenly Phoenix Mountain faced the public's wrath. And only by clarifying its stance did the anger subside. With such a precedent, does Zifu not know the seriousness of the matter? Zian gently closed her eyes, looking helpless. But Zian is merely a saintess, a person of little influence with no right to decide Zifu's policies. If young Master Chang could point to a path, Zian would certainly explain the pros and cons. Unexpectedly, Chang proposed his own arrangement. He said lightly, No need for such trouble. If Saintess Zian truly cares about Zifu's future, then please stay here for a while. Hearing him say this, Zian immediately stood up with a strong reaction. What? Chang explained calmly. Saintess, you needn't worry. Jiu is an upright person, and I believe the Saintess has heard as much. It will merely be announced publicly that you have been placed under my house arrest. Zian did not understand. House arrest? What do you mean? He glanced at her, a faint smile playing on the corner of his lips. Saintess, don't fret, you will know soon enough. But in reality he intended to use her as bait, of course. Zian looked at him, her face a mix of fear and suspicion. Could it be that he already knows about the discord within Zifu regarding this matter? Does he want to use me to pressure Zifu? Never mind. I'll see how it plays out. He wouldn't dare do anything to me anyway. The scene quickly switched to another location where someone cried out in panic. Big news, Jiu Chang has captured Zifu's Saintess and there are Zifu cultivators in Black Tortoise City. Another person asked, Really? What's he trying to do? A seemingly calmer person remarked, It seems young Master Chang is willing to pay any price to inquire about Ziyang Tianjun's whereabouts. Zhan Yao stood in a corner making a judgment. Is this Jiu Chang's plan too naive? The red-haired subordinate asked blankly. 6-crowned king, sir, what do you mean? The people nearby also secretly speculated about his meaning. Could it be that Jiu Chang's action is inappropriate? Zhan Yao suddenly burst out laughing from beneath her mask. Haha, you all need to use your brains more. Zifu's power is considerable. Even if Jiu Chang captures that woman, he wouldn't dare do anything to her. It's just a threat. And Ziyang Tianjun, although not as strong as I am, is a rare genius to behold. If he can break through and regain his footing this time, he will achieve even greater things. Jun Yao stood with her hands behind her back, gazing in one direction. Zifu is ambitious and plans to expand, and Ziyang Tianjun is their hope. So without strong pressure, Zifu won't easily back down. Therefore, Jiyu Chang's action of seizing someone without understanding this point is too hasty. Remember, doing things requires not only courage but also careful thought. After hearing his teaching, the three subordinates' eyes shone with admiration. As expected of the six-crowned king, sir. In another place, a subordinate was comforting. Your Highness, now that both princes have, you must be clear-headed. Turning to look into the distance, Ying Yu suddenly sighed. Young Master Jiyu sent word that Ziyang Tianjun colluded with the demonic cultivation inheritor to frame the divine imperial sun. And Zifu is harboring Ziyang Tianjun, which is simply making an enemy of my heavenly phoenix mountain. This is intolerable. At this moment in the sky, Shenner was riding on Big Green. She blamed herself in frustration. It's all my fault for being useless and failing to protect Xiaoyi. I also want to use my own strength to find Ziyang Tianjun. I can't always rely on that person, Big Green cried out in response, and Shenner suddenly noticed something, her eyes wide with shock. Home, a treasure? After Big Green landed, Shenner reminded it. Big Green, I'm not scolding you, but you need to distinguish between priorities. Now is not the time to look for treasure. I haven't even found any clues about Ziyang Tianjun, so how can I be in the mood to look for treasure? Big Green cried out again in response, and the little girl immediately became excited. What essence blood? Why didn't you say so earlier? Quick, it's super rare. Big Green quickly spread its wings and flew away, and Shenner laughed excitedly. Haha, it's all mine. Below, someone silently watched Shenner. Her lively nature is quite different from little junior sister's. He held a bottle of medicine in his hand, lost in thought. The timing isn't right now. If I give junior sister the Samsara lake water, I'm afraid many things will happen. Wait for me, little junior sister. I must first help junior sister's senior brother Ziyang resolve his troubles, and then we can be reunited. Then the four of us can be together. Switching to another location, an angry roar came from within Zifu. HMPH, this brat is truly hateful. This person was none other than Zifu's sectmaster. Lu Ming roared furiously. Harboring Ziyang is the great elder faction's doing. What does it have to do with me? Not only did he capture and imprison my daughter, but he also had the audacity to boast about taking over the family. Does he think that just because he's young Master Jiyu, I can't do anything to him? As the old man fumed, his wife spoke. Husband, why be so angry? The house arrest is just for show. Zian is smart and witty. She'll be fine. As for taking over the family, if we truly bring back a grandson, who will be at a disadvantage then? After hearing her analysis, Lu Ming's anger subsided a little. He mused, my wife makes sense. After all, that boy is the future head of the longevity Jiyu family, and the princess of the peerless immortal dynasty doesn't seem to have married into the family yet. If Zian can marry in before that princess, then in another place. As soon as Wuya returned, Ziyang ran out to greet him. Senior brother, you're finally here. As soon as Wuya returned, he asked him worriedly, Yang, what exactly happened? Why did I hear all along the way about you and the demonic cultivation inheritor? Ziyang's face darkened, and he quickly explained, Senior brother, I was framed in this matter. Please listen to my explanation. The two then sat down, and after listening to Ziyang recount everything, Wuya finally understood. So that's how it is. I never expected things to develop to this extent. Ziyang helplessly pleaded for his help. Senior brother, you must help me. I truly have nowhere else to turn now, Wuya judged suspiciously. This matter is intertwined and seamless, but I still have some doubts. Why are there two demonic cultivation inheritors? And why can someone use my primordial purple chi? Ziyang raised his hand and gently rubbed his forehead, pondering. I don't know either, but I've seen through it with my celestial eye. Although the details aren't clear, his eyes suddenly sharpened, and he said firmly, it definitely has something to do with Jiyu Chang. Wuya still couldn't believe it, and he asked in confusion, Jiyu Chang, but how did he do it? Ziyang had an even worse headache, he said resentfully. That guy is insidious and poisonous, like a venomous snake hidden underground. Who knows how he did it? The most urgent task now is to restore my innocence. Otherwise I'll be unable to explain myself. Then Ziyang suddenly stood up, his voice filled with sadness. Now, because of Zian's capture, the discord within Zifu has worsened. Many elders have also begun to lean towards the sectmaster, and Zian was Zifu's chosen future Dao companion for me. But now she is subject to rumors, so Wuya had just stood up and asked, So you want me to help you save her? Hearing Wuya ask this, Ziyang turned to look at him and replied, Yes, with my strength, I truly cannot save anyone in front of Jiyu Chang. After hearing this, Wuya walked over to him and placed a hand on his shoulder. Wuya showed determination. I understand this is the only solution. We cannot let Zifu be constrained by him from behind. Leave it to me. Unexpectedly, Ziyang's eyes welled up with tears, and he looked at Wuya with great emotion. The next second, Ziyang excitedly hugged Wuya tightly. Senior brother, only you can help me now. I'm truly helpless. Wuya was stunned, merely giving a soft in another place. Screams of I lost again were heard. Zian's face was covered in drawings by someone. Young Master Chang, can't you go easy on us? Chang held up the hand that still held the brush, glanced at Ching and asked, Ching, haven't I gone easy enough? She could only reply helplessly. Young Master, may Ching not answer? Zian, already impatient, interrupted. Continue. I don't believe I'll keep losing. Having had enough fun, Chang stood up intending to leave. Never mind, you won't win anyway, give up, there's no more space to draw on your face. If we continue, I'll have to draw on your body. Hearing this, Xian immediately retorted, how can you say such a thing? Xian blushed as she looked at him, tightly hugging herself. Ning asked him thoughtfully, young Master Chang, you've been looking at the door for a while, is something on your mind? He answered blankly, suddenly feeling a bit restless. It seems there will be some turbulence these next few days, Saintess Xian, you should be more careful. She stood up, asking somewhat bewildered, me? Chang for some unknown reason suggested to her. How about Saintess Xian moves in with me these next few days? Hearing him suggest living together, Xian was a little surprised. I won't give you children, Chang glanced at her, teasing. Is Saintess Xian always thinking about this? Chang mused and explained, I mean, if you move into my residence, I can look after you if anything happens. Xian again showed a shy expression. You mean? As if discovering the problem, she directly asked him, I might be in danger. Chang stood with his hands behind his back and analyzed the situation for her again. If I were Ziyang Tianjun, the thing I would do now is definitely send people to deal with you. Anyway, as long as you're dead, Zifu will have no other choice. Hearing this, Xian lowered her head, her eyes filled with melancholy. Night fell and a person draped in a black cloak was observing from afar. The security here is tight. Jiyu Chang is indeed injured at his origin, as rumored. As long as I rescue Saintess Xian without anyone knowing, it will be fulfilling my junior brother's request. Wuya put on his cloak and mask to avoid being recognized and silently snuck in. With my methods, no one other than Jiyu Chang could possibly detect me. Wuya secretly planned, and he is heavily wounded today, so I can come and go from this residence freely from now on. In another place, Chang was smiling eerily. Xian's eyes widened in surprise as she asked, You are? She retreated, asking suspiciously, Who is it? Looking at the tall masked figure in green clothes before her. He emotionlessly told Xian, You're useless now, you can die here. He circulated his power and a purple light shot from the masked figure's hand with a loud bang. The door was completely destroyed. From the dust she flew out holding an umbrella. It's demonic energy. Ziyang sent you to kill me, didn't he? He quickly rushed out and replied, What Ziyang? I don't know him. The masked figure instantly disappeared, surprising Xian, then reappeared behind her. He punched her face at an extremely fast speed, making Xian only able to sigh. So fast, great Saint Realm. The masked figure kicked her to the ground, then said, You're almost dead, yet you still talk so much nonsense. If you want to know, go ask others in the underworld. Outside he passed by and saw smoke billowing inside, and he asked in confusion, What's going on? Such a huge commotion? At this moment he was dragging Xian by her hair, making her scream in pain. The masked figure slammed Xian to the ground, causing a large crack to appear. Then he raised his leg and kicked her in the abdomen, sending her stumbling backward. The masked figure's hand glowed with purple light. Then he leapt up and charged at Xian, coldly commanding, Just give up and die. She lay there, her face covered in blood, her entire body wounded, and she weakly said, You're dreaming. Then she murmured, clutching the scroll in her hand. A scroll enlarged, and Xian pointed at it, chanting, Crimson Sun Edict. A flame shot from the scroll. Following her command, the flame rushed towards the masked figure. But he merely chuckled, Extreme Yang spell, but the power you unleash is too weak. Seeing her move have no effect, Xian panicked. What? Damn it, if I had known, I should have agreed to Jiyu Chang's proposal earlier. She seemed to hear a voice. It seems Saintess Xian regrets it. In the air, two lights collided, one yellow and one purple. He appeared, grabbing her hand with one hand and blocking the masked figure with the other. Jiyu Chang spoke, It seems I'm late. That's why I said, Move into my residence and you won't get hurt. Xian looked up and exclaimed, Young Master Jiyu Chang. The masked figure looked down at the two of them from above. Jiyu Chang, how dare you repeatedly ruin my plans? Do you really not want to live? Your injuries haven't healed, have they? He snorted softly. Even if injured, getting rid of you is a trivial matter. Hearing this, the masked figure laughed aloud. Big talk, and when did I say I came alone? Jiyu Chang retorted. Do you have companions? Is that an excuse you made up to save your life? Are there others? Ziyang really went to great lengths. As he spoke, he flew to pursue. Never mind, no need to ask further, I'll know everything once I catch you. He still stood there arrogantly, lost in thought. Below, she gently reminded him, Young Master Chang, be careful. The two sides clashed. The noise was so loud that everyone ran out and asked, Saintess Xian, what happened? Are you all right? Another person discovered this and said, Look up there, someone is still fighting young Master Chang. She stood there watching them, then calmly said, Ziyang Tianjun is colluding with the demonic cultivation inheritor. He wants to drive me into a corner. This is already a foregone conclusion. He asked in great surprise. What? Xian sighed. Ziyang Tianjun truly lives up to his reputation. After some fighting, even the masked man couldn't help but exclaim, I didn't expect you to have such strength. He let out a soft snort. If you're already scared, then tell me about the mastermind. The people below shouted, Oh no, young Master Chang, he's getting away. Don't let him escape. Hearing this, he immediately replied, Don't worry. He can't escape. Two streaks of light flew away and Qin Wuya jumped onto the rooftop, muttering in confusion, Was that the assassin who tried to kill Jiyu Zhang? He stood there thinking, Heaven is truly helping me. The urgent task is to take her away first. This matter cannot wait for her to be alone. Suddenly an anomaly appeared beneath Xian's feet, distorting everything around her. Qin Wuya abruptly appeared behind her and whispered, Don't make a sound, follow me. He pulled Xian's hand and started to leave. Xian, surprised, broke free and turned to ask, Who are you? Seeing her break free, Qin Wuya hastily said, Saintess Xian, don't be afraid, I'm here to save you. Xian took a few steps back and asked with a slight laugh, Save me? Did Ziyang Tianjun send you? He replied, "That's right, junior brother Ziyang entrusted me to save you. Come with me quickly, it's not safe here." The surrounding people shouted to stop them. "Stop, who are you? How dare you hold the Saintess's hand? What do you want?" Hearing this, Ziyan asked, "Are you sure he's here to save me and not to take my life?" Chinwuya was somewhat puzzled, thinking, what does that mean? Then he thought, never mind, it's come to this. "I can only take her by force." He waved his hand and a green light appeared, enveloping everyone present, freezing them in place. They could only exclaim, "What?" Ziyan thought in surprise. He suppressed so many Zifu experts in the blink of an eye. His strength must be at least in the Great Saint realm. Chinwuya walked forward, saying as he went, "No time to explain, pardon me." Ziyan could only stand there trembling, thinking, my aura is already locked, I can't move. How strong is this person? As his hand was about to touch her, another hand suddenly appeared, grasping it and stopping Chinwuya. It was Ji Yuchang returning. He asked in surprise, "Ji Yuchang, you weren't?" Amidst the surprised gazes, Ji Yuchang said, "I guess that guy was just an excuse, so I only pretended to chase. I didn't expect this, luring the tiger away from its mountain trick, to be quite brilliant." Ji Yuchang waved his hand and Chinwuya immediately retreated. Ziyan hastily said, "Many thanks to young Master Chang. This time, Ziyang resorted to unscrupulous means to take my life. I will definitely report this to my father." Chinwuya felt uneasy and frowned, luring the tiger away from its mountain. Damn it, that assassin wasn't trying to take Ji Yuchang's life but was sent to take Ziyan's life. This is a huge misunderstanding. What do I do now? He stood there and asked, "Who exactly are you? Take off your mask and I, Ji might spare your life. Otherwise," Chinwuya secretly calculated, "explaining too much now will only make things worse. It's better to be straightforward." He pointed at Ji Yuchang and asked, "Ji Yuchang, what are your intentions in imprisoning the Zifu Saintess?" "I am merely a passerby who couldn't stand your actions, so I came to rescue her from your clutches," Ji Yuchang retorted. "Clutches? Are you trying to bite back in front of so many people? Which eye of yours saw the Saintess being imprisoned by me?" Ziyan stood behind indignantly, saying, "What a flimsy argument." He clearly admitted earlier that he was sent by Ziyang. The people behind also chimed in. "Exactly, this villain just now tried to secretly abduct Saintess Ziyan. He's clearly not a good person. Sneaky and suspicious. How can he be good? He must be with that other person from earlier." Hearing this, Chinwuya sighed softly. "This is truly troublesome. Since that's the case, let's just act directly." A powerful green light emanated from his body, enveloping the surroundings. Those outside who saw the soaring green light, someone keenly recognized. "That's a quasi-supreme's aura," everyone wondered. "That seems to be young Master Gu's residence. What's happening?" Seeing the powerful light, Ziyan worriedly thought, "Another quasi-supreme. What do I do now?" Ji Yuchang replied with a smile, "Of course we're going to fight him." Chinwuya's gaze swept over them, deliberating. Several people rushing to attack together. "Let's go. Seize him." A large group of people unleashed their spiritual power, attacking the target in the center of the field. They couldn't let him take the Saintess away. Chinwuya glanced at them and said coldly, "Do you really think you can stop me?" Immediately after, Chinwuya stepped out with a green light, instantly forming a rebounding force that sent the encircling crowd flying. Ziyan looked over in alarm. "What?" Chinwuya was surprised to see Chang firmly protecting Ziyan in his arms. Chang said coldly, "Still trying to take the Saintess away in front of me?" His gaze was icy and sharp, fixed on the opponent. "It seems my methods have been too gentle recently, which is why these cats and dogs are appearing." Chang asked nonchalantly, "Do you think you're too formidable?" No sooner had he spoken than he unleashed a palm strike, a massive golden hand heading straight for Chinwuya. Immediately after, the two engaged in round after round of fierce attacks. Chang sent his subordinate flying towards Chinwuya. Chinwuya also quickly flew high into the sky. He seemed to recognize Chang's move. Great Saint Realm. The two fought in the air like this, round after round of collisions until they were no longer visible. Everyone below was completely absorbed watching the situation above. Young Master Chang can actually fight a quasi-supreme to a draw. Ziyan stood quietly by, watching the battle. Where did Ziyang find such a strong person? Zifu's power couldn't possibly help him kill me. Everyone watched Chang's rounds of attacks and couldn't help but exclaim, "Young Master Chang truly lives up to his title as the leader of the righteous path." Chinwuya also recognized his opponent's strength in the battle. To fight a quasi-supreme to a draw with Great Saint Realm cultivation, this guy is truly a bit strange. The two collided fiercely again in the air, causing a violent tremor. Everyone below was closely watching the battle. Someone wondered, "What's going on tonight? Young Master Chang's injuries haven't healed yet he's fighting again." Someone said, "I heard an assassin in black tried to kill young Master Chang earlier but fled after being defeated, and this person, hiding in the dark, intended to lure the tiger away from the mountain and attack Saintess Ziyan." They were all worried. What a malicious scheme. If something really happened to Ziyan here, wouldn't young Master Chang be in huge trouble? Exactly. That situation would probably get out of control. After all, Zifu is no small force. The immortal Phoenix Maiden seemed somewhat wary. This is Ji Yuchang's hidden strength. When he dealt with Ziyang Tianjun in the academy, he truly held back. Zhen Yao stood by observing the situation, thinking that mysterious person is already a quasi-supreme. This guy can maintain equilibrium with Great Saint Realm cultivation. He's probably about to enter that realm too. The immortal Phoenix Maiden sighed softly, closed her eyes and looked sad. "As members of the top 10 grand list, I am too far behind him. No wonder the divine imperial son, even with a supreme artifact protecting him, still died, while Ji Yu Chong with a supreme artifact ventured deep into the absolute Yin land and only suffered injuries. From this, he fully deserves the title of the #1 young talent of this generation. The immortal Phoenix Maiden was still extremely distraught, while Zhen Yao only stood by as if enjoying a play. Truly my most satisfactory opponent. Zhen Yao carefully observed him beneath the mask, thinking, it seems if I want to deal with him, I'll need to unlock another layer of my seal. At this moment, a barrier was opening in the sky, continuously unleashing countless green lights at Chang. Then the green lights converged, rapidly expanding and growing, and everyone cried out in worry. Young Master Chang, that power was precisely what Qin Wuya created to attack Chang. Ji Yu Chang, even if your strength is extraordinary, capable of fighting a quasi-supreme with great saint realm cultivation, you still haven't crossed that final step. Just as Qin Wuya's green power gained the upper hand, suddenly a summons came from within that power. Human and sword as one. In an instant, smoke and dust filled the air, obscuring visibility. A sword appeared, striking the stone wall with furious momentum. In a flash, everything was shattered. Qin Wuya was hit by that last move and sent flying. He spat blood from his injury. Qin Wuya gritted his teeth and said angrily, "A supreme artifact, damn it, how could I forget about that thing?" When the hazy smoke cleared and the person in front of them became visible, Chang was somewhat surprised. "It's actually you." Qin Wuya. The onlookers, hearing this name, immediately began discussing, "What? Qin Wuya, isn't that the person from the wondrous stone?" "It's him, that makes sense. He seems quite close to Ziyang Tianjun." He heard the crowd's discussions and felt uneasy. "Damn, I've been exposed, it seems I can't continue." Chang spoke. "I didn't expect you and Ziyang to be close enough for you to risk your life for him. Tell me, where is Ziyang Tianjun?" The crowd behind Qin Wuya also chimed in. "Exactly. Honestly confess Ziyang Tianjun's whereabouts." The jade pendant on his chest suddenly flickered. The immortal Phoenix Maiden said hesitantly, "Wondrous stone fragment, what does he want to do?" Only then did Zhen Yao understand. "He wants to run." The green light flashed and Qin Wuya disappeared. Everyone frowned and said, "Damn it, he still got away. Young Master Chang seems injured. After all, he fought a quasi-supreme, and forcefully activating a supreme artifact probably caused his old injuries to relapse." He suddenly coughed violently, and blood slowly trickled from the corner of his mouth. "It seems I was still too over-ambitious." Everyone rushed over anxiously to inquire, "Young Master Chang, how are you? Young Master Chang, are you all right?" Chang shook his head and replied, "I'm fine, but it's a pity I couldn't keep them." Zian held his hand, appearing understanding. "Young Master Chang has already done his best. How can you say that? It was Zian who implicated young Master." Chang lowered his head and whispered, "Saintess, there's no need to blame yourself. I invited you to my residence, so protecting you is my duty," he said to the people around. "Everyone rest assured, even though I couldn't keep him, I've already left a mark on him. He can't escape, and he'll also help us track Ziyang Tianjun." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. "Excellent, young Master Chang is still so cautious." The scene shifts to another location where a carriage is speeding along. Tang Wan sat in the carriage, muttering to herself, "Damn it, I was just enjoying flowers with Brother Hao. What does this Ji Yu Chang want with me? If I could, I really wouldn't want to go." Looking at the departing carriage, Baiyang spoke, "Hao, your childhood sweetheart seems to have many similarities with you." Chu Hao's tone was somewhat heavy. "Uncle, I know I still need to become stronger. That way even Tang Wan's Tang family wouldn't dare to look down on me. And Ji Yu Chang wouldn't dare to bully me and those around me." He listened and nodded with satisfaction. Good. Once your cultivation improves and you take charge of Taishang Cave Heaven, no one will dare to bully you again. Although that Ji Yu Chang kid is domineering, he's still just a junior in the end." Chu Hao hesitated for a moment, then spoke, "Uncle, I want to go to Black Tortoise Ancient Kingdom." "You can't bear to part with Waner," Baiyang agreed. "Never mind, I'll go with you. Cultivation ultimately requires a clear mind. If you have a knot in your heart, how can you stabilize your Tao heart?" he exclaimed happily. "Thank you, Uncle. With Uncle accompanying me, I feel at ease." The scene shifts to a somewhat desolate architectural area. Ziyang said with extreme gloom, "Damn it, was that Ying Chang too coincidental? Interfering at precisely this moment, assassinate Ji Yu Chang. Does he have that capability? Doesn't he know his own limits?" Qin Wuya sat by, lost in thought. After a while he spoke, "Junior brother, don't be so anxious. This matter is very strange." He turned and asked in confusion, "Strange? What do you mean, senior brother?" Qin Wuya slowly stood up and replied, "At first I also thought someone wanted to kill Ji Yu Chang. After all, someone recognized the assassin as a subordinate of the demonic cultivation inheritor." He recalled Xian's appearance then, "But later I found Xian was injured and the assassin's target was her. But it was already too late, which led to me being unwittingly drawn into the demonic cultivation inheritor incident." Ziyang asked in confusion, "That person wanted to kill Xian? Why? I don't understand." Qin Wuya calmly replied, "At first I didn't understand either, but I thought about it for a long time. I always felt that the black-robed assassin appeared too opportunely, and when I fought Ji Yu Chang I found that he wasn't injured at all." He listened to Qin Wuya's words without moving, and Ziyang's face grew more solemn the more he listened. Qin Wuya eloquently laid out his deductions. "A healthy Ji Yu Chang, a perfectly timed demonic cultivation assassin, and you being implicated with the demonic cultivation inheritor, as well as my relationship with you, all these things seem to have been orchestrated step by step. Don't you think it's too strange? What if that black-robed assassin was Ji Yuchang's person? Hearing Qin Wuya's last sentence, Ziyang's face turned pale, even his hair turning white. What if he is the devil hiding behind the scenes? Doesn't everything suddenly make sense? Ziyang stood frozen, a thought flashing through his mind. Could what my celestial eye saw really be Ji Yuchang? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, a blood arrow spurted from his glabella. Qin Wuya, seeing this, asked worriedly, "Yang, what's wrong?" Ziyang clutched his head and replied, "I suddenly understood why I saw Ji Yuchang in the fragments of Junior Sister's future." His tone turned serious. "No need for hypotheses. That guy is most likely the demonic cultivation inheritor. No, Junior Sister is too dangerous. We must warn her, otherwise she'll still think Ji Yuchang is a good big brother." Qin Wuya analyzed the pros and cons. "Yang, our situation is very disadvantageous right now. You must think carefully. Acting rashly might expose us, and if Ji Yuchang catches you, even Zifu might not be able to save you. Moreover, Junior Sister currently trusts Ji Yuchang very much. At this point she'll definitely think we're trying to sow discord and might even distance herself from us." Ziyang still insisted on his own idea. "Senior brother, I have made up my mind. If we wait any longer, Junior Sister will be in even greater danger." He suddenly remembered something and asked Qin Wuya, "Oh right, senior brother, haven't you already obtained the Samsara lake water? As long as Junior Sister drinks it and recovers her memories, I believe she will definitely side with us." Qin Wuya whispered, "Do you mean to force Junior Sister to drink the Samsara lake water?" Ziyang sighed, "I don't want to either, but if Junior Sister doesn't believe us, this is our only option. Things have come to this, we can only take the risk." He lowered his eyes. "How do we find Junior Sister now?" Wuya stroked his chin, pondering. "I know where she is. If you've made up your mind, junior brother, then you stay here and I'll bring her over." He pulled out a bottle of medicine. "Then, with the two of us working together, even if she has some trump cards, they'll be under our control." In another place, Shenner was dragging a heavy bag. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and sighed. "Too many gains, my spatial ring is full." Shenner imagined a day when she could step on Ji Yuchang, and now that she was a half-saint. If she were to refine these natural treasures to enhance her strength, then Big Green, carrying the heavy bag at its feet, would fly away, and Shenner would quickly follow. She thought she should go look for clues about Ziyang Tianjun, and wondered what Ji Yuchang planned to do. On the way, she saw a dazzling golden aura emanating from below, and curiously thought, "Which idiot? Why isn't Senior Sister concealing her aura?" Shenner hurriedly landed and looked at the person sitting cross-legged. Upon closer inspection, she suddenly realized it was the person who had popped out of the stone back then. Suddenly, Wuya spat out a mouthful of blood. He wiped his mouth and said angrily, "Damn it, I was truly too careless this time. I didn't expect Ji Yuchang to be so deeply hidden. He's actually the demonic cultivation inheritor." Wuya deliberately raised his voice. "Did he really think he could deceive everyone in the world and hide it from me? Kidnapping Qing Shaoyi and framing junior brother Ziyang is one thing, but now he even wants to use a borrowed knife to kill. He's truly insidious and venomous." Then he flew away quickly, leaving behind a profound silence. These words had all fallen into Shenner's ears. She frowned. What does he mean? Is Ji Yuchang really the demonic cultivation inheritor? Impossible. If he were the demonic cultivation inheritor, how could he be injured by the demonic cultivation inheritor again and again? Shenner then remembered something else. Did he just mention Ziyang? The scene shifts to another location. At this moment, Ji Yuchang and the others were looking down from the sky. He ordered, "Ahead is the Hongyue mountain range of the Black Tortoise Ancient Kingdom. Ziyang Tianjun is in the area ahead. Everyone seal off every part of this place. No cultivators or living beings are allowed in or out." Everyone replied in unison, "Yes, master." Ji Yuchang nodded with satisfaction. "All right," he smiled slightly and asked himself, "There should be some movement from Zifu's side by now, shouldn't there? I must notify Qingyi in advance. I have to say, the innate divine abilities of these children of fortune are really useful." Even Qin Wuya didn't detect the Samsara aura. Ji Yuchang closed his eyes and smiled. "I wonder what inherited talents they'll acquire." Immortal Phoenix Maiden heard this and asked curiously, "What does he mean?" Zhen Yao crossed her arms full of confidence. "This is respect between opponents. After all, among the younger generation today, no one else can fight him besides me." She lowered her eyes slightly. "Are you sure that's not a look of ill intent?" Seeing the figure in the distance approaching rapidly, Ji Yuchang immediately recognized. "Is that Shenner's stupid bird?" Big Green was panting with its tongue out, struggling to flap its wings. The scene shifts to the brothers Wuya and Ziyang. Ziyang frowned and said, "It's indeed Ji Yuchang. He is the real demonic cultivation inheritor. I suspected it from the beginning, and I never expected that Ji Yuchang would truly be the demonic cultivation inheritor." Wuya nodded in agreement. "Exactly, you can know a person's face but not their heart. I never expected him to be so deeply hidden, deceiving everyone." Shenner hid behind a stone, hearing every sound from over there clearly. "Luring and killing the divine imperial sun. Framing Ying Chang, instigating conflict between Heavenly Phoenix Mountain and Buddha Mountain. These things were all orchestrated by him. So many heavenly chosen have died at his hands, yet now he pretends to be a righteous and upright person. How ironic." She felt she couldn't listen anymore, so she opened her mouth wide and shouted, "Enough, you two, shut up." Shenner walked out and stood opposite the two. "You're making baseless accusations, still trying to slander him. I am Ji Yu Shenner, junior sister. Why am I here? Don't act anymore." Senior sister didn't conceal her aura and you immediately mentioned Ji Yu Chong. Weren't you trying to lure me here? Are you trying to sow discord between us and use me to deal with him? You underestimate me too much." The two remained silent upon hearing this. Ziyang sighed, his tone filled with deep sorrow. "Junior sister Shenner, senior brother and I are doing this for your own good. Don't you feel any sense of familiarity when you see the two of us?" She looked at them with disgust, letting out a cold snort. "I just feel like I need to use the restroom." "Speak plainly." He took a step forward. "Everything is as you heard. Ji Yu Zhong is the real demonic cultivation inheritor. He will one day lay hands on you, devouring your origin and everything. And your identity is that of our junior sister from a previous life. You just don't know it yet." Ziyang took out the medicine bottle and earnestly persuaded, "Junior sister, don't be so stubborn. Come on, drink this and you'll recover your memories from your previous life and you'll understand everything." As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Yu Shenner charged forward. "I don't believe it. Even if my future is like that, I'll accept it willingly. Ji Yu Chong is intent on harming you, yet you point your sword at me. If you're already this foolish, don't blame us senior brothers for using forceful methods." Seeing the two sides entangled, Wu Ye urged, "Yang, let's use all our strength and finish this quickly, lest delays cause trouble." Ziyang frowned, his tone filled with determination. "All right, then we'll make junior sister sober up." Knowing that the opponent was going to use force against her and unable to dodge, Shenner charged forward, unleashing the 3 talents Azure Flame Sword. 2 beams of light, 1 azure and 1 purple, collided, immediately triggering a huge explosion that stirred up a sky full of dust. Taking Shenner by surprise, Wu Ye took the opportunity to violently kick her. Shenner staggered and her sword fell to the ground. She cried out in alarm. Wu Ye extended his hand, holding a circular formation with countless golden chains. Wu Ye said, "I have her under control," he urged his junior brother. "Yang, hurry up." Although she's restrained, Shenner still tried hard to ask, "Are you a quasi-supreme?" Ziyang didn't answer but opened the medicine bottle, making her drink it. "Drink this and you'll remember everything." She kept her mouth tightly shut, firmly refusing to compromise. Suddenly, Ji Yu Chong appeared. He violently kicked Ziyang, making him spit blood. Ji Yu Chong sternly said, "Carelessly force-feeding things can be fatal." A figure flashed by, crashing into the architectural area, making the already dilapidated structures even more ruinous. Accompanied by a scream, Yang, Wu Ye saw that the newcomer was Ji Yu Chong and questioned, "Ji Yu Chong, why are you here?" He didn't answer, just gently turned his head and gave a cold stare. Seeing that look, Wu Ye felt a chill in his heart for some reason, and his face instantly turned pale. Then Wu Ye hurriedly retreated backward, fleeing desperately, leaving Shenner alone. Ji Yu Chong helped her up and asked, "How are you?" Shenner didn't answer, but instead asked Ji Yu Chong, "They kept saying you're the demonic cultivation inheritor and even showed me memory fragments." He pinched her cheek. "Weren't you very certain before? How are you doubting it now that it's just begun? Just trust your own heart." Shenner rubbed her cheek, softly repeating those words, "Trust your own heart." In the distance, Ziyang flew out of the ruins and shouted loudly at the two, "Ji Yu Shenner, don't believe his lies. He wants to seize your origin." Ji Yu Chong let out a cold snort upon hearing this. "Goodness, I didn't even dare to lay a hand on her, yet you're so ruthless." He stepped forward, blocking Shenner, and said, "You don't need to do anything. I'll handle them. I'll make them reveal Qing Shaoyi's whereabouts." She secretly understood that it was indeed their conspiracy. How could Ji Yu Chong harm her? A proud person like him would probably be too lazy to even lie to her. Wu Ye clenched his fists, his anger burning. "Junior brother, don't delay any longer. Let's attack together." Ziyang nodded in agreement. "All right, no matter what, we must make junior sister drink the Samsara lake water." Ji Yu Chong rushed towards them from the ground with the sound of his voice. "Dream on." His palm collided with Wu Ye's. He sneered, "Not pretending anymore. You're not injured at all. You're the mastermind." Ji Yu Chong looked at the yellow light flashing between their palms and smiled slightly, as if everything was under his control. "Ridiculous. That's because you're too weak, fabricating things out of thin air." Seeing Wu Ye repelled, Ziyang anxiously shouted, "Senior brother." He infused purple spiritual energy into his hands. "Ji Yu Chong, I won't let you off." Primordial chaos, great handprint. 2 huge purple palms surrounded Ji Yu Chong. A white light flashed in his eyes. Ji Yu Chong coldly said, "Not let me off? Who do you think you are?" A powerful spiritual energy field appeared behind him. Ziyang retreated in alarm. "What?" Ji Yu Chong struck him with a palm, mocking, "Wake up." In the distance, the crowd discussed the huge explosion. "That's quite a commotion over there. It seems Ziyang Tianjun has been found. I wonder what the battle is like." Ziyang was repelled. He rushed forward, questioning, "Ziyang Tianjun, you colluded with the demonic cultivation inheritor, harmed the Academy's disciples, and tried to kill Zifu's Saintess. What crime do you deserve?" He shouted loudly. "You're making baseless accusations. Those were all your deeds." Countless swords merged into a golden light, which then transformed into a massive sword. Ji Yu Chong stood firmly on the sword hilt and said, "You're at death's door, yet you still try to slander me?" Ziyang retorted, "Ji Yu Chong, can you stop acting? You really make me sick." His sword flashed, emitting an azure light. When their 2 swords collided, golden and azure lights intertwined, and the ground shook violently from the aftershocks. Seeing Wu Ye continuously retreating, Ziyang anxiously shouted, "Senior brother, Ji Yu Chong's cultivation realm is probably not as simple as it appears. You must be careful not to fall into his trap." Ji Yu Chong took out an exquisitely carved magical artifact. "You can play with this." Then the artifact enlarged above Wu Ye's head and he cried out in alarm, affected by its pressure. Seeing this, Ziyang anxiously shouted, Senior brother, seeing Ji Chong fly past him, Wuya, while raising his hand to block the huge artifact above his head, said, Yang, run. His eyes widened, and he cursed inwardly. Damn it, if the Nine Heavens artifact were to manifest here, wouldn't it attract the covetous eyes of the world? At that point, what difference would my situation be from that of the demonic cultivation inheritor? But if I don't use it, Yang will. A patch of green light suddenly appeared from where Wuya stood. He turned to look. Interesting, what a formidable treasure. From that green light, an azure dragon opened its mouth and roared angrily. Ji Chong asked with his hands behind his back, Aren't you afraid of becoming a target of public criticism? Wuya's tone was firm. Is this the time to worry about such things? Fellow discipleship is more important to me. Do you think everyone is as cold-blooded as you, for your own benefit? Would you even lay hands on your own sister? Hearing the mockery in his words, he remained silent. The extras have finally arrived. The crowd in the distance pointed and discussed. Everyone look at Ziyang Tianjun, he's finally caught. Wuya frowned. Damn it, we were still discovered. Ziyang clutched his chest, coughing continuously, looking very unwell. He said to Ziyang, Junior brother, let's go quickly. This guy seems to want to use his reputation as a righteous figure to suppress and kill us. We don't have decisive evidence to prove his identity yet. A hero never fights a losing battle, he stammered, interrupting. Senior brother, Ziyang's gaze fell forward. It seemed it would be difficult to escape today. The current situation was probably all within his calculations. Ji Chong remained composed as if watching a play. Tears welled up in Ziyang's eyes and he gritted his teeth. Rather than both of us dying here, Ziyang, taking Wuya by surprise, violently pushed him away. Senior brother, you go quickly. His main target is me. Don't worry about me, I can hold him off for a while. Wuya was startled by this sudden action and shouted loudly, Yang, what are you doing? Don't be foolish, run with me. The extras were getting closer. Seeing the brothers, some were surprised. Look, isn't that the assassin who tried to kill Zifu Saintus? It's him, he anxiously shouted. No good, Yang, run. Ziyang still firmly refused. Senior brother, you were always stronger and smarter than me. As long as you're still here, one day you'll be able to rescue junior sister. A small purple vortex appeared in Ziyang's hand and he brought it close to his brow, still uttering heartbreaking words. And you still have senior sister Wanner, she's waiting for you. Go. Wuya's eyes also welled up with tears. Yang, Ziyang roared and resolutely walked away. Wuya could only turn and leave, cursing continuously. Damn it. Seeing him turn and flee, Ji Chong said, Fellow Taoist, this thief wants to escape, quickly stop him. They then stopped Wuya and rushed forward to capture him. He condensed green spiritual energy in his hand and said with disgust, All you idiots get lost. The spiritual energy released by Wuya quickly enveloped everyone. He felt utterly ashamed, deliberately luring people in my direction. If I don't kill them, I can't leave. Now if I kill them, I will definitely be seen as an accomplice. Yang's senior brother is useless, I'm sorry. Here, Ziyang loudly shouted, Primordial violet seed. Soon patches of purple energy continuously spread out from his center. The crowd stopped. Don't get excited, he still has protective measures. I didn't expect him to have such a divine item. Ji Chong slightly raised his voice. No wonder those people from Zifu value you so much. Ziyang tried hard to remain calm. Ji Chong, I know this thing can't defeat you. But blood continuously flowed from his brow and he frowned, firmly stating, But I believe that one day heaven will take care of you. The golden light appearing in his hand grew thicker. Ji Zhang raised his voice, provoking, If that day truly comes, I rather hope heaven has the ability to take care of me. Finally, the golden light converged into a sword, he sternly said, If not, I will pierce him through. Shenner looked up at the battle in the sky, her mind filled with thoughts. Clenching her skirt, she couldn't help but sigh. Ji Zhang beat them so badly. But why did she feel a pang of sadness? Shenner lowered her gaze, silently musing. The water from the lake of reincarnation, could what they said about my past life all be true? Is Ji Chong really the demonic cultivation inheritor? On the other side of the battle zone, the golden sword shot like lightning towards the glowing central area. The sword then thrust straight through. No matter how it spun and dodged, Ziyang cried out in alarm. What? He was struck across the face by Chang's palm with just one slap. Ziyang was sent flying to the ground. He lay motionless on the ground and saw countless swords flying straight at him. Ziyang struggled to sit up in terror, shouting, Ah, no! Disregarding his fear, the golden light converged into sword energy, shooting straight at Ziyang with a deafening crash. Chang raised the purple jade in his hand, clicking his tongue in regret. Such an item is wasted in your hands, he put on a show of kindness. I am a compassionate person, and seeing you like this I can't bear it. I'll grant you a swift death. Seeing no movement, Chang wondered. Strange, I'm really about to kill him. Why hasn't his protector shown up yet? Ziyang lay on the ground, covered in wounds, groaning softly. Save me! Ziyang's eyes slowly closed, his voice growing fainter. Save me! Just then, a huge black vortex suddenly appeared in the sky. Chang said, Oh, you finally couldn't resist. The supporting cast started chattering again. Those are people from Zifu. Did they really send someone to save Ziyang Tianjun? What a grand display. The person leading them even has a cultivation of supreme third heaven. A voice suddenly came from the vortex. Junior, you have some nerve. Chang replied fearlessly. What? Now that Zifu has appeared, what is your intention? The person spoke coldly. What is our intention? You used cruel methods, injuring our Zifu successor to this extent? His eyes narrowed, his voice turning sharp as he questioned. What crime do you deserve? Chang was completely unfazed by the intimidating aura and retorted. Ridiculous. Ziyang Tianjun's collusion with the demonic cultivation inheritor is already ironclad evidence. If we righteous cultivators don't unite to eliminate him, how can we face those fellow Taoists who were killed? The people from Zifu loudly declared. His life and death should not be decided by you. Zifu will pursue him ourselves, and after a thorough investigation we will deliver justice to the world. Exactly. He smiled and retorted. Oh, are you speaking for all of Zifu, Senior? But I heard Zifu itself is deeply divided and at odds over this matter. The people from Zifu were enraged upon hearing this. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't think that just because you're from the Longevity GU family, no one can touch you. His spiritual energy swirled around his feet and his voice deepened. Others may fear your GU family, he declared loudly, but our Zifu does not. Zhang stood firm as a rock, looking up. So Zifu intends to harbor him? The onlookers, seeing the Zifu members vanish, discussed. The pressure of a supreme is indeed terrifying. This time, brother GU is in trouble. Chang released a flying sword and coldly declared, today no one shall take Ziyang Tianjun away. The person seeing his actions and words was furious and shouted loudly, Junior, how dare you? The flying sword struck the person, making a crisp clang like striking metal. You are unharmed, but the sword was deflected. The person moved closer to him. If you insist on this, then the GU family cannot blame me. Looking at the powerful palm strike about to reach him, Chang showed no fear. He dodged and shouted, Qingyi? The force released by his movement sent debris flying. Zhan Yao said to the onlookers, quickly get out of the way, the affected area is too large. They quickly retreated, asking anxiously, with an attack of such power, how is young Master Chang faring? However, on the other side, the person's eyes widened in surprise. You watched your attack casually blocked by your opponent, he said, puzzled. You are? Chang bowed his head respectfully to the person in front of him. I apologize for the trouble, Qingyi. She coldly hummed and unleashed her Emperor Realm pressure. The person was now afraid, feeling death close at hand, his voice filled with terror. No, let's talk, but it was too late. He fell backward, blood splattering, and he was eliminated. People who came with him saw this sight and felt a chill down their spines. Uncle died, that was a supreme. Ziyang too saw this scene, and his whole body trembled. Then Ziyang spat out a large mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. The onlookers began to discuss again. Those are people from the GU family. Did that person actually kill a supreme realm expert in an instant? That person must have Emperor Realm cultivation. Zhan Yao and the immortal Phoenix Maiden remained silent. Meanwhile Xian whispered, Uncle. Chang lamented that Qingyi's splendor remained undiminished. Thank you, Qingyi, for protecting me. Fortunately, before I could finish, she vanished into the spatial rift without a word. Seeing this, he wasn't surprised. A somewhat awkward expression on his face, the Zifu crowd stirred like headless chickens. Quick, report back to Zifu. And quickly open the teleportation channel now. However, suddenly 3 huge flying ships appeared above them, and this time they were completely stunned. Oh no, those are the GU family's immortal armored guards. GU Chang had a backup plan all along. We fell into a trap. Chang looked down from above, his tone smug. You want to leave? Didn't you just try to attack me? They all spoke at once to explain. Young Master Chang, you've misunderstood. Uncle told us to come. We didn't know the specifics. Exactly. We're not actually very close to Zifu. He waved his hand. Oh, then let me tell you, Zifu colluded with the demonic cultivation inheritor, cruelly killing fellow cultivators. Is there any need to spare them? But considering your relative common sense, the death penalty is waived. But you cannot escape punishment. Men, arrest them all. Watching everyone being taken away by the immortal armored guards' flying ships, the immortal Phoenix Maiden murmured. He's openly arresting people like this. Does he truly not care? Zhan Yao clenched her fists. What does he care about? He killed a supreme from Zifu without hesitation, from the looks of it. GU Chang has planned everything all along. He truly intends to destroy Zifu. After everything was over, Chang returned to Shenner, who was sitting with her knees hugged. With one hand behind his back, he gently spoke. What are you still sitting there for? Let's go, it's all over. Ziyang has been captured by me. We'll soon have information about Qing Shaoyi, the little girl replied softly. Brother Chang, seeing Shenner's distant attitude, felt puzzled. I traveled thousands of miles to save you, and this is your attitude? The little girl's voice was sad. I didn't want to doubt, and I thought you were just here to save me, but you seem to have planned everything out, even bringing Qingyi into it. Qingyi is an Emperor Realm expert of the GU family. Chang walked closer to Shenner and asked, Oh, are you wondering if what Ziyang Tianjun and the others said is true? Then he slowly sat down, facing the little girl. Am I really the demonic cultivation inheritor? At this moment, GU Chang and Shenner were sitting and talking. She asked in great surprise, You, how do you know? He immediately replied, Of course I know, because I heard everything Ziyang Tianjun and the others said to you. Then he stood up and said, Even if he says I'm the demonic cultivation inheritor, you were their junior sister in a past life, and everything the lake of reincarnation water told you, the ice dragon and so on. She immediately cried out in disbelief. Don't overthink it, those were just my rambling words. Hearing this, he replied, Actually, I'm telling you these things because I want you to understand one thing. She was very sad at this moment and said, I know, actually you don't need to explain to me, I believe you. Chang denied with a somber expression. No, everything they said is true, so from now on you must stay far away from me. Who knows, one day you might provoke me and I'll throw you into the dungeon. Suck your blood, dig out your bones, devour your origin and let you know the consequences of trusting me. Shenner's face was somber, and she hugged her legs, replying, with your current strength, if you really had that intention, why go through so much trouble? You saw me injured by Ziyang Tianjun just now, so you couldn't help but show up, right? He then smiled and said, I thought that after cultivating with so many heavenly treasures you'd at least be able to fight a few rounds, right? Unfortunately, you've disappointed me too much. Hearing this, she shouted furiously, Enough, Jiyu Chong, were you enjoying the show just now? He immediately denied. No, I wasn't, she replied dejectedly. HMPH, what a hypocrite. Just then in the great Zifu, Zian was extremely displeased at this moment, speaking endlessly. Great Elder, your actions have pushed the entire Zifu into a fire pit, burying it in an abyss. Ziyang colluded with the demonic cultivation inheritor. It's known to all, yet you sent Uncle to save him, causing his death. Now the Academy has summoned all disciples, solely because the Longevity GU family, Heavenly Phoenix Mountain, Endless Fire Domain and many other forces were harmed by the demonic cultivation inheritor, preparing to unite to eliminate Zifu. Is this the outcome you desired? Seeing that she still hadn't calmed down, the elder reminded her. Zian, watch your tone with this old man. Don't forget who your father relies on for power, and what do you, a mere girl, understand? This old man is doing this for Zifu. Ziyang was originally an indispensable future for Zifu, he then told her. I once consulted a master diviner who predicted that if he suffered misfortune, Zifu would be annihilated within a century. So don't casually doubt this old man's painstaking efforts. Hearing this, she said in great surprise. A century's future, now that the major orthodoxies are uniting to attack, Zifu might not even last a year. Hearing Zian's attitude, he was furious, slamming the table and cursing, presumptuous. It seems you haven't learned much at True Immortal Academy, but you've learned to disrespect your elders. Then he sternly lectured her. Your father has temporarily stepped down and now Zifu is under my authority. Understand? Now get out. Zian still had questions at this moment, so she asked, Wait, I have one more question. Great Elder, Zian just wants to ask, if you insist on saving Ziyang, how will you deal with the Longevity GU family? The elder immediately stood up and explained, the Longevity GU family has stood for a long time, and is certainly very mysterious with unfathomable depths. Just as my Zifu since its founding has endured countless hardships and remained eternal, how can it be considered a small sect? Jiyu Chang's slanderous actions the Longevity GU family cannot possibly be unaware of, yet they still indulge him. How can such behavior be described as our Zifu harboring shortcomings? Then he frowned and said, Moreover, the blood of my Zifu Supreme cannot be shed in vain. Immediately after he vanished at this moment, she cursed furiously, Damn old man, Great Elder, you are truly stubborn and set in your ways. This elder instantly teleported here. He walked up to his senior and asked, Senior, today Zifu faces peril. This junior asks you to divine one more time to see if there's a way to resolve it. Hearing this, the senior sighed and refused. I can no longer perform a complete divination. This elder still didn't give up, persuading the senior. Senior, you once helped our ancestor found Zifu. Why did you secretly observe Ziyang's birth? Now this junior is incompetent and unable to protect Zifu's future, but I implore you, senior, divine one last time for this junior for Zifu. Hearing this, the senior sighed helplessly. Then he turned around and asked, Speak, what do you wish to divine this time? Hearing this, the elder pondered, Against the Longevity GU family, how much chance does my Zifu have? The senior extended his hand to calculate, then said, The Longevity GU family? At this moment he suddenly coughed. Seeing this, the elder said anxiously, Senior, suddenly he shouted, It's 10. Before the senior could finish, he happily shouted, 10/10ths chance of victory. His face went blank as he replied, 10 chances of death, no chance of life. The scene cuts to a rock on a distant mountaintop. Chang walked up to Qingyi, greeting her. Years have passed and Qingyi's elegance remains unparalleled. To be able to instantly kill a supreme realm expert is truly admirable. Chang is deeply impressed. Hearing his words, she turned around and replied, Flattery is unnecessary. How many years has it been since you last called my name? Then she complained, I thought you had forgotten I was your protector. Hearing this, Chang awkwardly replied, How could I? Chang, how dare you? What is Qingyi saying? Is Qingyi complaining about Chang? She then turned around and coldly replied, You seem somewhat different from before now. Hearing these words, he said in surprise, Oh, in what way does Qingyi find Chang different from before? At this moment she replied, You have a bit more humanity than before. He then smiled and replied, Is Qingyi saying that Chang wasn't human before? At this moment he awkwardly replied, Qingyi is as relentless as ever. Hearing this, she cast her gaze into the distance and said, If your methods weren't still as cruel as ever, I would have thought you were possessed. Hearing her say this, he smiled and replied, So you have an opinion about the current Chang? She immediately denied, No, you're very good now, better than before. Hearing these words, Chang pondered, Do I have humanity? No, I need to go build up some more good impressions. The scene cuts to the prison cell where the prisoners let out screams. Ziyang roared in fury, Jiyu Chang, you will not have a good end. Chang, with power condensed in his hand, then said, Is this the future you showed Shenner? It's accurate, but the one imprisoned in the dungeon and having their bones dug out has been swapped with you. Ziyang, covered in wounds, looked at him with hatred and defiance. Just let me die quickly. Hearing this, he walked closer to Ziyang and said, That won't do because I want to create the illusion for Zifu that they can save you, and then I will use them. Hearing his words, he roared in fury, You truly are a heartless wretch. Chang then extended his hand towards him and said, I also want to refine a secret treasure to help me deduce the future like you, so after digging out your bones, he immediately touched the eye on his forehead and replied, I also want to borrow your celestial eye. Jiyu Chang's face now wore a sinister and terrifying expression as he continued, and your senior brother Qin Wuya, his fate is also prepared, he only has himself to blame, you should never have set your sights on Shenner. Hearing this, Ziyang roared furiously, Jiyu Chang, you beast. Immediately after, Chang walked out of the cell and Shenner, seeing him, asked, I think I just heard Ziyang Tianjun scream. He calmly replied, nothing. I just used a little trick when asking about Qing Shaoyi's whereabouts. Hearing this, Shenner stepped forward and pressed him. Does senior brother have any clues then? Chang blinked and replied, don't worry, I have everything. Immediately after, he handed her a small bottle and said, oh right, this is the reincarnation water that Qin Wuya mentioned. I've checked it, no problems. Shenner held the bottle, her face full of worry, and asked, reincarnation water, if I drink this can I recover my past life memories? He replied, maybe, maybe not. I can't be sure about this. Hearing this, she turned and asked him, then senior brother, do you want me to drink it? Jiyu Zhang looked at her and replied, I respect you. Anyway, even if you drink it you still can't beat me. Shenner then held the bottle up to the sunlight, looking at the water inside. Seeing her do this, he glanced at her and said, some things you have to decide for yourself, after all it's your life. Immediately after, she poured all the water out of the bottle, which greatly surprised Jiyu Chang. I think my current life is very good. No matter what they say, whether it's true or false, I don't care. Seeing this scene, he turned around and scolded her. Good heavens, you spendthrift, if you weren't going to drink it you could have given it back to me. What's wrong with you? Seeing him shout at her, she cried out in fright. Ah, Jiyu Chang, are you mistaken? I'm so loyal, yet you're heartbroken over reincarnation water. Hearing this, he loudly reprimanded Shenner. Do you think this is cheap market stuff? Reincarnation water is very expensive, pay up. But by this time she had already disappeared without a trace, replying, no money. HMPH, you're heartless. I'm never talking to you again. Jiyu Chang's face now held a sinister smile. Heh. Turns out he had already hidden the Changtin vase behind him, thinking, if not for fond memories, why revisit them? Just then, Qing Shaoyi fainted in the cell and someone outside loudly called her name. Shaoyi. She gradually awoke, slowly opened her eyes and let out a soft groan. In a daze she saw the young man anxiously calling her name, and she stammered, brother, young Master Chang. Outside, the young man anxiously called out, Shaoyi, wake up quickly. Young Master Chang has already subdued Ziyang Tianjun and is here to save you. She now fully awoke, asking blankly, did you capture me? Was it that Ziyang Tianjun? Outside the cell, the young man, full of fear and worry, turned and asked Jiyu Chang, young Master Chang, do you have a way to lift this restriction? He replied, I don't know what method Ziyang used to set up such a powerful restriction, but rest assured, today I will break it even if it costs me everything to rescue your sister. The young man's eyes were now welling up with tears, and Qing Shaoyi, seeing this, called out, young Master Chang. Immediately after, the young man knelt down to thank Jiyu Chang. Young Master Chang's immense kindness my sister and I will never forget. Unforgettable in this life. Please accept Qing Feng's bow. The system immediately popped up a notification. Qing Feng and Qing Shaoyi are deeply moved. Seeing the young man act this way, Jiyu Chang loudly reprimanded him. Young man, what are you doing? How could I not understand a brother's worry and love for his sister? Get up quickly. The scene switched to a bustling street. At this moment a black-clad figure wearing a hood seemed to sense something, then walked into an alley. Immediately, Yin Mei tracked him. Suddenly a look of panic appeared on her face as she thought, I've been discovered. Indeed, with my cultivation, trying to track a quasi-supreme is too difficult. Above, that person was sitting observing her, thinking, Jiyu Chang's eyes and ears are everywhere. It seems I need to be even more careful. For now I should go to the Lake of Reincarnation. Just then, on Heavenly Phoenix Mountain, the ancestor of Heavenly Phoenix Mountain roared furiously, Zifu dared to kill my Heavenly Phoenix Mountain's successor. Do they think all us old folks are dead? Follow me to attack Zifu. Immediately those people bowed and obeyed, yes, as per ancestors' decree. Below, several people angrily shouted, Mere Zifu, daring to provoke the might of the longevity Jiyu family. They're tired of living. HMPH, just a mob, patriarch. It's time to restore the prestige of our Jiyu family. Seeing everyone so agitated, Jiyu Lintian calmly walked down the stairs and said to everyone, everyone calm down, don't be hasty. This time, Zifu has clashed with many forces. Heavenly Phoenix Mountain, the primordial Yi family, the endless fire domain have all gone. We're only going to support. Hearing this, several people below asked him, Patriarch, then in your opinion, who should we send to this battle? That's right, this is crucial. After all, everyone hasn't had much activity for a long time. Suddenly, a voice came from behind the crowd. Has Zifu forgotten that their patriarch once knelt at the Jiyu family's gates begging for help? Immediately after, the old man moved quickly and somewhat displeased said to those people, those two thought I was dead. Seeing him, everyone immediately bowed and greeted, greetings ancestor. He heard this and stepped forward with a hum. Jiyu Lintian was deep in thought at this moment. The Jiyu family has too many ancestors. Which one is this? The old man now walked up to Jiyu Lintian and questioned him. Lad, you are the current patriarch of my Jiyu family? Your strength is not bad. Hearing this, he bowed and replied, Junior Jiyu Lintian, thanks for the ancestors' praise. Immediately after, the old man walked up the stairs and said, no need to be modest. The previous patriarch was still far from achieving the Tao at this age. The old man was already seated on the throne and said to everyone, My name is Jiyu Lang. I already know about Zifu's matter. They brought it upon themselves. Go ahead, don't worry too much. Hearing this, several people below started buzzing with discussion. So it's the 18th ancestor. Decades ago, he single-handedly shattered the Tao hearts of many heavenly Phoenix Mountain ancestors. Greetings, 18th ancestor. Jiyu Lang heard this and said, 18th ancestor, it's been a long time since I heard that title. I'm tired of cultivating. I've been lying in the tomb for tens of thousands of years. I'm probably not even in the top 20 now, he continued. The Jiyu family's successor now seems to be called something Chang. That's your son, right? I heard that kid has done quite a few big things recently, decisive in his methods, ruthless. This kind of approach. Hearing this, Jiyu Lintian was very worried, sweating all over. Immediately, the old man stood up and praised him. This old man greatly admires it. He heard this, was very surprised, his eyes wide open. At this moment, everyone below obeyed. Reporting to 18th ancestor, Chang is currently still in Black Tortoise Ancient Kingdom. I will send a message for him to return to the family. Jiyu Ling heard this, sighed and said, no need. I rarely come out. I'll go visit old friends first. Immediately after, he disappeared, replying, the successor is still here. We'll meet eventually. Everyone's attention was focused on the yellow light he had created. I heard the 18th ancestor is just as unrestrained, but with your esteemed character you should be making a detour to Zifu, right? Oh, and if Zifu's foundation isn't deep enough, I'm afraid they won't be able to resist us. Seeing him leave, everyone began to disperse. Then quickly, how can our Jiyu family let the ancestor be at the forefront? Wouldn't that make us a laughingstock? This time to eradicate Zifu, how about we send 3 Emperor Realm and 8 Supreme Realm experts? Oh Patriarch, how should this list be divided? We need 10 Emperor Realms and 5 Supreme Realms, otherwise people will think we don't have enough mighty figures. Very true. The scene switches to Jiyu Chang writing. Qingyi now picked up the characters he had written, and after seeing them, Jiyu Chang asked, all right, how is the calligraphy? She exclaimed in surprise. Grand and magnificent with surging momentum. Young Master's calligraphy is truly beautiful. The character he had written at this moment was Kill. Seeing her praise him, he called her flattering. Suddenly at this moment a girl walked over and said, Young Master Jiyu, I wonder what the young master wants with Wanner this time? Seeing her, Jiyu Chang replied, I remember I said before, as long as Chu Hao doesn't provoke me, crushing him is easier than annihilating Zifu anyway. His eyes filled with contempt, he said, but he seems to have been restless lately. Tang Wan heard this, knelt to the ground and pleaded, I've already advised Brother Chu Hao. Her face filled with fear, she pleaded, Master, can you give me a little more time? Hearing this, he blurted out, Oh, you've already advised him. Seeing the situation before her, Qingyi thought, she seems to be Chu Hao's junior sister. Then he walked up to her and said, but I feel that Chu Hao is determined to kill me. Tang Wan heard this and pleaded painfully, he doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Master shouldn't stoop to his level. I hope Master will be magnanimous. He was also tired at this point and said, forget it, you don't need to worry about Chu Hao's matter. I have something else to tell you. The distant elder saw this scene, stroked his beard and pondered. Then Jiyu Chang asked her, Qing, how are the arrangements I asked you to make earlier? She then replied, reporting to young master, it has been carried out according to your instructions. We have sent people to escort everyone from Zifu including Ziyang Tianjun to Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. She still didn't quite understand, so she asked him, young master, Qing doesn't understand, why send them there for no reason? Hearing this, Jiyu Chang smiled and explained, although Zifu is being attacked by various orthodoxies, Ziyang's importance will still distract them into rescuing him. And I think Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom would make a good battlefield. Qing heard this and thought, isn't this just diverting disaster? Brother Chu Hao and I have a bond as fellow disciples. Should I tell him about this in advance? Qing thought worriedly. What if young master finds out? Seeing her so worried, he smiled and pondered. Sometimes a person's fate hangs on a single thought. The scene switches to Baiyang walking towards Chu Hao. He quickly ran over and asked, Uncle, how are things? He didn't speak, continuing to walk towards him. Baiyang then recounted what he had seen. She indeed came out of Jiyu Chang's residence. Jiyu Chang has Emperor Realm experts protecting him, presumably the person rumored to have killed a Supreme Realm expert from Zifu, so I didn't dare get too close. Chu Hao heard this and already anticipating disappointment said, indeed. Baiyang comforted him. Howard, don't worry, I saw Tang Wan meet Jiyu Chang for only a cup of tea's time. Nothing will happen between them. At this moment a rock flew to their side. Chu Hao was now saying to him, I'm not worried about that. If Wanner had other intentions she would have left while I was diligently cultivating in Taisheng Cave Heaven. So why wait until now? The rock landed on his shoulder, handing him a letter. Chu Hao opened the letter and read it, continuing, if she truly likes a hypocritical villain like Jiyu Chang I would believe it even less. Suddenly Chu Hao was alarmed by the contents of the letter and shouted loudly, what? Ziyang Tianjun and Zifu disciples have all been transferred to Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. Baiyang heard this and asked in return, is the news reliable? Is Jiyu Chang planning to turn Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom into a battlefield? Chu Hao, clutching the letter angrily, said, this is a message from Imperial Father, it must be correct. How can Jiyu Chang be so malicious? I offended him. What does that have to do with Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom? Baiyang advised him to calm down, saying, more talk is useless. Let's go back quickly. Jiyu Chang must have already gone to Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom by now. The scene switches to the Lake of Reincarnation. Yi Ling walked to a sealed stone cave and the person inside said, you want me to help Zifu? Are you kidding me? Are you out of your mind? He still stubbornly said. Senior, last time you helped me retrieve the lake water, I still have many 9 heavens artifacts to thank you with. The person inside heard this, still disagreed, and told him, even more won't do, that's the longevity GU family. Who knows how many old monsters they still have alive. I heard they are all extremely petty. Anyone who offends them will definitely come to a bad end. Yi Ling now proposed an even more generous condition, then plus a 9 heavens immortal Tao scripture. I don't need Senior to fight against the longevity GU family, nor do I need to help Zifu. Senior's cultivation is heaven-defying. With the Lake of Reincarnation's world-altering technique, you only need to secretly rescue my junior brother. How does that sound? Hearing this, the person inside fell silent for a moment, then continued. You actually have so many good things on you. He then laughed and continued. You dare to say that out loud? Aren't you afraid I'll just snatch your things? Yi Ling still stood firm and said, Senior, do I look like an idiot? If I dare to propose it, I naturally have confidence that others can't snatch it. And I trust Senior's character. Hearing this, the person inside also agreed to his proposal, saying, all right. Since that's the case, it's fine for me to make a trip, but I'll state in advance if the GU family finds out, this venerable will immediately disassociate from you. Then he gradually disappeared, leaving only Yi Ling standing there deep in thought. He now thought, Xiang, hold on. I will do my best to save you. The scene switches to this moment. In the imperial court, the eunuch reported to the Emperor Emeritus, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. He looked into the distance, seeing those familiar figures, and couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, Cataclysmic disaster, cataclysmic disaster. At this moment, a soldier also stepped forward to report, Your Majesty, Heavenly Venerate Baiyang and the third prince have returned. Chu Hao came from a distance already calling out, Imperial Father. His Majesty couldn't hide his joy, saying, How are Heavenly Venerate, you finally returned. Then he pointed to the sky and said, Look quickly. Those are the immortal ancient continent's warships. Jiyu Chong escorted the people from Zifu and stopped in our territory with ulterior motives. If he insists on turning this place into a battlefield, then our Vermilion Bird ancient kingdom will be destroyed. Hearing this, Chu Hao was somewhat surprised and alarmed. At this moment, another soldier came in to report, Your Highness, Miss Tang Wan requests an audience. Chu Hao heard this name and was surprised. Waner? His Majesty was not very happy about Tang Wan's arrival, sighing inwardly. Women only hinder the path of cultivation. Chu Hao then walked to a place to speak with Tang Wan. Waner, why have you come at this time? She asked worriedly. Brother Hao, I heard you're preparing to deal with Jiyu Chong. In my opinion, you two should reconsider this matter. You can't be so reckless. Let alone the Vermilion Bird ancient kingdom, even the supreme cave heaven behind you now cannot contend with Jiyu Chong. The Zifu is a living example. Seeing that he had misunderstood her meaning, Tang Wan quickly explained, Brother Hao, Waner didn't mean that. I'm just advising you to think twice before acting and not to do something beyond your capabilities. Impulsive. Chu Hao's self-esteem was hurt by her words, and he said, Beyond my capabilities, you just think I'm not as good as Jiyu Chong, don't you? Tang Wan was stunned by his words and asked in return, What are you talking about? Then, unable to maintain her composure, she shouted, What I mean is what you should do now is to quickly improve your strength. If Jiyu Chong comes after you, you'll have a better chance of survival. Before she could finish, Chu Hao roared, Enough, I don't want to hear those words from you again, do you understand? Unexpectedly, the power he unleashed was so strong that it shattered the ground between them. Chu Hao then calmed down and said, You've changed. He then turned and left, telling Tang Wan, But I understand you mean well, but Waner, can you not stop me this time? If I truly did as you say, then the Vermilion Bird ancient kingdom would be destroyed. Hearing her good intentions misinterpreted and misunderstood in such a way, Tang Wan couldn't help but shed tears. Scene change. At Chang's residence, he walked into the main hall and everyone bowed to him. Greetings, Master, greetings, Master. Chang told them to dispense with the formalities, then asked Yan Yu, where are you with the task I gave you earlier? She reported, replying to Master, Yan Yu would not dare to forget your instructions. I have already found over 100 people with various special origins. I have brought them all on this expedition. Now I'm just waiting for your inspection. Hearing this, Chang said to her very satisfied, Excellent, come here. Yan Yu then shyly knelt at Chang's feet and said, Yes. Chang then announced the news to everyone, You have not disappointed me. From today Yan Yu will be in charge of the Black Sky Eagle clan. Do you have any objections? The disciples below reported, Everything is according to Master's command, but they thought to themselves, Dare I object? Aren't you asking a pointless question? Yan Yu then remembered something else and said to Chang, Oh, by the way, Master, some time ago I caught a group of mysterious people outside the immortal banished ancient zone. He was somewhat confused by the news. Mysterious people? Yan Yu continued. They were all wearing strange clothes and strangely they had no cultivation and very weak physiques. Then she took out an item to show Chang and said, This is their weapon, it doesn't seem very powerful either. He saw the item and couldn't help but be surprised. It was a modern pistol. Chang then asked her, Do you know how they came here? Yan Yu shook her head and said, I don't know, I just coincidentally heard a surprising anomaly in the Forbidden Zone and they couldn't explain it, so I used a soul-searching technique but their souls were too weak. Shattered upon contact, Chang now had his own conjecture in his mind. Interesting, Wang Zijin is soul transmigrated. Are these people body transmigrated, or are they from some technologically advanced lower realm? Could they have any connection to my own transmigration? Scene change. At this moment in a prison cell, Niu Tian and Zhang Chen were sitting and chatting. More than 20 people were now reduced to only 8. What kind of hellhole is this place? Ah Chen, do you think we transmigrated? We were just doing normal archaeology, but then we encountered a strange white light in a bronze boat, Zhang Chen said casually. Probably. Many others imprisoned like them were also crying. Mom and Dad, oh heavens, please let me go back. I promise I'll never secretly photograph female classmates' skirts again, Niu Tian excitedly said to Zhang Chen. So the people who caught us must be the Qi refiners mentioned in ancient legends, right? Everyone can fly. They can burrow into the ground, move mountains and fill seas. Truly awesome. Zhang Chen was speechless hearing him say this. Niu Tian was still fantasizing about a bright future and then said, if we could go back and make these things public, wouldn't we become famous? Wouldn't we make a lot of money? Buy luxurious mansions and cars at will. And the girls here, each one as beautiful as a fairy, truly top-notch, capable of both offense and defense. Zhang Chen was currently thinking, a bronze boat, mysterious white light, Qi refiners, is this a fantasy world from a novel? Niu Tian then looked at the imprisoned girls and teased, even school beauty Xiao is a bit inferior compared to them. A girl next to him heard this and angrily scolded, Niu Tian, are you stupid? At a time like this you're still joking about female classmates. Xiao Ruoyan still sat there silently upon hearing these words. Zhang Chen now stood up and said to everyone, the urgent task is for us to find a way to understand the rules of this world. Those Qi refiners are not good people. In their eyes, everything is settled with fists. Scene change. At this moment in the main hall of the imperial palace a huge lament was heard. Pathetic, I still underestimated the fear those aristocratic families and sects have of Ji Yuchang. They would rather flee far away than fight against Ji Yuchang with us. Chu Hao was both angry and cursing. What a bunch of rubbish. The ancient kingdom originally supported them, but now it's all for nothing. Seeing his agitation and anger, His Majesty reluctantly said, Howard, you must find a way to help our vermilion-bird ancient kingdom overcome this crisis. Venerable Yang, I'm afraid this time we'll truly have to rely on the Supreme Cave Heaven. Now Zifu has become the target of everyone's criticism, and in this period they have already made enemies with all the great orthodoxies. But the longevity Jiyu family is about to join the battle, and Zifu probably won't last much longer. Currently they have no retreat, so of course they will send people to rescue Ziyang Tianjun from Jiyu Changji's hands to preserve their heritage. That fellow escorted Ziyang Tianjun here and refused to leave just to take advantage of the chaos and deal with us. Hearing this, Chu Hao angrily clenched his hands. Too much, he was about to say something. If he won't let us go, then I can only. Seeing his attitude, His Majesty sighed helplessly, turned away and thought to himself, losing one's way for a woman. Scene change. At this moment in the prison cell, Niu Tian asked Zhang Chen, Chen, how did the bronze boat that brought us here appear? He recalled, the light was too strong at the time, so I only remember a vague impression. By the time I regained consciousness, I was already in this world. Hearing this, Niu Tian was already a little worried and said, oh, if only we knew where that boat came from. It brought us here, so it can surely take us back. Zhang Chen agreed with him, nodding and saying, exactly. Zhang Chen also began to recall when they first arrived here. The bronze boat, we were exploring underground at the time. They had accidentally stumbled into an altar, surrounded by many gigantic animal bones. Was that an altar? These beast bones are truly enormous. I wonder what they looked like when they were alive. Zhang Chen also walked in the team, raising his flashlight to illuminate a circular object, and after much effort discovered a ruin that seemed to be recorded in legends. At that time, someone unknown triggered the mechanism on the altar, and a brilliant light suddenly appeared. Then everyone fainted. Then the bronze boat appeared from within him. Stopping to reflect, he still didn't understand why he had such a thing inside him. Niu Tian then went to tease Wang Ning again. Wang Ning, stop crying, it's alright, brother Niu is here. She couldn't stand him anymore and retorted, are you sick, Niu Yu? Is your narcissism still incurable? Hearing her speak, Zhang Chen also remembered something and thought, that's right, Ruoyan. Everyone came on Ruoyan's invitation for this archaeological expedition, so she should know something. He then walked up to her and asked, Ruoyan, tell me honestly, what kind of place was that ruin? How much do you know about this world? Xiao Ruoyan had originally intended to remain silent, but then she confessed something. Actually, this is a world that appeared in my dreams. Hearing this, Zhang Chen was unexpectedly disbelieving and asked in return, what? A world in your dreams? What do you mean? He thought. As expected, she's hiding something. Suddenly, Niu Tian told everyone, bad news, someone's coming. Zhang Chen and Xiao Ruoyan both looked over there. Then they all silently watched to see who was coming. Chang and Yan Yu walked over at this moment. She said to him, Master, it's them. Their words are often cryptic. What archaeology, transmigration, calling the police, etc. Yan Yu doesn't understand. Chang observed his surroundings and guessed some details. He looked at Zhang Chen and Xiao Ruoyan, thinking, these two are clearly protagonists. This girl then looked at Niu Tian and Wang Ning's group. This guy has some taste. No need to bother with the side characters. He then said to Yan Yu, it's probably their native language, don't think too much about it. But at this moment he had many thoughts. These people's words, actions, and attire are somewhat like fellow provincials, but that pistol powered by spirit stones doesn't seem like something from Earth. Yan Yu then asked Chang, Master, how should these people be dealt with? Kill them all. Hearing this, Zhang Chen's group unexpectedly asked, did she just say she wants to kill us? Why? On what grounds? Chang then pointed at Xiao Ruoyan and said, take her out. Seeing this, Zhang Chen stepped forward to block her, saying, what do you want to do? He was constantly worried at this moment. Bad news, that guy kills without batting an eye. Ruoyan knows about this world, so I absolutely cannot be careless. Yan Yu saw his stubbornness and asked Master Chang, does this require killing him? He thought to himself at this moment, although with my current abundant destiny, even killing these children of fortune, the backlash would rebound on me. What needs to be eliminated will be eliminated. Chang then asked Zhang Chen, do you want to play the hero? That's exactly what children of fortune like to do. Unexpectedly, Niu Tian stepped forward at this moment and pleaded, wait, big brother, don't be angry. My brother here isn't quite right in the head, big brother, don't stoop to his level. Yan Yu didn't understand what he meant by big brother. Zhang Chen now reminded him, Niu Tian, we can't let Ruoyan go. Niu Tian heard this, turned and whispered to him, Ah Chen, don't be crazy, this isn't a street fight. They can crush us with one finger, and they didn't say they were going to do anything to school Beauty Xiao. Calm down. At this moment Zhang Chen reminded him again, have you forgotten how the teacher was killed by her when we first arrived? What good outcome will Ruoyan have if she goes with them? Ruoyan was also surprised to see him so righteous. Zhang Chen Yan Yu now stopped them from acting on their own, opened the cell door and said, either you come out yourself now or I'll kill everyone else and then drag you out. My master won't bother with you, and I won't hold back either. Several girls were already frightened at this moment and said, yes, Ruoyan, I think this young master doesn't seem like a bad person, it's fine to go with him. Wang Ning also took the opportunity to say, exactly. I think this young master has an extraordinary bearing, Ruoyan, why don't you try it? Ruoyan didn't say anything when she heard them. Before she left, she leaned into Zhang Chen's ear and said, Zhang Chen, I hope you live well. Then she walked toward the cell door, which surprised both Zhang Chen and Niu Tian. Xiao, Zhang Chen then shouted, Ruoyan, don't go. The Niu Tian next to him got angry at this. Damn you, he then stepped forward and angrily denounced Chang and Yan Yu, bitch, don't touch her. Niu Tian saw this and became even more enraged. Yan Yu saw Zhang Chen trying to grab Ruoyan and she was about to strike. Filthy insect dares to be presumptuous. With one strike she sent him flying, crashing into the wall. Niu Tian saw this and also became worried. Chen, everyone present was surprised. No, Zhang Chen, he then also fell down. The remaining three also fell under Yan Yu's spell. Chang said to them, although I'm not a bad person, I'm not very good at patience. They were lying on the ground groaning in pain at this moment. Why can't I breathe? My head feels like it's exploding. Chang then continued sinisterly, so it's best to be obedient. He looked at Xiao Ruoyan in his mind, thinking, at first I thought it was a certain Yi's destiny template. This physique doesn't look very good. This girl is a bit different. Then he let Yan Yu and Xiao Ruoyan leave. Xiao Ruoyan looked inside, worriedly calling out, Zhang Chen was in too much pain to sit up at this moment, weakly calling out, Ruoyan? He angrily clenched his fist, thinking, damn it, I must become stronger. At this moment in the main hall of Chang's residence, he asked Xiao Ruoyan, what's your name? Where are you from? She replied, replying to young master, my name is Xiao Ruoyan and I'm from Azure Star. Hearing this, Chang was a little surprised and said to her, oh Azure Star, tell me about your world. Xiao Ruoyan was surprised to hear Chang say this and asked, young master is interested in our world? Then she proudly described the place she lived. My world is completely different from here. We cannot fly or burrow into the ground and our lifespans are short, not exceeding 100 years. There we also have something called the internet, where people all over the world can discuss and communicate, which is very convenient. Hearing her say this, Chang exclaimed, oh, that sounds very interesting. Xiao Ruoyan also agreed with him, happily adding, yes, everyone can play games, chat and read comics on it. Yan Yu stood by, listening in confusion, thinking, what the hell are playing games and reading comics? As expected of master, although he doesn't understand, there's not a trace of surprise on his face. Then Chang took out the gun and asked Xiao Ruoyan, is this your weapon? Is this a common weapon for you Azure Star people? Xiao Ruoyan was very happy to have a familiar item from her world here. This is a psionic pistol, and it's also rare in our world, because its bullets are spirit stones containing spiritual energy, and the spiritual energy in our world is extremely scarce. Chang then pointed the gun at Xiao Ruoyan, challenging her. Is this how it's used? Xiao Ruoyan was a little flustered seeing this. Young master. Chang then pulled the trigger and the bullet grazed Xiao Ruoyan's shoulder, making her a little uneasy. The power of the bullet was so strong that it even broke the door behind. Xiao Ruoyan then knelt down and asked in confusion, young master, did Ruoyan say something wrong? Seeing this, Chang said to her, don't worry, my aim is very accurate, it won't hurt you, and the power doesn't seem very good. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoyan didn't understand what was going on and forced a smile. Young master's strength is extraordinary, of course it won't be taken seriously. Chang merely smiled upon hearing this, then said, you've never seen my strength, but it's very interesting. If I had the chance, I'd really like to visit your world. Xiao Ruoyan continued to flatter him at this moment. In Ruoyan's eyes, young master is already like a celestial being. There's no need to care about things from that world. Hearing this, Chang OD in surprise, and then said, since you think I'm an immortal, why do you dare to call me young master? But I see you're so calm, it seems you're already psychologically prepared for this world. Xiao Ruoyan heard this and didn't understand, thinking to herself, is this agreeing? Then she continued, young master doesn't know, actually I've had some strange dreams since I was little. In my dreams I seemed to transform into an omnipotent immortal, and the world in my dreams was exactly like this one. Hearing this, Chang said in surprise, oh, there's such a wondrous thing. It seems this might be your past life memory, he ordered at this moment. In my dream, analyze her for me, system. Then he told Yan Yu, alright Yan Yu, take Miss Xiao to wash up. She's been imprisoned for so long she must be a bit smelly. She obediently replied, "Yes, master." The system then displayed Xiao Ruoyan's information. Reincarnated Palace of Immortality Fate Priestess Destiny Void Body. Ji Yuchang pondered after seeing it. Destiny Void Body controls space-time, transcends everything, inconceivable, unpredictable, unspeakable. When the Demon Lord destroyed the world and the Star Palace fell, the Grand Fate Priestess relied on the Creation Immortal Arc to reverse the ages, seeking the beginning of heaven and earth to cope with future calamities. It seems that all memories related to the Demon Lord need to be gradually activated, and the system's role for me will become smaller and smaller in the future. Xiao Ruoyan then said, "Ruoyan has one more request, I beg young master to grant it." Ji Yuchang was somewhat surprised upon hearing this and told her, "Miss Xiao, please speak your mind." Xiao Ruoyan, bowing her head, pleaded, "My companions meant no harm, we all accidentally stumbled into this world. Please, young master, do not hold it against them." Ji Yuchang comforted her, "Rest assured I am not a narrow-minded person. Since Miss Xiao intercedes, I will no longer trouble them." Seeing this, Xiao Ruoyan breathed a sigh of relief and gratefully said, "Thank you, young master. Also currently I don't know if there's a way to return to Azure Star. If not, Ruoyan hopes to follow young master in cultivation and contribute her strength to you in the future." Ji Yuchang said, "Oh," in surprise. "Working for me? Aren't you just looking for a protector?" Xiao Ruoyan then voiced her desire, both seeking young master's protection and wishing to contribute my strength to you. Ji Yuchang then walked over to her, saying, "You are quite frank and adorable. As for cultivation, that depends on whether you possess spiritual roots and aptitude. If not, then," he sat before Xiao Ruoyan, smiling happily. Ji Yu would also be powerless to help. Xiao Ruoyan looked at him so close and couldn't help but think, so handsome, so gentle. At this moment, Xiao Ruoyan was led to a magic stone emitting 5-colored light. Seeing her activate such abilities, Ji Yuchang's subordinates couldn't help but discuss in surprise. "What? Such powerful talent, no less than a prodigy from a great sect." Xiao Ruoyan was also a bit bewildered by their discussions. "I broke through." Ji Yuchang merely chuckled inwardly, thinking, just based on her destiny, she's no ordinary person, so how could her talent be poor? He walked to Xiao Ruoyan's side and said, "Miss Xiao possesses extraordinary talent. If you cultivate well, you will certainly not be weak. How about I find a master for you to train you properly?" She replied happily, "Really, that would be wonderful. Then Ruoyan can rest assured." "Thank you, young master Ji Yu." Ji Yuchang then pressed his hand on her forehead and said, "I will first impart an immortal art for you to cultivate. You must strive to cultivate and not disappoint me." Xiao Ruoyan felt something amiss, thinking, "Although I don't quite understand this feeling, I can sense the profound power of this cultivation method." She then knelt down and gratefully said, "Thank you, young master, for your great kindness. Ruoyan will definitely cultivate diligently, be absolutely loyal and live up to your nurturing." Ji Yuchang then turned to Yan Yu and said, "Yan Yu, take her to change her clothes." Ji Yuchang smiled slightly, seemingly calculating something. Cultivating the immortal art of transplanting flowers and trees, loyalty or not, no, it's not up to people. The scene shifts to Zhang Chen, who was now awake. Niu Tian walked up to him and asked, Chen, you're awake?" Zhang Chen's head was still aching from the blow. He told Niu Tian, "I'm fine. Where's Ruoyan? Did something happen to her?" Niu Tian recounted what had just happened. "She was taken away half a day ago and hasn't returned yet. She should be fine, right? You don't need to worry too much." Wang Ning then said to them, "Forget it at a time like this, worry about yourselves. If she hadn't invited us to that archaeological dig, we wouldn't be in this predicament." Zhang Chen retorted angrily, "Don't say that, Wang Ning, we're all classmates and she did it for us. Isn't it a bit much to speak ill of her behind her back?" Wang Ning remained unrelenting, instead speaking even harsher words with greater anger, stating that she did it for Zhang Chen, not for them. And wasn't what she said the truth? "And Zhang Chen, what do you mean by defending her? You're not a couple. She's your school beauty. What are you, a white knight saving the princess?" Niu Tian reminded them. "All right, stop arguing." Wang Ning still insisted on adding, "Who knows what your goddess is doing with that guy now? Anyway, this is a place where the strong prey on the weak." Seeing this, Niu Tian angrily roared, "Wang Ning, shut up!" Zhang Chen still sat there silently. Niu Tian leaned down and said to him, Chen, don't listen to her nonsense, she's just talking rubbish." Zhang Chen was thinking, "Xiao Ruoyan isn't that kind of girl." One of them stood up and said, "Someone's coming." Everyone looked up and then cried out in panic, "Xiao Ruoyan, we didn't expect it to be Xiao Ruoyan," with her clothes and makeup changed, dressed as if from their era. She turned to Ji Yuchang, a hint of confusion in her voice, "Young master." Seeing this, he also ordered, "Yan Yu, release them all." Then everyone was released. Xiao Ruoyan comforted them. "Everyone, don't be afraid, it's all right. Young Master Ji Yu and the others are not bad people. It was all a misunderstanding before." Everyone looked at her with increasing surprise. "It's really Xiao Ruoyan." Zhang Chen also shouted, "Ruoyan." Niu Tian's expression changed. "Great, thanks to school beauty we're saved. Goddess is beautiful and kind, thank you for not forgetting us." Zhang Chen looked at Xiao Ruoyan and thought, why did Xiao Ruoyan change her clothes? One of them looked at Xiao Ruoyan, also surprised. "Wonderful, senior sister Xiao looks beautiful in this outfit." Wang Ning, seeing this, was somewhat jealous thanks to that white-clothed man. Wang Ning cursed, "Beast." One of them then ran off to the restroom. "I can't hold it anymore." Everyone cheered, "We're saved, we're saved." Niu Tian helped Zhang Chen out and said, "Let's go, Zhang Chen." Xiao Ruoyan thanked Ji Yuchang. "Thank you, young master." Xiao Ruoyan also helped Zhang Chen and said to Ji Yuchang, "Young master Ji Yu, then we'll go out first." He happily agreed. "Go ahead, talk things over properly. I won't disturb you for now." Xiao Ruoyan happily said to Ji Yuchang, Thank you, young master. Zhang Chen remained silent. Yan Yu watched them leave and asked Ji Yu Chang, Master, aren't you being too kind to them, especially to Xiao Ruoyan? Realizing she had misspoken, she quickly apologized. Oh dear, this subordinate overstepped. Ji Yu Chang, hearing this, put his arm around her shoulder and said, You don't need to overthink it, just keep an eye on them. Yan Yu blushed again. Yes, she shyly thought, so he has other intentions for her. As expected of master, everyone followed Ji Yu Chang to a certain spot, and one friend said to Wang Ning, Ruoyan said that the white-clothed young master Ji Yu is a good person, and said he's willing to let us go. She replied dismissively, We didn't do anything wrong in the first place, shouldn't he let us go, and he locked us up for so long, isn't he going to compensate us? A boy next to her interjected. Wang Ning, I remember your grandfather is a military cadre, right? Wang Ning became even angrier and then said proudly, Now we need to figure out how we got here. When we go back, I'll tell my grandfather to deal with all these qi refiners. Zhang Chen walked to the other side to talk with Xiao Ruoyan and Niu Tian. Ruoyan, what exactly happened? Why did he suddenly let us go? And what about the clothes you're wearing? Niu Tian had the same question and asked her. Yes, what exactly happened? Xiao Ruoyan then recounted. Actually, it's nothing. Young Master Ji Yu took me away, but he didn't do anything to me. He just asked about our origins, and I told him honestly, he didn't intend to trouble us anymore. Actually, it was all a misunderstanding. Young Master Ji Yu is a very good person and bears us no ill will. Zhang Chen was relieved and asked her, I see, so what are your plans next? Xiao Ruoyan didn't look at him but gazed into the distance and said, Everyone don't worry, I will ask young Master Ji Yu to help everyone find a safe place. Once I find a way to return to Azure Star, I will take everyone back. Zhang Chen asked, What about you? Niu Tian also said in surprise, School beauty, aren't you coming with us? Xiao Ruoyan stammered, I can't. I want to stay with young Master Ji Yu. I can't be with everyone anymore. Zhang Chen and Niu Tian were both surprised. What? Zhang Chen loudly scolded her. Stop joking, why are you staying? Is that guy forcing you? Does he have ulterior motives? Niu Tian also said worriedly, Yes, if you have any difficulties, just say so. We'll figure something out together. Xiao Ruoyan still ignored him as if mesmerized, saying, Zhang Chen, you've misunderstood. I'm staying voluntarily. I already explained this is my dream world. I belong here, so I can't let everyone take risks with me. Hearing her say this, Zhang Chen roared, But you invited us here, we should share joy and sorrow. Did that scoundrel bewitch you? Xiao Ruoyan, hearing him say this, angrily said, Zhang Chen, I won't allow you to insult young Master Ji Yu like that. Zhang Chen, seeing her like this, was stunned, not knowing what to say. He thought disappointedly, I risked my life for you, and you're defending a stranger you've known for less than a day. At this moment, Xiao Ruoyan happily spoke of Ji Yu Chang again. Young Master Ji Yu said that I have extraordinary talent, and I will soon embark on the path of cultivation. Then we won't be from the same world anymore. Zhang Chen questioned her. You believe everything he says? Aren't you afraid he's lying to you? That guy's surname Ji Yu, you can tell at a glance. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind them. Everyone, Zhang Chen and Niu Tian, were both startled. Damn it, a monster, he then told everyone. Master has prepared a banquet, please follow me. Xiao Ruoyan said. Okay, I understand, Zhang Chen, sweating profusely, asked Niu Tian. How did he appear just now? Did you notice? Niu Tian also helplessly said, Notice my ass, he appeared like a ghost and he's so ugly I almost peed myself. Hearing this, Zhang Chen felt angry, clenching his fist. We're too weak. Any one of that guy's surnamed Gu's subordinates can easily crush us. We can't go on like this. I need power. Then everyone was invited to Ji Yu Chang's banquet. He then said, There were some misunderstandings with everyone before, so I've prepared some simple drinks to apologize. Please help yourselves, everyone. One of them in Zhang Chen's group, not knowing the etiquette, grabbed food and ate happily, saying, Wow, thank you, young Master Ji Yu. Niu Tian was the same. Thank you, young Master Ji Yu, for your hospitality. Zhang Chen grumbled angrily. He's showing such obvious favoritism, and you still call him a good person. Niu Tian reminded him, Chen, just keep some things in your heart, don't show it. Just eat for now, you've been hungry for so long. Suddenly Zhang Chen's chest glowed and he then vaguely seemed to enter another world. This is, Zhang Chen then said, the Bronze Ark has been waiting for us to cross over. Where is this place? The Bronze Ark told him. This is within your consciousness. I am one with you. I am the artifact spirit and you are the artifact body. We are both the creation immortal ark. Hearing this, Zhang Chen said in surprise, I am one with you, creation immortal ark, what is that? He chuckled inwardly, thinking, is this my cheat? The Bronze Ark then continued, the creation immortal ark can break reincarnation, reverse time, see through the heavenly Tao, traverse the ages, investigate destiny, and is omnipotent. It is the first immortal destiny after the creation of heaven and earth. Zhang Chen then asked, You mean that's our ability? The Bronze Ark affirmed. But your current body is too weak, however, you don't need to worry. I can still shape you into a creation saint body, invincible in future generations. Hearing this, Zhang Chen became even more bewildered. Invincible in future generations? He recalled earlier. If that day truly comes, I will never suffer such indignity again. But that guy's surname Ji Yu, then he happily said. Then from now on, please guide me. The two people sitting next to him were stunned, not understanding who Zhang Chen was talking to. What's wrong, Chen? Why are you holding your stomach? Does your stomach hurt? The Bronze Ark then asked Zhang Chen. That girl on the left is, he prompted him. Ruoyan, what's wrong? Ji Yu Chang asked Xiao Ruoyan, as the young man kept looking at her. What's your relationship? She shook her head, worriedly saying, No, we have no relationship, just ordinary classmates. Hearing this, Ji Yuchang took a sip of wine and said, Oh really? I don't think it's that simple. Xiao Ruoyan stammered. He once pursued me. Ji Yuchang hearing this smiled and said, Oh I see, I understand. Xiao Ruoyan quickly explained, But I didn't agree. Young Master Ji Yu, please don't overthink it, there's really nothing between us, please believe me, he told Xiao Ruoyan. I believe you, but he doesn't seem to be in a good state, aren't you going to go comfort him? Xiao Ruoyan looked at Zhang Chen a little confused. Zhang Chen at this moment was asked by his tablemates, Are you hungry, Chen? What's wrong with you? He was listening to that voice and asked in a panic, Is what you're saying true? Ruoyan, she really, the Bronze Arc affirmed, Of course it's true, she is our master. The reincarnation of the Grand Fate Priestess, and that man beside her, I can sense he is very dangerous. That sense of fear has invaded my soul. See, we cannot let our master be too close to him. Zhang Chen cursed inwardly, He's a hypocrite, a beast in human skin. Xiao Ruoyan seemed to realize something, stood up and loudly said, Zhang Chen, you are not allowed to offend young Master Ji Yu. The Bronze Arc reminded Zhang Chen to be careful not to expose himself. Ji Yuchang's subordinates mocked him with laughter. This kid looks really foolish. Wang Ning, seeing this, said awkwardly, How embarrassing. Niu Tian comforted him. Chen, forget it. Wang Ning's friend also said while eating and watching, I didn't expect him to be such a lovesick fool. Xiao Ruoyan then turned to Ji Yuchang and said, Young Master Ji Yu, Zhang Chen is just not used to things yet. Please don't mind him. He feigned indifference and said, I admire young people's infatuation. How could I mind? Unexpectedly, Zhang Chen's system points were continuously rising. Ji Yuchang, seeing this, thought a little more, just a little more. At this moment, Niu Tian looked up and saw something. Mars, then a red glow seemed to be forming something. What is this? Ji Yuchang seemed to know what it was. Is she here? It was Yan Ji who said, radiant with joy, Young Master, long time no see. The voice inside Zhang Chen reminded him, Be careful, this should be the strongest cultivator here. Don't let her discover anything. Niu Tian looked at Yan Ji, stunned, thinking, Oh no, this young woman looks too formidable. Wang Ning looked on with disdain, saying, Forget it, these chi refiners just love to show off. The fat man also became shy again, unable to hide it on his face. So beautiful. Wang Ning's friend also couldn't hide her envy. That's amazing, if only I could cultivate to be like that. Xiao Ruoyan and Yan Yu both sensed something. This aura, I'm afraid it's comparable to the cultivation of the great elders in our clan. Ji Yuchang then spoke, Long time no see, Yan Ji. Congratulations on stepping into the quasi-supreme realm. Ji Yuchang then called Xiao Ruoyan over and introduced Yan Ji to her. Come Ruoyan, this is the master I found for you. You will follow her in cultivation from now on. Why don't you quickly greet her? Yan Yu accepted the order. Yes. She then walked to Yan Ji's side and knelt and paid her respects. Yan Yu greets master. Yan Ji observed her and was satisfied, noting her good bone structure. Zhang Chen sat aside wondering, what level is a quasi-supreme? Is it very strong? The Bronze Arc affirmed, Of course it's strong. You could say that your mere breathing is enough to kill all of them. Zhang Chen couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Seeing this, the Bronze Arc comforted him. Don't panic for you right now. It is indeed out of reach. But once we both return to our peak, a quasi-supreme will be nothing. The urgent task is to ensure the master's safety. Xiao Ruoyan stood before Yan Ji at this moment and couldn't help but praise. Master, you are so beautiful. Zhang Chen looked at her, his mind filled with thoughts. If Ruoyan could cultivate, then he certainly could too. He then stood up and reported to Ji Yuchang, Your Excellency, I have a matter I beg you to grant. Hearing this, Ji Yuchang was somewhat surprised and said, Oh, what is it? Tell me. Zhang Chen then stated, Since we have already transmigrated here and have no way to return, why don't we, like Ruoyan, cultivate immortality and seek the Tao? I wonder if that's possible. Niu Tian also seized the opportunity, saying, That's an excellent idea. I want to cultivate too. I want to fly into the sky and burrow into the earth. Everyone also seized the opportunity to say in unison, Yes, why should only Ruoyan be able to cultivate? That's too unfair. If I could also cultivate, wouldn't all my academic qualifications become irrelevant? I want to apprentice under a female master too. Wang Ning only now realized something. Why didn't I think of that? With my talent, I certainly won't lose to Xiao Ruoyan. Xiao Ruoyan was surprised by Zhang Chen's actions. Ji Yuchang said they could also try. But seeing him hesitate, Zhang Chen said, Please speak plainly, Your Excellency. Ji Yuchang then said, Cultivators don't rely on talk. Talent is the key. If one lacks a spiritual root and aptitude, then cultivating is probably out of the question. Zhang Chen wondered, Is there any way to determine talent? The Bronze Arc, sensing his intention, said, I understand. You want to stay by the master's side under the guise of cultivation, right? Good idea, Zhang Chen said. Given your assessment of him, I truly can't rest easy leaving Ruoyan alone with him. Ji Yuchang didn't make things difficult for them, saying, Since everyone is interested in cultivating, I will grant your wish. Everyone cheered with joy. Excellent, we've endured hardships to get here. We must be the chosen ones. That's right, that's how it's always written in novels. It seems we've truly met a benefactor. Ji Yuchang then ordered Yan Yu, go arrange the test. Meanwhile, Yiling's battle grew fiercer and everyone was looking at the warships in the sky, worried. What if something unexpected happened? Of course they would run. They heard that all the major powers and sects from various countries had left. Yiling worriedly thought of his junior brother. Yang then secretly sighed. With his current strength, he definitely couldn't save the person in front of him. It would be better to go look for Warner first. Back to Ji Yuchang, he brought Zhang Chen and others to the test location. Yan Yu said, This is a testing stone used to test a cultivator's aptitude. Ji Yu Chong told them. Miss Xiao already passed the test earlier. She's a rare talent, which is why I arranged for her to study. If you are interested in cultivating, you can try. Niu Tian turned and asked Ruoyan, is that right? School beauty, Xiao, Ruoyan affirmed. That's right, young Master Ji Yu wouldn't lie to you. Then he bravely stepped up to try. Then I'll try too. I'll definitely surprise you all. He then touched the testing stone. Niu Tian still confidently turned and asked everyone, how is it? Don't you think Brother Niu is amazing? Everyone saw it and said, he doesn't seem to have any special reaction. He turned to Yan Yu and asked, how is it, beautiful lady? No, immortal. Yan Yu shook her head and said to Niu Tian, what a pity, you're a good for nothing. Niu Tian heard this news as if struck by lightning. He collapsed to the ground in disappointment, saying dejectedly, oh my god, damn it, I go to bed early and wake up early every day and exercise my body. How could this happen? Niu Tian's friend comforted him. Niu Tian actually has no talent. He seems to have been a sports student before entering school. Yan Yu then called out, next, the next one also has nothing, no reaction. Me neither. And Yu continued, next, even the fatty has nothing. Me too, truly. He returned to his seat, secretly fuming. Damn it, my beautiful master. Wang Ning walked up disdainfully, saying, you're all so useless. I didn't expect even Wang Ning to have nothing. She cursed angrily. No way, is this wrong? Am I useless too? Don't tell me this stone is broken. Yan Yu also said bluntly to her. A good for nothing is a good for nothing. If you don't have cultivation aptitude, what does it have to do with the testing stone? The bronze arc comforted Zhang Chen. Don't worry, your talent will definitely surprise them. Wang Ning then returned to her seat angrily. If I can't cultivate, I can't cultivate. Who cares? Niu Tian then encouraged Zhang Chen. Chen, you're the last one, come on. He then walked up and touched it. Unexpectedly, his power only increased by 1 notch, which even surprised Yan Yu. Zhang Chen couldn't believe it, wondering, how is this possible? The bronze arc also didn't believe it, saying, no, this stone has a problem. Zhang Chen also turned to Yan Yu and said, this stone has a problem. I request a retest. She ignored him, saying decisively, step back. No matter how many times you test, it will be the same. Niu Tian also said to him, Chen Yu. Wang Ning, however, kept taunting him. Zhang Chen, you don't need to feel ashamed. Zhang Chen thought helplessly, no one believes me. Niu Tian walked up and said, Chen, forget it, maybe we really don't have the fate. Wang Ning still kept taunting him. Don't you think you're the protagonist of a novel, okay? Even Ruoyan said to him, Zhang Chen, take a step back and the sea will be vast. Young Master Ji Yu really dislikes this kind of thing. That's right, Chen. Ji Yu Chong then spoke, this world is just this cruel. Since that's the destiny, then give up. Yan Ji stood beside him, secretly thinking this person's talent is also good. I wonder why young master wants to do this. Ji Yu Chong then continued, although you all don't have the talent for cultivation, Ji Yu will send you to a safe place so you don't need to worry. He then said to Yan Yu, take them away. She obeyed and said, yes, master. Zhang Chen stood there, secretly cursing Ji Yu Chong, that guy, I knew it. He's taking this opportunity to get rid of us. The bronze arc comforted him. You and I currently don't have the strength to contend with him. It seems that to save the master, we must first find a way to quickly recover our strength. He looked at Ji Yu Chong angrily. Damn it, he even hypocritically brought us to test. Yan Ji and Ji Yu Chong then left and she asked, young master, is there anything special about the disciple you gave me? Why did you make her companions disband? Ji Yu Chong, seeing that she had seen through his intention, praised. As expected of Yan Ji, you saw through it in an instant. Ruoyan is indeed somewhat special. She will be of great help to me in the distant future. Yan Ji wondered, some of them are also special. Why are they all? Before she could finish, Ji Yu Chong interrupted. Compared to the main course, those are just cats and dogs. Hearing this, Yan Ji also understood his intention and said, Yan Ji understands. Please rest assured, young master, I will definitely discipline her well. Ji Yu Chong, however, said to her, no need, just a little deception will suffice. Yan Ji then gave a puzzled, ha. Ji Yu Chong said, you just need to let her know that we are the best people to her in this world, like family. Zhang Chen and others were taken away at this moment. Niu Tian walked and said, Chen, we've separated from school beauty Xiao this time. I wonder when we'll meet again. Do you think she'll still be the same after we leave? Wang Ning walked behind, constantly complaining, so stingy, not even a pair of shoes. What kind of ghostly place is this? Zhang Chen walked beside Niu Tian and whispered to him, don't worry, I won't let that day happen. The testing stone had a problem before, we can all cultivate, believe me. Hearing this, Niu Tian exclaimed in surprise. How are you serious? Zhang Chen reminded him. Shish, keep your voice down, now is not the time to discuss. At this moment the group had walked some distance, deep into the forest, and everyone was already tired, wondering, didn't they say they would send us to a safe place? What kind of place is this, so desolate, not even a place to stay? Yeah, since Ruoyan has already taken a master, she shouldn't lie to us. This place really doesn't look like somewhere people live. They didn't even notice the tall figure behind them watching them with fierce eyes. The bronze arc said to Zhang Chen at this moment. Something's wrong. Zhang Chen also reacted quickly, turning around cautiously. What? Unexpectedly, that person threw a punch, causing everyone to panic. Blood splattered on the face of a girl walking with Wang Ning, making everyone's face turn pale. He punched Wang Ning fiercely into the ground. You're the noisiest, chirping and talking nonsense. Dare to speak ill of master, I'll kill you first. The bronze arc then reminded Zhang Chen, run, he's going to kill everyone. Seeing this, he also shouted loudly, everyone run! Zhang Chen ran into the forest, secretly thinking in fear, damn it, they're not driving us away, they want to kill us all. Among the remaining crowd, only cries for help remained. Not only that big guy, but now there's also a winged person flying over. Save me, save me. Why bring us here nicely, only to then kill us all? The boy was caught by the Birdman and thrown down, breaking his neck and dying. Seeing this, the remaining two couldn't help but say in panic, "It's over, Wang Ning and the others are all dead." The Birdman then chased after them. "It's your turn, little fatty." The fatty pulled the girl and ran, crying continuously. "He's coming." Seeing no escape, the fatty then came up with a dark idea. He then pushed the girl towards him and said, "I'm so sorry." The girl was still panicking and hadn't understood what was happening when the Birdman flew over, letting out an excited cry. Then she was also killed by him. The fatty ran, regretting, "I'm so sorry." The big guy then walked up to the killed girl, so noisy. The girl was not dead yet, looking disappointedly as the big guy chased after the fatty. "Didn't they say he was a good person?" The winged person then caught up to Niu Tian. "Are you next?" He ran, cursing loudly, "Damn it, you hateful monster." He was then impaled into the ground by that person and then thrown out. Zhang Chen, seeing this, worried. "Niu!" The big guy then appeared behind him, chasing him, saying, "You should worry about yourself first." The bronze arc reminded him, "Run into the forest quickly." Zhang Chen then ran deep into the forest. He looked for Zhang Chen, saying playfully, "Kid, don't run. I see you. Your brother Niu is probably dismembered by now. Aren't you going to get revenge?" The bronze arc reminded him, "Calm down, he's lying to you." Zhang Chen then thought angrily, "If anything happens to Niu Tian, I will definitely kill them all in the future." The big guy then leaned down, suddenly startling Zhang Chen, who panicked. "I told you I saw you." The bronze arc called out to him, "Oh no, run quickly." Before he could run, he was thrown into an open space by that person. But luckily the bronze arc blocked an attack for him, and then said, "Now I can only block this one attack for you." That person then walked up to Zhang Chen and said, "Kid, you indeed have something strange about you." He then planned to choke him to death. Damn it, at this moment an attack blocked Zhang Chen. The big guy then said angrily, "Who is it?" A person appeared above and said, "Chasing a mortal, how shameless." He asked the person's identity. "Who exactly are you?" The senior said, "You are not worthy to know this old man's name. Get lost." He didn't give up and said, "How dare you save someone our master wants to kill? Do you know who our master is?" The senior walked down to observe Zhang Chen and then said, "Oh my, this boy is to this old man's liking. Today no one shall touch him, otherwise get lost or die." Hearing this, the big guy initially hesitated, then compromised. "You just wait, master will not let you off." Then he also left. Zhang Chen thanked him. "Thank you, senior, for saving my life." The senior only smiled and then said, "Boy, I see they killed many people nearby. Saving you is also a matter of fate between us." The bronze arc then reminded Zhang Chen, "Hey, don't be so quick to thank. This old man doesn't seem to be a good person either." Sure enough, he then took out an evil object and said, "This old man is eager to pass on the Tao. I wonder if you are interested, young man." The bronze arc reminded him, "Sure enough, it's an evil art. This old man is not from a reputable sect." Zhang Chen was also helpless at this moment, saying, "Are there really good people in this world? Can good people survive in this world? Forget it, even cultivating demonic arts is better than dying here." He then introduced to Zhang Chen in more detail, "This is the Myriad Transformations demonic art. If you are willing to accept it, then from now on you will be the 108th inheritor of the Myriad Transformations demonic art. This old man is not a good person, you must be mentally prepared," the bronze arc said to him. "This seems to be a kind of inheritance. Although at first glance it looks evil and not like something from a reputable sect, it is very powerful and profound," Zhang Chen said. "Myriad Transformations demonic art. Now I have no other choice." Back to Ji Yuzhong he was standing, and the two came to report. "Young master, we have done as you instructed." That Niu Tian suddenly awakened a strange power. He panicked and jumped off the cliff, his life or death unknown. The big guy reported, "This subordinate is guilty." That Zhang Chen was saved by a mysterious old man. Ji Yuzhong asked him, "What about the rest?" He replied, "The rest have all been dealt with." Hearing this, Ji Yuzhong said to him with satisfaction, "Well done, withdraw." He obeyed, "Yes, thank you, master." He stood alone at this moment, thinking, it seems among the transmigrators only 3 are special. Niu Tian indeed surprised me. He jumped off the cliff, his life or death unknown. Could he have found a secret manual and embarked on the pinnacle of life? He suddenly remembered something and turned to ask Ching, who was standing there. "Oh right, Ching, is there any news about your sister recently?" Ching replied in surprise, "No, there isn't." "Why did young master suddenly ask about her?" Ji Yuzhong said, "Nothing, just thinking of her background. I'm a bit curious about her situation." Hearing this, Ching said gratefully, "Thank you, young master, for your concern. Perhaps my sister is doing well. After all, I was the one taken to the lower realm by mother, so she wouldn't be as bad off as I am." Hearing her say this, Ji Yuzhong was somewhat surprised and then asked her, "Oh, then what feelings do you have for your mother now? Is it longing or hatred?" Hearing him ask this, Ching was somewhat surprised. I don't know." Ching had never thought about this. Ching only felt that being able to stay by young master's side forever was enough. Hearing this, Ji Yuzhong said to her dissatisfiedly, "That won't do. You are from the hidden Ji family. You should go back." Hearing this, Ching asked in surprise, "Young master, what do you mean by that?" Ji Yuzhong turned to look at her, smiling, and said, "Anyway, you look like my sister, so as long as you listen to me you will be able to help me control the Ji family in the future." Ching was even more confused after hearing this. Control the Ji family? Ji Yuzhong walked up to her, his eyes full of affection, and asked her gently, "What, Ching doesn't want to? Don't you love me anymore?" Ching immediately denied it shyly. "No, how could that be? Ching has no feelings for the Ji family." Qing is willing to follow young master's arrangements. Chang heard this and said to her with satisfaction, "That's good, my script hasn't changed but there's no hurry, we still have things to do now." Qing curiously asked him, "Is young master talking about Zifu rescuing Xiang Tianjun? But we've been waiting here for a long time and Zifu is about to be besieged by various forces and fall into enemy hands." Gu Lintian was currently leading his disciples to check the situation. His disciples said, "I say, Patriarch, there isn't much space left here, why are you coming to watch the excitement?" Gu Lintian heard her words and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? The Gu family hasn't been active for so long, can't I go out for a stroll?" The senior next to him also excitedly wanted to fight. "This old man can't wait." Back to Chang, Qing asked him, "Can they really still come to rescue Xiang Tianjun?" He comforted her, "Don't worry, they'll be here soon." At this moment in a palace city, His Majesty was asking Chu Hao, "How is Howard? Have you found Xiang Tianjun?" He replied, "Imperial Father, Jiyu Chang is very cautious, their flying ships are too numerous. After so long I still haven't investigated him." His Majesty sighed with a headache after hearing this and said, "It's over. Zifu's grand army has arrived from 1,000 miles away and will start a war with Jiyu Chang here. Howard, tell Imperial Father, what should I do?" Seeing his father so worried, he too became worried. "Imperial Father." Chu Hao then fell into thought. Chu Hao now looked at Elder Bayang. "Venerable Yang," he merely sighed and said, "News from the sect states that Zifu is currently a target of public criticism, and Taisheng Cave Heaven should not get too deeply involved." Chu Hao seemed to understand something after hearing this. "I understand." Then he turned and said with determination, "Imperial Father, I must go find Wanner now and ask her to help me find Jiyu Chang to beg him. Things have come to this point, there's no other way." An elegant and polite knock came from outside. Tang Wan looked out from inside and asked in confusion, "May I ask what you need?" Qin Gongfeng. The man with his hands clasped in front of his abdomen smiled and said, "I see Miss Tang has a worried frown. Is something troubling you?" She sighed, sadly got up, walked over to him, and continued their conversation. "It's nothing, just some trivial matters with account books." Qin Gongfeng, with his hands behind his back, approached Tang Wan. "I see, if Miss Tang doesn't mind, perhaps we could chat." Tang Wan made no attempt to hide her worries, calmly confiding in the person before her. Ever since Jiyu Chang's army was stationed in the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, cultivators and mortals alike have fled, making business unsustainable. He still gently comforted the girl before him. "A great war is about to begin and people's hearts are filled with panic. This is quite normal. It's just, why isn't Miss Tang leaving?" Tang Wan lowered her eyes, a hint of confusion on her face. If the war had never happened, I would rather continue to incur these losses." Qin Gongfeng narrowed his eyes, a displeased expression on his face as he thought to himself, "It's that Chu Hao. I can't believe even in this life I still can't let her go." Wanner, Tang Wan set aside the unpleasant matters and curiously asked, "Qin Gongfeng, you also fled the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom before because you were too afraid, didn't you?" He immediately regained his cheerful expression and replied, "Of course, it's because I wanted to protect Miss Tang." Qin Gongfeng spread his hands as if shrugging and continued with a smile, "Think about it, I just ran out and then ran back. If word gets out, what sect or family would dare to take me in the future?" Tang Wan covered her mouth with her hand, giggling prettily. I never expected Qin Gongfeng to be not only astonishingly strong but also so humorous. Just as they were speaking, a maid came over to report, "Miss, Prince Chu Hao requests an audience." Tang Wan frowned in displeasure, an impatient expression on her face. "What does he want?" Before the maid could relay the message, Chu Hao burst in. "Wanner, I really have an urgent matter for you. Only you can save me now." Qin Gongfeng stood by, secretly thinking to himself, "So this is Chu Hao?" Tang Wan exclaimed in surprise. "Brother, how could you just barge in?" Chu Hao frantically put on a pitiful face and repeatedly said, "Wanner, I know you're still angry with me. I apologize. I swear if you help me one more time, I will do whatever you say." Qin Gongfeng reached out to block him, coldly saying, "Stop, don't come closer." Chu Hao asked back blankly, "Who are you?" Tang Wan extended her slender, delicate arm to stop Qin Gongfeng. She walked past Qin Gongfeng to Chu Hao. "Brother, are you serious? Do you finally understand my painstaking efforts?" He stammered in response, "Of course I understand. Now that Zifu's grand army is about to arrive to prevent the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom from being affected, he must leave this place as soon as possible." Chu Hao suddenly placed his hand on Tang Wan's shoulder, and Qin Gongfeng behind him had already unhappily widened his eyes. Chu Hao pleaded with Tang Wan, "You know my relationship with Jiyu Chang, so Wanner, I beg you to plead with Jiyu Chang and make him leave the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom." Hearing this, Tang Wan was too shocked to speak and tears streamed down her face. She panicked, angrily struggling to pull away from Chu Hao. "What nonsense are you talking about? I don't know him at all. You want me to beg him? How could I possibly change his mind?" Chu Hao's face darkened, his expression no longer frantic or pleading. "Wanner, things have come to this. You don't need to hide it anymore. I know your relationship with Jiyu Chang is ambiguous. You often meet privately, don't you?" Tang Wan was astonished, wondering why Chu Hao would know this. Qin Gongfeng, who had been calm and composed moments before, now had his eyes wide with disbelief, his head filled with questions. "You two are a complete mess." Chu Hao still tried to explain. "I'm sorry, I've been monitoring you, so I know everything about you. If it weren't for today's emergency, I wouldn't have said it." Tang Wan seemed to be on the verge of collapse, standing rooted to the spot. "So you think only I can save the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom now? That's why a quasi-supreme realm expert like you would lower himself to apologize to me and come to beg for my help?" Chu Hao stammered, unable to speak. "Wanner?" Tang Wan angrily shouted. You're venting all your grievances and dissatisfaction here. Do you think I'm very familiar with him? So, in your eyes, I'm the kind of woman who changes with the wind. Right, who do you think all this is for? Chu Hao knelt on the cold ground, pleading bitterly. Wanner, I know you might have your own difficulties, but Tang Wan sharply interrupted. Enough, her mind completely collapsed and her face darkened. I'm too disappointed in you. See him out. Chu Hao rushed forward, shouting loudly. Wanner? Qin Gongfeng quickly stepped forward to block him. I've put up with you for long enough. How dare you speak ill of Miss Tang Wan? Qin Gongfeng's eyes were filled with anger as he glared at Chu Hao. What kind of man are you? Without another word, he kicked Chu Hao out the door, who was in excruciating pain. Chu Hao wiped his face, roaring furiously. Quasi-Supreme Realm, how is it that I didn't know someone like you existed in the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom? Who exactly are you? What is your purpose in getting close to Wanner? Qin Gongfeng slowly walked forward, spiritual energy flowing in his hand. My purpose is not like some people who slander her reputation to achieve their goals. I am her newly hired retainer, so of course I have the duty to see guests out on her behalf, Chu Hao still unhappily retorted. What does our business have to do with you? If you want to meddle, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chu Hao was now full of malice, threatening, get lost. Do you know what disaster your current actions will bring upon the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom? Qin Gongfeng did not reply, still thinking to himself. If they don't start fighting, how will I find an opportunity to save Yang? Dragons and tigers fought, battle raged, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, foreshadowing the imminent great war between the two. On the protagonist's side, a system's prompt sounded. Detected a sharp increase in the Son of Fortune's hatred with damage to both sides' destiny points. The protagonist, with his hands behind his back, smiled happily. Tang Wan truly didn't disappoint me. A regretful expression appeared on his face as he looked at the distant speeding flying ships. Alas, at this moment I have no time to witness who is stronger or weaker. This great war has already begun. Many old geezers had arrived. The one who came was Zifu's grand elder. He sternly shouted, Jiyu family brat. He hovered in the air, shouting loudly at Jiyu Chang. You Jiyu family brat, with your malicious schemes you injured my Zifu successor and disciples, killed my Zifu supreme, and even made my Zifu a target of public criticism. Chang still calmly spoke. You are Zifu's grand elder? His face was like ice, and he replied without a hint of goodwill. Now this old man doesn't want to say more to you. Within 3 breaths, hand over Ziyang and I will spare your body. He counted 1, 2, then reached 3. His face was cold, full of malice. Chang's expression was serious, his gaze sharp. Kill, I hate it when others lecture me the most. A judgment-like voice came from above. Zifu colluded with the demonic cultivation inheritor. The evidence is irrefutable. Leave no one alive. The heavenly soldiers and generals also began to rush forward and attack. You Jiyu family brat, still blustering, yet you dare to imprison my Zifu's heavenly chosen by yourself. All disciples heed my command, slay Jiyu Chang and rescue Ziyang. The great war erupted. Flames soared into the sky, thick smoke billowed obscuring the sun, lightning flashed and thunder boomed, birds scattered. A giant snake coiled around a heavenly general. He angrily shouted, Ancient Vine Snake Clan, damn it. Another person, fighting a monster, proudly said, The Divine Crocodile Clan's name is nothing special either. The air was in chaos, battle scenes everywhere. Someone who had just escaped shouted at those nearby, Young Master Chang is really fighting Zifu? There wasn't even a negotiation, he replied. Run quickly. The Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom is no place to stay now. You won't even know how you died later. Zifu's grand elder stood above, looking down, triumphantly saying, You Jiyu family brat, you truly don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Now if this old man just makes a slight move, you probably won't even be left with ashes. Jiyu Chang merely curled the corners of his lips, looking at him with a half-smile, mocking, Is that so? Then why don't you make a move? Is it that you don't want to, or you don't dare? In his eyes there was 3 parts disdain, 7 parts mockery. With so many Supreme Realm experts here, Grand Elder truly overestimates me, Jiyu. He angrily called for more people to attack. You brat are full of tricks. Old 7 tragically died because of your schemes. How dare this old man underestimate you? Quickly take the Jiyu family brat's life. Both sides engaged in a fierce, extremely chaotic battle, everyone unleashing various techniques, turning the world upside down. He curled his lips slightly. This old man doesn't know the Jiyu family's heritage, but the combat power of your Supreme Realm subordinates cannot be hidden from me. Just then an enemy suddenly appeared behind Jiyu Chang, preparing a sneak attack. Go on in, struggle and die inside the sky-shaking lamp, the Emperor Realm artifact sky-shaking lamp. Yan Yu observed everything before her, frantically shouting, Master! Chang behind her exclaimed with a worried expression, Young Master! In a snow-covered place in the north, a man stood opposite Jiyu Chang, speaking with a solemn expression. This is inside the sky-shaking lamp, completely isolated from the outside world. No aura or spell can be transmitted out, he calmly replied. Perhaps. The man's face showed interest as he continued. Haven't you understood your situation yet? Even if your protector is an Emperor Realm expert, they cannot save you in a short time. What do you think about a Supreme Realm expert like me killing a great Saint Realm cultivator like you? Jiyu Chang couldn't help but laugh after hearing his words, saying, I think your big nose is very lucky. As he spoke, his face turned ferocious, and he continued, Perhaps you'll be a sensible ghost. The scene switched. Flames soared into the sky, thick smoke billowed, and rumbling sounds echoed all around. The old man in green robes nearby knelt down, his voice panicked. Howard, what exactly happened to you? Elder Baiyang raised his hand to create a barrier, protecting himself and the old man next to him. His face was pale, and he sighed. It's over, all over. Our ancestors' 1,000-year legacy is ruined in our hands. The old man in green knelt there, watching everything before him, unable to say a word. Just then Chu Hao and Qin Wuya were locked in fierce combat, both emanating extremely powerful auras. Suddenly Tang Wan walked over and said, "In the end the war still broke out." No sooner had she spoken than the two engaged in battle suddenly stopped and looked at her. Chu Hao and Qin Wuya turned to see her standing confidently at the doorway. Suddenly, with a loud bang, several young men fell to the ground shouting loudly. He and Qin Wuya simultaneously rushed forward shouting, "Wanner, be careful!" At the same time, Chu Hao rushed forward, raising his hand to create a barrier. Qin Wuya rushed forward to support Tang Wan. He anxiously asked, "Wanner, are you all right?" Meanwhile, Qin Wuya seized the opportunity to lift her into his arms. Just then, Chu Hao caught sight of Qin Wuya holding Tang Wan, his eyes bloodshot, angrily ordering, "Let her go at once." Qin Wuya anxiously said, "Miss Tang, it's dangerous here, please leave quickly." She asked with concern, "What about Qin Gongfeng?" Wuya immediately replied, "I still have some matters to attend to, don't worry. I'll be fine." Then she bid him farewell. "Then Qin Gongfeng, be careful." Chu Hao angrily glared at the two, thinking, now is not the time to worry about Wanner's private affairs. I must do my best to minimize losses. I'll come back to settle scores with this Qin Gongfeng later. In his heart he was paramount, but to Qin Gongfeng his concern for nation, family and imperial father was less than that for a newly acquainted retainer. Wuya looked seriously ahead, his gaze sharp as he thought, "Senior, stop dozing off. This is the perfect opportunity for us to profit from the chaos." That person immediately replied, "All right, let's go. Without the Jiyu family's old monster, things will be much easier." Those who had been tracking everything, watching it gradually shatter, said in fear, "Is this a war of the cultivation world? The lives of cultivators are as common as grass." He stammered, continuing, "Master, this war after all." Yanji stood by, extended her hand, and shot out a burst of power to control the person before her, then replied, "You don't understand. In this world, young master is the leader of the righteous path, and of course he has a duty to slay demons and eliminate evil, to act on behalf of heaven, and the culprit of this war is the demonic cultivation inheritor, an enemy of the world." Two intertwined red and purple lights collided, rushing from one place to another at extreme speed, then suddenly a loud bang. The two lights separated, transforming into two figures. He observed, shouting loudly, "So you are the demonic cultivation inheritor after all. Have you deceived everyone?" Jiyu Chang calmly replied, "No, a few others know the truth and are still alive, but it certainly won't be you." Just then, his hands enveloped in flames, he spoke with an angry expression, "How arrogant! Once I kill you, I will expose your true face to the public and all the blame will be directed at your Jiyu family. Then everything will be resolved." He transformed into a flame and rushed forward, immediately forming the fiery shape of divine phoenix wings flying onward. As it flew, it said, "What if you inherited demonic cultivation? This is a quasi-emperor realm divine ability. You will still die." Jiyu Chang, while brandishing his weapon, said, "Isn't it bad for you to inherit demonic cultivation? What does that have to do with my demon lord?" Just then his soldiers began to fly towards the divine phoenix expert, shouting loudly, "Come quickly and devour it." Upon hearing this, he exclaimed in panic, "What? No, Jiyu Chang, if you kill me you won't escape either." Jiyu Chang's soldiers surrounded him. He screamed and shouted in despair but was powerless. He witnessed everything yet remained expressionless. "Not even a drop of blood can be saved. How is that possible?" "It's merely an Emperor Realm edict." Zifu's Grand Elder then said, "I have one too." Suddenly, an Emperor Realm edict appeared, emitting a dazzling blue light, its form resembling a shield or a magical gate, adorned with sharp patterns, as if strange tentacles were guarding the glowing Emperor Realm edict at its center. He exclaimed in surprise as the Emperor Realm edict suddenly created a massive energy vortex in the sky. A golden ribbon of light coiled around the energy like living strands, tiny fragments scattered in the air showcasing the terrifying power of this artifact. Han Yu looked up from below and said, "Master." Chang, standing nearby, exclaimed admiringly, "Young master is too formidable." Jiyu Chang stood above and calmly stated, "If I dared to stay here for long, of course I would have made thorough preparations." He calmly continued, "No wonder you weren't afraid of my sixth brother. Even with an Emperor Realm edict, given such a huge disparity in cultivation realms, you wouldn't easily kill him." He looked at him and said, "But he has already been beaten to dust." He immediately replied, and then spoke, "There must be something else wrong with you, young man." Jiyu Chang thought, as expected of a cunning old monster, after so much pointless talk, this old fellow still won't attack me. Then he exclaimed, "What's wrong? Why don't you try it yourself?" Just then, he charged forward with his sword. He observed from a distance, calmly extended his hand preparing to attack, and at the same time said, "Ignorant young man." He then transferred the source energy in front of Jiyu Chang's white halo. He watched, crying out in fear, an attack comparable to a quasi-emperor. "No." Just then he quickly spoke, "Here, take it back." Han Yu and another person were panicked, their faces covered in sweat, thinking, "Can't move." Powerful energy was gradually approaching the vessel. That thing created a huge explosion. The explosion caused everything around it to also start exploding. The scene there began to turn chaotic. Screams began to rise one after another. Jiyu Chang stood contemplating. "It seems this old fellow still won't easily attack me, but the methods this old fellow uses must belong to a Dao attainer. If that's the case, you Xiang Tianjun's thieves want to be here, don't you?" Then he spoke, "If you have the guts, come and snatch it." After hearing this, he cried out in alarm, Ziyang Primordial Chaos Dao Bone Immortal Dao Celestial Eye, both are gone. You little beast, how dare you, Qin Huiya called out. Senior, suddenly a voice sounded. Don't fret, now is not the time. Given the situation, it's likely we won't need to intervene at all because Zifu's old monster is probably about to make a move. He stood observing the two fighting. The red-clothed man spoke. Big brother, let's act. This kid not only turned Ziyang into that, but he also slandered Six Brother earlier. It's hard to quell the hatred in my heart without killing him, suddenly the old man roared. Moreover, his protector might be busy with other things right now. If we don't act now, we might miss the opportunity. Ji Yuchong stood observing, secretly chuckling. How could a protector be ordered around, right? Suddenly his expression gradually turned grim, thinking, Qingyi. He immediately said, enough today, I will eliminate this kid to prevent future trouble. Thunder rang out, and a huge palm strike, carrying immense pressure, shook the entire vast space. It is said that Zifu's Grand Elder almost stepped into that realm back then. Truly an old monster. Ji Yuchong gritted his teeth, displaying his power to resist the current pressure. Several people lay on the ground lamenting, the power of an emperor realm, it's truly painful. The person next to you also gritted their teeth and said, the power is immeasurably stronger than the sword energy before. They were immediately engulfed in waves of intense pain. The pain reached their very core, those outside were no exception. Everyone endured indescribable torment, even I, a quasi-supreme, could barely resist. The girl was in agony, holding her head as if to end her life to escape the pain. She cried out, Master, I feel like I'm about to explode. Yanji struggled to maintain the last vestiges of her strength, already thinking, facing a Dao attainer, my quasi-supreme strength is like an ant's. Young master, please forgive me. Yanji cannot help you. Zifu's Grand Elder proudly flaunted his power. That sword your protector gave you alone cannot do it. You must die today. Ji Yuchong's eyes were cold, yet he maintained a calm mind, his iron will unyielding. He thrust his sword forward and the sword light shone brightly, as if containing thousands of rays of hope. Now a mere Dao attainer dares to bully a descendant of my Ji family? Whoosh, the two sides confronted each other, one side emanating heavenly light, the other the old man's pressure. His eyes were filled with disbelief, extreme shock, panic, and incredulity. The people below now seemed to have recovered, surprised by what was before them, but it seemed an even more terrifying person had appeared. The person next to him continued, that terrifying aura seems to have disappeared. Ji Yuchong also couldn't believe it. He glowed as he absorbed the golden energy into his body. This is the resonance of the bloodline within me. The general on the other side gnashed his teeth in annoyance. Big brother, I am at the peak of the Emperor realm. The one who could sever your arm must also be a peak Emperor realm expert. He thought, that's troublesome. Just at this critical moment whose footsteps quietly sounded. It's hard for an old man like me to come out to watch the fun, but I run into such trouble. Dressed in white, he walked calmly among them. When Zifu's patriarch was still a greenhorn, I had already given him guidance. He sighed deeply. Zifu's Grand Elder couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, who exactly are you? At this moment the handsome man elegantly and gravely introduced himself. My name is Jiyu Lang, the 18th ancestor of the Jiyu family. Zifu's elder, unconcerned, still took the initiative. No matter who you are, since you are an enemy, I will first kill a Dao attainer of the Jiyu family. Those strange tentacles quietly reached out as if to devour the succulent prey before them. Jiyu Lang said no more, drawing his sword with one hand and speaking reason with his mouth. Do you truly believe that being a Dao attainer is the peak of the upper realm? A mighty sword energy swept past Zifu's elder, sending this shameless old man flying 800,000 meters. Zifu's elder gritted his teeth in anger. I can't recover, how is this possible? He widened his eyes. There shouldn't be immortals in this world, right? Is this what 10 deaths, no life means? Ji Yulong raised his sword with both hands, his face stern, his eyes carrying a hint of cruelty. Even a crippled immortal is still an immortal. Those old men were all surprised. Big brother, the grand elder who protected Zifu for tens of thousands of years, has fallen. The beautiful woman beside Yanji spoke. Master, is this young master's background? Yanji gazed at this place. She feared this was just the tip of the iceberg. The black-haired woman sighed, thinking, it's terrifying, I can't imagine. The sky gradually cleared and sunlight shone through. They won. Was that the power of an immortal? Ji Yuchong finally let out a slight breath of relief. However, he still secretly broke out in a few cold sweats. It seems that in this world what I'm most worried about exposing my identity to are the monstrous old ancestors of the Jiyu family. Jiyu Lang walked closer to Ji Yuchong, his hands behind his back. Young man, are you the future successor of the Jiyu family? This one's disposition is different from Jiyu Nanshan's. Chong respectfully bowed to the ancestor before him. Chong greets the 18th ancestor. I once heard that the ancestor severed the immortal ancient path with a single strike and have always yearned to meet you. To meet you today under these circumstances is a wish fulfilled. Ji Lang replied warmly and kindly. Your flattery. Chong remained silent. Ji Lang raised his leg and continued, having just laughed triumphantly. I love to hear it, but you, young man, are also quite good. At such a young age you possess such cultivation and methods. In the future you might even be much stronger than me. Chong humbly and respectfully said, the ancestor overpraises me. Ji Lang patted the shoulder of this distant nephew of the Jiyu family. I heard your father has arranged a marriage for you. Is it with the daughter of that boy from the peerless immortal dynasty? The two beauties not far away began to gossip. Young master is too polite. Jialin interjected with a questioning look, interrupting their conversation. Master, how should the remaining elders and disciples of Zifu be dealt with? Ji Yuchang's expression was cold. Those who submit live, those who don't die. Ji Yulang secretly rejoiced. Exactly, this is the demeanor a future leader of the Ji family should have. Looking at the enemy camp again, they were furious. Damn it. Remaining Zifu members surrender quickly, capture them. Senior, my junior brother hasn't been rescued yet. A voice of rebuttal immediately rang in his ear. Save what? Didn't you see how Zifu's old monster died? That was an Emperor Realm Dao attainer. Haven't you understood the situation yet? A person flew over and patted the orange-haired man on the shoulder. Hey brother, what are you still hesitating about? Now is the time to earn merits. Zifu's power is weakened. He was startled. All right, you go first. He flew away. I'll follow later then. The orange-haired man still felt uncomfortable. But junior brother, don't call me junior brother anymore. Kid, from now on you and I go our separate ways, but out of old sentiment. I'll give you a piece of advice. If you don't want to die, stay far away from the longevity GU family. Chen, enduring tears and humiliation, swallowed the bitter hatred. Damn it, Yang, senior brother is sorry for you. The black-haired man flew in the air, feeling somewhat strange. No, does my clan actually have such a person? Is something amiss? He turned around and looked at the continuously exploding places behind him. Where are they? In another place, a man's voice comforted in the ruins. Howard, don't blame your senior uncle. We cannot interfere in conflicts of this level. Chu Hao knelt on the ground, his face full of confusion, unable to believe what had just happened. How did it turn out like this? How could this happen? The things I wanted to protect, actually, because of me. The old man next to him stroked his beard, a look of regret on his face. I've already sent your father to a safe place. You should come back to Taisheng Cave Heaven with me for now. Put aside your grievances with Ji Yuchang for a while. Strive to become the leader of Taisheng Cave Heaven, and then you'll have a chance for revenge. Chu Hao buried his face in his hands, his heart filled with anger, and he shouted loudly, venting his current emotions. Senior uncle, I hate him. Meanwhile, in another place, two people were conversing on a tall stone wall. Senior Wuya, are all the conflicts in this world so destructive? The person replied, conflicts of this level are probably once in 10,000-year battles of longevity. The silver-haired youth's eyes sharpened. I don't care if it's a battle of longevity or what. All I know is, the red-haired old man seemed impatient. No, what? Do you still want to get revenge on Ji Yuchang? If I had known you offended him, I might not have saved you. The silver-haired youth felt a bit sad. Senior, you once said I have an extraordinary physique and talent. Could it be that even if I achieve great success in the future, I still won't be his match? The red-haired old man stroked his beard and replied calmly, That's the Ji family, Zhang Chen. Don't be discouraged by the old evil cultivator's words. Don't worry, we'll cultivate with him, and when we gain strength, I'll help you rebuild the immortal ark. The Ji family we can handle, Zhang Chen spoke. Senior, you might not have heard this saying. The red-haired old man asked, confused. How, what saying? Zhang Chen frowned, his expression serious, his eyes gleaming with fiery light. 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west of the river. Do not bully a young man for being poor. The red-haired old man helplessly turned around. All right, I've been called old and poor by people. I'm tired of saying it and I'm tired of hearing it. Stop talking. I've annihilated countless heavenly chosen who said that. Switching to another scene, people cheered jubilantly for the return of the flying boats. Great, the true Immortal Academy's trial is finally over. I wonder who has the highest score this time. Look, Princess Minkong also returned. The woman clad in gold was calm but with a hint of urgency, secretly wondering, Chang, hasn't he returned yet? The little sister next to her happily linked arms with her, teasing, Who are you looking for? Your husband. He's probably just finished destroying Zifu and is counting money, I bet. She leaned close to the princess's ear, smiling and whispering, We have a saying where I'm from that I think suits brother Ji well. A man who is willing to give you magical artifacts doesn't necessarily love you. But a man who is unwilling to give you magical artifacts definitely doesn't love you. A flying boat soared through the vast boundless sky, exuding a rustic aura. Someone was giving a lecture. The Dantian is a cultivator's cycle of life and the foundation of all cultivators. Spiritual energy transforms into the source of magical power. Ruoyan was meditating. Master, am I too slow? It's been 3 days and I still haven't opened my spiritual sea. Yanji calmly walked past, explaining, Cultivation is not that easy. This step has already thwarted the dreams of countless mortals. Not everyone is a genius like the young master, but don't worry too much. At your current speed, you'll open your spiritual sea in a month at most. The little girl frowned, very unhappy. But Ruoyan has taken many of young Master Gu's elixirs. A lot of resources have been consumed, I'm afraid. Someone's footsteps suddenly sounded, gradually approaching the two girls, and he spoke. So you're worried about that? Yanji was surprised. Young master. Ji Yuchang happily waved his hand and immediately gave some precious items to the person before him. Ji Yu has many of these elixirs. Miss Xiao doesn't need to worry, just cultivate well. Yanji glanced behind him, smiling as she followed the young master. He never lacks these things. The little girl cried out in surprise. So many. Ruoyan held a pile of items in her arms. Her eyes were wide with surprise, so generous it feels like I'm being kept. After accepting the items, Ruoyan was somewhat puzzled and she asked frankly, Young master, Ruoyan dares to ask, how long did it take for young master to open his spiritual sea? Ji Yuchang replied naturally, I think my spiritual sea was already formed when I was born. Ruoyan's heart was filled with confusion. Excuse me for intruding, big shot truly is a big shot. Ji Yuchong turned around, still facing away. By the way, in a few days Miss Xiao will follow her master to cultivate at the Daoshan Immortal Palace. There will be elders to guide her and also many fellow disciples. You can help each other, which will be very beneficial for your cultivation, Ruoyan asked, puzzled. Daoshan Immortal Palace, what about young master? Are we parting ways? Ji Yuchong turned his face away and walked off, but his voice still came, replying to her. I still need to return to True Immortal Academy. You must cultivate well and not disappoint me. Ruoyan replied, yes. The scene switches to another place, a towering city where purple light interwove with the bright colors of the emerald sky. The people here, especially the aunts and uncles, were gossiping. Have you heard? Young Master Chong is back. Are the rankings of our top 10 going to be redrawn now? Young Master Chong is truly formidable. Thankfully he's one of us at the academy. Yes, it's a shame my sister Chen Yu was killed by Qin Wuya during the siege of Ziyang. A peerless beauty nearby also sighed. Truly formidable, even a massive monster like Zifu was annihilated by him. So what do you think? Do you still consider him your evenly matched opponent? The masked person remained silent, seemingly having something unspeakable on their mind. They stammered for a moment before replying, it's not necessarily about being an opponent. They walked to a nearby pavilion, a secluded spot more convenient for private conversation. Chong was sitting there looking at some account books at this moment. She murmured to herself that according to her memory, the Elder of the Sky Tower was likely to appear soon. Although things were a little different from her previous life, this matter was certainly not wrong. She remembered that nearby there were forces like Luoxia, Tiangu Sword Sect and Shenshu Gate. A servant's report came from outside. Young Master Ji Yuchong has arrived. She looked towards the door in surprise. Why would he be here? Ji Yuchong slowly walked in, teasing, what? Can't a husband who has finally found time to visit his wife do so? She walked down on her fair jade-like legs. Wait, she sternly blocked Ji Yuchong. We are not yet married, and without my permission, you are not allowed to enter my bedroom. Ji Yuchong was puzzled. Earlier your husband fought against the 4 great armies and you didn't even care about him. I almost died at the hands of Zifu's mighty experts, and now you won't even let me enter the room. Ji Yuchong's expression was cold yet tinged with a helpless indulgence. Didn't Zifu's mighty experts already die tragically? I don't believe your lies. Ji Yuchong crossed his arms and sulked. Fine, then I'll leave and never look for you again. She reluctantly tugged at Ji Yuchong's clothes, shyly saying, that's not allowed either. Ji Yuchong continued to complain in a huff. Neither this nor that, what am I supposed to do? She looked at him and replied, tell me, why have you come to see me? Ji Yuchong turned around. He simply missed her. Her eyes widened and she thought deeply. This excuse works too. Ji Yuchong quickly replied, this time it's not an excuse. She quickly pressed him. So it was an excuse before? Ji Yuchong said no more, conjuring several precious treasures out of thin air which flew around the room. These are betrothal gifts, presents for you. Are you satisfied? She happily examined them one by one. These are all your spoils of war. Some of these things are hard to come by even in the peerless immortal dynasty. She thought clearly, indeed he has changed. At least in the previous life he didn't have this thought. Ji Yuchong put his arm around her waist, deeply inhaling the scent of his future wife. It's good that you like them. It wasn't a waste of time that I chose you for so long. A smile full of desire played on the corner of his lips. He didn't speak truthfully. Did you miss me during this time? She calmly replied. No. Ji Yuchong continued, quibbling. With that, Ji Yuchong gently picked up Minkong. She cried out in surprised embarrassment. What are you doing? Ji Yuchong replied. What were you just looking at? She blushed again, embarrassed. I was going to tell you this too. He leaned in and lightly kissed her fair, jade-like lips. It's all right, take your time telling me. Minkong was a little shy. It's broad daylight, and you're like this. Then the two embraced, engaging in intimate acts on the bed that everyone knew about. I wasn't lying this time. I really missed you. The Heavenly Spring mountain range is just a bonus. Ji Yuchong flicked his finger, and the incense burner emitted a purple light, gradually dimming the room's space. Now you can speak. Deep in the quiet night in the Heavenly Spring mountain range, this was precisely the location of the Heavenly Spring Tower, one of the 7 Heavenly Spring artifacts. The two were tightly entwined. I've consulted many ancient texts and finally learned the possible location of the Heavenly Spring Tower. I heard that collecting all 7 Heavenly Spring artifacts can unlock the Immortal Palace's secret treasury. I wonder if the rumor is true. He conjured 2 items out of thin air and presented them to his wife. These are the Heavenly Spring Flask and the Heavenly Spring Jar for you. Minkong was greatly surprised. Why are you giving them to me? Ji Yuchong replied. Aren't you collecting them? I don't need them, so isn't it appropriate to give them to you? Minkong tilted her head. I don't need them and I won't use them, Ji Yuchong continued. Then why are you collecting them? Minkong was silent for a long time. He cheerfully and playfully said, oh, so Minkong is collecting them for me. You are truly thoughtful, she shyly said. I think you're too hypocritical. Ji Yuchong replied again. Delusion. The scene switched elsewhere. Ji Yuchong stood examining the system. Besides the system's rewards, can I buy similar magical artifacts and spiritual objects? The system showed. System store has results. Such magical artifacts and spiritual energy require the host to personally find them. They cannot be purchased. A girl's footsteps came over. What are you doing, you blockhead? Ji Yuchong glanced at her. The little girl walked in. Oh, you finished fighting Zifu. I bet someone reaped many rewards, right? Ji Yuchang was nonchalant. It's all right, she approached and asked. You went to visit Sister Minkung. I heard she said you gave her many good things, Ji Yuchang lightly acknowledged. The little sister walked around to his back. It's fine. Ji Yuchang asked again, is something wrong? The girl crossed her arms, seemingly implying something. Nothing much, just came to see you. Ji Yuchang asked directly, do you want something? She retorted. No, do you think I'm that kind of person? I just care. Before she could finish, she was attracted by a pill, her mouth still speaking but her eyes fixed on the item in his hand. Ji Yuchang asked, do you want it? She nodded repeatedly, yes, yes. The male protagonist nonchalantly took it and left. She ran out with the item. I love you, dear brother. Ji Yuchang could only look at her helplessly, his face bearing the expressionless look of Hu Guangxing. The scene switched elsewhere. Shenshu Gate. The red-haired old man brought the white-haired youth here and said, within 1,000 miles, Shenshu Gate is the strongest force. From today you will cultivate the inheritance I impart within this sect. I hope you will not disappoint this old man. I understand, the white-haired youth replied solemnly. He thought again, what if I cultivate demonic arts in this world? Weakness is sin. Only strength can ensure survival and a good life. So from now on, even if it means murder, arson, or harming other cultivators, I will not hesitate. Inside the sect, some people knelt and pleaded, Elder, please give us another chance. The old man waved his hand, signaling them to leave. You should leave. Your aptitude is too poor. Even if you try harder, it will be fruitless. After he left, the young man from earlier walked over. Taoist priest, please wait. I also wish to join Shenshu Gate. The old man merely looked at him and said with a smile, you are too old. Even if your root bones are good, it doesn't comply with the rules. Our Shenshu Gate only accepts disciples under the age of 18. Zhang Chen remained firm. Taoist priest, I believe my aptitude is sufficient for Shenshu Gate to make an exception. A hideous-looking person walked over, feigning familiarity. Our Shenshu Gate doesn't even make exceptions for disciples of the noble Chang family. How can you, a kid without even a decent piece of clothing like a beggar, expect to get in? Zhang Chen coldly replied only one sentence. This is a designer brand, the person next to him scoffed. Oh, a designer brand, huh? Go take a piss and look at your reflection. Zhang Chen frowned, thinking to himself, when reading novels I always thought such things were easy. I never expected the real cultivation world to be so cruel. Am I really unable to even enter the gate? Just then an immortal sister flew down from the sky. Give him a chance. She was Ji Chuyue. This girl is not simple. You must pay close attention to her. The beautiful sister landed next to the white-haired old man and called out to the handsome young man. Hey, what are you doing, you beggar? Hurry up and follow me. HMPH, these mortals. Another fellow's eyes turned red with anger. This kid is so lucky. Why isn't it us? Zhang Chen stared intently, silent for a few seconds, and only spoke after a while. Miss, that's not my name and I'm not a beggar. My name is Zhang Chen, he said gratefully. Thank you for speaking up just now, giving me the opportunity to enter Shenshu Gate. Chuyue gently replied. You're welcome. It was no trouble at all. Zhang Chen continued to inquire. May I ask for your esteemed name? The subordinate next to her rudely shouted. Is Mrs. Name something someone like you can ask? Chuyue smiled slightly. It's all right. You can call me Chuyue. Zhang Chen beamed with joy as he called her name. Chuyue, bright as a new moon, her name suits her perfectly, truly a good name. The subordinate, however, was not pleased at all, shouting and scolding. Audacious, how dare you praise Miss Chuyue's name? Zhang Chen crossed his arms, displeased. Brother, Miss Chuyue and I are just having a normal conversation. Don't you think you're being a bit noisy? Chuyue chuckled. Chuyue glanced behind her, having already taken a liking to this cute boy in her heart. This young man named Zhang Chen is a bit dumbfounded. Truly interesting. The subordinate continued to argue with Zhang Chen. You brat don't know your place. Come with me, let's go check if your aptitude and root bones are too poor, even if Miss Chuyue makes an exception for you. You can only become a menial disciple. The two continued to argue back and forth. And with that, you think you can break the rules of our Shenshu Gate? It's laughable. If it weren't for your luck in meeting Miss Chuyue, you wouldn't even be able to enter our mountain gate, yet you still dare to boast. In another part of the forest, two girls were not very happy. Zhang Chuchu, do you think you're foolish? Don't you know that Ji Yuchang is a playboy and you still expect him to be good to you? You must stay far away from such a scoundrel. Don't let him touch you. The girl covered her face with her hand, utterly helpless. You really are something. Back then in the Hall of Absolute Yin, I already felt your relationship was off, but I never expected you two to progress so quickly. A look of horror was on her face, like a best friend who had a boyfriend but kept it a secret only to find out after they broke up. I thought it was just a local road, but you've already hit the highway. My goodness, girls should be a little more reserved. Look at your two open petals. Where's your pride? You're the saintess of Shenshu Gate, always thinking about a man who doesn't love you. Are you still you? Zhang Chuchu sobbed sadly. What should I do? I can't control myself right now. Zhang Chu's tears still flowed uncontrollably. I know he's not a good person, and I know this is a path of no return, but I just can't help but think of him. I don't want to be like this, so what should I do? Her best friend comforted her, still chattering. What you need to do now is to stay far away from Ji Yuchang and preferably ignore him. You are the exalted inheritor of the Ancestor Hall. Countless peerless young men can't catch up to you, and you are revered as a saintess by countless people. The more you show you want to see Ji Yuchang, the more you cheapen yourself. So at this time you only need to maintain your usual aloofness. This way you will have weight in Ji Yuchang's eyes and won't be looked down upon by him. Do you understand? Zhang Chu still looked troubled. Really, but if I don't look for him, he will also, her best friend guaranteed with certainty. Of course it's true, I've seen many movies and comics say so. Look at him. How long has it been since he came back and he hasn't even visited you? Now he's taking Yu Mingkong on a honeymoon. Is that fair to you? Zhang Chu stammered. But didn't you say before that you liked his bad boy image? Her best friend held her hand and encouraged. I'm different, trust me, this Ji Chong is very deep, you can't handle him. Chu, you're too naive and easily hurt. I'll take care of the Ji family, it's alright. Zhang Chu thought of the male protagonist, feeling warm in her heart. I know he's very deep, little godchild. After these days of cultivation you will surely open your spiritual sea soon. Zhang Chen was delighted after entering the sect. Thanks to Miss Chuyu's help, Shenshu Gate didn't originally value me. If it weren't for her sending me pills, that woman's identity is not simple. Zhang Chen's expression was solemn as he pondered. I heard she's a distinguished guest of our Shenshu Gate, seemingly from the reclusive Ji family, here for something. From what I've observed, she seems to be looking for something through Shenshu Gate. There must be give and take to succeed. Little godchild, what about you? Chuyue looked up at the sky feeling strange and thought how odd. Why are so many forces coming to this remote place these days? Has the news of the Heavenly Spring Chi's appearance been leaked? I must hurry and see my brother in the distance. Zhang Chen waved and called out. Miss Chuyue. Chuyue was surprised. Zhang Chen, why are you here? He said with joyful gratitude. If not for Miss Chuyu's gift of spiritual medicine, my cultivation would likely not have progressed. Such immense kindness Zhang Chen will never forget and has specially come to repay. Miss Chuyue happily replied. You're welcome, I don't need your repayment. Zhang Chen continued. Miss speaks too soon, I won't hide it from you. Although my cultivation is lacking, I have another identity. Divine Source Master. Chuyue was surprised. Divine Source Master, this long-lost profession. Divine Source Masters can seek origins to determine fate and change destiny and luck, Zhang Chen said with beaming eyes. Indeed, my ancestor was once. Before he could finish, Chuyue eagerly pulled Zhang Chen. Come with me. She flew up anxiously, moving very fast. This matter is very important. You cannot lie to me or the consequences will be severe. Don't hold a girl's hand, Zhang Chen inwardly praised. She smells so good, he said. Of course I wouldn't dare deceive, miss. They quickly traveled through the distant sky. Chuyue spoke as she flew. If you can help this time, I will reward you handsomely. Zhang Chen was distracted, only aware that he was flying. Is this what flying feels like? Little godchild, once we recover, I'll let you experience the instant flight ability. They flew past a sect and overheard a conversation, though only a fleeting glimpse. Fellow Taoists, what brings you to my Shenshu Gate? We heard your Shenshu Gate is the strongest force nearby. My master has matters here and wishes for me to stay for a while, so that's it. I'll go inform them. Please wait a moment. Zhang Chen's eyes widened in surprise as he looked. He was surprised by Ji Chang's appearance below. Why is he here? Ji Chang's glance left Zhang Chen surprised and bewildered. Mingkong, seeing this, asked, Chang, what's wrong? He calmly replied. Nothing, I just suddenly feel that finding the Heavenly Spring Tower this time shouldn't be too difficult for us. In the distance, the old man happily said, So it's young Master Chang's esteemed presence. I've long admired your name. I am the sect master of Shenshu Gate. Shenshu Ji, the man stammered, looking at the beautiful girl beside him. Presumably this is my wife, Princess Yu Mingkong of the peerless immortal dynasty, Ji Yu Chang happily introduced. Mingkong also continued, Precisely. Sect master need not be so courteous. Chang and I have been imposing quite a bit during this time. Another person warmly welcomed them. Princess Mingkong is too modest. Feel free to stay as long as you wish. Wherever Shenshu Gate can be of assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. I will do my utmost, the old man thought to himself. I only hope young Master Ji Yu doesn't destroy my Shenshu Gate in a fit of anger. The couple walked and chatted. Shenshu Ji doesn't seem surprised by our arrival. It seems someone has already been here before us. It's all right, Mingkong, don't worry. He revealed a sinister smile. No matter who came first, no matter how many people came, as long as they dare to snatch my things, I will. Before he could finish, Ji Yu Chang saw his wife beside him had already exploded in anger. Kill him. Just then, a fellow from Shenshu Gate knelt before Ji Yu Chang and Mingkong, bowing and greeting his master. Ji Yu Chang sat imperiously above. He ordered, Closely monitor that fellow's movements. If there's any unusual activity, report to me immediately. The invisible light circle before them immediately replied, Yes, master. Mingkong recognized it at a glance. Is this what the reincarnation heavenly venerate left for the immortal ancient continent's inheritor? You should also quickly fawn over her. Don't I have a pair of wisdom eyes? Finding the Heavenly Spring Tower is enough to leave to it. Ji Chuyue glanced and asked, Then what do we do? You've arranged everything so clearly. Why did you still make me run so far with you? Chang turned to look at her, smiling gently. What? Are you unhappy following your husband? I only want to keep you by my side forever, so we will never be separated. Mingkong lowered her head, her expression sad. No, it's just that I suddenly feel my methods are too inferior to yours, and I feel a bit useless. Saying this, her grip tightened, and she became even more worried. I hope that if one day you're exposed and the whole world is your enemy, I can still be of some help. To comfort her, Chang reached out and hugged her. Stop overthinking, that day will never come. A ruthless expression flashed across Chang's face. If it does, it will be when I am invincible across the world. The scene shifts to another location. At this moment, Ji Wuxing is sitting in meditation, cultivating spiritual power. In the distance, a spiritual beast appears and a voice calls out, Brother Niu Sheng, long time no see, how have you been recently? Niu Sheng heard the voice, nonchalantly opened his eyes and said, Chen Ninger. Ninger rode a spiritual beast, bringing a few subordinates with her. Your Ji family came early this time. Have you found anything? Niu Xing abruptly stood up. Not yet. Hearing this, Ninger suggested, how about we team up, brother Niu Xing? Once we find the Heavenly Spring Tower, we'll split it evenly. She then asked, I'm very curious, how did your Chen family know the Heavenly Spring Tower was about to appear? Ninger sharply retorted, how can your Ji family be the only ones in this world who can deduce and predict? And our Chen family isn't the only force that has come to the Heavenly Zan mountain range recently. Interrupting their conversation was another girl flying over who shouted, brother. Ninger recognized her in surprise. Ji Chuyue is here too. Then she looked to the side where a man followed Chuyue, her gaze scrutinizing. Who is this man, her lover? Chuyue ran over and hugged Niu Xing, her tone joyful. Brother, I have good news for you. He stroked her head, smiling as he asked, oh, what good news? Chuyue whispered into Niu Xing's ear for a while, and after listening he immediately reacted. Him, Ninger said loudly and unhappily. Sneaky, is there something you two siblings can't say openly? Chuyue immediately retorted. Chen, Ninger, shut up, is it any of your business? Zhang Chen silently observed for a while. These two groups are not simple, even their mounts are extraordinary. Let's see what they intend to do. Back to earlier, Chuyue solemnly said to Ji Wuxing, brother, today another group of young cultivators came to Shenshu Gate. Their aura and cultivation are both very powerful and should not be underestimated, he mused. Are they also from other major sects? Hearing this, Ninger stepped forward and inquired, hey Ji Chuyue, do you know the origins of that group of cultivators? Chuyue pointed at Zhang Chen. I don't know, I left in too much of a hurry and didn't pay much attention. Luckily he discovered it and I took notice. Zhang Chen immediately bowed and saluted. I am Zhang Chen. Greetings, divine son. Greetings, immortal maiden. Niu Xing merely gave a faint while Ninger praised him. Oh, what a sweet talker. Ninger glanced at him, secretly judging Ji Chuyue is still alone, so this Zhang Chen must be unusual. Thinking this, she immediately turned and suggested, brother Niu Xing, I'm very interested in the cultivators Sister Chuyue mentioned, she said. There are no clues about the Heavenly Spring Tower at all right now, so having more people means more strength. He directly asked her, do you intend to go meet them? She then asked him, what do you think, brother Niu Xing? The two siblings were silent, actually conversing through spiritual transmission. Niu Xing said to Chuyue, Chuyue, if what this Zhang Chen says is true, then if we just take him to search for the Heavenly Spring Tower, we'll have an advantage. There's no need. Chuyue, however, had a different opinion. Brother, we still need to go, regardless of their origins. Chen Ninger has already gone. If we don't go, I'm afraid she'll cause trouble. After some secret discussion, Niu Xing finally concluded, all right, our siblings have been here for over a month now, perhaps it's time to change our strategy. Ninger merely gave a faint and Zhang Chen already understood their intention. Do they want to team up with Ji Yuchang? Just then a voice suddenly echoed in Zhang Chen's ear. Little godchild, it seems you'll have to find an opportunity to tell the Ji family girl that you have a grudge against Ji Yuchang, he mused. I didn't say anything earlier at Shenshu Gate. I didn't think Miss Chuyue was a match for Ji Yuchang. The voice in his ear spoke again, startling him. Of course not, it said. But the hidden Ji family behind her might be able to. The Ji family is a human ancestor family after all. They can't be so lacking in courage. With your identity as a divine source master, if she's not foolish, she'll definitely try to recruit you into the Ji family. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at another place. Chuyue then asked, where are the heavenly chosen who came to Shenshu Gate today? Someone reported. Replying to Miss Chuyue, those heavenly chosen are resting in the East Palace. Afterwards, a Taoist priest will come to welcome them. Please follow this old Taoist. That Taoist priest also gently reminded them. The old Taoist said, everyone please do not conflict with them. Niu Xing immediately blurted out, we're just curious and want to pay a visit. Ninger stood to the side, showing an unhappy demeanor, but only murmured inwardly, given Shenshu Gate's attitude, their origins must be significant. The few subordinates who came with Chuyue were also conversing through spiritual transmission. What kind of sect is this? It's even greater than our hidden family. I'm also very curious, what kind of people can make Shenshu Gate so wary? The young man standing in the middle also interjected. Shenshu Gate is a minor sect after all. It's normal for them to have narrow views. Then Zhang Chen bowed and excused himself. Miss Chuyue, I have important matters to attend to and cannot accompany everyone. Chuyue quickly and cheerfully agreed. All right, that elder led the few of them in. Everyone ahead is our destination. Just then, 2 red and yellow streaks of light descended from the sky. Who goes there? State your name immediately. The 2 streaks of light were precisely 2 immortal spirits. Everyone felt the powerful aura, wondering who these high cultivators served. Niu Xing and Ninger immediately bowed respectfully upon seeing them. I am Ji Niu Xing of the Hidden Ji family. Greetings to the 2 Taoists. Chen Ninger of the Hidden Chen family pays respects. He then immediately requested, may I trouble you two to announce us? The female immortal spirit looked at the 2 of them. I have some impression of the Hidden Ji family, but what kind of family is the Hidden Chen family? The male immortal spirit agreed without asking anything. All right, you wait here. I will go inform the master. Ninger forced a smile. Then we'll trouble you. but in her heart, she already understood that given this attitude this person's identity was certainly extraordinary, and the matter of the Heavenly Spring Tower was even more shrouded in mystery. Someone outside came to report, "Master, people from the Hidden Ji family and Hidden Chen family request an audience." Inside the room the two were in an intimate scene. "Do you want to see them?" "Never mind, I'm not interested." Minkung was lazily lying on the bed and Chang quickly got up. "Then you continue to rest." The two were scantily clad and before leaving he also said, "Then I, your husband, will go meet these people from the hidden families." Niu Xing, Chuyue, Ninger and others were still waiting outside. After a long while Chang finally opened the door and came out. "What do you all want with me?" Everyone was astonished to see him. "Ji Yu Chang, how can it be him?" Everyone was confused, never expecting it to be this fearsome figure. Ninger was also extremely shocked. Didn't he just annihilate Zifu and return to True Immortal Academy? It's him again, the inheritor of the longevity Ji Yu family. I've only seen him in portraits and projection stones before. This is my first time seeing him in person. Although secretly complaining, they still bowed and saluted. "I am Ji Niu Xing of the Hidden Ji family. Greetings, young Master Chang." Ji Chuyue pays respects, young Master Chang. Chen Ninger of the Hidden Chen family pays respects, young Master Chang. He immediately excused them. "No need for formalities, everyone. I presume you are all here for the Heavenly Spring artifacts." Niu Xing boldly spoke directly. "To be honest, young Master Chang, we are indeed here for the Heavenly Spring Tower, but currently we have no clues." Chang smiled nonchalantly, his tone flat. "Oh, I thought you all had some special clues to offer Ji Yu." Suddenly, Ninger stepped forward to speak, catching the Ji family siblings off guard. "Young Master Chang, please rest assured, if Ninger obtains any news or clues I will immediately report it to young Master. If young Master needs Ninger's help in the search for the Heavenly Spring Tower, please feel free to command." Seeing her act independently, Chuyue gritted her teeth in anger, secretly cursing, "This opportunist woman, how can she bow so naturally?" Niu Xing also had his own thoughts about her actions. This is one of the reasons the Chen family rose to prominence. Since the words had been spoken, Chang also politely responded, "Then Ji Yu must first thank Miss Ninger." She still stood respectfully bowed before Chang. "You're too kind. It is Ninger's honor to serve young Master Chang." Then she secretly rejoiced. "Why should I look for Heavenly Spring artifacts when I can cling to such a powerful figure?" Thinking this, Ninger immediately expressed her loyalty to Chang. "If young Master Chang doesn't mind, Ninger is willing to stay by your side on this trip, always at your command." Chang remained calm, and before he could speak a voice came from inside. "No need." Everyone was surprised, especially Ninger. She stared wide-eyed at the person before her. A trace of retreat flashed across Chang's face. Minkung walked out from inside, her voice cold and sharp. "I don't agree." Niu Xing and Chuyue were stunned for a long time. "She's Minkung, Princess Yu Minkung of the Peerless Immortal Dynasty. She's here too." As for Ninger, she was even more flustered, her spiritual power surging, cold sweat dripping. "How is she here? Damn it." The rapid footsteps echoed on the ground, indicating Minkung's displeasure. "Chen Ninger of the Hidden Chen family? You're quite bold, aren't you?" As Minkung approached, Ninger immediately bowed submissively. "Empress Minkung, please calm your anger." It was Ninger who overstepped. "I hope Empress Minkung will be magnanimous and forgive Ninger." She re-emphasized one point. "Providing information is fine, but serving by your side." She lowered her gaze, not showing any anger. "I don't think it's necessary." The next second Minkung erupted in anger, waving her hand and sending Ninger flying back. Her subordinates immediately rushed over to support Ninger. "Miss." Chang immediately stepped forward, placing his hand on Minkung's angry shoulder. He stopped Minkung. "You've scared her," she snorted, turning her face away unhappily. Looking annoyed, Chang stepped forward to diffuse the tense atmosphere. "Miss Ninger's kindness is appreciated by Ji Yu, but my Minkung has a strong personality, so please excuse her." Ninger immediately replied with a smile to ease the awkwardness. "Young Master Chang, what are you saying? Please, Empress Minkung, don't take what just happened to heart." Niu Xing also said a few good words. "It's truly a match made in heaven to see you and the Empress today. You are an enviable divine couple." After speaking, Niu Xing bowed and excused himself. "Today's impromptu visit, we won't disturb young Master and the Empress any further." Ninger also hastily added, "If Ninger gets any news about the Heavenly Spring Tower, I will report it immediately." Chang immediately agreed. "Good, then Ji Yu will await your good news." After everyone left, Minkung also hastily closed the door. Ninger breathed a sigh of relief. After what had just happened, she felt wary. "Although Yu Minkung is terrifying, I won't easily give up on Ji Yu Chang as a powerful backer." The man next to Ji Chuyue must have had something special for Minkung to act against him. Meanwhile, Minkung was still angry at Ji Yu Chang for allowing another woman to flirt with him. After entering the room and closing the door, Chang teased her. "Didn't Minkung say she wasn't interested? Why did you come out again?" Minkung remained unyielding, her tone sharp. "If I had appeared any later, I'm afraid you would have yet another maid by your side," he still calmly explained to her. "They are merely pawns. They were delivered right to the door, but you scared them away." Minkung retorted, "Which one of the women by your side didn't start out as a pawn?" Unable to maintain her composure, Minkung immediately raised her voice. "Pawns are also unacceptable because your wife won't allow it." Chang's face turned pale with fright. "Even the son of fortune with immense luck cannot willingly become my pawn." "You're truly domineering," Minkung pouted. "I don't care." The scene shifts to another location where someone is forcefully striking a tree stump with a hammer. It's Zhang Chen standing there in contemplation. Artifact Spirit, Divine Source Master Identity. The Artifact Spirit immediately replied, "Don't worry, no problem." Suddenly Ji Chuyue appeared from somewhere, smiling and waving to him. Zhang Chen glanced for some reason, appearing a little afraid. "Is that Ji Chuyue?" he hastily spoke. "Miss Chuyue, Divine Son." Chuyue immediately interrupted him. "I've already told my brother about your identity." Ji Wuxing also took the opportunity to ask, "Brother Zhang Chen, are you truly a Divine Source Master?" He didn't deny it. "That's right, I previously secretly learned a bit from my ancestors." Immediately after, Nixing reached out and touched Zhang Chen's body, catching him off guard. "Sorry, I need to confirm." After some investigation, he was greatly surprised. "Oh, you're actually a sacred body." Hearing this, Chuyue was very excited. "Wow, we found a treasure." Zhang Chen, quickly demonstrate your Divine Source Master abilities. Her senior brother gently sought his opinion. "Is that all right?" Zhang Chen resigned, agreed. "All right, since Miss Chuyue wants to see it." To allow him to showcase his talent with peace of mind, Nixing explained a few more words to reassure him. "Brother Zhang Chen, rest assured. Shenshu Gate is remote, and I have set up a barrier here. If you use your divine abilities, no movement will be detected by the outside world." Hearing this, Zhang Chen immediately unleashed his spiritual power. "Then I shall make a presumptuous display." Zhang Chen began to use his spiritual power, and then a golden light enveloped the few mountain peaks before him. Wherever his spiritual power reached, the ground and rocks easily split apart. Nixing was speechless in surprise. Chuyue also couldn't believe her eyes. "Is this the method of a Divine Source Master?" The continuous mountain range before them was split in two in an instant under Zhang Chen's display. To be able to achieve such a feat, moving mountains and filling seas as a mortal, no wonder Divine Source Masters disappeared from history. Chuyue looked at her senior brother with delight. "Brother, with Zhang Chen this time, we'll definitely find the Heavenly Spring Tower before anyone else." Nixing also looked very satisfied. If this boy can be brought back to the Ji family for cultivation, he will definitely help the Ji family advance further in the future." Suddenly, Zhang Chen hesitated. "Sirs, I have something I need to make clear with you first." Without beating around the bush, Chuyue immediately let out a confident hum. "Do you want to negotiate terms? Just say it. I'll agree to anything within my power." At this moment, Zhang Chen suddenly lowered his head, his voice low. "Actually, I have a grudge against Ji Yuchong." Hearing him say this, the siblings immediately froze, looking at each other. "What?" Zhang Chen's gaze was downcast, tinged with sadness. "Although Ji Yuchong's reputation is very loud, that's what I have to say." At this point, Chuyue had already understood about 70 to 80%. "So you didn't come with us to see him because when I brought you, you already knew he was here, right?" Liu Xing came back to his senses and asked him, "Why do you have a grudge against him?" Zhang Chen pondered and replied, "It's a long story. If he weren't here, I would of course help you, Miss Chuyue. But now if my identity is exposed and you change your attitude towards Zhang Chen, well, I'll consider you to have a conscience. If you don't tell us, there might be a lot of trouble later." Liu Xing didn't even look at him, a clear look of disappointment on his face. "Then you should leave Shenshu Gate immediately. We'll pretend we never saw you." Chuyue immediately retorted, "Brother, are you foolish? What does Zhang Chen having a grudge against Ji Yuchong have to do with us?" Liu Xing was still somewhat hesitant. "If we get implicated," but Chuyue didn't care. "If Ji Yuchong discovered it later, we could just pretend we didn't know." The artifact spirit secretly told Zhang Chen, "You have to give them some reassurance, otherwise they might not dare to take on a hot potato like you." Seeing the siblings' disagreement, Zhang Chen spoke, "Miss Chuyue, Divine Son, you don't need to argue. I'll leave. Ji Yuchong doesn't know my Divine Source Master identity, and even if I'm close to him now, if I want to leave, he won't stop me." He silently turned his face away. After all, a mortal like me is merely grass in his eyes. Seeing him about to leave, Chuyue anxiously asked, "Wait, you just said Ji Yuchong doesn't know your Divine Source Master identity, is that true?" Zhang Chen pondered and replied, "I've never met him before, he only knows me as a mortal." After asking him, Chuyue turned to plead with her brother, "Brother, we need Zhang Chen to help us find the Heavenly Spring Tower. As long as we hide him well and don't let Ji Yuchong discover him, won't that be fine?" Liu Xing temporarily accepted her suggestion. If that's the case, letting him disguise himself might allow them to pass through unnoticed. On the other side, Zhang Chen was lost in thought, not knowing what the siblings were discussing. 5 minutes later, Zhang Chen appeared with a brand new look. He was disguised with his hair tied in a high bun, and his face was also different from before. Chuyue looked at him and laughed. "Haha, this time, let alone Ji Yuchong, even I wouldn't recognize Zhang Chen." Zhang Chen still respectfully bowed. "Thank you, Miss Chuyue, Divine Son." Liu Xing was also satisfied with his new appearance. "All right, we'll gather at Heavenly Spring Mountain Range at midnight tonight." Night fell, and a bright moon hung high. Just as Zhang Chen was about to push open a door, a purple stream of light flew in. An old man appeared shouting loudly. "Stop!" Zhang Chen quickly turned his head. "Senior, why are you here?" The old man looked at Zhang Chen furiously. "You disappoint me greatly. I imparted the myriad transformations demonic art to you, yet you're so perfunctory that you haven't even opened your spiritual sea. I now wish I could slap you to death and find another inheritor." Zhang Chen was a bit flustered for a moment, hastily explaining, Senior, with my current strength it's difficult to kill other disciples, they've already embarked on cultivation while the more he explained the angrier the old man became, his voice growing louder. Don't make excuses, the G family's divine son has a sacred body, you only need to devour his cultivation. You will definitely make progress in a short time. Then he enthusiastically suggested to Zhang Chen, that G family girl's physique is also good, if you can't bring yourself to do it I can help you. Zhang Chen hesitated, unable to bring himself to act. But Miss Chuyue has been kind to me. The old man flew into a rage, leaning close to him and sharply reprimanding Zhang Chen. Did you come here to cultivate the myriad transformations, demonic art, or to learn human relationships? HMPH? Zhang Chen tammered in fear. Oh, I understand, don't dither, go act quickly. This was the old man's parting instruction. Zhang Chen stood there and thought, there was still some time. It seems I need to find some unlucky person first. The scene shifts to another location. Someone is leaning against a stone wall, their hand hanging limply. Chang just flew over and observed the motionless person below. Good, once he tastes the sensation of becoming stronger he won't be able to stop. After all, this feeling is like an addictive drug. Once you get hooked you can't pull away. Chang looked at the vast sky, his expression serene. This is the first time I've seen a child of fortune develop in such a bizarre way. I'm truly curious what the heavenly Tao would think if it opened its eyes. Meanwhile, in another place, Zhang Chen was leading Niu Xing and the Ji family siblings into the forest. As they walked, Chuyue spoke again. Zhang Chen, you're a bit late, Zhang Chen casually replied. Oh, this matter isn't simple, so I prepared more thoroughly. Suddenly, Niu Xing felt something unusual. Zhang Chen's aura has strengthened a bit. This person must be hiding something. The artifact spirit secretly told Zhang Chen something. Walk along this path, I can sense an unusual aura ahead. Zhang Chen became more focused. It's all up to you. Zhang Chen walked and conversed with them. I have a good feeling maybe tonight we'll really find the Heavenly Spring Tower. The siblings responded perfunctorily. Don't be too optimistic. My brother and I came months ago and found no clues at all. Unexpectedly, Ninger had already followed them. As expected, the G family siblings sneaking here to investigate must have some clues. The person leading them was precisely the man who had been with Ji Chuyue during the day. Fortunately, she had been vigilant early on. Ninger thought and proudly curled her lips. She must report this news to Ji Yu Chong as soon as possible. If there was indeed a discovery tonight, she would definitely be taken seriously. On the other side, Chong had already received Ninger's intelligence. Oh, they have a clue? Ninger's voice came from the communication artifact. If I'm not mistaken, the Heavenly Spring Tower is likely to appear tonight. Minkung was sitting behind him on a swing. After hearing the information, she urged, then what are we still doing here? Let's go quickly. Chong calmly replied, no hurry. That Zhang Chen is moving slowly. Let's wait a bit longer. With our speed, we'll get there quickly. Hearing something, Minkung pressed. Zhang Chen? He merely replied indifferently. Someone from the lower realm with great luck. She emphasized the word great again. A person of great luck? Minkung suddenly fell into thought again. Once we get the Heavenly Spring Tower, only the Heavenly Spring Wheel and Heavenly Spring Sword will remain, and then we can open the Immortal Palace's secret treasury. The Heavenly Spring Sword Master must also be a person of great luck, right? Chong turned around, facing Minkung to clarify her confusion. I heard that the person with the Heavenly Spring Sword can be invincible. There has never been such a person, proving that no one knows where the Heavenly Spring Sword is. As for the Heavenly Spring Wheel, it should be in the Ji family's hands. Hearing him say this, Minkung was somewhat surprised. How do you know? To answer her question, Chong asked again. Why do you think the Ji family came to search for the Heavenly Spring Tower's traces earlier this time, and acted more eagerly than any other force? She honestly replied. Is it because they've already acquired a Heavenly Spring artifact, which is why they're so determined to get the Heavenly Spring Tower? Just as she finished, Chong grinned. Exactly. When a person harbors unrealistic fantasies, that's when they're most dangerous. The signal in his hand lit up again. HMPH, Miss Ninger is sending another message. It seems we can depart. As soon as she heard Ninger's name, Minkung put her hands on her hips, aggressively facing him. What, miss? Knowing he had inadvertently angered his fierce wife, Chong cleared his throat and corrected himself upon. The scene shifts to Zhang Chen and his group. At this moment, he has led the siblings to a stone wall. There are many innate formation patterns here which must be deciphered to pass. Niu Xing also surveyed the area. There are even formation patterns. Chuyue turned to him and asked, Brother, we clearly searched this area before but found nothing. Zhang Chen immediately used his magic to target the innate formation patterns on the stone wall blocking their way. Instantly, a passage opened there. Let's go. After this mountain it should be the location of the Heavenly Spring Tower. Chuyue, seeing him perform magic, couldn't help but exclaim, Is this the ability of a divine source master? As expected, it is mysterious and unpredictable. The group had entered the cave where several purple stones glowed. Chuyue couldn't help but exclaim, Wow! She curiously reached out to touch them as if they were all spirit stones. Zhang Chen immediately shouted, Don't touch them, he coldly warned. If there's any unusual activity later attracting other cultivators, you'll be the ones to suffer. Hearing this, Niu Xing sternly called her name, reminding her. Chuyue, she still argued, What? I was just curious and touched it. After walking for a while, they encountered another stone wall, and Zhang Chen again cast a spell to open it. As soon as it opened, Chuyue excitedly exclaimed again, Wow, I didn't expect such a large secret realm here. After a while, they finally arrived at a vast grassland. The Ji family siblings asked in confusion, purple mountain. That mountain isn't simple. There's an unsettling aura inside. Perhaps something is sealed. Zhang Chen, can you tell what it is? The artifact spirit quickly reminded him. Don't act rashly. Let the Ji family siblings investigate first. Following the reminder, Zhang Chen merely guessed and replied, I don't know, but I infer that the Heavenly Spring Tower should be within Purple Mountain. Suddenly, Niu Xing's brow glowed. He frowned, his expression solemn. This Purple Mountain is extremely dangerous. Anyone below the Saint Realm who enters will surely die. Chu Yue, you and Zhang Chen stay outside. I'll go in and investigate. Don't worry. Niu Xing immediately flew towards the mountain ahead. If there was any danger, the two of them could leave first. Chu Yue shouted from behind, Brother, be careful. The artifact spirit immediately told Zhang Chen, the Ji family's divine son is also a person of great luck. Zhang Chen secretly observed Niu Xing. In such a situation, he was still worried about his sister and didn't force him to enter the mountain. He is a righteous person worthy of deep friendship. I was not wrong about him. After her brother left, Chu Yue turned around cheerfully and smiled at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen, thank you for helping us. Once we get the Heavenly Spring Tower, you'll come back to the Ji family with us, and I'll guide you in cultivation. Suddenly, a scorching red spiritual energy was rushing towards Zhang Chen and Chu Yue. Sensing the anomaly, Chu Yue quickly reacted, pushing Zhang Chen away while recalling her magic weapon. Danger! With a timely move, she blocked the light and angrily shouted, Who is it? Upon seeing it was Ninger and her accomplice launching a sneak attack. She even sneered, Haha, Ji Chu Yue, no wonder you're so infatuated with that man. I didn't expect him to be a divine source master, but you two are truly audacious, secretly coming here in the middle of the night to investigate the traces of the Heavenly Spring Tower. Yet you don't report it to young Master Chong in advance, instead trying to take it for yourselves. Chu Yue cursed furiously. Chen Ninger, is that you? You actually dared to follow us, and you even brought a counterfeit Heavenly Spring mirror. Ninger ignored Chu Yu's reaction and still spoke up for Chong. Enough with the nonsense, Ji Chu Yue, your Ji family is truly audacious, secretly coming here in the middle of the night to investigate the traces of the Heavenly Spring Tower, acting one way to young Master Chang's face and another behind his back, deceiving him. Chu Yue was trying to reason with her. Chen Ninger, don't talk nonsense. We will explain to young Master Chang. Zhang Chen had been standing by, secretly calculating. It seems I need to add more fuel to the fire, he suddenly interjected, his tone indignant and somewhat angry. Treasures belong to the virtuous, according to you. Does that mean everything in the world belongs to your young Master Chang just by his word? HMPH, I don't believe Ji Yu Chang can rule the upper realm single-handedly. Does that mean if a treasure is coveted by him, no one else can contend for it? Ninger couldn't help but get excited, furiously firing several rockets at the other party. Her tone angry, You ant, how dare you speak ill of young Master Chang, you're asking for death? Chu Yue had already stepped forward to block Zhang Chen, retaliating against Ninger's attack. You shut up, stop talking nonsense. Seeing Chu Yue stand up to protect Zhang Chen, Ninger became even more enraged. Good Ji Chu Yue, you ant dare to offend young Master Chang and you still protect him? I think you're planning to go against young Master Chang. Chu Yue seemed to gradually realize the gravity of the situation and suddenly stopped. I will explain to young Master Chang. Suddenly a rift appeared in the sky, accompanied by a cold voice. Oh! Immediately after, a dazzling golden spiritual energy shot down from the rift. Chang and Mingkong also appeared from within. Chang calmly asked, What does Miss Ji want to explain to me? As soon as they saw the two appear, Ninger joyfully approached. Young Master Chang, Empress Mingkong. On this side, Chu Yue was in anxious despair. What should I do? Zhang Chen was also nervous. Damn it, the artifact spirit immediately comforted him. Don't panic, I'm here. React according to the situation. Ninger was the first to complain to Chang, exposing their wrongdoings. Young Master Chang, the Ji family found someone from somewhere who can detect the Heavenly Spring Tower. I want to secretly steal the divine artifact from you. He merely gave a lukewarm oh. Chu Yue stammered an explanation. No, Suddenly, Niu Xing returned. Chen Ninger, I didn't expect you to be such a sycophant, she retorted. Ji Niu Xing, what are you saying? Chu Yue called out blankly. Brother, Niu Xing angrily retorted. Brother and sister, we originally intended to obtain the Heavenly Spring Tower and present it to young Master Chang, thus saving young Master a lot of trouble. It was your rash actions that ruined my plan. Chu Yue stared at him dumbfounded. Brother, you. Niu Xing transmitted a message to her. Shut up. Ji Yu Chang is terrifyingly powerful and ruthless. Do you think his title as the number one of the younger generation is for nothing? Your little cleverness won't work. Now to get through this, there's only one way. Chu Yu's eyes widened, a hint of confusion on her face. Zhang Chen also secretly felt a bad premonition. Ninger raised her voice and asked, What do you mean? Are you still trying to cause trouble in front of young Master Chang? Mingkong secretly judged Niu Xing. The Ji family's divine son seems steady and honest, but I didn't expect him to be as cunning as Ji Yu Chang. As for Chang, he appeared very composed. Brother Niu Xing, please clarify your plan. A clear look of annoyance appeared on Niu Xing's face. The Heavenly Spring Tower that young Master Chang desires is right here, but with our capabilities we cannot retrieve it, nor can we even locate it. Suddenly he became stern, his dissatisfaction evident, catching Zhang Chen off guard. And Zhang Chen behind me is a divine source master. With him we can naturally easily locate the Heavenly Spring Tower and retrieve it. but Zhang Chen has a grudge against young Master Chang, and knowing this is unwilling to help us. If not for this, my sister and I would have no other choice but to resort to this." Hearing this, Zhang Chen was furious. "Damn it, you betrayed me this quickly?" Zhang Chen questioned, feeling betrayed. "Miss Chuyue, I trusted you so much, don't your consciences hurt?" Niuxing replied without changing his expression. "This concerns young Master Chang, how could we go along with you?" Chuyue stammered. Zhang Chen frowned and cursed. "Good, very good, this world is indeed rotten to the core." Suddenly a voice transmitted to him. "Little godchild, we must now find a way to retreat deeper into Purple Mountain. Perhaps there's still a glimmer of hope." Chang seemed to have heard this name somewhere and asked, "Zhang Chen, that name sounds somewhat familiar." Zhang Chen raised his voice. "Jiyu Chang, what are you pretending about?" Zhang Chen tore off his mask, revealing his true face, and spoke a long string of words. "Didn't you want to completely eliminate us? You didn't expect me to still appear before you, did you? You despicable, shameless, hypocritical fellow. Ruoyan is truly pitiful. She's so innocent and kind, she trusts you so much, yet she can't see your true face." Chuyue turned to the person beside her and said, "Brother, I think what Zhang Chen said might be true." Niuxing replied, "Even if it's true, so what? Do you still want to reason with Jiyu Chang?" Chang also recognized him. "So it's you. Back then, I provided you mortals with food and drink and even sent people to find you a safe place to settle." Chang grew increasingly angry as he spoke. "It's just that you unfortunately encountered fierce beasts. My subordinates were also injured because of it. Are you now blaming everything on me? What you're saying is truly ungrateful." Zhang Chen also cursed angrily. "Ungrateful, my foot, it was clearly your subordinates who attacked us, pretending to be good to us, but actually wanting to completely eliminate us." Niuxing thought to himself. "It seems the animosity is deep. This kid actually dares to speak ill of Jiyu Chang." Chuyue intervened. "Zhang Chen, is there some misunderstanding between you and young Master Chang?" Ninger stepped forward, coldly snorting. "What misunderstanding? A figure like young Master Chang, would he bother with mere mortals like you? Who would believe that? You're clearly an ungrateful wretch, shamelessly slandering young Master Chang." She rushed forward without giving her opponent time to prepare. "Watch me take your dog's life," Niuxing shouted. "Chuyue, dodge!" Chuyue cried out in terror. Chen Shen'er. Zhang Chen knew his situation was dire, and that voice sounded in his mind again. "Bad run!" With a loud bang, Ninger's attack directly struck a rock, shattering it. A man appeared, attacking Ninger. The blow sent her reeling backward. Someone anxiously shouted, "Minion!" Chang reached out to help, but Minkong grabbed his hand, stopping him. She held Chang's hand with one hand and supported Ninger with the other. Minkong spoke gently. "This is something I can do, my lord." Niuxing watched dumbfounded that there was a great saint secretly protecting her. Zhang Chen was grabbed by his collar and asked in confusion, "Senior?" He anxiously said, "Quickly, leave." Watching the two instantly vanish, Ninger clasped her hands, bowing her head in self-reproach. "Please forgive me, young Master Chang." Ninger failed to capture that heartless wretch. Chang did not scold her. Instead, he comforted her. "It's all right, Miss Ninger has done very well," he continued. "Everyone, our purpose for this trip is the Changchen Tower. Zhang Chen is not a threat," Ninger confidently stated. "Ninger will immediately round up Zhang Chen." "Good, the Changchen Tower and Zhang Chen. Ninger will find them even if she has to dig 3 feet deep," Niuxing also pledged. "Young Master Chang, you don't need to worry. There's no escape route within Purple Mountain. And I just discovered many powerful ancient creatures inside. He definitely can't get away," he said with certainty. "Young Master Chang, please rest assured. My sister and I will also do our best to search for the Changchen Tower, and after success, we will contact our family to hand the Changchen wheel over to young Master." Chuyue transmitted to Niuxing. "Brother, is it really necessary to do this?" he replied. "Loss of wealth averts disaster. Even mortals understand this principle. This Zhang Chen is clearly not simple. Without a sacrifice, do you think Jiyu Chang would let us off easily?" Chang heard the key point and happily asked, "What? The Changchen wheel is in your hands? That's truly wonderful." Minkong stood by, holding her head in exasperation. Niuxing explained, "My sister and I originally had this plan but didn't have time to inform Miss Ninger, which led to this misunderstanding." Ninger clicked her tongue. "This guy also wants to cling to a powerful figure. He's really going all out." Chang smiled and said, "Brother Niuxing, you overstate it. Jiyu has always trusted you all," he then instructed. "Then young Master Chang and Emperor Chu Minkong, please wait here for a moment." Watching everyone leave quickly, Minkong asked, "How confident are you about finding the Changchen Tower?" Chang calmly replied, 100%. She said, "Oh," and asked, "So confident?" He gently nodded. "I trust the artifact." Minkong couldn't help but laugh, teasing, "Honestly, Zhang Chen's evaluation of you just now was quite accurate." Chang feigned displeasure. "Your husband was attacked, why aren't you angry?" she said indifferently. "Wasn't what he said true?" The scene switches to another location. Zhang Chen was led into a passage by him, and he was extremely grateful. "Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. This junior will never forget it," he sighed. "Forget it? When will you ever stop worrying this old man?" Then he scolded him. "I told you to find a way to devour that G family girl and cultivate properly. You didn't listen, and now she betrayed you without hesitation. HMPH, what do you think? This world is just that cruel. Don't you know how terrifying Jiyu Zhang is? This old man can save you once, but there's no guarantee for a second or third time," Zhang Chen stammered. "I thought they would be different." His fighting spirit ablaze, he thought, I understand, Senior. After I get out I will definitely cultivate the myriad transformations demonic art diligently. He moved while looking around, reminding, this mountain is a bit strange. Not only are the rocks incredibly hard, but it also suppresses a cultivator's divine sense. We must proceed with caution. Suddenly, a light appeared behind the two of them, accompanied by a shout. Zhang Chen, where are you hiding? Hearing this voice, he recognized it as Chen Ninger. Zhang Chen wondered, is this girl trying to be Ji Yuchang's lackey? Ninger, while chasing, instructed Granny Lu Kui to hold them back at all costs. The granny responded, understood, miss. He stood in front of Zhang Chen and ordered, run quickly. I will stop them and buy you a chance to escape. Zhang Chen turned to run, not forgetting to remind him. All right, Senior, be careful. Zhang Chen ran frantically with his guidance in his ear, left side. Little godchild, to the left. I sense the location of the palace. He asked. Palace, he immediately replied. Precisely. Zhang Chen looked at the dead end before him and asked in surprise, are you sure it's this way? This is a dead end. He spoke to comfort him. Don't rush, let me see. From Zhang Chen's embrace a small boat flew out, followed by his voice. If I'm not mistaken, this purple mountain is not of this realm, and only something like an immortal palace can open it. The small boat flew outside and his voice came again. Because I sense the aura of Ji Ren immortal palace here. A yellow light appeared before Zhang Chen, and he asked in confusion. It opened. The small boat slowly passed through the light, accompanied by a command. Go quickly. He quickly grabbed the two and retreated, dodging the explosion, then glanced behind him. But everything was empty. Meanwhile, nearby, Niu Xing and Chu Yue walked and chatted, and Niu Xing asked, Chu Yue, are you blaming me? Chu Yue replied sullenly, I know brother has his own considerations, what else can I say? He analyzed. Zhang Chen is not that simple. You think he has a great saint protecting him. Why would he still cultivate at Shenshu Gate? Isn't flattering us just to use us against Ji Yu Chang? She frowned, still angrily complaining. What about the Changtian wheel? We obtained it with great difficulty and we're just going to hand it over to Ji Yu Chang? Niu Xing sighed. Don't you understand? Ji Yu Chang is collecting the Changtian artifacts for the Immortal Palace's secret treasury, right? Do you think we can still keep the Changtian wheel? If we wait until he forces us to hand it over, it might be too late. Xu Yue immediately retorted. Brother, aren't you thinking Ji Yu Chang is too terrifying? I think he treats his wife. His personality shouldn't be bad, right? Niu Xing chuckled. I think Zifu would certainly have more to say on that matter. At this point the two seemed to have a telepathic connection and looked up simultaneously as a huge monster was lunging at them. Xu Yue dodged sideways, calling out, Brother? Niu Xing also dodged sideways, reminding, Chu Yue, be careful, this is the ancient creature I encountered before. As the monster's palm was about to strike her head, Chu Yue suddenly stood still with only one thought in her mind. Too fast, Niu Xing quickly rushed forward, fiercely kicking the monster, saving her life and shouting, Don't touch her. The monster furiously attacked the others, who cried out for help. Divine Son, save me. Niu Xing carried Chu Yue and ran, feeling puzzled. This is bad, why are there so many this time? Ninger, covered in wounds, returned to report the situation, brimming with self-reproach. That's how it is, that old man seems to be a demonic cultivator, very powerful. Ninger was no match for him. Please forgive me, young master, for failing your trust, Chang comforted her. Miss Ninger has already done extremely well, he continued. But the interior of Purple Mountain is complex and he certainly won't be able to find Zhang Chen quickly. He made a decision. It seems I must go there myself. Minkong also spoke. I'll go with you. Chang refused. Miss Ninger said it's very dangerous inside. Minkong, you should stay outside. He held her hand and transmitted. Someone from the Heavenly Phoenix clan is causing trouble. I'd be more at ease if you stayed outside to keep an eye on things for me. Minkong also squeezed his hand in return. Then be careful. This sentence seemed a bit redundant, so be careful means be careful against your opponents. Chang reached out and stroked her nose, gently saying not redundant. Minkong blushed shyly. What are you doing? I'm not Shenner. He quickly flew away, leaving only a golden light and a reverberating voice. I'll be back shortly. The atmosphere here fell silent. Ninger shivered inwardly as Minkong glanced at her. I won't be killed, will I? On the other side, as Zhang Chen entered another place, a voice rang out. Indeed, it's the Changtian Hall. He looked around, muttering, this place is. Before him stood a colossal palace, radiating brilliant light. Zhang Chen looked up at the powerful characters on the plaque. He read out those words, Qingtian Hall. These three words were like dragons and phoenixes dancing, representing this area. Qingtian Hall. Zhang Chen in the small boat slowly entered Qingtian Hall. He looked around happily, saying, there are so many treasures here. With so many resources, I'll probably open my spiritual sea very soon. The small boat's voice rang out. Don't get excited. These aren't considered treasures and no one will fight you for them. Zhang Chen asked in surprise. These aren't considered treasures? The small boat sped up, urging, follow me, the more powerful things are still ahead. Zhang Chen eagerly asked, worried, what if Ji Yu Zhang catches up? That voice replied smugly. The ancient creatures here aren't easy to deal with. The scene cuts back to Niu Xing's group. At this moment, the two are surrounded by a group of monsters. Chu Yue worriedly said, Brother, one is already hard enough, so many of them. If this drags on, we'll be finished. Liu Xing gritted his teeth, extremely annoyed. Strange, why didn't these things attack Zhang Chen's group earlier? Meanwhile, a red and yellow light streak was swiftly moving through the passage. The monsters sensed the approaching danger and warily turned their heads. Chu Yue also sensed something amiss and whispered, "Brother, it seems something is coming our way." Liu Xing felt a chill down his spine, reminding, "This aura is too terrifying, be careful." The aura grew closer and the monsters remained frozen. Observing then, a colossal golden dragon charged forth, roaring at the sky, its voice shaking the entire land. Wherever the dragon passed, monsters fell one after another, like wheat being mowed down by a scythe. And Chang flew past Liu Xing and Chu Yue. Both held their breath, silently watching Chang fly further and further away. Chu Yue sank to the ground, mumbling in terror. "Brother, you were right." Liu Xing looked around, his heart pounding in panic. "I didn't expect myself to be so accurate." Chang looked at the monsters sitting on the ground, covering their ears and remaining silent, and scoffed. "You're all too weak to fight." He walked slowly, stopping when he reached a certain spot. Chang looked at the unique space here and recognized it. "So this is the place." Indeed, as soon as he finished speaking, he appeared, and Chang's face showed a sinister smile, lightly letting out an "oh." The scene cuts to the interior of Changchen Hall. Zhang Chen looked at the colossal azure pagoda suspended in the air, wondering to himself, "Is that the Changchen Tower?" A voice beside him explained. The Changchen Tower is one of the 7 Changchen artifacts responsible for suppressing underground entities. It possesses the power to suppress the world. No demon or monster can escape its destructive force. Suddenly a rumbling sound echoed, causing Zhang Chen to cover his ears, his face contorted in pain. He groaned. "My head," a voice beside him said. Don't do that. This is the Changchen Tower calling to you. Hurry and find a way to take it." He released his hands from his ears and said awkwardly, "But I haven't cultivated yet. How can I subdue the Changchen Tower?" That voice rang out again. "You can definitely subdue it. It called to you just now, proving that it has recognized you." Zhang Chen took a step forward and then spoke. "Right." This time, the Changchen Tower emitted beams of light, preventing Zhang Chen from approaching, and he shouted angrily, "What's going on?" That voice also questioned. "Changchen Tower, what do you mean? Why are you blocking us?" The Changchen Tower spoke in a cold voice. "Wang Yue is dead." Zhang Chen heard this name for the first time and asked curiously, "Wang Yue is?" That voice explained, "It's the immortal beast guarding the Changchen Tower. It has a very deep connection with the Changchen Tower." Zhang Chen looked up at the huge Changchen Tower before him, and the voice in his ear rang out again, "The immortal palace has been destroyed. Even if Wang Yue had a longer lifespan, it would eventually die. Zhang Chen, you must accept this fact. Now, the heavy responsibility of revitalizing the immortal palace falls upon you, and you are also an artifact of the immortal palace. There's no reason not to help with all your might." The Changchen Tower spoke. "You've seen it along the way. Now the resources within the Changchen Hall are almost depleted, and I have promised it that I will help it nurture its offspring." "So?" The voice beside Zhang Chen interrupted. "Wang Yue has offspring. Is it that ball of light in the Dao platform?" "Excellent." Immediately after, a small beast named Little Wang Yue appeared. It was all white with antlers like a deer on its head. The voice beside Zhang Chen affirmed, "Since that's the case, you should entrust Little Wang Yue to him. Zhang Chen is the reincarnation of the Creation Immortal Arc, your most suitable choice. From now on, you'll join us in protecting Little Wang Yue as it grows, and together we'll restore the glorious Immortal Palace." Little Wang Yue slowly opened its eyes, filled with drowsiness. The Changchen Tower bluntly refused. He can't. He's too weak to protect Little Wang Yue, and he doesn't have enough resources to ensure Little Wang Yue's smooth growth. Zhang Chen, exposed, could only utter a speechless "ah," then fell silent. The voice questioned, "Aren't there still quite a few resources in Changchen Hall?" The Changchen Tower replied, "The resources within Changchen Hall were depleted long ago. What you see today are merely remnants." The voice from the flying boat carried a hint of displeasure. "What you're saying to Zhang Chen now is too harsh. He's still just a mortal." The Changchen Tower retorted. "Didn't you also say he's just a mortal?" The voice retorted angrily. "Why are you so stubborn?" Hearing the conversation growing tenser, Zhang Chen clenched his fists. This junior indeed lacks the ability to protect Little Wang Yue now, nor does he have the resources to ensure its smooth growth. He raised his voice and pledged, "But this junior can guarantee that as long as I have breath, I will not let it come to harm. Moreover, we share the same origin, both in sentiment and reason. Senior should give me a chance." The Changchen Tower laughed. "A chance? Even the immortal palace might fall. Kid, this world doesn't have that many miracles. I can't gamble, understand?" Zhang Chen rejected, didn't know how to respond, could only utter an "ah," then fell silent. Suddenly he appeared, groaning in pain. Seeing this, Zhang Chen quickly shouted, "Senior!" He struggled to speak. "Zhang Chen, run quickly. This old man is no match for him." A foot pressed on his back. "Not only did you save someone right under my nose, you dared to block me. You truly don't know your place." Zhang Chen, seeing the newcomer, exclaimed in surprise, "Ji Chang, how did you find this place?" Chang looked at the tall pagoda behind Zhang Chen and asked in confusion, "Is that the Changchen Tower?" He coughed painfully. "Ji, run quickly, leave here. Don't worry about this old man," Zhang Chen shouted angrily. "Ji Chang, don't involve others in the grievances between you and me." Chang kicked him away. "Grudges? Are you worthy?" Zhang Chen quickly ran over. "Senior, are you all right?" He struggled to stand, coughing a few times. "It was my oversight. I didn't expect such a difference between this old man and him." Zhang Chen, supporting him, comforted. Senior, don't say anymore. If it weren't for you blocking behind us, it wouldn't have come to this. He called out, be careful. Chang looked up at the tall pagoda before him, sighing. The Changtian Tower still has an artifact spirit. Interesting, quite different from the other Changtian artifacts. He slowly said to the Changtian Tower, I overheard some of your conversation earlier. Now I'll give you two choices. One, hand that kid over to me, then submit to me and leave this place with me. Chang cleared his throat. Two, I will erase your sentience, then take that kid and your tower body with me. The Changtian Tower remained silent after hearing this. Zhang Chen, fearing the Changtian Tower would agree, urgently shouted, Changtian Tower Senior, that guy is not a good person. If the Changtian artifact falls into his hands. Chang suddenly turned his head, coldly uttering two words, noisy. Then streaks of demonic energy shot towards the two of them. Chang's voice gradually lost patience. I'm not very good at patience, even if you are the artifact spirit of the Changtian Tower. You hold little value to me. The Changtian Tower, sweating, still insisted on its condition. You must promise me not to harm little Wang Yue, nor to let others harm it. Chang glanced disdainfully. Don't worry, even if news of little Wang Yue spreads throughout the world from my hands, no one would dare seek death. After all, I am not that useless fellow. Zhang Chen still tried to persuade. Jiyu Chang Yu, Changtian Tower Senior, don't believe him. He's a cunning villain. The voice from the flying boat sounded again. Is preserving Wang Yu's offspring more important than the great task of restoring the immortal palace? Chang said with certainty. My Jiyu family has all the resources needed to help little Wang Yue grow, while you only make empty promises. Who is the true villain? Changtian Tower, what are you waiting for? The Changtian Tower fell silent for a moment, then shrunk. Changtian Tower from this day forward is willing to serve young master. Then the Changtian Tower floated in Jiyu Chang's hand. He smiled with satisfaction. Very good. All right, you wretches, it's time to deal with you. Chang scoffed disdainfully. Zhang Chen, you and have only lived until now thanks to my benevolence. And yet you dare to disrespect me. You truly have a death wish. Zhang Chen clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he spoke. You, the voice beside him reminded. Little godchild, the tide has turned. Find a way to escape first. Once I'm safe, I'll unleash the power of this mountain, which should at least heavily injure Jiyu Chang. He stood in front of Zhang Chen. Jiyu Chang, Zhang Chen is my inheritor. Even if this old man risks his life, I will not let you touch him. The voice in Zhang Chen's ear said, This old man, though a demonic cultivator, is quite good to you. His inheritor, isn't he? Tears welled in his eyes, deeply moved. Although the old man's words are always unpleasant, he is the only warmth I've felt since coming to this world. He released a few monsters, then said to the person behind him, Zhang Chen, I'll hold him off. You run quickly. I have my own way of escape. Zhang Chen, both startled and afraid, cried out, Senior! A light flashed between Chang's eyebrows and he coldly spoke, Evil cultist, none of you will escape today. The Wuzhong immortal art, radiating colorful light, shot towards the two of them. Zhang Chen, while fending off the attack, felt terrified. What? I can't even block a single move. It's over. After attacking him, Chang rushed forward, intending to strike Zhang Chen with his palm. This palm, carrying immense force, slammed into someone's back. It turned out he had stood in front of Zhang Chen, taking the blow for him, and both groaned in pain simultaneously. The flying boat flew out from Zhang Chen's body, thinking, I'll take this opportunity to become invisible and lead you both to escape. Then it swiftly carried the two away at high speed. Chang looked up at the falling fragments from the Changtian Tower, murmuring, Is this the ability of a divine source master? Even the Changtian Hall can be affected. Meanwhile, outside, everyone watched the distant mountain exploding. Ninger cried out worriedly, Young Master Chang. Minkong stood beside her, much calmer. Don't worry, he'll be fine. No sooner had she spoken than a golden dragon soared into the sky from the mountain. They saw Chang return safely, exclaiming with joy, Young Master Chang. Minkong asked, How did it go? He put his arm around her shoulder and said, Let's go back to Shenshu Gate first. Minkong, seeing only Chang emerge, asked, What about that Zhang Chen? I didn't see him come out. He clicked his tongue. His abilities are quite good. He managed to escape. Ninger stood nearby, secretly sighing. I didn't expect young Master Chang to be so powerful and so devoted. Chang smiled as he looked at Niu Sheng, reminding him, Oh right, Brother Ji, don't forget the Changtian wheel. He clasped his hands and gave a wry smile. Ah, I remember. Chu Yue lowered her eyelids, sighing. Zhang Chen, he must really hate us. The scene shifts to Shenshu Gate. It's late night. The moon hangs high, casting a silvery glow over everything. Minkong took the item Chang handed her, asking incredulously again, This is the Changtian Tower? He nodded in confirmation. Exactly. This should be the top-tier existence among the Changtian artifacts. She returned the Changtian Tower to Chang. He felt puzzled. What's wrong? You got the Changtian Tower, so why are you still so downcast? Minkong sighed. I feel like everything you do is so easy and your growth is incredibly fast, but I can't help you with anything. Chang held her hand, saying seriously, Minkong, don't belittle yourself. You've already helped a great deal. Minkong felt confused. Why was he suddenly so serious? She stammered. Ah, what did I help with? He playfully pointed at the nearby bed. If Minkong hadn't warmed the bed for your husband, how lonely would my nights have been? Her good mood instantly plummeted. Minkong pursed her lips in anger. What was I expecting? Then she turned and left, leaving only Chang's back and her angry voice. Sleep alone tonight. Chang sighed after hearing this, regretting, Since Minkong is unwilling, your husband won't force it. I'll go ask those pawns if anyone is skilled in this. Minkong carefully closed the door, which creaked, echoing in the silent space. Then she turned around, a glowing sword in her hand. Chang gave a wry smile, his head starting to throb. It was just a joke. Why are you like this? Subsequently, a beam of light shot straight into the sky from the roof, scattering fragments everywhere. One person ran, shouting, Sect Master, it's bad. Ji Chong and Yu Mingkong are fighting. The sect master quickly opened the door, dressing as he ordered. What a marital spat, go quickly and mediate, don't let them level our Shenshu gate. A woman sat on the bed covering herself with a quilt, sighing. Oh dear, young people have such hot tempers. One person looked up, fear in their eyes, completely unable to mediate. Chang and Mingkong fought more and more fiercely. Ninger watched, trembling with fear. What's happening? Is it a marital dispute or are they always like this? Chu Yue shook her head, replying, I don't know, they suddenly started fighting. Chang, dodging two swords, shouted, Mingkong, do you want everyone to laugh at us? Can I just concede? Mingkong scoffed. Less nonsense, you attack, she frowned, saying in a low voice, I want to see how big the gap between us really is. He lowered his eyes slightly after hearing this, a cold smile playing on his lips. Since you asked for it, don't blame me. No sooner had he spoken. Mingkong's two swords mercilessly struck at Chang's location. From the explosion a pink light flashed, then shot straight towards her. That light, as if alive, wrapped around Mingkong. She recognized it as the Chankin rope and her whole body was tightly bound. Mingkong shouted angrily, Ji Chong, you're despicable. How could you even use magical artifacts? Chong appeared behind her, chuckling softly. You didn't say no using magical artifacts, and besides, magical artifacts are also part of one's strength, right? Mingkong knew the other party was playing tricks, her lips barely moving as she uttered two meaningful words, you're right. Subsequently, a flurry of blades rushed from behind the two at extreme speed. Chong glanced, immediately recognizing them as void-hidden blades. However, it was already too late. The Chankin rope on her body had been cut by the magical artifacts. Mingkong stepped back and mocked. You fell for it. Chong smiled gently. Mingkong, you've become cunning. One palm flat, the other with index and middle fingers touching, raised, she corrected. Wrong, this is called progress. Countless golden lotus flowers appeared around Chong. Mingkong had only one thought, I don't want to even see your back. He repeatedly shouted, no more fighting, no more fighting, I concede. She refused, shouting, no, you must fight seriously. Chong gestured downwards with his gaze. If you unleash that spell, Shenshu Gate will surely be gone. After all, we're guests in someone else's sect. We should show some consideration for that old man. The Shenshu Gate sect master underground also repeatedly waved his hands in agreement. Young Master Chong, Princess Mingkong, please stop fighting. This is a small sect. Please show mercy. Mingkong asked Chong, so what do you plan to do next? Return to True Immortal Academy. Quickly provided an answer. After the battle with Zifu, the Jiyu family deployed more than 10 powerful figures. I must return to summarize the post-war situation. The scene switches to another location, a dark and damp cave. At this moment, Zhang Chen knelt on the ground expressing his profound gratitude. Senior's life-saving grace this junior will never forget. He sat cross-legged, replying, stop with the useless nonsense. This old man only did it for the inheritance, but you, kid, really have a tough life. I thought you'd die from Ji Chang's palm. The voice in Zhang Chen's mind spoke again. Still can't tell him about my existence. He hesitantly asked, Senior, what should we do now? He gave a shocking answer. Don't you have the means of a divine source master? To get strong safely, go grave robbing. The voice in Zhang Chen's mind spoke again, firmly opposing. Little godchild, you absolutely cannot listen to him. You still have to restore the glory of the immortal palace in the future. How can you become a grave robber? That's too embarrassing. However, he didn't care at all, frowning as he replied, as long as I can become stronger, I'll do anything. Losing face is better than losing life. Little Wang Yue appeared timidly before everyone, its eyes filled with confusion. The elder stroked his long beard and said, this is the Wang Yue immortal beast. It's the first time this old man has ever seen one. Ji Yu Lintian recalled past events. Back in the upper realm, only the immortal palace had a Wang Yue immortal beast. Perhaps this little one is its offspring. It's said that upon reaching adulthood it can become as vast as the Milky Way. I wonder if that's true or false. Chang smiled. Then I'll leave it to father. I'm going back to the academy, he asked in confusion. Ah, such a precious immortal beast, aren't you going to raise it yourself? He looked at little Wang Yue. I'm good at killing, but raising small animals, no thanks. Besides, this little one seems to be quite afraid of me. Indeed, it was looking at Chang with teary eyes. Ji Yu Lintian hesitantly looked at the person beside him. I have no experience with this either. You also free-ranged them back then, right? I'm not comfortable leaving it to servants, so how about? The elder flew away at top speed, his refusal very clear. Patriarch, this old man has matters to attend to and cannot stay long. Ji Yu Lintian could only sigh. This old man, Chang also had to compromise. Forget it, I'll let Shenner raise it. She's already raising a silly bird anyway. Qingyi suddenly appeared and spoke. If you don't want to raise it, give it to me. Chang greeted Qingyi. Ji Yu Lintian also looked this way, saying Qingyi. Then he said lightly, if Qingyi is interested. Qingyi sat down and stroked little Wang Yu's face. Chang's voice sounded in her ear. She's its owner, give her a name. Chang stroked his chin, pondering. A name? How about Shenner? Upon these words, the atmosphere fell silent. Ji Yu Lintian coughed, covering his embarrassment. Chang is too much, and he laughed happily. I'm just kidding, it's so white and cute, let's call it Little White. Ji Yu Chang smiled, a hint of killing intent in his eyes. Little White, you must listen to Qingyi from now on. If you don't, I'll stew you into soup. Hearing this, Little White clung tightly to Qingyi. She suddenly remembered something and asked, shouldn't the imperial decree and the emperor realm sword be returned to me? Ji Yu Chang quickly fled, only his voice echoing in the air. There are many matters waiting for me to handle at True Immortal Academy. Goodbye. Ji Yu Lintian sighed, that boy. The scene switches to Ji Yu Chang's residence. A subordinate knelt on the ground reporting, "Master, the secret treasure you sent to the troop suppressing divine domain for manufacturing encountered 13 Taoist bandits in the chaotic starfield. Although the losses were heavy, fortunately the secret treasure was preserved," he said. "Oh, they even dared to steal my things. Do these bandits have a death wish?" Ji Yuchang sat on his chair and told his subordinate, "You may withdraw, I will arrange this matter." The subordinate complied. Afterward, Mingkong's voice came from the glowing item asking, "Are you back?" Outside, a subordinate saw someone about to enter and spoke. "Saintess Chuchu." Chuchu replied, "I'm looking for Ji Yuchang." Nearby, Mingkong was eating grapes cross-legged. Ji Yuchang's voice came from the item in her hand. "Just got back, what's wrong? You're already missing your husband after such a short time apart?" Mingkong said, "Oh," upon hearing this, and asked, "There's something I want to ask you. Who is this person named Zhang Chen mentioned, Xiao Ruoyan?" Ji Yuchang saw someone enter, so he put down the item in his hand, stood up and asked, "Isn't this Saintess Chuchu of the Human Ancestor Hall? What brings you here? Have you encountered another calamity of absolute yin?" Mingkong, seeing no response, felt puzzled. "Why aren't you answering? Where are you?" Ji Yuchang pointed at Chuchu and said, "But let me make one thing clear first. If you want my help, the compensation won't be small." She retorted, "Am I not here for something else?" Ji Yuchang spread his hands, kindly reminding her, "What else could there be between us? Don't forget, you are the Saintess of the Human Ancestor Hall, and I am a monstrous devil wreaking havoc upon the world." He leaned closer to her, their foreheads almost touching, and then said, "We are destined to be on opposite sides, either you live or I die." Chuchu repeated those words. "Monstrous devil." Chuchu's mind suddenly replayed past events between them. First, Ji Yuchang rescued her from Zhang Yang. Next was the scene of him carrying Chuchu like a sack. Then, Ji Yuchang saving her with a secret treasure. Finally, the scene of them kissing. Chuchu whispered, "Ji Yuchang, I know you're not actually that bad. Your identity destines you to be at odds with the human ancestor. Either he dies or you perish. Now I understand you somewhat." He pursed his lips and remained silent upon hearing this. Then Ji Yuchang turned his back to Chuchu. She was overthinking. "I'm not as good as she imagines. Everything I do has its own purpose." Chuchu asked, "Then explain it to me. Why did you save me in the land of absolute yin and help me resolve the calamity of absolute yin, even though you didn't know me?" he replied indifferently. "I don't need to explain my actions to anyone." She still stubbornly disbelieved. "I know your biggest secret. If I reveal it, you won't survive. If you were truly as bad as you say, you should have silenced me first instead of saving me again and again." Chuchu repeated Ji Yuchang's earlier words. "Didn't you say before that I was the human ancestor's tool?" He pretended not to remember, asking in return, "Did I say that?" She said sharply, "I'm not like Wang Zijin. I have no family who cares for me. I don't know who my parents are. Since I was old enough to understand, I grew up in the Human Ancestor Hall. I think the only meaning in my life might be to become the human ancestor's tool." Ji Yuchang closed his eyes, sighed deeply, and then asked, "What exactly do you want to say?" Chuchu stepped forward to stand beside him and replied, "The Human Ancestor Hall cannot be without a human ancestor, and the world cannot be without a leader to counter the calamity of absolute yin." Ji Yuchang slowly opened his eyes, glanced at the person beside him, and then asked, "So your purpose in coming here today is to ask me to find someone to impersonate the human ancestor?" Chuchu looked directly into his eyes and stated her proposal. "My proposal is, you become the human ancestor." She gave a meaningful smile. "This way no one will ever suspect you of being connected to the demonic cultivation inheritor again." Ji Yuchang seriously reminded her, "Zhang Chuchu, do you know what this means? It means you betray your sect and collude with me. If the Human Ancestor Hall finds out, you will be flayed, dismembered, and your soul crushed." Chuchu remained firm in her intention. "I am mentally prepared, and no one is more suitable for this position than you now." He reached out and grasped her soft waist, whispering, "You foolish girl, you're not wrong." Ji Yuchang lowered his head to look at the person in his arms. "In the future, you must follow me into eternal damnation." Chuchu also whispered in reply, "I'll consider this living for myself, making a decision truly my own for the first time." Then she broke free from his arm, turned and ran off shyly, saying as she ran, "Then from now on we're in the same boat." Ji Yuchang smiled with satisfaction. "Of course we're in the same boat, but this boat must listen to me." Then he seemed to suddenly remember something, abruptly turned his head to look at the item on the chair and opened his mouth. The item flickered desperately, waiting for someone to remember it. On the other side, Mingkong was already somewhat angrily muttering to herself, "Where on earth did he go?" Here, Chuchu walked, hugging her flushed face, finally speaking. Suddenly a voice came from behind her, startling her. "Sister, what did you say?" Chuchu stepped back, clutching her chest and gasping in alarm. "Wang Zijin, are you crazy?" Zijin asked curiously. "Did you go to see Ji Yuchang?" Chuchu closed her eyes, appearing indifferent. "What does that have to do with you?" Zijin pointed at Ji Yuchang's residence, angrily saying, "I told you he's a scumbag. You're truly blinded by love. He's using you, and you're still happy about it." Chuchu suddenly asked, "Are you in a hurry?" Zijin chuckled dryly. "No, why would I be in a hurry? I'm just concerned about you. I don't want you to get hurt." "Why would I be in a hurry?" Chuchu sighed. "That's good. It just so happens I have something to tell you too." Zijin still had a mind for jokes. "What's wrong? Are you pregnant?" Chuchu calmly announced, "Ji Yuchang is the human ancestor." This statement was like a bolt from the blue, and Zijin shouted, "What did you say?" Zijin looked at Chuchu cautiously. "Hey, I don't care who you are. Leave Zhang Chuchu immediately, otherwise I won't be polite." However, Chuchu merely crossed her arms casually, replying, "Childish." Zijin still didn't believe it. Is it still you? You haven't been controlled by some despicable means of Ji Chong, have you? Quickly smile so I can check, Chu said seriously. I have no reason to lie, and Ji Chong has the purifying world green lotus as proof. Zijin's pupils constricted in shock, and she thought, didn't I suspect him from the start? Didn't you argue with me? Chu walked away before Zijin could finish, saying, anyway, that's the truth I've told you. Believe it or not. Zijin stroked her chin, analyzing. Ji Chong is powerful. With exceptional talent, he indeed fits the image of the human ancestor, but if that's true, Zijin hurriedly chased after her. Your divine tracing ability should have seen through it long ago, so why wait until now? Chu found an excuse for herself. Even humans make mistakes and horses stumble. What's so strange about that? Zijin still didn't quite believe it. You two aren't colluding to trick me, are you? Zhang Chu, promise me people from the Human Ancestor Hall don't lie to people from the Human Ancestor Hall, right? After some time, twisting blue light appeared in the sky and people on the ground cheered. Young Master Ji Chong is truly the reincarnation of the human ancestor. Young Master Ji Chong is indeed the reincarnation of the human ancestor. No wonder he could repeatedly contend with the demonic cultivation inheritor. Hurry and see. Everyone stared at Ji Chong, floating above a colossal green lotus, recognizing the purifying world green lotus body. Of course it's true. It has been verified by the saintess of the Human Ancestor Hall. Now he is about to demonstrate his sacred power before the elders to confirm his identity. With young Master Ji Chong protecting us, no number of demonic cultivation inheritors are to be feared. Zijin still didn't believe it at this moment, muttering, is it true? He didn't kill the human ancestor and usurp it, did he? Minkong thought of the saintess of the Human Ancestor Hall. Zhang Chu, Zhen Yao and the immortal Phoenix woman all had the same thought. What on earth are the Human Ancestor Hall and Ji Chong doing? Zhen Yao whispered, is the human ancestor tricking fools? The Human Ancestor Hall is leveraging his prestige, and Ji Chong is utilizing the Human Ancestor Hall's extraordinary status. It seems he felt pressured because I held the top spot among the younger generation. The immortal Phoenix woman smiled helplessly. This fool, the people below shouted in unison. Young Master Ji Chong, reincarnation of the human ancestor. Ji Chong narrowed his eyes and coldly smiled. A bunch of fools, all right. The human ancestor's identity has been confirmed. Next, half a month later, a yellow pillar of light descended from the sky, directly striking the house, shaking heaven and earth. A voice came from inside. Is it done? A subordinate Nelton reported. Master, this subordinate is incompetent. Among the 13 Taoist bandits, several leaders have reached the supreme realm. Before he could finish, a red pillar of light carrying immense power burst out. Ji Zhong appeared and asked, Supreme Realm? A cold smile played on his lips and he ordered his subordinate, lead the way. The scene switches to the chaotic starfield. Indeed, it lived up to its name, a desolate place as if it had just endured a fierce battle. Suddenly, without warning, demonic energy surged forward. A guy was sent flying, crashing backward. The scarred man clutched his chest, cursing loudly as he fled. Damn it, why is that quasi-supreme so powerful? However, he seemed to hit an invisible object, bounce back, and immediately recognized the immortal Emperor Qi. Ji Chong calmly said, don't run, it's useless. The scarred man clutched his aching forehead, still defiantly threatening. You dare to touch a single hair on me? Our 13 Taoist bandits have run rampant in the chaotic starfield for millions of years. Kill me and they will avenge me. Ji Chong reached out, revealing a harmless smile. Are you talking about them? He curiously glanced in the direction of Ji Chong's finger. Behind the scarred man hung the skeletons of his companions. He felt his scalp tingle and asked in shock, You've killed them all. His pupils constricted and the scarred man demanded, why did you exterminate us all? Ji Chong took out an item and asked, do you recognize it? The primordial violet glaze mirror is a treasure I specifically sent someone to the troop suppressing divine domain to reforge, and you dared to steal my things. You deserve to die. At this moment he recognized it in horror. You are Ji Chong? Ji Chong's pupils turned demonic red. That's right, your reward is reunion. A large bell descended from the sky. The scarred man screamed in fright, please spare me, I was wrong. Ji Chong extended 2 fingers, pointing at the primordial violet glaze mirror. Ziyang Tianjun's precious body, maximize the use of the primordial violet glaze mirror. Let me see what heavenly secrets you can deduce that would make you so happy. Traces of demonic energy drilled into the primordial violet glaze mirror. Past scenes emerged, countless warships engaged in an extremely brutal battle. In that smoke-filled battle, one person was pushing another person in a wheelchair away. Ji Chong looked up at the unfamiliar face and muttered, who is this person? Why is he fleeing amidst the chaos? The primordial violet glaze mirror quickly returned to its original state, and he was somewhat annoyed. Is that all? I paid so many materials and that's all it deduced? Ji Chong ordered his subordinate behind him. Send people to pursue the remnants of the Taoist bandits and focus on investigating this person. The subordinate respectfully bowed. Yes, master. The scene switches to another place where people are bustling on the street. A man in a tavern slammed the table loudly, saying, the big news recently is that young Master Ji Chong personally annihilated the Taoist bandits in the chaotic starfield. It's truly satisfying. Every time I passed through there before, I was robbed clean. Because young Master Ji Chong is truly a good person. The person opposite nodded in agreement. Excellent, those Taoist bandits were lawless. This is truly a meritorious deed. Zhang Chen, disguised wearing a hat to cover his face, was chewing a dry biscuit as if chewing wood chips. Hearing this, he angrily threw the biscuit to the ground. Zhang Chen clenched his fist, seething with rage. Ji Yuchang, it's always Ji Yuchang. His name is heard everywhere I go. I've had enough thanks to him. I'm now forced to become a grave robber. Sooner or later I will. A dog walked over and picked up the biscuit Zhang Chen had just thrown on the ground. The dog quickly ran off. That voice reminded him. You haven't sold the things you dug up yet. That was your last biscuit. Zhang Chen hurriedly chased after it, shouting, Damn dog, give me back my biscuit. The scene switches to the demon world, where a voice is heard, Your Majesty, young Master Ji Yuchang has sent you a message from the Academy. Zhao Shi looked at the note in his hand and snorted. He's done such a huge thing recently and he still has time to care about how I'm doing, the people below whispered. Did His Majesty just smile? Yes, I remember the last time His Majesty smiled was the last time, one person whispered a reminder. Although Your Majesty dotes on us, don't be too presumptuous, both of you. Zhao Shi composed himself and said to the people below, All right, pass down my order. All guarding posts in the demon world are to protect the teleportation formations leading to the upper realm, thoroughly inspecting suspicious individuals. Once discovered, apprehend them on the spot. Someone asked curiously, Your Majesty, is someone coming to the demon world? Zhao Shi stood up and replied, Never mind, I'll tell you. Young Master Ji Yuchang recently annihilated the Taoist bandits in the chaotic starfield and discovered that one remnant escaped. It's the demon master who was by Zan Yang Demon Emperor's side 6,000 years ago. Bai Kun, the people below exclaimed. Bai Kun, so it's him, they whispered among themselves. I heard he had the ability to foresee heavenly secrets and reverse destiny, which is why he managed to escape the encirclement back then and disappeared without a trace, so he fled to the chaotic starfield. Zhao Shi said solemnly, It seems the remnants from 6,000 years ago were not completely wiped out, and now there are signs of a resurgence. Yan Mo, I need to send a reply to young Master Ji Yuchang. Zhang Chen at this moment took those items to Pudu. Pudu asked him, Can you tell this monk where these items came from? Zhang Chen couldn't help but be startled upon hearing this. Monk, he didn't see through something, did he? He then lied. Of course I picked them up on the road. His master interested in these? Pudu merely smiled and said, Benefactor's cultivation is not high, yet you can enter a gloomy tomb and find these weapon fragments. Your methods are extraordinary. Zhang Chen, hearing him say this, became even more vigilant and said, What are you talking about? I don't understand. If you're not buying, then leave. Don't hinder my business. The scene switches, and at this moment, several seniors are conversing. The last calamity of Absolute Yin was disrupted by the demonic cultivation inheritor from the human ancestor hall. I hope this time it goes smoothly. One person asked in confusion, Then who will lead the team this time? Another replied without thinking, Of course it's Ji Yuchang. His strength is unmatched among the disciples. Hearing this, the person next to him loudly reprimanded, causing the elder to be somewhat flustered. He is now the venerable human ancestor, and didn't he just do a great deed in the chaotic starfield? I think true immortal academy can no longer contain him. Seeing this, that person also carefully retorted, Then senior, what do you mean? One of them voiced the elder's thoughts. Not letting Ji Yuchang go, shouldn't others be given a chance? I think Lu Guanwang Jianyao is also good. The scene switches to Ji Yuchang's side, where he has just received unexpected news. What? Target Mingkong's traces have been discovered in Bai's ancient city. I must depart immediately. He then re-established contact. At this moment in Bai's ancient city, warships covered the sky and people discussed seeing them. That's young Master Gu's army. Then a voice sounded announcing, People of Bai's ancient city, listen up. It has now been confirmed that the remnants of the 13 Taoist bandits have fled here. Anyone daring to harbor them will be considered an accomplice and bear the consequences. Hearing this, everyone grew even angrier, secretly cursing, Damn those 13 Taoist bandits, why didn't they all die? At this moment, someone passed through the spatial rift in the sky to Bai's ancient city. Ji Yuchang's subordinate reported the situation to him. Master, the space around Bai's ancient city has been sealed by us. That remnant is now in this city. The people below, seeing him, also began to cheer. It's young Master Ji Yuchang. Young Master Ji Yuchang has actually come to our humble place in person. Young Master Ji Yuchang, thank you for annihilating the bandits in the chaotic starfield. From now on, we no longer have to worry about being robbed. That's right, you've worked hard, and we will fully cooperate with the search. Ji Yuchang then loudly told everyone, You're all too kind. If bandits cross my path, I will never let them off lightly. But in his heart, he secretly mused, If you don't return to the demon world, it will be even harder for you to escape. Bai Kun. At this moment, the cheers of the people reached Bai Kun's room. He remained silent upon hearing them. Young Master Ji Yuchang, please rest assured, we will fully cooperate with the investigation and will not let any suspicious individual go. That's right, anyone who dares to offend young Master Ji Yuchang is certainly not a good person. He then sighed, worriedly saying, I didn't expect Ji Yuchang to find this place so quickly. It's my fault for implicating you all. Bai Lianer also remained silent upon hearing this. Bai Kun then instructed his disciple to go to the mortal realm and find a person named Jun Bufan and give him this brocade pouch. He is a person of destiny. The disciple took the brocade pouch and asked in confusion, Master, with this treasure, why don't you come with us? Bai Kun, pushing his wheelchair himself, said, I have spent my life prying into heavenly secrets and now I am suffering from the backlash coupled with angering Ji Yuchang this time. I'm afraid I won't live much longer. He then turned to instruct Lianer. Lianer, you are the one I have owed the most these past years. Hearing her father say this, she sadly replied, Father, don't say any more. Lianer understands. He then instructed the two again. All karma drinking from the source is reincarnation. Remember, never seek revenge for me. Ji Yuchang is extremely dangerous. Hearing this, his disciple and Lianer couldn't help but shed tears. Back in reality, at this moment in a ruin that seemed to have just experienced a terrible event, a violent cough arose from the dust. Bai Kun created a protective barrier around himself, cautiously reaching out, secretly thinking he actually discovered me. Impossible. He has only reached the empty realm. This person cannot be treated as an ordinary quasi-supreme. Not even the great demon emperor of old ever brought such a terrifying feeling. Ji Yuchang stood before him at this moment, radiating killing intent, then asked, Are you the demon master Bai Kun? Have you finished your last words? Bai Kun, seeing that he couldn't win, could only taunt. Young master Ji Yuchang expended such effort just to find a useless person like me. Bai is truly honored. Ji Yuchang was about to kill him but then thought of something and stopped, saying, I found that keeping you alive is more useful to me. Bai Kun, seeing this, pushed his wheelchair closer to him. He angrily said, What do you mean? If you want to kill me, then kill me. Bai accepts it. Ji Yuchang still calmly spoke to him at this moment. Nothing. I'm just curious, what exactly did you instruct them during this time? Those two also ran really fast. Bai Kun feigned ignorance, saying, I don't know what you're talking about. Hearing this, Ji Yuchang pointed a finger at his forehead as if reading his mind and said, It doesn't matter if you don't understand, to be honest. From now on, Bai Kun felt his body weaken considerably. He said in alarm, This is, then coughing violently he said, You sealed my cultivation. He felt a heavy worry at this moment, secretly thinking this strange power carries deep greed and malice as if it has a life of its own. It has taken root in my spiritual sea. Bai Kun then asked him, I am so unusual. What exactly is this secret technique? Ji Yuchang merely grabbed his head and pulled him back coldly, saying, You just need to know that from now on your life is in my hands. Bai Kun was then escorted to Ji Yuchang's side. He still loudly said, Ji Yuchang, even if you don't kill me, I won't live much longer. All your schemes are useless. Ji Yuchang still ignored him, only perfunctorily saying, That's none of your concern. At this moment, Ji Yuchang's foot rested on a plaque. He looked at it, pondering. The Spring Breeze Jade Pavilion rose 6,000 years ago. It seems I must have Yimei investigate this place. He then ordered his subordinate, All right, take him back to the academy and lock him up. His subordinates obeyed. Yes. Bai Kun still refused to be obedient, shouting loudly, Ji Yuchang, I acted alone. Kill me and all grudges end here. Hearing this, Ji Yuchang continued to provoke him, saying, That won't do. Harvesting crops can't be done by pulling out one stalk at a time. Then he looked in a direction as if saying, If you're going to cut, you have to cut a large swath all at once. Lianer and Bai Kun's disciple were observing through a mirror at this moment and couldn't help but feel worried and surprised. The disciple turned to Lianer and asked, Can he see us through the mirror? I've never heard of such a thing. Even Lianer didn't believe Ji Yuchang could see, and she said in a panic, No, impossible. He must have sensed my technique. Bai Kun's disciple then asked her, Sister Lianer, what should we do next? Lianer was thinking at this moment. Both are young generation prodigies. Ji Yuchang has become a fearsome name, while Bai Hua in front of Bai Kun's disciple proposed, Should we listen to Master and go directly to the demon world to find Jun Bufan? Hearing this name, Lianer felt a bit displeased. Jun Bufan? The memory is too distant. She then told him that the premise was that her father was framed by Ji Yuchang. Now that her father is still alive, first they should look for an opportunity to see if they can rescue him. If not, it wouldn't be too late to go to the demon world. Bai Kun's disciple agreed to her plan, saying, Okay, I'll listen to Sister Lianer. At this moment, many people with spiritual energy were walking in one direction and two people were conversing. I heard that an ancestor of the Taishu god race who had already transcended the supreme realm and likely possessed a divine position, passed away in the Taishu divine tomb this time. A divine position that's an ultimate treasure, if we obtain it. Even Ji Yuchang could contend with it. It turned out to be Pudu and Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen walked around looking around, and asked in confusion, Master Pudu, is this the divine tomb where the senior Taishu god race passed away? He told Zhang Chen. That's right, that legendary senior's cultivation was extraordinary, so his resting place has attracted many forces to partake. Zhang Chen looked up at the several warships shuttling back and forth in the sky and continued to ask, Master, I've only just opened my spiritual sea. You want me to help? Isn't that asking me to throw my life away? Pudu comforted him. Benefactor Zhang, don't be afraid. His humble monk works for the Taishu god race. Benefactor Yang's methods are very important for obtaining the inheritance. Both you and this humble monk will be protected by the Taishu god race and will not be embroiled in disputes. Hearing this, Zhang Chen also helplessly told him, If they are truly as powerful as the master says, why would they allow so many people to dig up their ancestor's grave? Hearing this, Pudu was also puzzled and didn't know how to answer. He then sighed and said, This matter is also unavoidable, isn't it? Since ancient times, the relics of the strong have always been coveted by all sides. This is something no force can avoid. Benefactor Zhang, please come with this humble monk to meet Princess Luotian. At this moment, Zhang Chen suddenly saw something and was greatly surprised. It turned out he saw Ruoyan flying in the sky. Ruoyan, seeing him stare intently in that direction. Pudu introduced, "That's the forces of Daoshan Immortal Palace. They are very strong. But in this humble monk's opinion, the disciples they sent this time are not a match for the Taishu god race either." Zhang Chen's mind was contemplating at this moment and didn't listen to him. "If I recognize her now, I will not only harm myself but also her. Ruoyan, wait for me." Seeing him listen distractedly, Pudu joked, "Benefactor Zhang, have you taken a fancy to some immortal fairy?" He then said something hurtful. "Forgive this humble monk for speaking too much. Don't daydream anymore, you're not worthy." Hearing this, Zhang Chen, both embarrassed and angry, retorted, "Why am I not worthy?" He then explained to Zhang Chen, "The disciples who can enter Daoshan Immortal Palace are all from prominent families and possess extraordinary talent. Their selection criteria are only slightly lower than those of True Immortal Academy." Hearing this, Zhang Chen became even more curious. Prominent families and extraordinary talent. He then resolutely said, "Master, I don't believe in fate." Ruoyan was leaving with her senior sisters at this moment. Seeing her constantly looking around, a senior sister reminded her, "Junior sister Ruoyan, stop looking around. It's very dangerous here, and your cultivation is shallow, so you need to be even more careful." Hearing this, Ruoyan regained her composure and replied in confusion, "Yes, thank you, senior sister Song Chin, for the reminder." But in her heart, she couldn't help but muse, "Why do I always feel like someone is watching me?" She then stepped forward and asked, "By the way, senior sister, all the major Dao lineages have arrived now, but the True Immortal Academy team is nowhere to be seen. Are they not coming?" That senior sister told her. "Logically speaking, those monstrous talents shouldn't miss this opportunity, but the divine tomb hasn't opened yet. I know junior sister is asking why young master Ji Yuchong hasn't come yet, right?" Another senior brother who was accompanying the two heard this conversation and laughed, teasing her. "So you're missing young master Ji Yuchong?" Hearing this, Ruoyan couldn't help but blush and repeatedly denied, No, senior sister, don't guess," wildly. Ruoyan was just asking casually. That senior sister told her, "Junior sister Ruoyan, when you see young master Ji Yuchong, remember to put in a good word for senior sister. If senior sister's Song family can gain young master Ji Yuchong's favor, they will be able to ascend to the heavens in one step." Ruoyan only smiled and helplessly said, "Senior sister, you're joking." In her heart, she already had a plan. "After entering Daoshan Immortal Palace, the elders and fellow disciples have been very caring towards me. Resources and elixirs are also readily available. All of this is thanks to young master Ji Yuchong in this vast upper realm. How much weight do the three words Ji Yuchong carry?" Liuli was standing with her brother at this moment, asking him, "Brother, do you think senior brother Ji Yuchong will come?" Hearing this, Lang Tian joked, "What, you miss him? It's a pity I have to participate in family training. Otherwise I'd be drinking with him at True Immortal Academy right now." Liuli felt she wasn't worthy of Ji Yuchong, saying, "It's a pity my aptitude is not good enough to enter True Immortal Academy." Lang Tian also expressed his surprise. "I also didn't expect that since parting ways in the southern sacred heaven, Brother Gu's reputation has become so great." At this moment, two people were also standing on another warship. Wushwang's face was filled with annoyance at this moment, and she sighed, "I have to see my elder sister again, what a bother." The clan elder's face was also full of annoyance. "Isn't that right?" On a warship above, an argument was taking place. "Hurry up, or the other forces will get there first. How can we, the mighty True Immortal Academy, make such a low-level mistake? Lu Guanwang, this is all your fault." Zhan Yao still stood there at this moment, letting Zi Qin shout at her from the side, "What does it have to do with me?" Her senior sisters also felt helpless towards the two of them and started conversing. "Sister Minkong, our team leader elder doesn't seem very smart." "Indeed," Zi Qin continued to curse Guanwang at this moment, "You don't know the way and you're still giving wrong directions. I just want to punch you right now." He even used his official position to threaten her. "HMPH, I'm the captain." The scene switches to Bai Kun's side at this moment. His hands and feet were bound by chains. He asked Ji Yuchong, who was sitting opposite him, "Ji Yuchong, what do you want to know? Wouldn't it be easier to just search my soul? Why go through all this trouble?" Ji Yuchong heard this, but still remained silent, lost in thought. The Spring Breeze Jade Pavilion rose 6,000 years ago. It was a time of great chaos in the demon world. Bai Kun lived his life with one wife and one daughter. Due to his prying into heavenly secrets back then, he was cursed, which led to his wife's early death. His daughter, named Bai Lianer, coincidentally disappeared 6,000 years ago. Bai Kun was the demon master under Emperor Zan Yang, and the two were close friends coincidentally. Emperor Zan Yang also had a son. If the demon emperor's son is the son of fortune, then Bai Lianer is likely the female protagonist. "First, let me test him." Then he spoke, joking, "Elder Bai Kun is alone in this dark dungeon. I imagine he's very lonely. How about I find you a companion?" Bai Kun heard this and said, frightened and confused, "What do you mean?" Ji Yuchong then stood up and said, "I just thought perhaps the elder needed a maid to take care of him." Bai Kun heard this and angrily and bluntly asked, "What exactly do you mean?" Ji Yuchong told him, "Bai Lianer has come to rescue you." Hearing this, Bai Kun could no longer remain calm, saying, "What?" Then in disbelief he said, "No, you're lying to me. My daughter wouldn't come to rescue me. I haven't seen her in 6,000 years. Ji Yuchong walked over to him, saying, "Is that so? Has the elder forgotten? Among the two who escaped in Bai's ancient city, wasn't one of them your daughter, Bai Lianer?" Who would have thought she is now the hidden owner of the Spring Breeze Jade Pavilion? She is very filial, don't worry, if she's still alive after I torture her I will let you two reunite in the cell. Hearing this, Baikun was so angry he tried to rush forward and hit him, angrily shouting, Ji Chang, what have you done to my daughter? Ji Chang still calmly said, for now she's safe. As for later, Baikun also saw through his intention at this moment, saying, you kept me alive not to kill me but to use me as bait, right? You are so young, yet your mind is so cunning. He then knelt at Ji Chang's feet pleading, I will tell you whatever you want to know. Please don't harm my daughter, this has nothing to do with her, I am the one who implicated her. Ji Chang asked him at this moment, why did you want your daughter to flee to the demon world? To my knowledge, the demon world is not very friendly to them right now. This is not a wise move. Baikun then spoke the truth. I asked them to take something to the demon world. It was something I promised an old friend. Ji Chang asked him what it was. Baikun said, I don't know what it is, it's just a brocade pouch. I'm not sure what's inside. That's true, I'm not lying. Chang, as if having a premonition, stated the truth. Did you give it to Jun Bufan, Zanyang Demon Emperor's son? You died on the battlefield 6,000 years ago. Hearing this, Baikun couldn't help but say in surprise, you, how did you know? You really are? The system displayed at this moment. Discovered a new son of fortune, Jun Bufan, son of the Demon Emperor. Chang turned and left, ignoring him, thinking to himself, the demon world still seems to be hiding a terrible secret, the demon empress Zhao Shi. Perhaps she is also just a pawn being used, it seems only by completely controlling her. Will I have a chance to make moves in this game? At this moment in the hall, a subordinate reported, Master, too many messages have come in. Chang opened the note, surprised with an O. It read, Taishu Divine Tomb, Zhang Chen, he thought. The Son of Fortune has already arrived at the Taishu Divine Tomb. Isn't that where Minkong and the others are training? There will certainly be treasures in this Divine Tomb, so it seems I must go there personally. At this moment, Zhang Chen and Pudu were both bathed in light. Zhang Chen and Pudu bowed to the person together. Greetings, Princess Luoshan, Pudu reminded Zhang Chen. Benefactor Zhang, don't look up. Before Zhang Chen could react, he was slapped. Granny Jin reminded him. Rude, how dare you look directly at Princess Luoshan? It turned out to be Zhang Luoshan and Zhang Ming. Luoshan then said, Pudu, is this the person you found? I hope you don't disappoint me. Zhang Ming, seeing that he didn't even get up after being slapped, contemptuously scoffed. HMPH, truly weak and unable to withstand a single slap. Luoshan reminded Pudu. Pudu, if you fail again this time you know the consequences, Pudu assured her. Princess Luoshan, rest assured, although Benefactor Yang's cultivation is not high, his methods are quite extraordinary. With the two of us working together, we will definitely find the location of the main tomb this time. Zhang Chen, angry and aggrieved at this moment, thought to himself, they want me to find treasures but still slap my face. When I become an emperor, all these families and sects will be wiped out by me. Luoshan turned and instructed Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming, when the divine tomb opens, remember to ensure his safety. Zhang Ming stammered, wanting to say something. Imperial sister, Luoshan rebuked. Less nonsense, Zhang Ming finally obeyed. Yes, Zhang Chen, still covering his face, thought angrily, first a slap then a carrot. Do they think I've never seen the world? Pudu reminded Zhang Chen at this moment. Brother Zhang, seizing the treasure is important. These minor matters are nothing. Hearing this, Zhang Chen became even angrier, thinking, you're not the one who got slapped. At this moment the people of the Taishu god race had already arrived. The people below discussed in whispers, that's the Taishu god race. What do they want to do? I heard their bloodline is very strong. Few great families can match them at the same level. So what? Do they want to stop us, these major sects and powers? Granny Jin reminded Luoshan at this moment. Princess, since we are interfering this time, the Taoist forces cannot be underestimated. We must be even more careful, Luoshan, still composed, asked the people below. This is the resting place of our ancestor. Do you all wish to disturb it? Zhang Chen also added, you even want to interfere with our family's fortune. Aren't you going a bit too far? The Taishu god race doesn't mind giving these disrespectful people a lesson. Everyone below fell silent after hearing this. At this moment a warship was passing through a spatial gate, and the people on board shouted, nonsense, didn't your ancestor choose to sit in meditation here after leaving the family? It turned out to be Shenner and Zikan, among others. Minkong and many others loudly said, so many years have passed, we haven't seen you come to pay respects, but you're very eager when it comes to dividing treasures. Sun Yao stood behind at this moment thinking, I'm the leader. Shenner then continued, these things in the tomb are clearly ownerless since ancient times. Treasures belong to the virtuous. Everyone should compete with their own abilities. True Immortal Academy, they're finally here. That's right, well said. I think you Taishu god race are just looking for an excuse to monopolize it. Zhang Ming, seeing his clansmen insulted, angrily shouted, you little girl, which family do you belong to? We can't touch True Immortal Academy, but you and the family behind you. At this moment something behind them suddenly crashed to the ground and both Zhang Ming and Luoshan became vigilant. Lin Tian loudly told everyone at this moment, the divine tomb has appeared, everyone ignore them. Competing for treasures is most important. That's right, the Taishu god race cannot fight all of us alone. Liu Li seemed to be expecting someone, thinking he doesn't seem to have come. Then the person next to him gave the command, charge. Luoshan was caught off guard, seeing them act so recklessly, and was also surprised. You daring people, you bandits, hurry up and go. First come, first served. Luoshan told everyone at this moment to split up and act. to maximize the prevention of the ancestors' treasures falling into the hands of outsiders, Zhang Chen reported to her at this moment. Princess Luotian, please wait. Luotian, seeing the urgent situation and him still wanting to say something, said, what if the ancestors' treasure is snatched by someone else? I won't spare you. Zhang Chen said at this moment. This tomb hasn't truly opened yet, he thought to himself. I need to earn their trust now. Shenner hurriedly told everyone at this moment, but she knew nothing. All senior brothers and sisters, hurry on to the ship, otherwise the treasures will be snatched by others. Guan Wang wanted to say something at this moment. I am the forget it, give up. Mingkong held her hand at this moment and said, Shenner, don't rush. This is actually a tomb within a tomb. What you are seeing now are just restrictions. Shenner was confused after hearing this. How does Sister Mingkong know? Mingkong didn't answer, just smiled to herself. Because I've already been here in my previous life. Wu Shuang was still shouting. Wang family disciples charged with this young master. Before he could finish, Shenner walked up and punched him on the head, scolding, charge your big head, you're so brainless, the Wang family will be ruined by you sooner or later. Then she turned and shouted at the remaining people, you two, what are you doing? Don't you know the nail that sticks out gets hammered? Seeing this, everyone dared not act rashly anymore. Yes, Miss Ruoyan's group has also arrived. At the entrance of the divine tomb, Ah Chang, we just need to take a few magical artifacts, sell them and go home to live our lives. Ah Ren, this damned cultivation world is nothing to fight for. Everyone was excited to enter at this moment. Suddenly, a strong light pierced through the few people in front, and then they were burned by that light, letting out agonizing screams. It's a trap, there's a restriction, damn it. Luotian saw that thanks to Zhang Chen's reminder she hadn't fallen for it, and said, you're good. Zhang Chen felt it was his duty and said, Princess, it's my honor. The entrance to the divine tomb has now truly opened. At this moment, colorful light emanated from the divine gate. Everyone excitedly said to each other, look, so many magical artifacts and elixirs are flying out. We're rich, we're rich. Zhen Yao stepped forward at this moment and said to everyone, the divine tomb has opened, everyone seek your own opportunities. Shenner was angry when she saw this. He's even faster than me. Then everyone went down to retrieve their own magical artifacts and elixirs. This is mine, give me back the youth restoring pill. No, men also need skincare, hand over the magical artifact or you'll die. Zhang Chen didn't compete with them, picking things up from the ground. Taking advantage of the chaos, quickly pick up a few items. Suddenly he picked up a small sword and the voice in his mind reminded him, quickly pick up that stone tablet, ignore that garbage. Zhang Chen was about to pick it up asking, what is that stone tablet? The voice said again. Don't worry about it, it's more useful than other things anyway. Take it quickly while no one is looking. Suddenly someone was faster and picked it up first. Zhang Chen looked up and saw it was Shenner, angrily cursing under his breath. Damn it, it's that little girl from True Immortal Academy. Shenner said to him at this moment, what are you looking at? Is this yours? Zhang Chen perfunctorily explained at this moment. Fairy, you've misunderstood. I just saw a ray of light flying over and thought it was something good, but it turned out to be just a broken stone tablet. Shenner at this moment saw through his lie and directly exposed him. Don't think I don't know. Can't you even tell good treasures from bad? Dacheng, how is this thing? Dacheng said something to her at this moment which surprised Shenner a bit. Zhang Chen at this moment was so angry his eyes turned red, thinking, is this even allowed? The voice inside reminded him again. Let's go, let's go. Shenner at this moment conjured her weapon intending to attack him. You're such a good for nothing, how dare you lie to me, let me teach you a lesson. Seeing this, Zhang Chen quickly said, wait, Fairy, I really don't know what that thing is, let's talk nicely, don't use force. At this moment a knife flew between the two of them and stopped in the middle. Stop. The knife was perfectly stuck between Shenner and Zhang Chen. Zhang Ming came to rescue Zhang Chen at this moment, cursing, worthless, you even let something you had in your hand be snatched away. Get away from me, don't be a hindrance. Zhang Chen saw this and wisely retreated. Yes sir, Zhang Ming then continued. You little girl, I've long disliked you and now you've touched my person. Don't blame me for not giving True Immortal Academy face. Shenner was not to be outdone, rushing forward and saying, if you want to fight then fight, why so much nonsense? Zhang Ming cursed her for being arrogant. At this moment several people behind them were picking up elixirs, and the light from the two fighting intensely spread out. Mingkong exclaimed in surprise, Azure Flame Sword, Shenner, how did that girl get into a fight with the Taishu god race? Zhang Chen hid behind a rock thinking, fight, it's best if you both die. Suddenly Shenner slashed Zhang Ming's hand with a sword and kicked him away. Zhang Ming thought painfully, such a young Saint Realm expert. Shenner was about to slash him at this moment but he luckily blocked it with his knife. Zhang Ming retreated to a distance at this moment and said to her, no, you can't kill me, I am. Shenner still didn't listen, rushing forward and saying, I don't care who you are. Luotian at this moment had no choice but to step forward and save Zhang Ming, making a move to suppress her. Granny Jin also rushed forward to attack after receiving the order. Princess Luotian has ordered that today, no matter who you are, you cannot escape death. Then a huge palm appeared, pressing down on Shenner, who frantically resisted. Great Saint Realm Peak. Mingkong saw this and shouted worriedly, Shenner. At this moment a rift appeared and a voice came from inside. Then if Chang steps forward, let them. Where are my people? Everyone saw him and began to discuss. Ji Yu Chang, I didn't expect young Master Ji Yu to come too. Zi Qin saw him emerge from the spatial rift, surprised, thinking, he actually tore open space just now. That guy has already reached the supreme realm. Leng Tian was also surprised to see Chang. brother Ji-yu, Luoshan, seeing Chang's extraordinary abilities, worriedly thought, tearing space he must be relying on magical artifacts or talismans to do it. Zhang Ming had calmed down at this moment and said worriedly, "Is that really Ji-yu Chang who annihilated Zifu? It can't be such a coincidence, can it?" Luoshan at this moment noticed something else. "That girl is Chang," at this moment said to Xianer, "my sister Ji-yu Shenner." Shenner was actually not afraid of him, instead shouting at him, "Ji-yu Chang, didn't you say you weren't coming?" Chang didn't get angry after hearing this, just said to her, "Rude, you should call me big brother." Chang at this moment pointed at Luoshan and Zhang Ming and said, "Alright, hand them over." Zhang Ming saw himself being abandoned and said angrily, "What?" Granny Jin was also angry. "You?" Zhang Ming at this moment turned to Luoshan and begged, Imperial sister, save me." Luoshan at this moment also had to compromise and said to Chang, "Young Master Chang." Zhang Ming was unaware of this young lady's identity, which caused a misunderstanding. "How about we let this matter rest?" Chang merely said sternly after hearing this. "Misunderstanding? Have you ever seen someone who misunderstands still holding a weapon to snatch treasures? This matter started because of him, he deserves to die." Pudu at this moment hid behind a rock and whispered to Zhang Chen, "It's over. The Taishu god race has provoked Ji-yu Chang, a tough opponent. How will this be resolved? Of all people to provoke, why him?" Zhang Chen was flustered after hearing this. "The Taishu god race can't even fight against the Ji-yu family," he whispered again. "I'm afraid the outcome won't be much better than Zifu's." Hearing this, Zhang Chen couldn't help but be anxious and even more worried, thinking, "Zhang Ming, that person who called me useless, now encounters Ji-yu Chang and becomes like this. Who is the real useless one? It's just strange, why do I always encounter Ji-yu Chang wherever I go? He's like a lingering ghost." The voice in his mind reminded him at this moment, "Don't watch the show anymore. Take advantage of their conflict to leave first." Luoshan at this moment was reasoning with Chang. "Young Master Chang, this is originally the resting place of our ancestor. How can Zhang Ming guarding the treasure be considered snatching it?" Hearing this, Chang just scoffed, then said, "Oh, you mean that all the Taoist lineages who came here are robbers and you want to form factions in an ownerless land? It seems the Taishu god race is both overbearing and petty." The people around also chimed in. "That's right, the Taishu god race just wants to monopolize the opportunities. Young Master Chang is right, they are too arrogant. Young Master Chang, please uphold justice for us." Granny Jin saw that she was powerless, and this matter, seeing the situation favorable to her, she secretly smiled. HMPH, only benefits can buy people's hearts. Who wouldn't want to seize treasures honorably? Luoshan saw them trying to corner her and shouted angrily, "What exactly do you want to stop? Is there any condition you can't state?" Zhang Ming also followed his sister and said, "That's right, since that's the case, just say it." Chang at this moment feigned deep thought and said, "Conditions, since Princess Luoshan has gone this far, if you are willing to be my concubine." Minkong heard this and angrily broke the hairpin in her hand. Everyone around was too scared to approach her. Chang at this moment offered another option. "Or be a tea-serving maid. If Princess Luoshan is willing to condescend, the matter of your brother injuring my sister will be easy to resolve." Shenner didn't appreciate Chang protecting her and said angrily, "I wasn't hurt at all. That good-for-nothing couldn't even defeat me." Everyone around saw this, thinking, "They are negotiating." Luoshan at this moment clenched her teeth in anger and said, "Ji-yu Chang, are you deliberately humiliating me?" The peak could not bear to see his princess humiliated and said, "Junior, Ji-yu family, how audacious to dare to humiliate our princess. Do you really think the Taishu god race has no one?" Then he charged at Chang like an angry tiger. At this moment a puff of black smoke blocked that attack, and then the flames of his power were absorbed into a vortex and disappeared. The peak at this moment realized something. "What?" Chang lightly walked past the peak, only a hair-thin attack. "Since this elder has generously sacrificed himself, let him pay for your brother's life. I wonder if Princess Luoshan has any objections, or should he accompany your brother?" At this moment the peak also fell down like a stone statue. Zhang Ming saw this and couldn't help but shout in panic, "Elder!" Luoshan also panicked when she saw this. "Did the great Saint Realm peak just fall like that?" Zhang Ming at this moment trembled and loudly said, "No need, the peak elder just fell like that." The immortal phoenix woman being held by Zhen Yao because of her injuries couldn't help but be afraid when she saw this. Great Saint Realm Peak half-step quasi-supreme cultivation was actually killed by him instantly. He was also on my list of people, and he actually got injured contending for treasures. Jin Chanzi then walked over and said that he was stronger than before, his strength always surpassing his peers. Zhen Yao said nothing after hearing this. Jin Chanzi then cautiously thought, "But the more this is true, the more I don't understand why the demonic cultivation inheritor has repeatedly escaped his grasp." The immortal phoenix woman at this moment looked up and asked Zhen Yao, "Lu Guanwang, if the seal were completely removed, would you be able to fight him?" Hearing this, he thumped her down, then looked around. "Haha, treasures, let me see what other treasures there are." The immortal phoenix woman let out a painful cry. She thought to herself gravely at this moment, "I must not fantasize about challenging Ji-yu Chang. I feel he is even more dangerous than the demonic cultivation inheritor." At this moment Luoshan clenched her hands tightly, then slowly loosened them. She then spoke with a lowered stance. The Taishu god race has already paid a price today. If young Master Chang still wishes to pursue this, you might as well just kill me. Seeing this, Jiyu Chang no longer contended with her and said, Princess Luotian jests, how could Jiyu do such a thing? It's just that your brother is too mischievous. I merely gave him a slight punishment. Young man, remember to behave well next time. Zheng Ming did not dare to be disrespectful anymore and respectfully said, I will certainly remember young Master Chang's teachings. Luotian then turned and urged everyone, let's go. But in her heart, she was very displeased at this moment, secretly thinking, this guy is pretending to be good after killing the chicken to scare the monkeys. I don't have the power to fight him now. I must first rendezvous with others and retrieve the divine essence left by our ancestor. Mingkong looked at their retreating figures filled with confusion. I remember in my previous life, Zhang Luotian ultimately died at the hands of the demonic cultivation inheritor. Shenner at this moment walked forward and spoke to Chang, complaining, Hey big brother, you're so overbearing, won't there be any bad consequences? Chang said to her with feigned seriousness, what consequences could a mere Taishu god race have? What's more, I'm helping you solve trouble. Shenner, instead of thanking big brother for saving her life, you're complaining, can I be blamed for this? I just picked up a broken stone tablet and then that guy came knocking saying I stole his stuff. At this moment Chang remembered the item Shenner had just picked up and asked, Oh, how is that broken stone tablet? Shenner showed him the item and said, it's this one. I still haven't figured it out, but Da Qing said it's extraordinary. Chang observed it for a while and said to her, truly extraordinary. He then put it into his pocket, leaving Shenner stunned, not understanding what happened. She then intended to rush forward and snatch it. Despicable Jiyu Chang, give me back my stone tablet. Chang blocked her face, preventing her from getting close, then shamelessly said, what's yours? Whatever is in my hand is mine. Shenner at this moment still insisted, if you don't give it back to me, I'll really get angry, the kind that can't be appeased. Chang, hearing this, instead provoked her, if you want it, take it back with your own ability. Suddenly it became quiet and Shenner didn't ask for it anymore. Leaving Chang confused about what happened, he turned his head and found her running to Mingkong to cry, Mingkong big sister, look at him. He has always loved bullying people since he was young, and he's so shameless that he even cheats me out of my things. Mingkong could only comfort her. Don't cry, he's always been like this. Liu Li also turned to Ling Tian and said, big brother, you must not become like him. Got it. Wu Shuang also said to him, oh brother Jiyu, Zi Qin at this moment also said suspiciously, can he become a good human ancestor? Seeing her so childish, Chang no longer insisted and lowered his stance. Alright, you have to act your crying a bit more realistically. I'll give you 5 saint-level weapons as compensation. You wouldn't be able to use this thing anyway. Shenner, who was crying, stopped her tears at this moment. She turned around, raised her hand and said resolutely, 5 pieces. Mingkong stood there, also surprised by her quick change of expression. Chang, hearing this, angrily haggled, 2 pieces. If you haggle any more, you'll get nothing. Zi Qin at this moment walked up to him and said, Brother Jiyu was really magnificent just now. It's a pity I didn't get to see you suppress Zhang Luotian and force her into marriage. A bit regrettable, Chang said to her. Say to Zi Qin, I am now the human ancestor. Calling me Brother Jiyu might be inappropriate. Hearing this, she laughed awkwardly, then squeezed out a sentence, Your Highness human ancestor. Zi Qin secretly thought angrily at this moment, this guy is definitely not the human ancestor. If he's the human ancestor, I'll eat a banana standing on my head. In the distance, Ruoyan and others had arrived. As soon as she saw Jiyu Chang, she called out, Young Master Jiyu. Chang also turned to her and said, Little girl. Zi Qin at this moment hadn't had time to tease him and then said, Oh, which lover is this now? Ruoyan ran over, anxiously saying, Young Master Jiyu wasn't injured just now, was he? Ruoyan was very worried. Zi Qin, seeing her so concerned and gentle with Chang, couldn't help but secretly think, Oh my goodness, this is simply a green tea. At this moment Ruoyan's senior sisters also saluted Chang. Disciples of Daoshan Immortal Palace greet senior brother Jiyu. Junior sister Ruoyan saw from afar and was very worried about senior brother Gu's safety. He politely said to them, You all have worked hard. Zi Qin stood there talking to Mingkong. Look, he's truly a philanderer. At this moment Shenner saw and spoke the thoughts in Zi Qin's heart. Jiyu Chang, you're too much. Who is this again? Have you considered sister Mingkong? Mingkong at this moment walked forward, patted Shenner's shoulder, signaling her to calm down, then walked forward with a noble demeanor and said, This must be the girl Chang mentioned, the one rescued outside the immortal ancient forbidden zone, Miss Xiao Ruoyan. I am his fiancé, Yu Mingkong. Ruoyan, seeing this, excitedly said, So it is Princess Mingkong herself. No wonder her temperament is so ethereal. Zi Qin, upon hearing this, was struck by lightning and panicked. Another high-level green tea. Chu also disliked Ruoyan and snorted. On Zhang Chen's side, he had now arrived at a tomb and used his ability to open a passage to enter. Pudu, seeing his ability, couldn't help but stammer, Benefactor Zhang, is this your ability? This poor monk truly didn't misjudge you, but the path in this divine tomb is winding and complex. Should we wait for Princess Luotian to arrive before taking action? Zhang Chen resolutely said, No, we cannot wait. There are many cultivators eyeing us from outside, and there's no shortage of capable individuals. It's only a matter of time before they find the location of the divine essence. He then ran in and led the way, saying to Pudu, We must seize the time, otherwise this trip might end in failure. By then, if Princess Luotian blames us, neither master nor I will fare well. Pudu, upon hearing this, also found it reasonable and said, Benefactor Zhang makes a good point anyway. The disciples of the Taishu god race have left markers. They will catch up to us soon. Zhang Chen, hearing this, couldn't stop worrying and thinking, what kind of joke is this? If I'm caught by Ji Yu Chang, will I still have a way out? The voice in his mind then comforted him. Little godchild, just go forward boldly. As long as we get the treasures in the divine tomb first, I can guarantee your safe retreat. Zhang Chen stopped saying anything after hearing this. Above, the entrance to the ancient tomb had also been discovered, so everyone began calling out to each other. Everyone, Zhang Luoshan of the Taishu god race has already gone down to the bottom of the palace. I'm afraid the real entrance is beneath the palace. What are you waiting for? Hurry and follow. Shen'er, seeing this, also turned to urge Chang and Mingkong, then let's go in quickly too. Why aren't you worried? What if all the good treasures are snatched away? Chang just smiled after hearing this, then calmly said to her, such opportunities do not distinguish between early or late comers. He already had a plan in mind at this moment. His experience from his previous life told him that these people would also encounter trouble. Shen'er, hearing this, actually understood it in another way and said triumphantly, I understand you're waiting for them to bring out the treasures and then we'll snatch them, right? Chang, hearing this, angrily scolded her. What are you saying? Ji Yu, Shen'er, have you forgotten what I taught you? Such acts of robbery are truly unbecoming. Mingkong did not shield her this time either, and also scolded, that's right, Shen'er, we are righteous people, no more talk like that in the future. Chu and Zi Qin, seeing this, said nothing, just felt helpless towards the three of them. Shen'er was stunned by the scolding, only stammering, Ha mi, Ruoyan stood by and watched, filled with admiration. Young Master Gu's family upbringing is indeed upright and strict. At this moment, evil energy surged from the rift as if chasing something. At this moment, the crowd walking in front had already encountered the evil energy. They asked in surprise, what is that? It was a monster entirely crimson with sharp teeth charging towards them. One person recognized them, and while defending and dodging attacks said, those are the legendary tomb beasts. Each one is at least at the Saint realm. How could the Taishu god race have safely entered inside? Then came screams, as many people couldn't resist the tomb beast's attacks and were torn apart by them. At this moment, a tomb beast appeared from behind intending to attack a girl. The girl thought, this is definitely the end. Who knew Zhun Yao appeared from nowhere and punched it in the face. What's there to be proud of in bullying the weak? Let me deal with you. A senior brother saw him and recognized who he was, telling everyone, that's Zhun Yao, Lu Guanwang of True Immortal Academy. The girl who had just been rescued was full of gratitude, a little shy, but Zhun Yao, due to his carelessness, was attacked by another tomb beast in front of the palace. Fierce battles erupted between various forces and the tomb beasts. Inside the palace, Empress Luoshan asked Granny Jin, Granny Jin, have you found the location of the tomb owner? She reported to her that Zhang Chen has some ability. He and Pudu have already entered the main tomb to break the restrictions. This old body specifically stayed here to support the princess at any time. Luoshan at this moment held a token and said, fortunately we have the God Race token, which can prevent the tomb beasts here from attacking. But those quasi-supreme realm sect masters and cult masters outside, it's only a matter of time before they break through the tomb beast's encirclement. Then she urged everyone, let's go, this period is our advantage. Chang and others at this moment also had no choice but to step forward to eliminate them. It seems this venerable one must also take action. Mingkong at this moment said to Chang, Chang, the various sect leaders have already taken action, we should also begin. They are too slow relying on just themselves. He happily listened to her. Good, I'll listen to you. Then everyone gathered. Chang still wanted to tease Shen'er, pushed her away and said, this weakling, please step back, don't block the way. Shen'er, seeing this, angrily gritted her teeth and cursed him, who's the weakling? Who are you looking down on? Chang then took the lead, saying to everyone, this divine tomb palace is a restriction. Follow me and we can break through it. He excitedly thought to himself, go easy. So flying swords eliminated the tomb beasts one after another. Below there was a figure observing the battle, secretly thinking, the strength is not bad as long as they don't provoke me. At this moment everyone rushed forward together to fight, and Chang's sword pierced through one tomb beast after another. Mingkong at this moment also unleashed her heavenly lightning magic. Her lightning magic was powerful enough to easily eliminate many tomb beasts. She then used her lightning magic to protect the entrance of the palace, then urged everyone, I'll hold them off. Lightning prison formation. Then, cooperating with Chang, she created a barrier and struck down with her sword from above. All the tomb beasts were sucked into it. So strong, these humanoid tomb beasts. Each one is incredibly difficult to deal with. This palace is surprisingly sturdy. Mingkong at this moment stepped forward, signaling everyone to clear out, and then fiercely unleashed a blow with her divine power from above, cooperating with Chang's treasured sword also falling, instantly eliminating many tomb beasts. Liu Li also just finished eliminating the last one, and seeing that the other side had finished, couldn't help but exclaim, oh, those youngsters have already finished. A senior stood there. Also couldn't help but marvel at the strength of Chang and others. The disciples of True Immortal Academy are indeed extraordinary. If this old man could catch one or two to refine into pills, Shen'er at this moment saw the passage and told everyone, there's a way, everyone charge. Treasures are within reach. Ruoyan at this moment sadly said, young Master Chang and the others are too strong, when will I ever? She secretly thought, I'm not worthy of Chang, not worthy of standing beside him. Seeing her so sad, a senior sister walked forward to comfort her, saying, "Junior sister Ruoyan, don't overthink, it's very dangerous here. We've already gained a lot just by picking up some treasures outside." Everyone had now entered inside. Chang observed the situation, then said to everyone, "There are many entrances and formations here. It's safer for everyone to stay together, but if you take the wrong path, it will only waste time." Minkong at this moment seemed to understand her intention, smiled softly, looked at Chang and secretly thought, "Is he planning to act alone and do something bad again?" She then still pretended to go along with his words. "That makes sense. In that case, let's split up and act. Whether we gain opportunities or not will depend on our individual abilities." Chang, seeing her understand him so well, secretly rejoiced. As expected of Minkong, Shenner also happily thought, "Great, only a fool would want to follow Ji Chang. Following him means only eating scraps." Then she said, "Let's go." Chu and Zi Qin were a bit sad, both having the same thought. "I want to go with Ji Chang." The immortal phoenix woman also split up, saying to everyone, "Then Jin Chanzi and I will take this path." Minkong looked at Chu and Zi Qin and asked, "Are the two saintesses not going together?" The two, upon hearing this, didn't know what to say for a moment. Zi Qin then happily refused, saying, "Oh, I'll go with Chu later. I still have some things I want to discuss with brother Ji. Then she secretly whispered to Chu, "Go on, you'll have to face her sooner or later." Chu was also somewhat confused at this moment, not knowing whether to listen or not. "No, I'm not." Seeing this, Minkong thought, "This Wang Zijin, her thick skin is truly no less than Chang's." She then led the way and walked in. Zi Qin, seeing this, teased, "Oh dear, she's still shy." Chang said nothing, seeing this. At this moment, Zhang Chen and Pudu shouted loudly from inside. "Princess Luoshan." "Found it, Princess Luoshan, this is great. Everyone is finally here. I and benefactor Zhang have found the divine essence." Zhang Chen at this moment still worriedly said to everyone, "But this divine essence is protected by formation patterns. I need more time to successfully decipher them." Luoshan, hearing this, excitedly said, "As expected, it's the ancestor's divine essence. You can decipher it with peace of mind. We'll handle the rest." Zhang Ming at this moment was not as happy as his senior sister. He worriedly thought to himself, "Divine essence, if I can obtain it, I can step into realms I couldn't even imagine before." Then he remembered that senior sister who was stronger than him, and became even angrier, determined. "I don't want to live so humbly anymore. I want to break that arrogant face." In the dark corridor, Zi Qin walked with Chang, chatting, "Oh brother Ji, it's just the two of us left. It's fine to be polite in front of others, but with just us two, who's going to be polite?" At this point, Chang said, "Saintess Zi Qin, please mind your address." Zi Qin nudged Chang's arm with her elbow, then mocked, "Hey, can I ask a question?" Chang closed his eyes and said no. Zi Qin continued, "Tisk, I haven't finished yet. It's about the human ancestor's reincarnation." Chang still remained unmoved and said, No." Zi Qin reached out and touched her pocket, saying, "You're truly no fun at all, forcing me to use my ultimate move." She took out a jade pendant, held it up, glanced at Chang, and then said, "Hey, you still owe me a favor." Chang smiled faintly. "That's two different things. Saintess Zi Qin, please don't make things difficult for me anymore." Zi Qin turned her face away and said, "You're such a heartless person. I haven't done anything to you. What are you afraid of?" She put her hands behind her back and whispered, "Then let's ask a simpler question." Zi Qin walked in front of Chang, one hand on her hip, the other extended, looking meaningfully at Chang, and said, "Brother Ji, who do you think is more beautiful, Chu or I?" Ji Chang thought silently. "I originally thought she'd ask an extremely strange question." Ji Chang continued to walk calmly. He said, "Saintess Zikin and Saintess Chu each have their own merits, making them difficult to compare. In my humble opinion, both of you are peerless beauties, equal in charm." Zikin watched his retreating back, then said with a tone full of sarcasm, "You are truly cunning, but does Brother Gu's statement imply that he wishes to have both? Wouldn't that double the joy?" Ji Chang continued walking, then said, "What is Saintess Zikin saying? I don't quite understand." Zikin followed behind, thinking, "HMPH, this scoundrel." Zikin said, "Furthermore, Brother Ji chose this path without hesitation. How can you be sure you haven't gone the wrong way?" In another tunnel exit, a sudden loud bang scattered the soldiers, who exclaimed in terror, "Princess!" Luoshan was hiding inside. She and her subordinates saw this scene, all terrified. She shouted, "What? How did they get here so fast?" Granny Jin said, "There are many of them. They must have split up. This group just happened to find this place." Luoshan's eyes widened. "This is bad. There's even a quasi-supreme expert in this group. Those divine officers haven't even done anything yet. They've already arrived at the entrance with such intimidating presence, each with extraordinary power and spiritual energy. Ha ha ha, found it. It was indeed right to follow the Taishu god race. Everyone, let's attack together. After we succeed, we'll divide and conquer." Luoshan began to lose her patience. She turned to Zhang Chen and urged, "Zhang Chen, hurry up and finish. If I don't get the divine position today, you won't live either." An old monk also urged, "Benefactor Zhang, please hurry." Zhang Chen, sweating profusely, looked back and cursed under his breath. "This woman changes her face too quickly," he said. "Focus, almost done." Luoshan's side was at a disadvantage against those divine officers. Luoshan's people were mercilessly struck down one after another. Zhang Chen remained seated, chanting, and after a while he shouted, "Deciphered!" Luoshan was fighting, and upon hearing this she was overjoyed. She turned her head and said, "Excellent, I was so happy I forgot about those petty clowns." The purple-clothed woman charged forward fiercely. "Zhang Luoshan, that thing no longer belongs to you." Luoshan was hit by surprise, but fortunately she dodged in time. She yelled angrily, "How dare a small sect covet the Taishu god race's divine position?" Luoshan didn't back down. She quickly shot out a golden talisman flying straight ahead. You are not worthy. The golden talisman flew up, then exploded with a boom, forming a massive fireball that sent both of them flying. She took the opportunity to fly in the opposite direction, casually grabbing the purple jade stone and saying, in the end, before she could rejoice for long, Luotian was pushed away by an incoming soldier. She let out a HMPH. Tianwan emerged. He solemnly stated, "Today you won't take this divine position." Those who saw Tianwan appear were overjoyed, saying, "Tianwan Tianjun." Another person fighting heard of Tianwan's appearance and quickly said, "Tianwan, delay means trouble. Go get the divine position quickly. Damn it." Luotian hastily pushed the soldier aside, thinking, "It seems I must use the power of the ancestor." Another person was struck down by their opponent, but this time that person flew directly towards Tianwan. However, before touching him, he was blocked by Tianwan's divine power hand, looking quite pitiful, but still, never mind. A familiar voice sounded, "Brother Gu, it's really lively here." This attracted Tianwan's attention. He turned his head and said, "You are?" Two familiar figures appeared. Zikin said, "Oh, are you all fighting? No worries, carry on." Jiu Chong smiled and pointed, saying, "I'll just take the divine position over there and leave. I won't disturb you all." This statement made Zikin next to him burst into laughter. Jiu Chong's sudden appearance made both warring parties exclaim in surprise. "Jiu Chong, is that the human ancestor Hall's Saintess over there?" Luotian looked at Jiu Chong, sweating profusely. She said angrily, "Jiu Chong, why is he here too?" Granny Jin next to her said, "How strange, it shouldn't be such a coincidence." Zhang Chen saw Jiu Chong appear and quickly hid behind a rock, his face pale, thinking, "Why is it him again? I'm starting to wonder if he's installed a tracker on me." "Don't worry, it seems he intends to confront everyone here." Tianwan looked at Jiu Chong and said, "Jiu family brat, what did you mean by that?" Others also echoed, "Although your current strength might be on par with ours. But don't be too greedy. We have 4 sect masters here." Jiu Chong calmly stepped forward and said, "Don't you understand? This thing has already caught my eye, Jiu. Everyone please leave." A hint of killing intent flashed in Jiu Chong's dark eyes. He said coldly, "To avoid more casualties." However, someone disregarded his words and charged directly at Jiu Chong, shouting, "Arrogant, we are not like the Taishu Divine Sect's great elders." Jiu Chong quickly used the power of reincarnation to draw his golden longsword. Then, with just a few moves, he inflicted countless sword wounds on the purple-clothed man. Jiu Chong said, "How boring." That purple-robed old man hadn't even touched a single hair on Jiu Chong, yet his body was already covered in wounds. He looked at the wounds on his hand and said angrily, "Damn it, how can you possibly defeat us?" A bystander shouted, He killed the sect master of Shenyang in one move." Then the others behind the purple-robed old man also rushed over. One person summoned a huge fist, another created a ring of fire, then shouted, "No good, let's attack together. This guy is too strange." Jiu Chong gripped his longsword, looking straight ahead, preparing to strike. With the Zhengjin power of the White Tiger and a sword light, Jiu Chong had already sent many people flying. Not only that, he also effortlessly split the FA character in two. Luotian began to panic. She muttered to herself, "How is this possible? Killing sect masters like chickens. Has he truly become a genuine supreme?" Granny Jin was also sweating profusely, saying, "If not for the formation patterns here, that one sword strike would have cut through the palace." Zhang Ming next to them thought, clutching his face, which was swollen like a pig's head, "I don't want revenge anymore." Zhang Chen was the most timid person here. He had been hiding behind a rock, his face covered in cold sweat, thinking even the sect masters of great sects are like chickens to be slaughtered in his hands. "We should run. Wait. I'll find an opportunity to activate the formation patterns, causing the palace to collapse. You run directly to the east gate. There's a tunnel leading outside. That monk ran off a long time ago." Zikin had only been observing from her spot, but she couldn't help but be surprised by Jiu Chong's strength. She thought, "He's a monster. Even with my current strength, using all my trump cards, I can only deal with one sect master level person. I, a transmigrator, am such a failure. It feels like he's the true transmigrator of destiny. No, he's the born villain." An aura swiftly swept past, heading in the opposite direction. Zikin pointed and shouted, "Brother Jiu. He's trying to run." Jiu Chong turned and smiled. "He can't run." Indeed, he couldn't run. Tianwan hadn't even moved before he was caught by a giant palm summoned by Jiu Chong. He shouted, "Jiu Chong, I don't want the divine position anymore. Let me go." Jiu Chong said coldly, "I gave you all a chance, but you didn't cherish it." Tianwan was tightly squeezed by that palm and golden cracks began to appear on his body. He said painfully, "No, young master Jiu, please." Before he could finish, Tianwan was crushed by Jiu Chong in front of everyone. Granny Jin said, "Princess, let's forget about the divine position and escape quickly." Luotian gritted her teeth in anger. "I've waited for so long, finally got it. I'm not willing." Jiu Chong looked at Luotian and said, "It's your turn." Luotian held a golden talisman in her hand, looked at Jiu Chong and shouted, "Jiu Chong, do you think killing so many people will make me afraid, make me back down?" Jiu Chong sneered, "With that single talisman containing a supreme attack, you cannot contend with me, and you've made a mistake." Jiu Chong arrogantly spread his arms, mocking, "They died at the hands of the Taishu god race. What does that have to do with me? Their forces will only seek revenge on the Taishu god race." Luotian's eyes widened as she looked at Jiu Chong, shouting, You are truly shameless. How can you be worthy of being the leader of the righteous path? Moreover, do you think no one will know about this? There are so many people here. There's no such thing as an airtight wall." Zikin had been leaning against the wall watching the show, but after hearing her words, her entire body stiffened. Zikin then retorted without showing weakness, pointing at Luotian and scolding. Princess Luotian is truly ruthless, not only setting a trap to assassinate the sect masters who came to seek treasure but now deliberately pinning the blame on Brother Jiyu. You are truly despicable. Luotian and Granny Jin were also stunned after hearing this, not knowing what to say because the other party was too right. Jiyu Chong on the other hand looked at Luotian very calmly with disdain in his eyes. Luotian, exasperated, raised the golden talisman and angrily declared, "Colluding with me, conspiring together, the human ancestor hall truly shames the name of the righteous path. I will fight you to the death." Jiyu Chong had a flash of inspiration and cast a time stasis spell. He slowly walked directly towards Luotian, and before acting he shouted again, "What kind of bad habit is that?" He then snatched the talisman from Luotian's hand. When time and space returned to normal, the talisman in Luotian's hand had already been burned by Jiyu Chong, who stood before her. He said the original plan was to hurry on their way. He mercilessly reached out and choked Luotian's neck, causing her to painfully spit out a little blood. Poof, the red demonic energy began to attack Luotian. She struggled to resist, saying, "Jiyu Chong, do you really want to kill me? What good would my death here do you?" At this moment, Jiyu Chong's eyes were filled only with killing intent. He smiled coldly. "What nonsense is Princess Luotian spouting? How could I do such a thing? It's just that you and those sect masters fought over the Taishu divine position and were jointly killed by them, unfortunately dying here." Granny Jin rushed forward and shouted, "Jiyu Chong, release the princess." Jiyu Chong replied without hesitation, "All right." Mercilessly, Jiyu Chong directly threw Luotian towards Granny Jin. Both were knocked away. He said the situation was not optimistic, as red cracks also began to appear on Luotian's body. She said painfully, "HMPH?" Granny Jin, on the other hand, looked at Luotian with extreme anxiety, saying, "Princess." Luotian then disintegrated in front of Granny Jin and Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming cried out in pain, "Imperial sister?" Zikin, watching Luotian turn to dust, also thought in surprise such decisive action. Not even a shred of pity for a woman. I thought he really wanted to make Zhang Luotian his maid. After Luotian's death, Zhang Ming turned and ran, shouting, "I don't want it, I don't want it, I don't want to die." Regardless of Granny Jin shouting his name, Zhang Ming had just run to the doorway when golden cracks also appeared on his face, but he still didn't realize it, only saying, "Imperial sister is dead, he will definitely kill us to silence us." However, Zhang Ming hadn't even stepped out the door, leaving only a pool of blood and Jiyu Chong's cold gaze. Jiyu Chong and Granny Jin said in unison, "It's all over now." However, not long after, golden divine power surged. Jiyu Chong also observed with some curiosity. A huge Susanoo appeared, attacking Jiyu Chong. "Jiyu Chong, die." Jiyu Chong turned around, somewhat unexpectedly, saying, "I didn't expect it to be a substitute puppet, and it's even." Jiyu Chong quickly teleported behind the Susanoo, saying, "A quasi-emperor realm Dao pattern Dharma body. The Taishu god race's princess truly has many life-saving methods." He once again extended his hand to summon his longsword, saying, "But it's a pity." Luotian turned her head, thinking in terror, "That's an emperor realm weapon." Jiyu Chong struck the Susanoo with a sword without hesitation. But that attack seemed to lack sufficient power. Luotian actually blocked it. The situation was not optimistic. Cracks began to appear on Luotian's Susanoo. Seeing this from inside, she cursed furiously, "Damn it, Jiyu Chong, must you kill me?" Jiyu Chong still calmly replied, "If you're willing to be my maid." Before he could finish, the room began to collapse. Luotian asked in confusion, "What's happening?" But Jiyu Chong certainly knew what was going on. He said, "He chooses his timing well." That Zhang Chen took advantage of the chaotic situation and turned to flee. But at this moment Zhang Luotian was still struggling to hold on. Run quickly. As he was fleeing, he encountered Pudu. Pudu also eagerly said, "Benefactor Zhang, please wait for this humble monk." Zhang Chen saw him appear and said, "Ha, you're still here? You hid even better than me." With that, the two ran into a door and successfully escaped. Large rocks and dust began to fall. Zikin looked at Jiyu Chong and shouted, "Brother Jiyu, the palace is collapsing." Jiyu Chong interrupted her, saying, "I will deal with it immediately, Saintess Zikin, no need to worry." Zikin, upon hearing this, immediately turned and ran. "I'm leaving first, Brother Jiyu. I know you'll definitely be fine." Returning outside, Jiyu Chong watched Zikin gradually disappear, saying, "Gone." As for Luotian, Granny Jin had already set up a magical array. She said, "Princess, let's go quickly." Luotian also stopped fighting and hastily flew towards Granny Jin's magical array. She looked at Granny Jin worriedly, saying, "Granny Jin, you're burning your essence blood." Granny Jin said, "This old body must send the princess away safely." With that, she cast a spell to make the two slowly disappear. Luotian still didn't forget to give Jiyu Chong a look filled with hatred. Jiyu Chong, everyone had left. Only Jiyu Chong remained in this rapidly collapsing place. He said, "HMPH, they ran really fast. It's good that everyone's gone. No one will disturb me as I take the divine position." He walked forward and reached out for the glowing jade stone, but unfortunately he couldn't grasp the jade stone. Jiyu Chong looked at his hand and said, "It actually dares to refuse me. Does it want to leave itself for a descendant of the Taishu god race?" Jiyu Chong's expression then changed 360 degrees. His eyes turned completely black and he said with a malicious smile, "You have a lot of guts. Since I'm here, you have no other choice." The jade stone seemed to be terrified by Jiyu Chong's terror. A huge crack began to appear in the ground. Everyone rushed up. "Run, the underground palace is collapsing. What's happening? There are still many people who haven't come out." Two streaks of light flew out from below. Someone said, "Someone came out." Zhen Yao flew up carrying 2 people in his hands. He looked at the waiting crowd and asked, "Is everyone all right? Is there anyone else who hasn't come out? I'll go meet them." Someone replied, "Young Master Ji Yuchang hasn't come out yet." Zhen Yao was silent for a moment, then said, "He doesn't need to." Zhen Yao walked up to the immortal Phoenix woman and handed the person over to her. The immortal Phoenix woman said, "Hand her over to me." Zikin also appeared at this moment saying, "Oh dear, I was so scared." Chu looked at Zikin and asked, "Wang Zijin, where is Ji Yuchang?" Minkung asked, arms crossed. "Weren't you 2 together when you went in?" Zikin pretended not to know, saying, "I don't know. The underground palace collapsed, so I ran first." Shenner and Chu upon hearing this jumped up and said in unison, "That's perfectly reasonable." Zikin turned her face and looked down, saying, "Anyway, it's everyone for themselves now. Besides, he's so bad he might not even die in the end." Zikin walked up to Chu and began to hug her, saying, then she added, "Weren't you supposed to care about me back then? You can't have a boyfriend. You forgot being taken away. That would be too sad." Chu was very displeased with Zikin's behavior. She asked, "Are you all right?" Before she could finish, someone shouted loudly, drawing Zikin and Chu's attention. "Aha, the sect master's token is broken." "How can this be? The sect master just entered the quasi-supreme realm. How could he die here? Our ancestor is also gone, but the ancestor is still here." Minkong gently squinted, thinking, "I remember there was no Tongtian ancestor in the secret chamber. Did those people die for nothing?" Someone shouted, "It must be a trap by the Taishu god race to make all the Dao lineages and forces here pay a price. It's too much. They actually decided to make enemies with all of us, daring to frame our sect master." Amidst the commotion, a golden light flew out from the smoke. That group of people said, "Look, someone else is coming out." Ji Yuchang appeared with one hand covering his chest. The crowd cheered, "It's young Master Ji Yu. It looks like he's injured." Minkong walked forward worriedly, calling out, "Chang." Those people, seeing Chang still alive, said unhappily, "What a pity. Why didn't he die in the underground palace? Yeah, with him around, how can our younger generation ever stand tall?" Minkong supported Ji Yuchang with one hand and used a handkerchief to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth with the other. She also asked him solicitously, "Are you all right?" Chang replied, "I'm fine. You worried me." As the two were in this tender moment, Ji Shenner walked over and asked, "Ji Yuchang, the treasure, are you all right?" This left both Chang and Minkong speechless. Zikin hugged Chu and said, "If you like him, go after him." Chu replied, "Don't talk nonsense." Those people crowded around Chang and asked, "Young Master Chang, do you know what exactly happened inside? Why did it suddenly collapse? Yes, why didn't we see anyone from the Taishu god race? Are they all dead?" Ji Yuchang's face showed an expression of immense regret. He said, "Alas, we underestimated the Taishu god race. This is their ancestors' tomb, so of course they had a backup plan. I was originally contending with them for the divine position, but unexpectedly, the divine position only recognized their descendants, and they escaped through a secret passage hoping to bury all of us here." Chang looked at those people and asked, "Does anyone remember a mortal following a mysterious monk in their group?" Someone among them recognized him and said, "It's him, the one with the bamboo hat." Ji Chang said, "That's right, that person could manipulate all the formations here. The collapse of the palace was caused by him." After hearing Chang's words, they immediately believed him without a doubt. "So it was him. How dare he conspire to cause the tragic death of our sect master? Unforgivable. Return to the sect, gather forces to find them, and we must demand justice from the Taishu god race." Chang looked at them as if they were oxen being led by the nose and couldn't help but smile, then glanced at Minkong. Minkong looked at Chang, also feeling a bit helpless. The sun gradually rose, illuminating the flying ships in the sky. A group of people bowed in unison. "Chang's senior brother Ji Yu will take our leave first," another girl thought to herself. "Young master, the next time I see you I will definitely make you look at me with new eyes." Ji Chang spread his arms and said, "All right, give my regards to the palace master and all the elders." After speaking, he looked behind him to where Minkong and Shenner were standing. Minkong placed her hands on Shenner's shoulders and said firmly, "Shenner, aren't you going back to True Immortal Academy?" Shenner smiled and said, No, I have something else to take care of." Both turned to look straight ahead. Minkong asked, "Don't you need his help?" Chang was secretly listening to their conversation from nearby. Shenner said, "No, I can handle it myself." Minkong said, "Then be careful." After speaking, Shenner flew off the ship, passing by Zhang Fang where Zikin and Chu were chatting. Chu said, "You've been spacing out. What are you thinking about?" Zikin propped her chin on her hand, looking at Chu, then began to analyze. "I'm thinking with your previous personality you absolutely couldn't like someone like Ji Chang." Chu felt a bit guilty after hearing this and said, What are you talking about? When did I say I liked him?" Zikin walked up to Chu, forcing her to step back. Zikin crossed her arms and said, "You suddenly stopped looking for the human ancestor. Your personality no longer as stubborn as before." And Ji Chang inexplicably became the human ancestor. All of this indicates Zikin now almost overwhelmed Chu. She took off Chu's veil and smiled mischievously, saying, "There is only one truth." Chu was overwhelmed by Zikin's aura. She asked, "What exactly do you want to say?" Zikin thought smugly, looking at her reaction. "Combined with Ji Chang's style of action, I'm about 80% sure that the true human ancestor is Ji Chang. Being with someone like him is truly exciting." In front of the Taishu god race's main hall, Luoshan's father sat on the throne and asked Luoshan, "Is everything you're saying true? If so, that Ji family brat's actions are despicable and base, truly unworthy of the title #1 of the younger generation." Luoshan stood beneath the throne, cupped her hands and respectfully replied, What daughter says is entirely true, not a single lie. If not for the substitute puppet father bestowed, I'm afraid I wouldn't have returned with my life this time. That Jiyu Chang's cultivation is unfathomable, and his methods are even more sinister and ruthless. Luotian's father's eyes gleamed golden, and he said with an extremely solemn expression, I understand this person is not to be underestimated. After all, even the Grand Elder of Zifu fell at his hands. But now all the blame has fallen on us. The most urgent task is to resolve the matter of the various Dao lineages seeking to punish our clan. Luotian first shifted all responsibility to Pudu and Zhang Chen, who had fled earlier, and sent people to apprehend them. As for Jiyu Zhang, he could not be allowed to continue muddying the waters. Luotian remained standing still. Her father continued, Luotian, you'll have to bear the hardship. Luotian's face was filled with helplessness, and she said reluctantly, Father, daughter understands. This is daughter's responsibility after all. On a rather bustling street, people were discussing animatedly, have you heard? News from the Taishu god race, that Zhang Chen is the legendary divine source master. In the Taishu divine tomb, it was he who activated the formations inside, framing everyone. It seems he had been plotting for a long time, attempting to seize the divine position of the Taishu divine tomb. Do you think the Taishu god race is fabricating this story to shift attention? Unless the Taishu god race is truly foolish, how could they harm the sect masters of great sects? You're right. Those words drifted into a half-open window of a tea house. A fist slammed onto the table next to a bamboo hat. Zhang Chen angrily slammed the table and said, not only did they cross the river and demolish the bridge, now they're turning around and saying that Guy and I framed the major sects and seized the Taishu divine position. In the end, we got nothing and ended up with such a huge scapegoat. Pudu walked to the window and said, Benefactor Zhang, it seems from now on you and I are in the same boat. Soon after, Pudu closed the window. Zhang Chen angrily looked at Pudu and asked, speaking of which, isn't this all your fault? You insisted on dragging me to help them, and you said how powerful and reliable the Taishu god race was? Pudu looked at Zhang Chen and sighed helplessly. Alas, this humble monk didn't expect it either. Zhang Chen was so angry his eyebrows almost knitted together. He said, this Zhang Luotian, not only did I clear the path for her and help her decipher countless formations, I even bought her time to escape, and now she shamelessly slanders me. When I become powerful, I will definitely make her wish she were dead. Pudu stood behind him and said, it's useless to say all this now. Benefactor Zhang and this humble monk should find a place to lay low first. Zhang Chen glanced at Pudu and said, does Master have any good suggestions? Oh, by the way, I still don't know your origins. Pudu replied solemnly, Mount Buddha, Zun Kong Temple. The scene shifts to Jiyu Chang. At this moment he is fully focused on absorbing the power of the jade stone he recently acquired, surrounded by colorful light, appearing incredibly dazzling. Jiyu Chang opened his purple eyes, still radiating some divine power. He smiled sinisterly, thinking, Zhang Luotian knows the divine position is in my hands. Her words this time are clearly a sign of weakness towards me. Congratulations on saving your little life. Outside Jiyu Chang's room, a pair of feet gently landed, accompanied by a slight sigh. Alas, Cheng is here again. Ji Hengxuan has also gone to help me manage the territory of the 13 Great Dao. At this moment, a formation was being cast in Jiyu Chang's room, so he could only do it himself. Then the sound of a guard came from outside the room, reporting, Master, Princess Luotian of the Taishu god race is waiting outside the academy for an audience. Jiyu Chang was a bit surprised after hearing this, then couldn't help but laugh out loud, propping his chin, lost in thought. Let her in. In front of Jiyu Chang's palace, the guard respectfully said to Princess Luotian, My master is waiting in the palace, please enter. Zhang Luotian gave a cold standing outside the palace gate. She couldn't help but be filled with thoughts with a hint of fear and vigilance. Is that demon really inside? Her face was very grim, a little forced. If I could, I really wouldn't want to see him again. However, her hand had no choice but to push open the door and walk in. She gently hummed, then was utterly shocked as if seeing something incredible. Jiyu Chang sat quietly by a tea table, fanning to warm the teapot, the air filled with a faint mist. He looked very calm and elegant, yet maintained his distance. He invited Zhang Luotian to sit. She was stunned, as if she didn't know who he was talking to, because Jiyu Chang didn't even look at her. Zhang Shenluo's face was pale, and she couldn't help but sit opposite Jiyu Chang, still constantly doubting him. He tells me to sit, and I have to sit. Why am I so obedient to him? Regardless of Zhang Luotian's days, Jiyu Chang remained indifferent. Then she suddenly stood up and said loudly, Jiyu Chang, I came here this time to make a deal with you. He was still indifferent. I know. Zhang Luotian was a bit surprised after hearing this. Ahem, you know, Jiyu Chang said calmly. Isn't it that you want me to keep quiet and not expose the Taishu god race's so-called explanation, and in return you promise not to reveal that the 4 sect masters died at my hands, right? Anyway, as long as you're ruthless enough and sacrifice the souls of those present, you can naturally recreate everything that happened at that time. Jiyu Chang calmly raised his eyes. That's my weakness that you control, right? Zhang Luotian's face turned red, and she hurriedly explained, No, that's right. You don't want to become a target of public criticism, right? And the matter of my clan's divine position is also settled. The Taishu god race has no reason to be an enemy of the longevity Jiyu family, as long as you remain silent. How does that sound? Jiyu Chang calmly stood up. I find it very ridiculous. Zhang Luotian was startled. What? He slowly said. Firstly, since I dared to kill those people, I naturally don't fear their retaliation. with my Jiyu family's strength, how many powerful figures can they kill? Jiyu Chang's voice was unhurried, it carried immense weight. Secondly, anyone with high spiritual cultivation can easily modify some memories. Are you sure your Taishu god race wants to compare credibility with me? His words completely overwhelmed Zhang Luoshan, leaving her speechless, only stammering. Then she resolutely, with a pleading tone, said, "Then what exactly do you want me to agree to?" Jiyu Chang's fan flew towards her. Zhang Luoshan instinctively reached out and caught it. Jiyu Chang walked straight away with his hands behind his back, not forgetting to say, "It's simple, you stay, both as a hostage and a maid." Of course she didn't agree, saying indignantly, "What, that's impossible. Jiyu Chang, don't go too far." He just glanced at her coldly, then said indifferently, "Not sure, then the Taishu god race need not exist." Zhang Luoshan was truly frightened and could only utter a "you," then began to negotiate. "Can't we change the condition or change the person, my sister?" Jiyu Chang interrupted her. "I don't have much patience, I don't like to say things twice." She frowned tightly, thinking, "I am the future divine emperor of the Taishu god race," then asked, "Why must it be me?" Jiyu Chang turned around and replied, "Being your sibling is their good fortune. Although your personality is a bit lacking, your appearance is barely acceptable to my eyes." Zhang Luoshan immediately retorted, "My personality is lacking? Jiyu Chang, you are the least qualified person to say that." Jiyu Chang's lips curled slightly and he urged, "Enough with the nonsense, I don't have much time, you must make a choice." Zhang Luoshan clenched her hands. Speechless for a moment, she proposed a condition. "But you are not allowed to force me to do things I don't want to do. You are not allowed to harm the interests of the Taishu god race. And also I won't serve others." Jiyu Chang raised his head and replied, "In front of me you'd best rein in that princess temper. If you can't serve, you'll learn. If you can't learn," he suddenly turned around, his eyes sharp, his voice was low, "I will kill you." Zhang Luoshan's entire body stiffened, fear enveloped her and her face turned pale. On the other side, Yu Mingkong had just heard the maid's report and immediately panicked. "What did you say?" Her scream echoed throughout the hall. Yu Mingkong loudly reconfirmed with the maid, holding her to prevent her from leaving. The maid carefully bowed her head and replied, "Yes, the entire academy knows." She couldn't help but ponder, frowning. Princess Luoshan finally came to Chang after all. Some things, even if you want to avoid them, will eventually happen. The scene shifts to the chaotic starfield, bustling with people, a constant flow of traffic. Beside a carriage, a bearded man sighed and asked, "Do you know about the Spring Breeze Jade Pavilion?" The braided man turned around and replied, "Is that the one in Bai's ancient city?" The man leaned against the carriage and said, "That's an assassin organization. Recently they somehow offended young Master Jiyu and are now being hunted worldwide." Upon seeing him, he called out, "Then let's go search for clues too. If we can get a chance to ally with the Jiyu family, that would be..." The scene shifts to Jiyu Chang. At this moment, he was thinking that there was no news from Bai Lianer yet. Does she not intend to save Bai Kun? Never mind, I'll bring him back to the Jiyu family first. Su Qing flew over and asked in surprise, "Young master, why are you here?" he asked with his hands behind his back. "Qing, is the management of the Starfield going smoothly?" She flew to his side, smiling, and replied, "Very smoothly. The revenue during this period has increased by at least 30 compared to the period under the 13 Great Dao's rule." Jiyu Chang smiled after hearing this, looking at Su Qing, then continued, "In another 3 years I'm confident I can double its scale." After speaking, she turned and asked, "Young master, is there anything you need this time?" He replied, "Waiting for someone. You can also help me select a few Saint Realm subordinates." Suddenly, a woman in an orange dress and a group of people flew over. The people behind bowed and said, "Greetings, young Master Chang." And she somewhat angrily said loudly, "Jiyu Chang, you are truly too much. Not only do you want to order me around, but you also want to order around the powerful cultivators of my clan." Su Qing looked at his face and thought, "Has young master found a new maid?" "That's right, my sister and I are not by young master's side." Jiyu Chang asked after hearing the woman's words. "Do you have any complaints?" She replied, "I have no complaints, but those who travel with me can only remain silent." The scene shifts to the Zanyang domain of the demon world, where everyone is discussing, "Have you heard? It seems a great figure has arrived recently, and even Her Majesty the Empress greatly values them and is about to grace the demon world." Others replied, "Yes, that great figure from the upper realm is said to have a terrifying status and unfathomable background." That person continued, "Never before has Her Majesty the Empress shown such regard for the arrival of a domain's great sect leader. This great figure is truly exceptional." Two foxes stood there whispering as they watched Jun Bufan and Yar walk by. "Jun Bufan, it's him. He's actually at the academy today. Why is he still standing there talking?" Jun Bufan is the #1 person in the Black and White Academy. Almost no one can contend with him, except for Senior Sister Song's family, and it's said that his relationship with Senior Sister Song is not simple, as they are both talented individuals. Hearing these discussions, he suddenly turned and asked her, "Yar, a great figure from the upper realm is coming. How much do you know about this?" She immediately replied, "Reporting to young master, I only vaguely heard father say that this person from the upper realm is terrifying and mysterious. Her Majesty the Empress didn't reveal too many details, only instructed all officials to go to the Stargazing Palace today to welcome him." Jun Bufan then said, "So that's how it is," he secretly mused. "Could this sudden arrival of someone from the upper realm be related to Bai Kun's matter? Is this person also a contingency father left for me? I have already integrated some of father's old subordinates, and my cultivation has indeed reached the Saint Realm. and at the Black and White Academy's Heaven's Chosen banquet a few days from now, Zhao Shi will personally descend. This is my opportunity. To ensure everything goes smoothly, I should first ascertain the identity of this mysterious great figure, whether they are friend or foe. At this moment he leisurely picked up his teacup as if waiting for someone. Suddenly someone asked, "Do you need me for something?" Zhang Bufan said leisurely. "Qingzu, you're finally here," she hurriedly said. "You need me, how can I not come, but time is short, please speak quickly. Her Majesty the Empress urgently needs people by her side right now. If I hadn't made an excuse I probably wouldn't have been able to get away." He stepped forward and asked, "Very busy? Is it to welcome that person from the upper realm?" "Who exactly is that person? Is it worth such a grand display?" Qingzu replied. "I told you before, Her Majesty the Empress met him in the upper realm and occasionally received letters from him." Zhang Bufan uttered a name. "Is it that Jiyu Chang?" She immediately replied, "Yes, it's him." Zhang Bufan pondered for a moment, then asked suspiciously, "What is he doing in the demon world?" Qingzu said, "I don't know, but Her Majesty the Empress really likes him. Every time she reads his letters her emotions change." Hearing this, Zhang Bufan secretly cursed her. This wretched Zhao Shi, does she want to pull a cougar move? She's 6,000 years older than Jiyu Chang, she could be his ancestor. He then quickly left. "Zhang Bufan, I'm going now. If the Empress finds out I left, I'll surely face a hefty punishment." Seeing this, he reminded her, "You also need to be careful. After all, you're not the most favored." Zhang Bufan secretly chuckled. "Zhao Shi, you'd never dream that Qingzu, the female official by your side, is actually my person, would you?" The scene shifts to night. The palace is still brightly lit and heavily guarded outside. Inside, everyone raised their cups in celebration, saying, "Let us all welcome young Master Chang." "To Her Majesty, to young Master Chang," a general in armor looking slightly tipsy introduced himself. "I am the great General Pingtuan of the demon world. This brother is so powerful. Where were you highly esteemed before following young Master Chang?" The person next to him also cupped his hands and said, "It's embarrassing to say. I was once misled by the 13 Great Tao. Fortunately, I later received young Master Chang's guidance and reformed." General Pingtuan laughed. "Then you've indeed turned over a new leaf," he hurriedly replied. "Precisely." At another table, that person holding a wine pot laughed. "Guests from afar are all welcome, no need to be polite. Come eat something to replenish your qi and blood. I can tell your vital essence is lacking, but by following young Master Chang you'll have it in the future." Above, Jiyu Chang raised his cup and said, "It's quite troublesome for Empress Zhao Shi." The Empress also hastily raised her cup in response. "Young Master Chang has come a long way. This banquet is truly fitting." She stood behind him, secretly pondering, "This person is actually so close to the demon world's ruler and receives such a grand welcome from the Empress. Even if father came, he might not receive such treatment." He waved his hand and said, "Empress, there's no need for such ceremony. We are friends after all." As the two conversed, she turned to another person and asked, "Qingzu, where did you run off to at this hour?" Hearing Jiyu Chang say this, Zhao Shi smiled and asked, "May I ask young Master Chang what brings you to the demon world?" Seeing Qingzu rush over, he secretly thought, "It seems this maid has already had contact with the Child of Fortune. Is the clue being delivered to me?" Then he smiled again and said, "Does Empress Zhao Shi know about my recent annihilation of the 13 Great Tao in the chaotic starfield?" She happily replied, "Of course, young Master Chang's heroic deeds have spread far and wide, widely discussed. How could this Empress not know?" Jiyu Chang's expression turned serious. "Empress is too kind, it's just that this matter is related to someone." Hearing this, Zhao Shi was somewhat surprised. The two people sitting below observed. Suddenly that person asked his daughter, "Yue, what do you think of the rumored young Master Chang?" She replied, "Reporting to father, Yue believes this person is peerless." The Grand Tutor stroked his beard and turned to look. "Such a high evaluation," she could only say. "Seeing is believing, although he seems to be of a similar age to me. In front of him, I truly cannot act like a Heaven's Chosen." He observed for a while, then commented, "The upper realm is vast, and indeed no younger talent more outstanding than him can be found. Even the strength of great sect leaders pales in comparison to him. Come, follow me to greet him." The two stepped forward and bowed. The Grand Tutor said, "This old man is the Grand Tutor of the demon world. Greetings, young Master Chang. This is my daughter, Song Yue," she also proudly introduced. Yue is the Grand Tutor's only daughter, and also a remarkably brilliant Heaven's Chosen in the demon world today. He saw Jiyu Chang turn to look at Zhao Shi and asked suspiciously, "Does young Master Chang know Yue?" He smiled and said, "I don't, but Jiyu can tell at a glance that Miss Yue has boundless prospects." That person smiled and bowed. "Thank you for your praise, young Master Chang. We shall take our leave first." He looked up at Jiyu Chang's expression, finding it somewhat strange. Late at night the moon hung high and only sounds from outside could be heard. Inside, everyone gradually dispersed, leaving only him and Zhao Shi. She asked, "Young Master Chang just mentioned something related to this Empress. Can you tell me now?" Jiyu Chang turned and asked, "Does Empress Zhao Shi still remember Zhang Bufan?" Hearing him mention this name, her expression immediately turned to shock. The four close maids next to her were equally astonished except for Qingzu. They thought this name must not be mentioned in front of the Empress. Jiyu Chang slowly continued, "I learned something very interesting from Bai Kun. Zanyang Demon Emperor once entrusted him to find a suitable time to give a brocade pouch to a person named Zhang Bufan. However, to my knowledge, Zhang Bufan is Zanyang Demon Emperor's biological son, isn't he? And rumors say he perished 6,000 years ago." Zhao Shi seemed to have expected it. He was indeed faking his death. "Thank you, young Master Chang, for informing me of this. It confirms my suspicions, he bowed and replied. Empress Zhao Shi is too kind, he secretly mused. Alright, I've already set the stage then. She pointed to the 4 maids and said, it's late. These 4 women, Milan, Zuju, they are confidants I've cultivated since childhood, pure and chaste, obedient and intelligent. If young Master Chong doesn't mind, choose one to attend to you tonight. Hearing this, Ji Chong stood there in astonishment. Zhao Shi looked directly into his eyes. Or all 4 can attend to you. The 4 women lowered their heads shyly upon hearing this. The golden-haired woman's voice rang out, reporting to Empress Zhao Shi, this matter should be excused, this person is very particular. His wife is Yu Mingkong of the Peerless Immortal Dynasty. His confidants are the 2 saintesses of the Human Ancestor Hall, although that saintess surnamed Wang is quite shameless. Hearing her say this, Zhao Shi understood. Oh, then this empress was presumptuous. Chong merely smiled. This Ji appreciates the empress's kindness. The maids exchanged glances, each with a crestfallen expression, all understanding. Chong said, since that's the case, this Ji will take his leave to rest first. She did not try to keep him. Young Master Chong, please do as you wish. After the 2 left, the golden-haired woman called out, Ji Chong, I'm warning you beforehand, I won't serve you. He just let out a ha, which angered her immensely. Haha, what do you mean? He turned and said, I indeed didn't fancy those maids, but why should a maid make things difficult for another maid? Hearing him say this, her face darkened, full of confusion. However, I need to have people subtly monitor Empress Zhao Zai's entourage, Song Yue and that maid, back in the residence after the 2 left. A maid spoke, Your Majesty, you should rest too. But she then called out the name of a maid standing behind her. Qingzu, have you forgotten the rules I set? A mere hum made the atmosphere heavy. Qingzu's face turned pale when she heard Her Majesty call her name, her eyes wide. She knew the Empress was aware of the matter and immediately knelt down. This servant knows her mistake. I beg your Majesty for forgiveness. The 2 maids next to her were astonished. Qingzu, look at your face, I can't believe it. Zhao Shi still calmly asked, do you have a beloved? She dared not hide anything. This servant's body is pure. I dare not hide anything from your Majesty. She turned around, her face icy, and commanded, considering your service to this Empress since childhood, I will give you 1 chance. Go resolve him yourself. Hearing the Empress say such words herself, she wanted to refuse. Your Majesty, the words caught in her throat. She dared not say more and could only obey obediently. Yes, as the yes escaped her lips, tears streamed down her face. Then she had her entourage move back to Jun Buffon's hiding place. How did things go? He asked the 2 people he had sent. The 2, given permission, reported as per their young master's instructions. We have taken control of the imperial chef for this heaven's chosen banquet. He held the medicine bottle in his hand, satisfied. Very good. But given Zhao Zai's caution over the years, she will definitely have someone test for poison first. So this alone is not enough. If we want to kill Zhao Shi at the Heaven's Chosen banquet, we need more preventive measures to avoid any mishap, a subordinate continued. Young master, rest assured, we have secretly accumulated considerable strength over the years. If the poisoned wine fails, we still have the power of the 5 emperors lurking among the participants to encircle and eliminate her. Jun Buffon was even more satisfied upon hearing this. Very good, although 6,000 years have passed, given the demon world's barren resources. Zhao Shi could never have reached the emperor realm. This time she will surely die. Confidence increased by 10 points. This person is truly formidable. Suddenly a voice called from outside the door. Jun Buffon, hearing this, send the 2 away. You 2 may withdraw. He quickly changed his expression, then went to open the door. Qingzu, is the banquet over? Seeing her covered in sweat, he knew she had rushed there. He hurriedly invited her in. Come in and drink some water, take your time. After chatting for a while, Jun Buffon's angry voice echoed in the night sky. Zhao Shi, to curry favor with Ji Chong, actually allowed them to attend to him, and even wanted her to deal with me. She's truly heartless and ungrateful, she added. Not only that, Ji Chong also mentioned your name in front of the Empress. Hearing this, he mused. It seems I can't delay any longer. She asked him through tears. Jun Buffon, what should I do next? He suddenly stood up. Jewer, I need your help with one thing. As long as this succeeds, we won't have to worry about Zhao Shi anymore and we won't have to hide like rats. She heard this and knew it wasn't good, so she asked, what is it? Jun Buffon held up the poison bottle to her. This is a rare poison I spent a lot of effort to find. It has a miraculous effect on Supreme Realm cultivators. Her face, her voice showed immense shock. What? He continued. I know you are responsible for Zhao Zai's daily spiritual food as well as her cultivation pills and divine essence. He held her hand, placed the medicine bottle in it, and then comforted her. I know you can't bear to harm her, but will she spare you? Who will save you then? She held the poison bottle in her hand, her hands trembling. You want me to poison Her Majesty? This is impossible. She couldn't believe that what Jun Buffon wanted her to do was poison the Empress she had served all this time. A clear look of fear appeared on her face. Jun Buffon placed his hand on her shoulder and continued to coax her. Qingzu, don't worry. This pill, if used alone, actually has a nourishing effect, and no one will suspect you. I also know you are kind-hearted, but you must understand that if she discovers our affair, the cruel and ruthless Zhao Shi will not hesitate to kill you. He relentlessly instilled Zhao Zai's most wicked side in her. If she is heartless first, why should you be emotional? You are only seeking your own happiness. Besides, I promise you, only you and I will know about this. She gradually wavered. I trust you. How confident are you about this? He reached out and embraced her. If you succeed, the chances are over 90%. Only if she dies can we gain freedom. She also hugged him, clearly placing all her trust in this person. After a while, Qingzu left in a hurry. Jun Bufan sat there. What he was thinking might never be told to her. Qingzu, I'm sorry, you know too much. He glanced at the cup of water she had just drunk. If the plan succeeded, he would give her an antidote. Then he had his entourage move to the northern crown prince's residence, young Jiyu. At this moment, he was playing chess with the golden-haired woman when his subordinate returned to report. He commanded, "Speak." Given permission, the person reported, "Young master, the woman you asked me to follow left the imperial palace and seemed to go to the Black and White Academy, but she didn't stay there long before leaving again." He heard this and understood roughly. It seems she went to the Black and White Academy to find someone, but her stay was short, as if she was delivering a message. Perhaps that Jun Bufan is currently hiding in the Black and White Academy, and they might be discussing having that maid do something to Empress Zhao Zai's daily meals or pills. But this is unlikely to succeed, given Empress Zhao Zai's vigilance. Jiyu Chong said as he played chess, making the golden-haired woman also feel flustered. She was so angry her face turned red she could only think, "My chess skills are not bad, so why can't I win a single game? Is this guy good at everything?" Suddenly, Crown Prince Jiyu was startled. No, the demon world's heaven's chosen banquet is in 3 days. Many great families will come from the 9 domains to participate in the Black and White Academy, and Empress Zhao Shi will also be present at that time with mixed company. If I were the demon emperor's son, the heaven's chosen banquet would definitely be the perfect opportunity to make a move. Continue to track her movements. If you find anything unusual, report it to me immediately. Yowling, the golden-haired woman immediately replied, "Yes." She was still staring at Jiyu Chong, who remained silent. He turned his head to look at her, making her flustered. It was her turn. Chong could only remain silent, presumably too surprised to speak. He simply chose to act, flicking a chess piece directly at her face, making her nose bleed without giving her any chance to react. At this point, the two had finished their life-and-death chess game and transitioned to one massaging, the other enjoying. She asked, "Aren't you a friend of the Demon Empress? Didn't you warn her?" Young Master Jiyu merely replied with tearful eyes, "What's the hurry?" As she massaged, she listened to his reply with only one thought in her mind. Anyone who becomes friends with such a person is truly miserable. It's the horror of friendship. Judging from the current situation, Bai Kun's daughter Bai Lianer and his disciple haven't acted to save him yet, which means they've already arrived in the demon world. I wonder if they've found Jun Bufan yet. 3 days later, the Heaven's Chosen banquet was bustling with activity. "Wow, Black and White Academy must be the liveliest place today," another person continued. "I heard that a great figure from the upper realm, Jiyu Chong, will also be attending the grand ceremony." Another person was surprised to hear this. "Really?" Bai Kun's disciple looked around, then turned to ask Lianer, "Sister Lianer, do you think we'll find the person Master mentioned this time?" Lianer replied expressionlessly, "If we can't find him here, then the demon world is too vast for us to locate him." The disciple asked worriedly, "If we give this thing to him, can we go back and save Master?" She remained silent after hearing this, but a thought had already formed in her mind. Dealing with Jiyu Chong is not that simple. She knew this very well, knowing that young Master Jiyu was a difficult person to contend with. Black and White Academy. Sacred Mountain, a peak towering into the clouds with thousands of steps. At the foot of the mountain, the people of the demon world gathered loudly proclaiming, "The Heaven's Chosen banquet held once every 20 years has finally begun. I must get into the top 100 this time." Everyone began to turn their attention to Yue, the girl with emerald hair standing out in the crowd. "Look, it's senior sister Song. She's definitely going to rank in the top 10. In another corner, the Heavenly King and the Grand Tutor were conversing. The Heavenly King spoke first. "Grand Tutor, your daughter already possesses such astonishing grace at this age. Truly admirable." Hearing his daughter praised, he was overjoyed but quickly returned the compliment. "Ha ha ha, Heavenly King flatters me. Your 3 sons are also excellent." The Heavenly King laughed. "Ha ha, I think the 2 of them are quite a match." The Grand Tutor immediately thought of young Master Jiyu when he heard this. "Well, let the young people decide their own matters, we shouldn't interfere." Suddenly, everyone saw a person appear and immediately erupted in clamor. "It's Jun Bufan, the number 1 of the younger generation in the demon world. They are truly a perfect match." Jun Bufan walked up to Song Yue. All the best compliments were showered upon him. He walked forward and asked, "Yue, I haven't seen you in a few days. Did you just return today?" She replied, "I couldn't help it. Father gave me some tasks and I couldn't get away. Is there something you need, brother Jun Bufan?" Receiving her answer, he continued to ask, "I heard you also attended the banquet for young Master Jiyu Chong a few days ago. How is he?" Yue recalled. "He's almost a perfect man." Hearing this, he was also somewhat surprised. "Oh, it's rare to hear you speak so highly of someone," she affirmed her words. "I'm just speaking the truth. He gives me a dreamlike feeling. Very unreal. That young master is simply wonderful." Seeing this, he fell silent, but his mind was racing. "Jiyu Chong, you are an outsider. It's best not to interfere with the affairs of my demon world, otherwise I don't mind getting rid of you as well." The threatening words were only heard by himself because he was the one who uttered them. After a while, Zhao Shi and Jiyu Chong's palanquin flew in, causing a commotion at Black and White Academy. "Look, Her Majesty the Empress has arrived." It's Her Majesty the Empress and her 4 female officials, but everyone seemed to notice something unusual. Wait, the person sitting next to the Empress seems to be young Master Chong. The curtains of the palanquin fluttered in the wind, revealing Jiyu Chong's face. Wow, impossible. Even the Empress's personal female officials have never received such preferential treatment. The young girl's whispers rose and fell. They saw Chang. Is that young Master Chang? He's so handsome. My little demon heart is already fluttering. One person sighed. So young, yet he can already sit as equals with the great sect leaders. Jun Bufan had already seen him. He is Jiyu Chang, sitting in the palanquin. He seemed to have already locked onto his target. Zhao Shi glanced over, immediately noticing. I wonder how much young Master Chang thinks the demon world's heavens chosen differ from the upper realms. He looked down and replied. If judged purely on cultivation, these heavens chosen in the demon world would at best rank as mid-tier or even low-tier in the upper realm. Seeing him so blunt in his disparagement, she couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, most of them aren't even qualified to enter true immortal academy, Chang added. But this is mainly due to the vast differences in cultivation environments. The demon world lacks resources and there aren't as many top cultivators as in the upper realm. Zhao Zai's gaze lowered. That's why I want to change the current state of the demon world, but there are always those who obstruct me and cling to old ways. Chang turned and smiled. Rights and wrongs, merits and demerits will be judged by future generations. Moreover, I believe that with your Majesty's capabilities, you can accomplish anything. There's no need to worry. She was somewhat surprised after hearing this. Young Master Chang trusts me so much, he praised. Where there's a will, there's a way. In my opinion, your Majesty is such a person. With a wish in your heart, that wish can reach mountains and seas. Zhao Shi was astonished to hear such words from young Master Chang himself. Chang continued, now the vast demon world is like quicksand. The tighter you try to grasp it, the more it slips through your fingers under internal and external troubles. How can one not admire your Majesty for achieving what you have done single-handedly? Zhao Shi became happy again. So young Master Chang, are you flattering this Empress? Seeing this, Chang explained, flattery, if your Majesty thinks so, then so be it. I rarely say these things to others, unless I have some ulterior motive. She feigned surprise. Oh, with young Master Chang's strength and status, what could you possibly covet in this Empress's demon world? Chang smiled and explained that there are only two types of covetousness, money and power or people. He immediately changed his tone. And I already possess money and power. He only said this. Then his gaze shifted to Empress Zhao Shi. She saw that he only said this and even turned to look at her. Presumably her heart was beating like a drum, being flirted with by a brash young man 6,000 years her junior, yet still feeling such a strong throb. She no longer looked at him, turning to Qingzu. Qingzu, give the order, we can begin. She took the order. Yes, your Majesty. She also noticed something unusual on the Empress's face, but only dared to think to herself, did I imagine it? Her Majesty seems a bit flustered. You didn't imagine it. Your Empress is about to lose her composure, being teased by a young stud. The command echoed through the sky. By Her Majesty's decree, the first 100 to reach the summit of the sacred mountain be eligible to receive wine personally bestowed by Her Majesty. Life or death is left to fate. The heavens chosen banquet now begins. As soon as the words fell, everyone rushed forward like a swarm, vowing to take the lead for Her Majesty, for the demon world. However, after only a short distance, no one could proceed further. Everyone cried out in despair, damn it, can I only get this far? A man was sweating profusely in pain, bound by the pressure of the spell. He saw Jun Bufan easily ascending the steps one by one. That's Jun Bufan. Is he really that strong, as expected of the number one heavens chosen in the demon world? Zhao Shi and Chang walked to the main seats. Chang asked as he walked, is this sacred mountain used to assess the heavens chosen of the demon world? Zhao Shi replied, adding, that's right. This sacred mountain is covered in restrictions, which exert immense pressure on cultivators who step onto it. These heavens chosen must find a way to resist and compete for the limited spots to reach the summit. Hearing this, young Master Jiyu secretly scoffed. What a cliché design. The spectators on the platform must be powerful demon families or forces, right? She saw him staring at one spot without speaking, so she asked, what's wrong? As young Master Chang discovered something, he quickly replied, nothing, I just suddenly feel a little worried. Is your Majesty not worried today? Zhao Shi said calmly. Are you worried I'll be assassinated? I'm used to it. All right, let's watch together and see who wins the competition. The attendant behind thought to herself. This young master is so close to Her Majesty, he's definitely going to mess up our plans. She had something hidden in her hand. One person shouted loudly. Jun Bufan has surpassed everyone at this speed. He might even break the millennium record. He had completely outpaced and far outstripped everyone behind him. Even Song Yue, the Grand Tutor's daughter, couldn't compare to him. He's truly a genius, someone keenly observed. He seems to be the third son of King Pingtuan, the old man said. Jun Bufan certainly didn't disappoint me, the woman asked. Sister Lianer, is that young man the one we're looking for? Lianer replied, that's right. Besides him, no one else in the demon world has such strength. The woman became even more confused. Then why is he ascending the sacred mountain at this time so conspicuously? Doesn't he hate Empress Zhao Shi the most? Isn't he afraid of his identity being discovered? Lianer narrowed her eyes. He just wants to show that no matter where he is or what his circumstances, he is still as extraordinary as before. HMPH, how childish, Lianer thought to herself. Jun Bufan, we were once like brothers until you met Zhao Shi. You've truly disappointed me. If Jiyu Chang were more reliable, I would have already handed over that brocade pouch in exchange for my father's life. Stepping into the main hall, she said, the third son of King Pingtuan, not bad. I didn't expect such an outstanding person to appear. Chang continued. A good name, Jun Bufan. Zhao Shi admitted that she too was very surprised to hear that name. Chang showed a sinister smile. I understand, as expected, he's a rare genius. Jun Bufan bowed to the Empress and Master Wang, however his heart was full of disdain. Chang placed his hand on Jun Bufan's shoulder and said, "Congratulations, Jun Bufan." He thanked him happily, appearing very humble. Jun Bufan suddenly realized something and froze. The name Jun Bufan wasn't known by just anyone. Chang feigned, "Oops, I accidentally said the wrong name. I must have been so overwhelmed by your extraordinary prestige that I misspoke." Jun Bufan replied calmly, "Young Master Chang flatters me. How dare I be called a heaven's chosen in your presence?" Zhao Shi stepped forward. "All right, don't scare him. Jun Bufan, go rest quickly." Jun Bufan then withdrew. "Thank you, Empress." As he left, Jun Bufan was still very confused. Did everything go smoothly? The attendant thought to herself. Did Her Majesty not notice anything unusual? All 108 heavens chosen were about to be seated, and the seats had already been assigned. Chang glanced around, his gaze focusing on the group of maids and men. The competition ended, and Empress Zhao Shi spoke. "Everyone first, congratulations on qualifying for the heavens chosen banquet. All those who can sit here are the future hope of my demon world. I hope you all continue to work hard and contribute to the prosperity of the demon world in the future." Food and wine were served, and everyone discussed, "It smells so good and the spiritual energy is so abundant." Everyone cheered in unison. "Long live Her Majesty the Empress! Long live Her Majesty the Empress!" Others were also amazed by something. "Am I seeing things? Is that a Bodhi fruit? My family only has one. Could this wine be?" Sitting at the head table were Song Yue and Jun Bufan. She spoke first. "Brother Jun Bufan's display of strength today truly surprised Yue." Receiving the compliment, he replied, "Anyway, this is a rare opportunity to showcase my abilities before Her Majesty the Empress, and I must seize it." Chang picked up the Bodhi fruit and examined it carefully. Her Majesty the Empress truly spared no expense for this heaven's chosen banquet. This Bodhi fruit is incredibly precious. Zhao Shi poured wine and invited, "Young Master Chang, how about a taste of this demon fairy wine? It's brewed from an 80,000-year-old ice lotus, personally picked by me." After tasting it, everyone immediately realized, this is indeed the demon fairy wine. Didn't they say the brewing method was lost? What? This is legendary fine wine. Only celestial beings are qualified to drink it. Ah, I've broken through. And those who were eliminated could only roar in despair outside. Damn it, I've been eliminated. If only I could have a fruit or a glass of wine. The Heavenly King and the Grand Tutor stood there also sighing. The scale of this heaven's chosen banquet is beyond imagination. Her Majesty the Empress has always valued these outstanding juniors. Jun Bufan drank his wine, his eyes constantly darting towards Zhao Shi. "Drink up, Zhao Shi. This banquet is your funeral." Ji Chang held his wine glass, his tone carrying a hint of a smile. "Her Majesty is so generous, I'm afraid they will all be filled with gratitude." He looked at the wine glass in his hand. System displayed. Identified, contains unknown ingredients. Zhao Shi didn't perceive the deeper meaning in his words and still replied happily, "I don't need their gratitude. Everything I do is for the future of the demon world." He sighed. "Her Majesty the Empress's magnanimity truly makes Chang admire you." Zhao Shi turned to invite Ji Chang to drink. "Come, thank you, young Master Chang, for coming all the way to the demon world to warn me." This Empress raises a cup to young Master Chang. The two wine cups clinked together, and Chang said, "Her Majesty the Empress is too kind." He raised his cup and drank it all without any suspicion. Chang glanced, revealing only a faint smile. He didn't drink but poured all the wine on the ground. Indeed, being friends with such a person is truly a desperate disaster. After drinking, Zhao Shi turned and asked young Master Chang, "How is the wine?" He stammered. "The wine is indeed good, it's just," she asked in confusion, "just over there." Qingzu had seen everything. Her heart was calm because she had already poisoned the wine. "Your Majesty, please don't blame Qingzu." Chang noticed Empress Zhao Zai's complexion. "It's just that Her Majesty's tolerance for wine seems to be poor." At this moment, the Empress's face was flushed. "What nonsense, how could my wine tolerance be poor?" She still didn't realize there was a problem with the wine. But suddenly, Zhao Zai's eyes widened. Her vision began to blur. Chang still smiled mockingly. "I see you can't sit still." Zhao Zai's face turned ashen. She had already realized something was wrong, but before she could speak, "No, it's not a matter of wine tolerance. I've been poisoned." Chang, seeing something was amiss, also feigned surprise to match the script. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Zhao Shi frowned tightly, glancing at the young master beside her. Suspicion had already taken root in her heart. It was him who did it. No, it was Jun Bufan. How did he do it? I'm sure the demon fairy wine was fine. Could it be a mixture of poisons? Ji Chang continued to ask about Zhao Zai's condition. "Are you feeling unwell?" But Zhao Shi seemed uncomfortable. "Ji Chang, let me go, I'm fine." Ji Chang decided to speak plainly. "You've been poisoned." How could she hide it at this point? Zhao Shi also admitted, "I know, but I can't fall now." As she spoke, she pushed away Ji Chang's hand, determined to hold on. But in less than 3 seconds she collapsed onto Ji Chang. Ji Chang still teased her, "You can't fall, so why did you fall into my arms?" At this moment, how could she have the strength to resist? She was completely powerless. As things stood, a rumor could even spread. Young people like to play with old antiques while old cows like to eat tender grass. At this moment, those observing from outside had also noticed something was amiss. Her Majesty the Empress seems a bit strange. Indeed, what's happening? The Heavenly King also spoke. Her Majesty seems unwell. What on earth is going on? The Grand Tutor recognized it and cried out in alarm. She might be poisoned. There's poison in the demon fairy wine. On the other side, Bai Lianer also recognized it. She frowned, observing everything. Did Jun Bufan really succeed? The Heavenly King loudly declared. Everyone be vigilant, watch out for assassins and protect Her Majesty. No sooner had he spoken than everyone was in an uproar. What? Assassins? How can there be assassins? What's happening? But they still remembered their most important task, protecting Her Majesty the Empress. Jun Bufan, the planner of all these events, was leisurely sipping his wine. The time has come, Zhao Shi. What you did to me 6,000 years ago I will repay in full today. Suddenly, a guard turned and attacked a nearby guard, catching those around them off guard because he was an undercover agent mixed in. Empress Zhao Zai's methods are cruel and she commits all sorts of evil. Today we act on behalf of heaven to overthrow her rule. Jun Bufan's people charged in. All guards within his sight were severely injured. Eliminate Zhao Shi. Another group of people appeared from nowhere, startling everyone. Even the Academy's senior disciples were remnants of the 5 emperors. Everyone had only one command: eliminate Zhao Shi. All who could protect Zhao Shi gathered together to shield Her Majesty the Empress. The bearded Jun Bufan also loudly assured, Your Majesty, rest assured, as long as we are alive no one will get near you. The sky rumbled continuously like an artillery barrage. All the guards fell like autumn leaves. Song Yue, seeing the situation was dire, ran to provide support. Brother Jun Bufan, I'll leave Her Majesty to you. I'm going to help over there. Jun Bufan, seeing her go, cautioned, Yue, if you can't handle it, protect yourself. Don't push yourself too hard. The Heavenly King Pingtuan unleashed his full power. He transformed into a red giant, striking down all who tried to approach the Empress. With this old man here, no one can harm Her Majesty the Empress. As he was fighting fiercely, someone called his name. He turned his head only to see the enemy holding 2 hammers as large as ox cart wheels charging straight at him. Heavenly King Pingtuan, your opponent is me. He didn't even have time to react or block, only to be surprised as the 2 large hammers slammed bang onto his face, sending him flying directly. The people standing below were also somewhat flustered by this sight. This is bad. Heavenly King Pingtuan has been knocked away. The enemy has quasi-supreme combat power. He took 2 ox cart wheels to the face and flew far, far behind Sacred Mountain. Ji Yuchong, seeing this, still laughed quite happily. Ha ha ha, it seems Your Majesty the Empress can't escape this calamity today. This quasi-supreme is just an appetizer. The truly powerful ones haven't appeared yet. He glanced at Zhao Zai's face. She was already very displeased. She must be desperate to grab Ji Yuchong's hair and yank it hard right now. Though Zhao Shi was deeply poisoned, she still tried to speak to Ji Yuchong. Today's events were due to my oversight, but young Master Ji Yuchong isn't surprised at all. Did you know all along that someone would come to assassinate me? Or are you so calm because you have other plans? Ji Yuchong squinted and smiled. Your Majesty jests. How can I be a prophet and know everything? As for other plans, Your Majesty is in peril. Isn't this my moment to be a hero and save the beauty? Seeing him like this, Zhao Shi still struggled to respond. A hero saving the beauty? Young Master Ji Yuchong is truly joking if you don't take advantage of this situation. She would already be grateful, yet he was still teasing her. HMPH, this is a good idea. While Her Majesty the Empress is weak, I can force her to commit to me, she replied. Young Master Ji Yuchong is truly a good person. Now let's look at Jun Bufan. He was still very focused on the 2, though he said nothing. In his heart, he was evaluating, on the brink of death, yet still laughing and chatting with Ji Yuchong. Truly despicable. HMPH, Uncle Yi must be arriving soon. Now let's switch to another location. As everyone was fighting intensely, 2 unknown father and son still observed leisurely. The son turned and asked his father, Father, do we need to go rescue them? The father, however, was displeased. HMPH, let them fight. If Zhao Shi dies, it's a good thing for us great families as long as we put on a convincing act. Now back to the main battlefield. Streaks of green light suddenly appeared in the sky. Heavenly King Pingtuan, who was blocking the 2 ox cart wheels, also felt this pressure. What is this? Yue cried out, trying to call her father. Another person also recognized the Grand Tutor as a supreme expert. The Grand Tutor also realized and immediately ordered his daughter, Xiao Wei, retreat quickly. We will stop him. But who could stop him? As soon as he approached, he was pushed away. Now only a permanent buff spell can be activated, increasing everyone's strength by 1,000 points. Quickly stop him, or our ears will get cancer from listening to this for a while. The green light charged straight towards Zhao Shi and the Jiyu family's crown prince, Ji Yuchong, a supreme realm expert with such terrifying killing intent. Who exactly is he? Ji Yuchong, seeing him come, remained very calm. The main course has arrived. In contrast to Ji Yuchong's attitude, Zhao Shi was very nervous. She seemed to have noticed something too. This aura, Jun Bufan, seeing the final boss arrive, was secretly delighted. Uncle Yi has finally arrived. A large saber, like a butcher's knife often brandished by street thugs, appeared after the green smoke. Not only that, it also spoke, troublemaking temptress, I eliminate you on behalf of heaven. One person, recognizing it, cried out in alarm. It's the Emperor artifact Zan Yin Heavenly Saber, he then continued. I only kill those involved, I will spare all others. The woman frowned deeply. That's the Yao family, once general to Emperor Zan Yang. It seems he's the mastermind. Ji Yuchong remained calm. Still so loyal after all these years. Zhao Zai's eyes widened, lost in thought as her servants spread their arms to protect the Empress. Zhao Shi frowned, displeased. You retreat quickly. Their target is me, not you. The servants stubbornly defied the order. Your Majesty, we will not leave. You are the one who granted us life. How can we abandon you in such a situation? Indeed, we will protect you, even if it means death, the Emperor Artifact Demon spoke in a low voice. 6,000 years, and you still have so many people infatuated with you. Very well, then I shall kill all of you. Zhao Zai's face showed clear worry. Ji Yuchong, I will reconsider what you just said. Please help me now. Ji Yuchong smiled slyly. No need to be so polite. I enjoy helping others anyway. Uncle Yi had already appeared. But the first thing he did was to advise Ji Yuchong. Ji Yuchong, this is an affair of our demon world. You are an outsider. I advise you not to interfere. I don't want to kill you, but if you think you can do as you please because you have the immortal Ji family backing you, then don't blame me. As he spoke, he used his power to compress everyone below as if vacuum sealing them, making them scream in agony. But he never expected Ji Yuchong to remain completely unfazed. Indeed, I am just an outsider, and I originally didn't want to interfere in the demon world's affairs. However, Ji Yuchong also displayed his power, swiftly helping everyone return to their original state. Young Master Ji Yu also stated with certainty, in the future, Zhao Shi will be my person. How dare you lay a hand on my person in front of me? Are you seeking death? Zhao Shi stood to the side, saying nothing. But in her heart, she was somewhat bewildered. He actually dares to contend with a supreme with a quasi-supreme aura. Uncle Yi immediately unleashed his arrogant power. He still continued to persuade Ji Yuchong. Ji Yuchong, I must kill Zhao Shi today. I'm giving you one last chance. Before he could finish, Ji Yuchong interrupted him. By the time he looked up, he was already flying opposite Uncle Yi. I have already said Zhao Shi is not someone you can touch. If you seal your cultivation now and kneel for mercy, perhaps I can spare your life. He maintained his stance, successfully enraging Uncle Yi, leaving him speechless with fury. Zhang Bufan had already confirmed one thing. Uncle Yi is truly angry. Ji Yuchong, you are seeking death. Young Master Ji Yu decided to directly shoot a sword as large as a math teacher's ruler at him. Not only that, he added fuel to the fire. So hesitant? Are you afraid of my Ji Yu family? Hearing this, his eyes widened. He must not have expected it. So Ji Yuchong successfully provoked Uncle Yi. How dare you strike first? He blocked Ji Yuchong's sword with his own. But the sword chi was not simple at all. Even Ji Yuchong's eyes widened in surprise. Grand Dao Resonance. The Grand Dao Resonance charged directly towards Ji Yuchong. It seemed not to be a major threat, but it was enough to make the people below scream in panic. Young Master Ji Yuchong, Zhao Shi was also worried. This is bad. He can unleash Emperor Realm power with the Zan Yin Heavenly Saber. The two female officials beside her covered their ears, spitting blood from the sheer volume of the sound. Grand Dao Resonance. The sound of magic echoed through heaven and earth. Your Majesty, I'm afraid young Master Ji Yuchong is in grave danger. Yue tightly covered her mouth. Blood constantly oozed from her lips, but she still struggled to call father. While her father remained deeply troubled by Uncle Yi at this moment, Zhang Bufan's face was utterly brimming with overconfidence. Even with your noble status and powerful faction, this move is enough to kill you 10 times over. But a sudden turn made Zhang Bufan lose his confidence from a second ago. Young Master Gu's calm and mocking voice sounded, "Have you eaten yet?" At the same time, a pagoda appeared surrounding Ji Yuchong. Uncle Yi, seeing this, immediately recognized it. This is the legendary Chongtian Tower. How did it get into your hands? Nothing is impossible when that person is Ji Yuchong, the crown prince of the capital. Even Zhao Shi was surprised. So the Chongtian Tower has already fallen into his hands. How many other tricks does he still hide? Uncle Yi stared intently at Ji Yuchong, a more feasible plan forming in his mind. At this rate, it will be difficult for me to get close to Zhao Shi. Perhaps I must personally stop him and let others deal with Zhao Shi. As he spoke, he used a spell to communicate with Zhang Bufan through their minds. Bufan, I will stop Ji Yuchong. You find an opportunity to kill Zhao Shi. He immediately agreed. Understood, Uncle Yi. Be careful. They thought Ji Yuchong wouldn't know, but they were both gravely mistaken. How dare you conspire in front of me? Ji Yuchong shouted. What are you thinking? Die? Then he directly shot the Chongtian Tower at Uncle Yi. But he revealed a sinister smile. Then he opened a door and took the two into a different space. Ji Yuchong, come with me. His sudden action caught Ji Yuchong off guard. Just like that, Ji Yuchong was pulled away. Everyone was in a panic yet helpless. This is bad. Young Master Ji Yuchong has been captured. While everyone was still in a panic, two guards appeared from nowhere, flying down to protect Her Majesty. Zhang Bufan glanced behind him, a plan already forming in his mind. Currently, Zhao Zai's cultivation has been sealed, and the few maids around her are not strong enough to be a threat. It seems the time has come to act. His eyes seem to be giving instructions. Zhao Shi, do you know how long we've waited for this day? You never expected this, old woman, did you? The two guards who had just appeared turned and attacked Zhao Shi. She was ambushed and could only freeze in place, unable to react, likely still processing the current situation. But fortunately, Ji Yuchong's people jumped down in time and crushed the two imposters. One person spoke, Your Majesty, we are the people young Master Ji Yuchong arranged to protect you. Zhao Shi still hadn't fully recovered. Her eyes were still wide, even the guards had been infiltrated. Zhang Bufan, seeing that the situation wasn't unfolding as planned, trembled with anger, speechless. Ji Yuchong now said to Uncle Yi, You did indeed take me far, intending to stop me first, didn't you? Unfortunately, you miscalculated. Uncle Yi angrily said to him, Ji Yuchong, are you this arrogant from start to finish? Even the Chongtian Tower has submitted to you, yet I am a supreme wielding an emperor artifact, he then explained. Using magical artifacts was merely to deceive others. Ji Chang subsequently pointed his sword at him, saying, I don't want to cause too much commotion in the world. Feeling the aura around Ji Chang, Uncle Yi was surprised. What, this unusual aura? You are the demonic cultivation inheritor. Ji Chang, seeing this, said smugly, Now is not the time to reveal myself. Uncle Yi's sword trembled with fear at this moment. He, seeing this, also secretly thought in surprise, even the Zhanyin heavenly saber is trembling. How is this possible? Ji Chang at this moment said with great interest, This weapon isn't bad either. I'll take it back for Minkong to play with. She'll definitely like it. Uncle Yi said nothing after hearing this. Then he unleashed his aura, saying, So what if you're the demonic cultivation inheritor? Do you think you've already won? The two at this moment fought like two monsters. Ji Chang asked at this moment, What do you think? Zhao Shi stood below, looking up at the battle between the two. Her attendant now ran over to report, Your Majesty has already summoned the Imperial Army. They will arrive soon. She said nothing after hearing this, only pondered as she looked up at the sky, secretly smiling wryly. I seem to be in a desperate situation. Because the body in Jun Buffon's tomb had disappeared, I thought he was faking his death and was merely hiding somewhere. But what if this was a trap he set, making me suspect he was dead? He was indeed dead then. But before Emperor Zhan Yang disappeared, he reformed his divine soul and reincarnated with his old memories, which is why I was never able to find him. Since the Zhanyin heavenly saber has appeared, how could Jun Buffon not come? Where is he hiding? At this moment Jun Buffon's people, seeing the battle, sought his opinion. Young master, what should we do now? Jun Buffon told them to retreat. Uncle Yi has been gone for a long time. Something is probably wrong. The Imperial Army will arrive soon. We can't delay any longer. Yu Wei, also injured at this moment, said to her father, Father, they are retreating. Grand Tutor Song said to her, Indeed, this time we are fortunate to have young Master Ji Chang. Jun Buffon, observing at this moment, secretly thought, Qingzu, I can only let you down. Yu Wei now looked at Zhao Shi and said to her, Your Majesty, the assassins have all fled. The two female officials beside her also said, It was a false alarm. Fortunately, young Master Ji Chang held back Night Demon. Otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. After all, that was an Emperor artifact. I don't know who poisoned your Majesty. Truly despicable. If your Majesty were at full strength, she wouldn't fear that Night Demon at all. Zhao Shi listened to them and looked at Qingzu, who was now worriedly thinking, Jun Buffon, don't worry, I won't betray you. After a fierce battle, the soldiers loudly reported, Your Majesty, all the assassins and rebels have been eliminated, but it seems they drank something earlier. Almost no one survived. A spatial rift reappeared in the sky. The white-robed man gradually rematerialized. The crowd excitedly looked up and someone suddenly shouted, Young Master Chang is back. Chang smiled, listening to their praises. He defeated Night Fiend, who is a supreme being. He humbly cupped his hands to everyone. After all, Night Fiend was a formidable figure in the demon world 6,000 years ago, and now wielding the Zhanyin heavenly saber, he was even more terrifying. I fought him for hundreds of rounds, then for some unknown reason he suddenly fled. What a pity. He walked over to Zhao Shi and said in a low voice, I didn't pursue him deeply because I was worried about the situation here. Fortunately, you're fine, and it seems all the assassins here have also fled. The maid beside him hugged her arms, her face filled with longing. Empress Zhao Zai's face flushed as she stammered her thanks. Thank you, young Master Chang. It's also thanks to young Master Chang's timely assistance that I'm unharmed. He continued to comfort her. It's good that you're fine. Your Majesty needn't be so polite with me. Zhao Shi slightly lowered her eyes and observed Chang. His aura was stable and undisturbed with no trace of injury on his body. What about this hundreds of rounds of fighting? Moreover, if Night Fiend truly escaped, Ji Chang couldn't be this relaxed and at ease. How did they kill Night Fiend? Although the Ji family's heritage is incomparable to our demon worlds, he is, after all, only a quasi-supreme. Behind Chang, the crowd reached out their hands in praise. Your Majesty's escape from this danger is indeed thanks to young Master Chang. Thank you, young Master Chang, for repelling Night Fiend. He maintained a faint smile at the corner of his lips. Night Fiend, Jun Buffon, everyone was just a pawn. Chang recalled the battle he had just experienced. Night Fiend tightly clamped by a giant palm without the slightest gap. The 6 demon emperors had suddenly disappeared, and I am even more curious about the secrets behind him. Perhaps before his death he left some last words. Judging from the information he revealed, Chang narrowed his eyes in confusion. Does he want to advance his cultivation realm or impact the star realm? In a distant place, Jun Buffon lowered his head in regret. Damn it, even Uncle Yi, wielding the Zhanyin heavenly saber, was defeated. I can only continue to hide and seek an opportunity. Chang asked Zhao Shi, by the way, regarding this rebellion, has your Majesty investigated the cause? The person next to him also angrily said, Indeed, who poisoned your Majesty's wine? Zhao Shi glanced behind her, then replied indifferently, It was my foolish arrogance that allowed me to be betrayed by those close to me. Such a thing will not happen again from now on. As soon as she finished speaking, Qingzu knelt down. Your Majesty, please kill me. Qingzu has failed you. The surrounding maids immediately started whispering, Qingzu, how could you? Why would you do this? With tears in her eyes, she earnestly admitted her wrongdoing and begged for mercy. Qingzu shouldn't have poisoned your meals. Zhao Shi looked at her with disappointment. 700 years ago, you were just an ordinary bamboo, almost swallowed by a demon ox. It was I who saved you and brought you back to the palace to raise you. I believe I treated you well. Don't you want to give me an explanation? Qingzu just lowered her head in silence, then clenched her fist, determined. "Please kill me, your majesty." I cannot say," Zhao Shi angrily shouted. "Foolish," the female official next to her also spoke, persuading. "Qingzu, even now are you still protecting someone? What exactly are you thinking?" Having lost all hope, she immediately ordered. "Take her away for torture." Chang sighed to himself, soft-heartedness. A female emperor cannot be soft-hearted. He walked over to Zhao Shi and advised, "After all, she's just a young girl, torture might be too cruel, how about?" Qingzu suddenly looked up puzzled. Chang bent down, met her gaze, and with a gentle smile on his lips spoke terrifying words, "Soul search." The people around were shocked, and Qingzu broke into a cold sweat, her eyes wide with fear. The crowd behind all expressed their agreement. Exactly, soul search. If she refuses to speak, then soul search. Zhen Bufan gritted his teeth, roaring 3 words in his heart. "Damn it, Ji Yu Chang." Qingzu was truly terrified. She hurriedly spoke, "Your Majesty, I'll tell you, I will tell you, actually. Night Fiend found me and made me cooperate with him." Before she could finish, the flesh on her arms scattered with streaks of light. She opened her hand in a daze, watching her body gradually disappear. "Huh?" The female official opposite screamed her name. "Qingzu," Chang casually stated the truth. "It seems the mastermind has made thorough preparations." Zhao Shi completely agreed with him. Just like the other captured rebels, Qingzu's body gradually dissipated. She opened her eyes wide, reaching out in terror as everything before her blurred, her outstretched hand turning to ash. Until her last moment she still only called out one name. Zhen Bufan. Zhao Shi closed her eyes and sighed. "Foolish." Chang, on the other hand, smiled disdainfully. "Although Qingzu is dead, we can follow the vine to find the melon. I believe your majesty will quickly find the mastermind." A chill gradually emanated from Zhen Bufan's body. He pursed his lips tightly, secretly vowing, "Qingzu, I will not let your sacrifice be in vain." Late at night, the moon hung high, and in the silent bathing phoenix palace, steam rose from the lake. Zhao Shi lay in the lake, speaking through layers of thin gauze to Chang, who was tasting wine in front of her. "If I had refused at that time, would I still be here now?" He raised the wine glass in his hand and smiled disdainfully. "What does your majesty mean by that?" She clearly expressed her thoughts. "If I hadn't agreed to you, the demon world would probably be holding my funeral right now, wouldn't it?" Chang disagreed with her. "Your majesty thinks too much. There are not so many what-ifs in this world, and besides, I don't think that's important at all. It was originally a mutually willing affair." Zhao Shi lowered her eyes and hugged herself. "Sometimes I ask myself, are you really only in your 20s? The more I learn about you, the more unbelievable it feels. If you were from the demon world, I would even suspect that you are Zhen Bufan reincarnated, deliberately here to frame me." Chang seemed to hear the funniest joke in the world. He tightly gripped his wine glass and burst out laughing. "I didn't expect Her Majesty to have such a rich imagination," but he silently agreed in his heart. "Framing you is indeed true." Zhao Shi stood up from the hot spring and explained, "No choice. Who told you not to be a good person in the first place?" She waved her hand and took a fiery red bathrobe from the rack. "And I don't feel any emotions from you at all." Zhao Shi, dripping wet, cast a suspicious glance at Chang. "Is a person like you worthy of trust?" he affirmed without hesitation. "Why wouldn't I be worthy?" As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out and tightly wrapped his arm around Zhao Zai's waist, pulling her back. She lay on Chang's lap, her face flushed, and said angrily, "You're so audacious." He leaned closer to her face, narrowing his eyes and whispering, "Not just audacious, I want to do something else too." Suddenly, a soldier's shout came from outside the door, interrupting the ambiguous atmosphere. "Your Majesty, the list of all personnel who had contact with Qingzu has been compiled." The two in the bedroom seemed to be under a spell, remaining in their positions, saying nothing. The door was pushed open, and the night poured in. Luoshan sat leisurely in a chair, her legs propped on the table, holding a teacup in both hands. She looked at Chang, who had just entered, and said sarcastically, "Oh, the hero of the demon world is back. Didn't the Empress keep you overnight? No wonder you look displeased." Chang stopped in front of Luoshan and reprimanded loudly. "As a maid, seeing your master return, why aren't you quickly brewing tea and pouring water?" He matched his words with actions, kicking away the chair. Still idly swaying here, in a flash he walked casually into the room, leaving Luoshan to land stiffly on the ground, her face still bewildered. On the dragon throne in the great hall, Zhao Shi held a memorial, frowning as she loudly read a string of names. Zhen Bufan, Song Yue, Luo Tian Yi Kai, Han Li, the Grand Tutor's daughter, the Heavenly King's son, were all among them. If she investigated rashly without conclusive evidence, it might cause widespread implications. Until the end, Zhao Zai's eyes seemed to hold tons of ice. She remembered the moment Zhen Bufan and Chang met. Chang had unreservedly patted Zhen Bufan's shoulder with delight. "Congratulations on winning first place." Zhen Bufan filled her mind with deep suspicion. At Sacred Mountain, did he deliberately use the wrong name, or did he have other intentions? Zhao Shi sat up straight and issued orders to the 3 female officials standing below. The female officials bowed and replied in unison, "Yes." In a magnificent mansion, 2 imposing stone lions guarded the main gate, and reports constantly came in. "Young master, the common people of all demon clans are very supportive of Zhao Shi and have voluntarily come to pledge allegiance to us." In front of Zhen Bufan, 2 guards knelt on the ground. "This failure has a great impact. You must be careful." Zhen Bufan angrily slammed the table. "Over the years, Zhao Shi has indeed invested a lot of effort in winning people's hearts. I didn't expect so many people to support her." He leaned to one side of his chair, frowning as he spoke, "But I fought bravely at the scene and rendered meritorious service, so I shouldn't be suspected, right? It's just that there's still no news from Uncle Yi, so it seems his injuries are severe and he's probably recuperating somewhere. The sky gradually broke, and the golden morning glow spread across the entire space, coloring everything around. Jun Bufon's thoughts drifted. Father said then that an old acquaintance would come to bring me something. I wonder when that will be. Perhaps that will be the hope to turn the tide for me. At the entrance of the pacifying Heavenly King's mansion, the street hawkers selling medicine called out one after another, full of life. Medicinal herbs, fresh medicinal herbs here. Come and take a look. Two sisters, clad in ragged clothes, had various sizes of ginseng laid out before them, their belongings and themselves casually spread on an old cloth. The little demon girl with two horns on her head whispered, "Sister Leaner, we've been here for 5 days, can we go in now?" Leaner didn't turn her head, gently comforting. "Wait a little longer. Something just happened on Sacred Mountain. Zhao Shi will definitely increase her surveillance. We can't expose ourselves now." Her younger brother immediately hesitated. But the crowd suddenly became noisy and people on the street noisily looked towards Chang. "Look, it's young Master Chang. It really is young Master Chang. I was fortunate enough to see him once at the Heaven's Chosen banquet. Quickly move aside, don't block young Master Chang. He is a great benefactor of our demon world." The little demon girl's eyes widened in fear and she kept muttering, what should we do, Sister Leaner? How did Jiyu Chong suddenly appear here?" Leaner frowned and comforted him. "Perhaps he's investigating the pacifying Heavenly King's mansion. It should have nothing to do with us." But the little demon became even more frightened after hearing this, stammering, He's walking towards us." Leaner lowered her head, not daring to look as Chong and the others gradually approached them. She whispered, "What's the panic? Calm down. Don't look at him. Don't show any abnormalities. He has never seen us before. As long as we conceal all our auras, and with the jade pendant Father left behind, he can't possibly recognize us." In nervous anticipation, Chong finally walked gracefully in front of the two sisters. Their bodies stiffened as they knelt on the ground, sweating profusely. Suddenly, Chong stopped and the little demon's eyes widened in terror, her entire face wet. He glanced at the sisters in confusion. In the deathly silence between the three, two purple information bars appeared respectively above Leaner's and the little demon's heads, who had their heads bowed. Leaner was the first to break the silence. "Sir," Chong looked at the ginseng in front of him and replied, "These medicinal herbs." The little demon quickly held out both hands, enthusiastically greeting, "Our reporting, sir. These few medicinal herbs are worthless. If you want them, please take them." Chong narrowed his eyes and smiled kindly. "Take them all, we've just met. How can you give them away?" The little demon froze, stuttering, while Leaner smiled intelligently, a disguised black mole on her face trembling with her smile. Who in the demon world doesn't know that young Master Chang just resolved Empress Zhao Zai's crisis and is a great benefactor of our demon world? These are just a few medicinal herbs. How dare we accept your favor? Chang sat down, holding the ginseng in his hand, and discussed, "How about this? I can't take your medicinal herbs for nothing. You take me to the place where you collected them, and I will compensate you 100 times their value." The little demon loudly exclaimed, "100 times?" Leaner continued to smile, her disguised black mole also trembling. "Young Master Chang is too polite. It's just that my family." Chang's body gradually exuded killing intent, and his voice became grim. "What, is it too little?" How could Leaner dare to refuse any further? "If the Lord wishes to go to that place, my brother and I will lead the way for you." Chang's expression changed faster than turning a page. He continued to smile gently with satisfaction. "Then I shall trouble you. Please come with me to a place." The two sisters quickly followed him into the pacifying Heavenly King's mansion. The pacifying Heavenly King ran out like a fawning dog, enthusiastically flattering. "Young Master Chang's visit truly honors this humble servant. This way, please." A distant guard ran over in confusion. "Is that Chang?" Spoiled beyond belief, he pretended to say to the pacifying Heavenly King, "No need for formalities." Jun Zhao joyfully followed Jun Bufon, excitedly looking ahead. "That's young Master Chang, truly exceptional. Xiao Fan, I truly regret not going to the Heaven's Chosen banquet." The more she spoke, the redder her face became, her hands clasped tightly over her chest, filled with longing. How can there be such a perfect man in the world? Can a woman follow him, even if only as a concubine? Jun Bufon cast a cold gaze, dousing her infatuation with cold water. "Sister, give up that thought. He probably won't even notice you." Jun Zhao angrily put her hands on her hips and shouted, "Damn it, am I that bad? I'm well endowed." Jun Bufon ignored her, his heart full of questions. "Why is this Jiyu fellow here?" Chang walked beside the pacifying Heavenly King, carefully opening his mouth. "Jiyu has come today, also for Zhao Zai's matter," the pacifying Heavenly King immediately said enthusiastically. "Oh, is it about Her Majesty the Empress?" the little demon whispered to his sister. "Sister Leaner, we've already entered. We can take this opportunity to hand over the brocade pouch." Leaner remained silent, but her gaze fell upon the bickering siblings in front of Jun Bufon. Jun Bufon ignored his sister, who was waving a long whip behind him, his heart still filled with contempt. Zhao Shi, calling her by name so intimately, Chang had already entered the room, his hands behind his back. He spoke. "Actually, regarding the mastermind of this assassination, I believe pacifying Heavenly King already has some clues. The Zanyang Heavenly Saber has reappeared in the world, and Jun Bufon, the son of the Zanyang Demon Emperor, who should have died 6,000 years ago, is now missing from his tomb. The pacifying Heavenly King raised his hand to his waist, carefully choosing his words. I also suspected that Night Fiend was once a great general under the Zanyang Demon Emperor. Besides the Zanyang Demon Emperor's offspring, I'm afraid no one in this world could command him. Chang's lips curled into a dangerous smile. For this matter, Zhao Shi has searched the entire demon world and has now found Jun Bufon's most likely hiding place. The pacifying Heavenly King immediately replied, "Is that so?" Jun Bufon smiled, his heart filled with confidence. "Hiding place, Jiyu Chang, aren't I right in front of you? Didn't you see me?" Chang faced the pacifying Heavenly King and revealed his intelligence. The Zanyang Demon Emperor has one son and one daughter. 6,000 years ago, Jun Bufon faked his death, and his elder sister, Jun Ruoxi, the pacifying Heavenly King, hearing this, immediately interrupted Jun Ruoxi's words. Although she never participated in that battle back then, she later moved apart, making it a forbidden area in the demon world, where she and Her Majesty the Empress maintained a respectful distance untouched for thousands of years. Chang immediately concluded, "So Zhao Shi suspects Jun Bufon is hiding in the forbidden area." The pacifying Heavenly King hesitated upon hearing this. "So what does Her Majesty the Empress mean?" he quickly responded. This time on the sacred mountain peak, not only did Jun Fan bravely take first place, but his performance in saving the Empress also greatly impressed Zhao Shi. She believes brother Jun Fan will be a pillar of the demon world in the future. Chang narrowed his eyes, a dangerous smile playing on his lips. So she decided to have the pacifying Heavenly King take Jun Fan led troops to clear out Jun Ruoxi. If they successfully capture Jun Bufon, that's good. If not, capturing Jun Ruoxi is also acceptable. Jun Bufon stood outside the door, his eyes wide and his face terrifyingly pale. People around said, "Little Fan, at your age, already enjoying the Empress's favor, you're truly impressive." "Yes, brother Fan." Inside the room, the pacifying Heavenly King cupped his hands and bowed in thanks. "Many thanks for Her Majesty's love. This king and my son will certainly not fail Her Majesty." After speaking, he shouted towards the door, "Little Fan, what are you still doing standing there? Hurry and receive your orders." Jun Bufon clenched his fists, filled with resentment, secretly cursing Chang. "He wants to use Jun Ruoxi to force me out. For so many years I haven't sought out my sister because I didn't want to implicate her. Now he actually wants us siblings to kill each other. Zhao Shi would never think of such a scheme. Jiyu Chang, one day I will tear you to pieces." Lianer had been quietly observing everything, her eyes filled with calculation. The handover was complete. Chang walked out calmly. "Those are all the matters Zhao Shi needs to discuss. Jiyu will take his leave now." The pacifying Heavenly King couldn't have wished for anything more. He quickly sent off this great figure. "Young Master Chang, please walk slowly." By the rock garden, Luoshan was sleeping on a stone table. Suddenly, conversation drifted into her ears, waking her. Luoshan groggily opened her eyes. "Sir, didn't you say you were going to gather herbs?" Chang and Lianer, among others, walked in through the archway, and Luoshan instinctively hid behind the stone table. Lianer looked at the surrounding space, asking confusedly, "Where is this?" Chang had his back to her, a wicked smile on his dark face. "What, does being by my side make you uncomfortable? Lianer, why don't you understand?" She laughed to smooth things over. "Sir, you've misunderstood. We're just afraid of dirtying you." He tilted his head slightly, suggesting, "Then change into ordinary clothes. Who are you disguising for?" The Lianer sisters immediately panicked. Little Demon stammered, "He. But Lianer still put on a brave face, stating, "I don't know what you mean, sir." Chang gave her a meaningful look. "It seems you intend to play dumb to the end." Bai Lianer, ignoring her brother who was scared witless, lowered her eyes and denied, "Please forgive my ignorance, sir." A bolt of lightning flashed beside her, leaving lingering electric sparks. Lianer's eyes widened, and a giant arm from the air tightly seized the little demon, who cried out in terror. "Sister Lianer, help!" Chang still raised his hand and waved, suggesting to her, "It's fine, after I kill him, perhaps you'll understand." Lianer looked directly into Chang's eyes, threatening, "Release him, or you won't get anything you want from me." He lowered his hand slightly, speaking meaningfully, "That depends on your sincerity. Your current look reminds me of an old acquaintance. Your gaze is truly direct." Lianer silently accepted. She immediately channeled her power, and a whirlwind swept around, enveloping her body. Finally, Lianer fully transformed, ethereal and full of immortal aura, she turned and mocked Chang. "I never expected the renowned Jiyu Chang to be such a shallow person." Chang showed indifference, his hands behind his back. "Much better. This method of casually changing one's appearance, capable of deceiving even high-level cultivators. It seems the Emperor Slayer's legacy has truly fallen into your hands." The little demon was clutched tighter and tighter. He groaned, "Ah, Sister Lianer." Lianer stood opposite Chang, stating definitively, "That's your purpose." Chang generously offered a deal. "I can release your junior brother and your father and also have the demon world cease their pursuit of him. The condition is," Lianer interrupted him, "you want that brocade pouch." Chang indicated his ambition was greater. He looked directly into her eyes. "I'm more interested in you." Fearing Lianer might misunderstand his meaning as romantic interest, Chang immediately dropped his flirtatious demeanor. "Oh, don't misunderstand. I mean, compared to the brocade pouch, I'd rather you and the Spring Breeze Jade Pavilion behind you serve me." Lianer replied coldly, "Serving you would likely not end well for us. After all, a person like you is hard to trust." Chang heard this and didn't get angry. He even smiled. I know you're not afraid of death, but your father, the forces behind you, and your burdensome junior brother, their lives are all in my hands. Who do you think you can trust now? Of course you can choose not to care about them. It's no loss to me." As if to confirm his words, the little demon groaned, sweating in the giant palm. "Sister Leaner." She stood there in contemplation. Finally, as if having made up her mind, Leaner resolutely agreed. "All right, I can promise you." Chung was very pleased with this decision. Miss Leaner is truly a clever person. It's so simple to talk to clever people. Luoshan, who had been hiding behind the stone table, was immediately called out. "Luoshan, brew tea for Miss Leaner." Luoshan shouted furiously. "Are you really treating me like a maid?" Leaner looked at the exasperated girl, snorted from a distance, and secretly wondered. "She's Princess Zhong Luoshan of the Taishu god race. How did she become Jiyu Chang's maid?" Chang reached out, interrupting her thoughts. "All right, now you can hand over that brocade pouch to me." Leaner gave him a disdainful look. "Weren't you just acting like you weren't interested in the brocade pouch?" Chang faked a harmless smile. "That was then. Now we're in the same boat. What reason do you have not to give it to me?" Leaner didn't fall for his deceptive trick. She steadfastly maintained her point. "If I give it to you, I'll lose my advantage. What if you immediately turn hostile and kill us?" He burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha ha, advantage." After speaking, he lifted his foot and walked straight forward. "From the moment you faced me," Chang confronted Leaner. His heart filled with anger, he unhesitatingly spoke the truth to her. "You no longer have any advantage. If I wanted to kill you, no one could protect you." He gently waved his hand, and the giant arm threw the little demon to the ground. "Ah," he promised her. "But rest assured, if Miss Leaner is so sensible, I won't deceive you." A storm surged in Leaner's heart. She frantically cursed him. "This Jiyu Chang is truly overbearing and cunning." Outwardly, she remained cold. "Then when will you release my father?" Chang stood with his hands behind his back, an upright and virtuous demeanor. "No hurry. Before that, you need to do something for me." Leaner thought. "Just as I expected. It's not simple after all," she asked crudely. "What is it?" He gently spoke the astonishing task. "I need you, no matter what method you use, to find evidence of Jun Bufun's conspiracy to assassinate Zhao Shi." Leaner looked as if she couldn't believe her ears. Her eyes widened in astonishment. In the imperial palace, Zhao Shi stood leisurely outside enjoying the scenery. The female official behind her spoke softly. "Your Majesty, the pacifying heavenly king has already led his army to attack Jun Ruoxi. I heard young Master Chang arranged this using your name." Zhao Shi didn't turn around, her voice calm, showing no emotion. "It's fine. I understand." She lowered her head, looking at her elongated shadow, her thoughts swirling. "What exactly is he plotting?" "Jun Ruoxi's cultivation is unfathomable. For 6,000 years she and I have maintained a respectful distance." Zhao Shi glanced at the female official behind her, confirming again. "By the way, did Jun Fan also go on this campaign with his father?" Before the female official could answer, she casually added, "It's fine, I understand." Zhao Zai's heart was heavy and her eyes seemed to hold all the sorrows of the world. She silently gazed at the sky. "Indeed, Jiyu Chang always seems to intentionally remind me. Is Jun Fan really Jun Bufun? I originally thought he came to help me, but thinking about it, who rules the demon world seems to have nothing to do with him. His purpose in coming to the demon world is probably not simple." In Chang's hand rested the brocade pouch, shimmering with a ring of restrictions, like a disc tightly sealing the opening of the pouch, leaving no gap. His eyes shot out sinister purple light, and a cruel smile hung on his face. This brocade pouch, seemingly ordinary, contained many terrifying restrictions. Was it only meant for Jun Bufun? Besides him, other powerful figures couldn't open this thing. "Unfortunately, I'm no ordinary powerful figure." With a wave of his hand, he picked up the emerald green bottle and poured a stream of dark purple spiritual energy onto the brocade pouch. The spiritual energy instantly covered everything around. Chang thought triumphantly. "Let's see if your seal can withstand my great Tao treasure bottle." The restriction at the opening of the brocade pouch gradually cracked as the spiritual energy from the treasure bottle increased. A puff of black smoke, accompanied by golden light emanating from the restriction, shot out, directly at Chang's face. He immediately frowned tightly, his eyes wide as if facing a great enemy. The room behind Luoshan shook violently. She gaped in alarm, completely ignoring the tea in front of her. Chang looked at the blurry, floating illusion in the black smoke, feeling a sense of dread. If not for the great Tao treasure bottle suppressing it, this commotion, this is a trace of an evolving primordial world. Chang stood there watching the illusion constantly change, pouring out from the brocade pouch like a flood, intending to evolve into a higher-level world. Is this the real reason the 6 emperors disappeared? They wanted to take advantage of the demon world's evolution to impact the immortal realm. Normally, during the demon world's evolution, there would inevitably be spiritual energy leaks, yet many great Tao lineages in the upper realm didn't discover it. Presumably, the 6 emperors jointly concealed this secret. Logically, with the demon world's own foundation, the birth of 6 enlightened ones is already incredible. Thinking of this plan, it must have been brewing for a long time. He smiled knowingly, understanding the intention of the brocade pouch's owner. In this shocking grand scheme, the demon world is the chessboard, and all living beings are pawns. Jun Bufun and Zhao Shi are the 2 pawns they use to cover their tracks. Chang grew more confident in his conjecture. It's perfect for using the demon world's 6,000 years of turmoil to conceal the truth of the 6 emperors' disappearance and pin all the blame on Zhao Shi. The outside world thinks she got a great deal, but they don't know she's a scapegoat. Finally, the Demon Emperor's Tao essence manifested. He was surprised by the unfamiliar space around him. The huge phantom of the Demon Emperor stood before Chang, golden spiritual energy constantly pulsating around him. He stared intensely at this stranger in his eyes, then roared, "Boy, who are you? Where's my son Buffon? Speak quickly if you dare to lie to me." Chang was ecstatic about this huge surprise. He spoke to confirm. A trace of the Demon Emperor's Tao essence Dharma body. How could there be such an unexpected delight? The Demon Emperor stared intently at the emerald-green treasure bottle flying before him, completely unaware of the danger approaching. The entire room shook again. Spiritual energy dispersed, illuminating the surrounding space. Luoshan looked at her overturned teacup, furious. "What's going on again?" Chang spread his arms, feeling the spiritual energy being absorbed by the treasure bottle. He closed his eyes, his face filled with satisfaction. A trace of an Emperor realm Dharma body is so delicious. The six Emperors' origin, the demon world's evolving origin, truly makes one drool. But this Zanyang Demon Emperor is truly vicious, even calculating against his own offspring to such an extent. Chang raised his hand and stroked his chin, frantically calculating in his heart. Leaving this trace of Dharma body to tell Jun Buffon that everything was just a misunderstanding. 6,000 years ago, Zhao Zai's poisoning was actually orchestrated by the six emperors behind the scenes, then advising him to let go of his hatred and afterwards having Jun Buffon search for the key left by Zanyang Demon Emperor. But he said he already left this key for Jun Buffon, so it seems I'll have to rely on him to get it. Chang had appeared before Jun Zhao at some point, a benevolent and friendly smile on his face. Jun Zhao, holding a teacup with both hands, blushed shyly. "Really, if young Master Chang likes it, Jun Zhao will brew tea for you every day from now on. Whenever you have time you can come here." Chang politely raised his hand. "Of course I like it." He narrowed his eyes, observing the girl before him, noticing the fortune she carried. Jun Fan must value his elder sister very much, and Jun Zhao was completely immersed in a maiden's dream. She smiled with narrowed eyes, her whole body seemingly bathed in the sunlight of hope. "Oh my, the perfect young Master Chang is actually sitting before me discussing tea art. I have a chance." Chang looked at Jun Zhao, a meaningful smile on his face, secretly wondering, how should I play this move? The golden sunlight penetrated to Zhao Zai's location. Two female officials bowed their heads and reported, "Your Majesty, those who needed to be dealt with have been cleared." Zhao Shi was unconcerned. She only asked about one person. "What has young Master Chang been doing these past few days?" The black-haired female official replied without hesitation. "Reporting to your Majesty, young Master Chang has been frequenting the Pacifying King's estate these past few days." Zhao Shi raised her eyes, a look of surprise on her face. "The Pacifying King's estate? Didn't the Pacifying Heavenly King and his forces leave a few days ago? What is he doing there?" The black-haired female official spoke without hesitation. "He went to find the Pacifying Heavenly King's second daughter." Jun Zhao, "Your Majesty, this servant dares to speak. Isn't young Master Chang on your side?" The brown-haired female official fully agreed. "Yes, is he perhaps interested in Jun Zhao?" Suddenly, a cold hand rested on the female official's shoulder, giving a gentle squeeze, and a chill permeated the air. Chang had appeared behind them at some point, his hands resting on the stiff shoulders of the female officials, a gentle smile on his lips, but his words were like daggers. "You two talk too much. He's just going to brew tea. Who told your Majesty to always avoid me these past few days?" Zhao Shi looked at the awkward situation before her and ordered a reprieve. "You may withdraw." The two bowed in unison as if granted a great pardon. Yes. Then she turned and explained to Chang, "I've been too busy lately." Chang quickly stated, "Her Majesty the Empress is busy with a myriad of affairs. Jiyu understands. If you won't come to see me, I'll just have to go see you." After speaking, he flew directly to Zhao Zai's side and sat down very naturally, placing his hand on her shoulder, his eyes wide as he fabricated, "Let me see, this corrupt official abused his power, oppressed the people, embezzled 90 million taels, and his entire family was executed. I utterly despise corrupt officials." Zhao Shi silently held the memorial, glancing at the fool beside her. She knew he couldn't be here to cause trouble for no reason. "What are you doing here?" Chang leaned closer to her, teasing. "Of course I'm here to help you solve your troubles." Zhao Shi asked suspiciously. "Troubles? Are you sure Jun Fan is Jun Buffon?" Chang extended his other hand and picked up a teacup, a posture that practically had Zhao Shi nestled in his arms. He threw the question back at her. "What good is my certainty? You are the Empress. Don't ask me about everything. You have to think for yourself too." Zhao Shi slightly turned her face away, angrily retorted, "If I knew, would I still be asking you? What did you say that day? Are you abandoning me after getting what you wanted?" Jiyu Chang disagreed with her. He immediately corrected, "It was a mutually agreed upon matter. How can you call it deception? Jun Fan's matter will soon have a result and you will naturally understand what to do then." Teams of cavalry swiftly passed through the mountains, gazing at the misty valley before them, and the entire army immediately halted. Ahead lay the forbidden zone of life. Everyone was to wait in place and not act rashly. Jun Fan on horseback turned to his father beside him and asked, "Father, are we really going to sweep through here?" King Pingluan felt his son's question was too foolish. Without even looking at Jun Fan, he replied directly, "Nonsense, Her Majesty the Empress personally gave the order, and Jun Buffon is very likely hidden here. If we can capture him, why would we fear? Our Jun family couldn't advance further." Hearing his father say this, Jun Fan secretly mused, 6,000 years ago my sister had already entered the quasi-supreme realm. Now, 6,000 years later her strength should be enough to protect herself. To ensure her safety, I should still go see her first. After pondering, Jun Fan charged directly into the valley, leaving his father on horseback. Father, I'll go scout the situation here first to prevent the army from being ambushed. King Pingluan watched his son's small green silhouette disappear, shouting from behind. Do you want to bring a team? Jun Fan immediately shouted back, no need, I'm more convenient alone. In the dark eerie space, Jun Fan trod on the grass. He walked slowly, looking around, and softly murmured, Sister, has she been living in a place like this all these years? Suddenly a sharp sword came whistling from behind. He spun around to defend himself, and almost instantly he instinctively waved his hand to block the attack. Who is it? Lianer walked calmly, her hands clasped in front of her, looking gentle and harmless. Jun Buffon, 6,000 years have passed and you haven't changed at all. Jun Fan's eyes widened, shocked as if he couldn't believe his eyes. It's Lianer. Lianer looked directly at him, her face filled with frost, showing no joy at reuniting with an old friend. Jun Fan, however, was excited. He rushed towards her with open arms, rattling off a string of questions. That's right, it's really your aura, it's you indeed. Long time no see. How did you get here, and how did you know my identity? Lianer coldly pushed Jun Fan's hand away. How did I know? You should ask yourself. She brushed past him, her back to him, and reprimanded. To assassinate Zhao Shi so brazenly. Do you really think everyone is as foolish as she is? Besides, after what you did to me back then, I'd recognize you even if you turned to ash. Jun Fan suddenly froze. He hesitated. Lianer? Jun Fan smiled, guessing, and her current aura, I'm afraid, has just reached the quasi-supreme realm, making it impossible for her to act forcefully. He immediately faced Lianer, extending 3 fingers to swear. Lianer, don't worry, I swear on my Tao heart. In reality, he was thinking, let's get the item first. In the desolate and bleak forest, a man and a woman stood facing each other, the atmosphere indeed somewhat strange. After getting the brocade pouch, Jun Fan, feeling benevolent, asked her, What are your plans now? Lianer replied indifferently. No plans, just waiting for you to save my father. Jun Fan probably didn't sense Lianer's aloofness. He extended his hand, proposing to retaliate against Zhao Shi, unify the demon world, and then go to the upper realm to rescue Bai Kun from Jiyu Chang's lair. I alone am probably far from enough. Lianer, can you sit aside past grievances and stay by my side? Trust me, this time I will never let you down. Lianer looked at Jun Fan as if watching a child playing house. Jiyu Chang's trickery relies on threats and temptations. I wonder if I should call you confident or arrogant. In the dark void, a voice suddenly called out. Jun Fan and Lianer stood side by side, immediately on alert. The voice continued, Is Jun Fan my little brother? He suddenly opened his eyes, startled. That was his sister's voice. Lianer was more direct. She immediately called out the name of the voice's owner, Jun Ruoxi. He immediately rushed forward, not forgetting to remind Lianer to follow closely. Following Ruoxi's soft murmur, the two quickly arrived before a dilapidated building. In the courtyard was an ancient well, constantly emitting spiritual energy. Streaks of spiritual energy swirled around the wellhead. Ruoxi's voice grew closer. Jun Fan, you're finally here. I've waited 6,000 years. He followed the voice, shouting into the wellhead. Sister, are you in this well? Lianer, however, stood frozen, looking at the scene before her. Ruoxi immediately stopped him. Stop, don't come closer, your current cultivation can't withstand it. Lianer clenched her fists, guessing the secret of the well. Jun Fan, however, was anxious, almost unbearable. Sister Zhao Shi sent a large army to prepare to. Ruoxi spoke, indicating it was fine. I know what you want to say, but don't worry here. No one can find me unless I want to see them. The contract I made with Zhao Shi back then was just to delay her. I know you have many questions, but I can't explain clearly now. There's not much I can tell you. You just need to know that only by using the key to open the door of death can you find Father and ask him yourself. Jun Fan was anxious and pressed. What is the key? And sister, where is this door of death you speak of? Ruoxi replied with some uncertainty. I think Father has already given you the key. Lianer silently watched the siblings converse. She secretly held a recording stone, capturing everything. Ruoxi did her best to tell her brother everything she knew. As for the door of death, I don't know where it is. Only the person holding the key can find it. Jun Fan was a little confused. He murmured, He already gave it to me. He lowered his head in thought. Could it be that brocade pouch? Lianer subtly pursed her lips. Perhaps she hadn't expected this operation to go so smoothly. Her heart was also stirred by the news she had just heard. The disappearance of the 6 emperors, it now seems, has another hidden agenda. That is to say, Father's years of fleeing, even causing Mother's death, were actually related to the 6 emperors' plan, yet Father still foolishly considered Zan Yang, Demon Emperor, a brother. Guarding the brocade pouch for 6,000 years, years of fleeing and being hunted, how ironic. Based on the information he had just heard, Jun Fan loudly stated his guess. Father once said, enter through the door of death, exit through the door of life. Sister, is this ancient well the door of life? Ruoxi stood at the bottom of the well, looking up at the high wellhead. She instructed, That's right, I am now guarding the door of life. Before the door of life opens, I cannot leave here for even a step. My time is running out. You need to find Father quickly. He definitely has something very important to entrust to you. After getting the brocade pouch and all of Ruoxi's information, Jun Fan said goodbye. Lianer, I'll go back and deal with some matters first. You hide here and wait for me. Lianer also had her own mission, she replied indifferently. After Jun Fan sped away, she slowly made her way through the dense forest. Lianer looked at the stone in her hand, lost in thought. Father's jade pendant was indeed useful. Even Jun Ruoxi didn't notice I used a recording stone. She gradually tightened her grip on the stone. Before the army returned, she had to formulate a plan for herself. First, send a clone to give this to Ji Yuchang. In the imperial court, King Pingluan knelt before Zhao Shi and reported, "Reporting to your majesty, your humble servant led the army to search the forbidden zone of life for a long time but found no trace of Jun Bufan or Jun Ruoxi. I'm afraid the news leaked and they have already escaped. I beg your majesty for forgiveness." Zhao Shi sat on the phoenix throne looking down from above, asking him, "Where is Jun Fan? Why hasn't he returned to report?" King Pingluan cupped his hands and replied, "Replying to your majesty, Fanner found nothing in the forbidden zone of life, so he continued to search for clues on the way. Your humble servant returned first to report." Zhao Shi frowned in anger. She waved her hand and shouted, "Guards, take King Pingluan into custody." King Pingluan colluded with the 5 emperors' remnants, impound his entire clan and throw them into prison, awaiting judgment. All the ministers in the court immediately erupted in discussion and uproar. "What? How is this possible?" King Pingluan, the protagonist, stood frozen in place. He stammered, "Ha, your majesty, how can you say such a thing?" Grand Tutor Song saw the situation growing chaotic. He stepped forward to plead, "Your majesty, could there be some misunderstanding? How could the king collude with the 5 emperors' remnants?" Behind him, the discussions did not cease. "Isn't King Pingluan her majesty's confidant? What on earth is going on?" Zhao Shi threw a recording stone at King Pingluan and angrily reprimanded, "The evidence is conclusive. See for yourselves, King Pingluan's son, Jun Fan." Everyone's eyes widened. King Pingluan stammered, "This is a recording stone." The image in the stone gradually emerged clearly, showing Jun Fan standing by the ancient well, conversing with someone. King Pingluan's jaw dropped in fear. "It's indeed Jun Bufan. How can this be?" The surrounding officials were merciless, piling on the criticism, saying one after another, "No wonder Jun Ruoxi disappeared in the forbidden zone of life. So Jun Fan tipped her off." Jun Fan was actually hiding so deeply. King Pingluan seemed to age 100 years in an instant. He pleaded weakly, "Your majesty, your humble servant truly knew nothing about this." Grand Tutor Song watched all this, only able to sigh helplessly. Zhao Zai's face was expressionless. She loudly ordered, "Take him away. Today's events must not be leaked. Anyone who dares to disobey will be treated as an accomplice in rebellion." Behind the gently swaying curtains, Ji Yuchang sat leisurely opposite Lianer. He raised his hand to pour tea, not forgetting to ask, "So your main body and Jun Bufan bid farewell to Jun Ruoxi and went to find that door of death?" Lianer found him overly suspicious. She said angrily, "If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do." Ji Yuchang offered a false smile, trying to smooth things over. "Miss Lianer, you jest. How could I not believe you?" Lianer didn't fall for it. She left a sentence and turned to leave. Ji Yuchang became serious. "But Jun Bufan will sooner or later discover that you betrayed him. I've already told Zhao Shi to strictly forbid ministers from leaking this matter. Perhaps it can be kept secret for a while longer." Lianer rolled her eyes at him. "Then should I also thank you for thinking of me?" Ji Yuchang acted very generously. "Miss Lianer, you're welcome." He was immediately speechless by his smugness. Footsteps sounded outside the door as if someone was slowly approaching. Zhao Shi pushed open the door, announcing good news to the two in the room. "I have already thrown King Pingluan and his family into prison as you requested." Ji Yuchang raised his hand, pointing to Lianer and introducing, "This is Miss Lianer." Zhao Shi glanced at the aloof and arrogant woman, replying with distaste, "No need for introductions. I know her better than you do." Lianer was also displeased. She frowned and snorted. Zhao Shi sat beside Ji Yuchang, curious. "How did you get her to work for you?" The two simultaneously pointed at each other, speaking in unison. Lianer firmly stated, "Of course, because this fellow threatened me with my father's life." Ji Yuchang, however, righteously declared, "Of course, because Miss Lianer is smart and rational, unwilling to assist evil." Hearing her blunt truth, he could only give a dry laugh. "Miss Lianer is truly straightforward." Zhao Shi gave him a sharp knife-like glance. Lianer looked at him contemptuously. "Otherwise, did you think I would help you?" Zhao Shi was not to be outdone, immediately retorted, "Do you think this empress needs your help?" Ji Yuchang watched the two peerless beauties clashing. He secretly rolled his eyes and raised his teacup to cover his face. In the dungeon deep beneath the cliff, flames blazed. King Pingluan's family was in chaos, questioning him one after another. "My lord, quickly tell me, this isn't true. How could Xiao Fan be like this?" "Yes, father, how could this happen, my lord? Save us." He buried his face in the wall, frantically pounding it with his hands, blaming himself. Jun Zhao stood behind him and asked again, "Father, why did Xiao Fan become Jun Bufan?" The queen consort covered her mouth and sobbed. "Xiao Fan always admired his majesty. How could he? Xiao Fan hid too much from us." King Pingluan frantically pounded the wall, clenching his teeth filled with anger. Every word was forced out. "Father has already seen the recording stone, it's true. Unfortunately, the glory of our Jun family will cease to exist from now on, and my single-minded loyalty to his majesty will become a laughing stock because of this matter." Jun Zhao's face changed drastically. She clutched her chest, terrified. How could things turn out this way in just one day? The people around sighed in dismay. It's over. King Pingluan is finished. Ji Yuchang, with his arms crossed, walked calmly to the front of the cell. He comforted the people inside. King Pingluan, there's no need to belittle yourself. Your loyalty, like the sun and moon, is witnessed by heaven and earth. Everyone was greatly surprised, shouting, It's young Master Ji Yuchang, young Master Ji Yuchang. King Pingluan walked to the front of the cell, asking the person outside the bars, Young Master Ji Yuchang, why would you deign to come here? He slightly turned his face, carefully choosing his words. Ji Yu just learned about this from Zhao Shi and specially came to visit. Jun Zhao saw a ray of hope. She shouted to Ji Yuchang, Young Master Ji Yuchang, my younger brother. Ji Yuchang closed his eyes and sighed. I've also seen the recording stone. My deepest condolences to everyone. As Ji Yu knows, Jun Fan was probably possessed by Jun Bufan. Jun Zhao covered her mouth, terrified. What? Xiao Fan was really? King Pingluan was equally panicked. He opened his mouth wide. Young Master Ji Yuchang, we truly knew nothing about this. Even the frail queen consort pleaded. Yes, young Master Ji Yuchang, please find a way to help us. Ji Yuchang frowned, soothing everyone. Everyone, don't panic. Ji Yu and Miss Jun Zhao are somewhat connected by fate, and I came this time precisely to help. Zhao Shi is now furious and I can't persuade her, but Ji Yu has already secured an opportunity for you all to atone for your crimes. He paused slightly, closing his eyes, his face full of difficulty. But this matter might be very dangerous. I wonder if Miss Jun Zhao is willing? Those around her hesitated. Zhao, her cousin, Jun Zhao, suddenly knelt down, loudly shouting, As long as it can save the family from dire straits and avenge my brother, Jun Zhao will never refuse. Ji Yuchang extended his hand to stop her. Miss Jun Zhao, why such a rush? He felt helpless and blamed himself. I didn't directly help you all clear your names, but instead sent you into danger. Ji Yu truly feels deeply regretful. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, Ji Yuchang held Jun Zhao's hand, full of reluctance. Actually, I don't want you to go either. He placed a jade talisman in her hand, softly instructing, but Jun Bufan is probably plotting to stir up the demon world. Now perhaps only you can stop all this. I worry about your safety. This jade talisman contains the power of my full strike. If you encounter danger, it will protect Miss Jun Zhao's life. Jun Zhao was moved to tears. She choked. Young Master Ji Yuchang's great kindness. Jun Zhao doesn't know how to repay. She clasped her hands tightly, softly making a vow. If Jun Zhao can return safely, Jun Zhao is willing to offer herself. Ji Yuchang looked at the information card displayed above her head. Delusional. You'd need at least 10 times that. He immediately spoke, stopping her from saying anything further. Miss Jun Zhao, remember, don't let Jun Bufan deceive you. He is no longer your brother. Young Master Chang, he promptly urged. Time is short, let's go. Chang and Zhao Shi stood on the city wall watching Jun Zhao's solitary figure gradually depart. Zhao Shi asked, Are you planning to use Jun Zhao to find Jun Bufan? Chang, with his hands clasped behind his back, mused, She alone isn't enough. In a crisis, Jun Bufan won't care about the Jun family's survival. Zhao Shi immediately felt curious. She turned and looked directly into Chang's eyes, asking, Then what is your objective? Chang confidently curved his lips, uttering only 2 words, fishing bait. With that he turned and left, leaving Zhao Shi still full of unanswered questions. At Grand Tutor Song's residence, Yue hastily chased after her father, questioning, What? Is what father said true? Grand Tutor Song closed his eyes helplessly. That recording stone is not fake. His Majesty has strictly forbidden this matter from being spread, waiting only for Jun Fan to return to apprehend him on the spot. Yue's brows furrowed tightly as she recalled everything that had just happened. Jun Fan is Jun Bufan, meaning the assassination on Sacred Mountain a while ago was orchestrated by Jun Fan, and today King Pingluan's residence was implicated because of him. She tightly gripped the item in her hand, growing angrier the more she thought about it. He even wrote to me earlier, inviting me to help him decipher ancient texts and runes. He has no idea of his current predicament. Her eyes were filled with unwillingness. No, I must go ask him myself. I don't believe Jun Fan is such a treacherous person. After making her secret calculations, Yue bowed respectfully to her father's retreating back. Father, I won't tell anyone about this, but I need to go out for a while. Grand Tutor Song was truly helpless. Without turning around, his earnest words escaped his lips. Yue, you've grown up. There are many things I tell you that you probably won't listen to. I know you and Jun Fan are close, but you must know that this matter is no small affair. I think Her Majesty is merely a pawn being used in this situation. Grand Tutor Song gave her a meaningful look. The one truly intent on dealing with Jun Bufan is probably Ji Yuchang. Yue's eyes widened in shock, stunned by Grand Tutor Song's warning. Once you get caught in this vortex, it's easy to be utterly crushed, in a dark, eerie corner deep within the forest.